because, like her, Lu Jinyao always remained aloof and indifferent toward others except when facing Ziqie. This could be seen in her attitude towards Chen Ruxu and Li Yue. When she heard this, Ziqie also looked at Lu Jinyao. He had noticed that Lu Jinyao intentionally maintained warmth towards those people just now. Sometimes, public opinion can change a lot of things. I suspect that the Lin family used unsavory means in today's events, and since we can't completely break off relations with the Lin family, we can only pressure them through public opinion. The more supporters Mr. Z has, the more attention he receives, making the Lin family less likely to act recklessly. Lu Jinyao shook her head lightly, expressing her thoughts. Hearing this, both Ziqie and Zhou Yuqing fell into silence. They had to admire Lu Jinyao's meticulous thinking. Even Ziqie hadn't expected this. Jinyao sister, I understand your point. Just like how many ordinary people face unfair treatment without seeking justice and even face oppression from the rich and powerful. Now with the internet being so developed, once the issue spreads online, those with power and influence dare not act recklessly anymore. After Zhou Yuqing finished speaking, Lu Jinyao nodded, indicating her current mindset. Regardless of whether this approach would make the Lin family worry, she couldn't guarantee it completely. She could only do her best to support Ziqian's journey through the competition. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts. Ziqie thanks sincerely. Mr. Z, there is no need to be so polite between us. I truly hope that you can shine and make those who have wronged you regret their actions. Lu Jinyao looked at Ziqie earnestly, admitting that initially, she had indeed used Ziqie for her own purposes, but now, her mindset had undergone a significant change. Regardless of whether Ziqie represented the Lu family in the competition or whether he would continue to have a good relationship with them in the future, she hoped he could achieve glory in this medical competition, capturing everyone's attention. All right, Ziqie nodded. Whether it was Zhou Yuqing or Lu Jinyao, their help along the way would be remembered by Ziqie. For him, a single good from Lu Jinyao was worth more than 1,000 words. Soon, Lu Jinyao sent Ziqie back to the lakeside villa, before swiftly leaving to attend a meeting. Though she didn't have to deal with many other contestants now, she needed to summarize the first round of assessments today, identify their shortcomings, and prepare as much as possible based on the current situation for the second round of assessments the day after tomorrow. The Lu family's approach was mirrored by the other two major powerhouses, the Wang family and the Lin family, who were also reviewing the assessments from today. At this moment, inside the hotel under the Lin family's banner, yesterday, Lin Yan had gathered all the participating companies under his name for a meeting. Today, the number of people present was more than a third less than yesterday. The big families didn't keep idle people, and the Lin family was no exception. Until the participating companies were eliminated, the Lin family would provide as much assistance as possible because they expected their contestants to have outstanding performances. But now that they had been eliminated, the Lin family would immediately cut all ties with them, leaving them to fend for themselves. The rules of the Medical Arts Convention are very strict, and the rules of the Lin family are equally harsh. Those with abilities will be highly regarded, but those without capabilities don't even have the qualifications to attend meetings here. Today, the participants present are all companies whose contestants have advanced, but looking at the empty seats beside them, they also feel uneasy, because no one knows if there will still be a place for them after the assessment in 2 days. The Medical Arts Convention assesses the contestants, and as the companies behind the contestants, they are also going through a trial by fire. Some may rise to great heights, while others may fall into obscurity. Until the Medical Arts Convention is completely over, no one can guarantee what the eventual outcome will be. Have you finished reviewing the previous rounds? Now, tell me about it, Lin Yan said, and everyone started speaking in turn. In reality, Lin Yan doesn't know much about traditional Chinese medicine, so he is just there for the buzz. He isn't sure if the conclusions these people draw are accurate or not. What do you all think the content of the next round's assessment will be? Lin Yan lifted a teacup and sipped lightly. It could be acupuncture. No. It's impossible for it to be acupuncture. Acupuncture requires hands-on practice to see results, but for now, it's absolutely impossible for these contestants to practice on patients. That makes sense. Based on the cautious style of the Yi family, the first 2 or 3 rounds probably won't involve real patients. It will likely focus on screening medical knowledge. People shared their speculations one after another. Ruxu, what do you think? Lin Yan turned his head slowly to look at Chen Ruxu. Young Master Lin, the treatment methods in traditional Chinese medicine can be categorized into a few main types, and if we specialize in one area, even if we can predict the topic in the second round, there are still the third and fourth rounds to consider. So, my suggestion is to comprehensively understand and prepare for all possibilities to increase our chances of advancing consecutively. After Chen Ruxu finished speaking, Lin Yang immediately started applauding, prompting others in the meeting room to join applauding as well. Look at Ruxu, the head of such a company. She is a truly outstanding talent that our Lin family values. Lin Yang's praise made Chen Ruxu somewhat flustered, and her face couldn't help but blush. Let's follow Ruxu's approach. We need to comprehensively understand and prepare. I'll say it again, this is not only an opportunity for the contestants to change their destiny, but also for your companies to change their destines. The Lin family has connections, funds, and resources. Supporting a company is not difficult for us. However, to receive support from the Lin family, you must demonstrate your value. And this medical arts convention is where you prove your value. Lin Yang turned his head slowly, scanning each person's face one by one. Yes, we understand. Liang Cha and others nodded repeatedly. These companies have endured hardships to participate in the medical arts convention, all for such an opportunity. So, even without Lin Yang mentioning it, they would naturally give their all. One more thing. If the assessment methods in the following rounds can put pressure on the Lu family's contestants, don't show any mercy. Crush them ruthlessly, especially that waste Ziqie. Lin Yang mentioned Ziqian's name with a hint of malice in his eyes. During today's assessment, he had prepared in advance by ensuring that people remembered the number Ziqie drew, and also tampering with the system in the 9th room. He had put a lot of effort into this matter. Everything was going according to his plan. Ziqie indeed exceeded the time limit. However, what he didn't anticipate was Ziqian's audacity. He openly questioned the assessment rules of the medical arts convention and even criticized the entire Yi family. Usually, when a contestant sees they have exceeded the time limit, they would leave in embarrassment. But Lin Yang overlooked Ziqian's character and his confidence in his medical skills. Ziqie firmly believed that no one could identify 120 types of medicinal herbs in an hour, so he dared to challenge publicly. This destroyed Lin Yang's plan, and now the Yi family was investigating, which could lead to consequences for Lin Yang. If he was found out, it would impact the entire Lin family. The more Lin Yang thought about this, the more frustrated he became, intensifying his hatred towards Ziqie. Young Master Lin, what happened with that waste Ziqie today? How did he answer so many questions? Were they all fake? Like Lin Yang, Liang Cha also harbored deep resentment towards Ziqie and picked up on the conversation. On hearing Liang Cao's question, Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly, unsure how to respond. Although he somewhat trusted the people present, this was something only he should know, not to be shared with anyone. If word got out, the Lin family would face countless criticisms and tarnish their reputation. Therefore, regarding Liang Cao's question, Lin Yang hesitated. Young Master Lin, do you think it's possible that the Lu family manipulated things and staged this scenario? Liang Chao looked at Lin Yang and shared his analysis. Lin Yang's heart twitched at the words, but he didn't immediately respond. Liang Chao, what do you mean by that? Manipulating things? A middle-aged man frowned and asked. I've mentioned it before. That waste Ziqie doesn't understand medical arts at all. And even if he does, it's just superficial knowledge. There's no way he could have answered all the questions correctly. So I suspect that the Lu family knew Ziqie wouldn't make it and staged this drama to let him advance without scrutiny. Upon hearing Liang Cao's words, everyone present frowned. Are you saying that Ziqie knew he wouldn't advance, so he staged this drama to gain sympathy and get preferential treatment from the organizers? The middle-aged man asked. Exactly. Liang Chao nodded. If the usual assessment was conducted, he would have been eliminated for sure. The group hesitated and looked to Lin Yang. Such a scenario was possible, but it was only one perspective. They couldn't make a judgment based solely on Liang Cao's words. Liang Chao is right. I received news earlier that the room was likely tampered with. Lin Yang nodded slightly, affirming in a serious tone. Secretly, Lin Yang was delighted. He had been pondering how to explain this situation, but Liang Chao unexpectedly gave him an idea. This way, Lin Yang could distance himself from blame and shift it onto the Lu family. Even if the Yi family investigates this matter later, he can still explain it to the Yi family according to what Liang Chao said. After all, there is no evidence for this kind of thing. As long as he handles a follow-up matters clean, even if the Lu family jumps into the Yellow River, they won't be able to wash themselves clean. After all, the ones who ultimately benefit are Ziqia and the Lu family. Look, I told you I was right. Now Lin Xiao is saying the same thing. I told you. As soon as he went out, he was so emphatic, saying that there were problems with the assessment. It turned out they had already colluded. Liang Chao was pleased to hear this and immediately looked proudly at the people around him. This time, everyone nodded. Even Chen Ruxu nodded silently. She still harbored a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that Ziqian might indeed have some abilities. But now that Lin Yan has personally confirmed that someone tampered with the room, it means Liang Cao's speculation was correct. Ziqia did indeed rely on improper means to advance. Thinking about this, Chen Ruxu felt even more disdain towards Ziqia. If you think you can win the championship in Tianhai City District with these gimmicks, you are just daydreaming. And Lu Jinyao, I am waiting for the day you apologize publicly to me. Chen Ruxu muttered to herself. I didn't expect the Lu family to be so sneaky. This is really unfair to other competitors. Even though they are one of the 3 giants in Tianhai City, their actions are truly undeserving. Ziqian is not a good person, after all. The Lu family and him are indeed birds of a feather. Everyone was indignant and criticized the Lu family and Ziqian together. Lin Yang naturally enjoyed seeing this scene. The Lu family and Ziqian were enemies of their Lin family, and now he heard the enemies being scolded, naturally putting him in a good mood. Young Master Lin, we can't let them be so arrogant. I think you should inform the Yi family about this matter, so that they can deal with the Lu family, preferably by revoking their participation and removing them from the 3 giants. Liang Chao suggested with a cold look, offering ideas to Lin Yang. Yes, we can request a re-examination of Ziqian's test paper so the truth can come out. Young Master Lin, Liang Cao's suggestion makes sense. We can do that. Everyone nodded in agreement with Liang Cao's proposal. However, Lin Yang shook his head in refusal after hearing it. This was his doing. So how could he accuse others? The Yi family was not foolish. If they suspected he intentionally framed the Lu family, it would quickly be uncovered. So his wisest decision now was to act as if he knew nothing. And when the Yi family investigated, he would then proceed to frame the Lu family. Let's not do anything for now. We should focus on the competition. As for Ziqia, I will find a way to deal with him. Speaking of which, for someone like him who advances through sneaky means, we don't even need to lift a finger. He will soon be eliminated. After Lin Yang finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. As the medical skills convention progressed, the assessments would become stricter. Moreover, the subsequent assessments would likely be conducted under everyone's watchful eyes. Even if the Lu family tried to use means again, it would be impossible. So Lin Yan's words were also correct. All right, let's not worry about them. Let's go back and prepare well. I hope that after the assessment the day after tomorrow, all of you can still be sitting here. After Lin Yang finished speaking, he got up and left, and the crowd dispersed. Meanwhile, many people outside were discussing the medical skills convention today with great interest. Of course, most of the attention on the Tianhai City competition came from the locals of Tianhai City, because there were 60 other cities starting the medical skills convention today simultaneously, and the assessment processes in all cities were identical. People in each city naturally paid attention to their own city's competition. Only those who surpassed all cities in influence or power would concentrate on observing a particular city. For the people of Tianhai City, Ziqian's performance at the assessment venue truly caused numerous people to fluctuate greatly in their emotions. When Ziqia was eliminated in the beginning, there was a chorus of criticism in many places, feeling that Ziqia had disappointed their expectations and trust. But upon learning that Ziqia completed the double assessment, people immediately changed their tune, choosing to support Ziqia again. Of course, many also felt that although Ziqia answered double the questions, since he advanced through exemption assessment, no one knew if his answers were all correct, so this didn't necessarily prove Ziqian's medical skills were strong. In the end, it all came down to the upcoming assessments. Only if Ziqia could show even more impressive performance would he truly win over everyone. The night passed quietly. The next day, Ziqia, as usual, woke up early to brew tea and read books. And after finishing her work, Lu Jinyao also drove to the lakeside villa. "Are you done? Do you have any useful information?" When she saw Lu Jinyao come in, Zichia looked up and asked proactively. His meaning was whether Lu Jinyao had obtained any relevant information about the second-round assessment. Before the medical skills convention began, Zichia did not pay attention to such things. He felt that everyone should strive competitively on a level playing field based on fairness and justice, which was the true meaning of the medical skills convention. However, after yesterday's events, Zichian's thoughts underwent some changes. It could only be said that true fairness and justice were unattainable in this world. Otherwise, how could he be treated differently? And how could Lin Yan have an opportunity to tamper with his room? Zichia couldn't even guarantee that Lin Yan wouldn't target him again during the subsequent matches, creating difficulties for him. Since there was no absolute fairness in the world, Zichia had no qualms about using any means to achieve victory and get what he wanted. Therefore, if Lu Jinyao could obtain some information in advance, he would prepare accordingly. "No." Lu Jinyao shook her head slightly. "The convention venue has been sealed off again. Except for the Yi family's people, no one can enter." The Yi family in Beijing had taken various measures to create as fair and impartial an environment as possible, also advocating for a fair competition opportunity for participants without powerful backgrounds. Thus, they were very strict regarding the assessment topics. Even though Lu's family was one of the organizers of the Tianhai City competition area, they had no right to access the assessments in advance. "That means the Lin family also can't get it, right?" Zichia asked, nodding. "Definitely, they absolutely can't get it," Lu Jinyao affirmed. Now the entire convention venue was sealed off and under signal blockade. Those inside could not establish any contact with the outside world. Until the second round of assessments started tomorrow, no one knew what the convention venue was like at this moment. "All right," Zichia nodded. As long as others couldn't get the information in advance, he wasn't worried. Under the same fair treatment rules, Zichia wouldn't fear the participants from the Lin family. "Mr. Z, you don't need to worry too much," said Lu Jinyao. "Based on past experiences, the later assessments should take place in public. Lin Yan won't be able to do anything if it's conducted this way." Lu Jinyao shook her head slightly. Although the Li family tried to maintain fairness as much as possible, there were still some drawbacks. Given the high influence and wide network of the Lin family, it was easy for them to find people willing to help them. In a private assessment where others couldn't see, it was easy for improper means to arise. However, in an assessment where countless pairs of eyes were watching, Lin Yan wouldn't dare to play any tricks. In other words, even if he wants to resort to force, my Lu family won't be easily manipulated, Lu Jinyao coldly huffed. They didn't want to break ties with the Lin family easily, but that didn't mean they wouldn't stand up if pushed too far. If the Lin family continued to bully them, the Lu family wouldn't let their schemes succeed. "Understood," Zichia nodded. "Mr. Z, what I mean is, don't stress too much and don't focus your energy on these things. You just concentrate on the competition. Leave the rest to me." Lu Jinyao looked at Zichia, her expression serious. Zichia, upon hearing this, nodded again. "Mr. Z, can you predict what the content of the second round of assessment will be?" Lu Jinyao asked with a slightly eased tone. Looking at Zichia, "I do have some guesses." Zichia had been thinking last night about what the next round of assessment would entail and had some inklings. "What will it be?" Lu Jinyao was curious. The Li family is so cautious. The second round of assessment will definitely not involve practical skills. It should be another screening method. Zichia whispered. "And in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, the ways of healing can be categorized into 3 major types." "Which 3 types?" Lu Jinyao became more curious. "The 3 most common and widely used treatments in Lonwo traditional Chinese medicine are herbal medicine, orthopedics, and acupoints." Zichia gently extended his hand, pointing to the book on acupoints on the table. "Herbal medicine, orthopedics, and acupoints." Lu Jinyao pondered slightly, then said, "Yesterday, they assessed pharmacology. So tomorrow's assessment will most likely focus on orthopedics and acupoints." "That's right," Zichia nodded. "But orthopedics requires patience for practical experience, which doesn't align with the Li family's screening philosophy, so it should be related to acupoints. Isn't it the same with acupoints therapy, where you need patience for practical experience?" Lu Jinyao asked, puzzled. "Hehe," Ziqia laughed but didn't say anything. It could only be said that Lu Jingyao's understanding of Longwo traditional Chinese medicine was still limited. Lu Jingyao was puzzled and scratched her head. Although she didn't know why Ziqia was laughing, she understood that he must have his reasons for it. If it's acupoint therapy, what would the assessment entail? Lu Jingya asked again. Acupoint therapy is divided into massage and acupuncture. Ziqia paused slightly. Based on the existing treatment methods in traditional Chinese medicine, this second round of assessment should be acupuncture. Acupuncture? Lu Jingya was surprised. Isn't that your specialty? Lu Jingya remembered that when Mr. Lu was critically ill, he had hired the famous physician Chen Hemming, who couldn't help. It was only when Ziqia eyed and performed acupuncture that Mr. Lu was saved, stunning everyone present. So Lu Jingya knew that Ziqian's prowess in acupuncture was extraordinary. Not so much a specialty, but I understand it more. Ziqia shook his head slightly. With a thought, the acupoints all over the body would vividly appear in his mind. Therefore, he had great confidence in acupuncture. If it's the case, we should be secure in this second round of assessment. Lu Jingya's excitement was evident. The Lynn family's most promising candidate was John Chen, who excelled in medical skills because he was a student of Mr. Chen Hemming. However, if Chen Hemming's acupuncture skills were inferior to Ziqian's, then John Chen would not be a threat. These are just my speculations. We can't be certain of the specifics. Ziqia understood that even if he correctly guessed the topic, the exact assessment process would be unpredictable. Anyway, I believe Mr. Z will be fine. Lu Jingya had an inexplicable confidence in Ziqia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a big bet with Chen Ruxu. Seeing Lu Jingya's confident expression, Ziqia remembered her bet with Chen Ruxu. Mr. Z, are you thinking of Chen Ruxu? Lu Jingya seemed to read his mind, and immediately guessed Ziqian's thoughts. No. Ziqia shook his head slightly. I can tell. Actually, last night, I was wondering. She doesn't believe in your medical skills despite your splendid performance in front of her yesterday. How long will she deceive herself? The truth and logic are right in front of her. Yet she still wants to bury her head in the sand. Lu Jingya couldn't understand Chen Ruxu's mindset. One can never convince a person with reason. It's the wall they hit that makes them stop. Ziqia shook his head slightly. He also understood Chen Ruxu's character. With a personality like hers, she would only believe she was right, ignoring everything else. Unless Ziqia could truly win the championship convincingly, she wouldn't admit her mistake. Lu Jingya shook her head slightly, and without discussing Chen Ruxu further, she didn't want to mention Chen Ruxu too much in front of Ziqia. In her heart, she wished Ziqia could completely forget about Chen Ruxu. Mr. Z, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Lu Jingya glanced at the time and then took her leave. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Jingya arrived at the lakeside villa as agreed. After Ziqia came out, they went together to the medical competition venue, preparing for the second round of assessment. Currently, he has indeed established a relationship with Lin Yang, but Lin Yang may confront Ziqia for him, but he will definitely not turn against the Lu family for him. It's not that the Lin family dares not turn against them, but the Liang group may not hold much weight on the Lin family's side. So, Liang Chao still doesn't dare to be impudent in front of Lu Jingya. HMPH, Ziqia, when will you stop hiding behind women? Maybe I will respect you a bit more. Liang Chao snorted coldly, with a cold expression as he turned to leave. What are you, Mr. Z, supposed to be respected by you? Lu Jingya coldly retorted. Liang Chao did not reply further, turned around and walked towards their seats. Miss Lu, don't forget our bet. We are still waiting for you to apologize to her. Right? When you apologize, it's best to bring along this waist Ziqia. Li Yue said in a strange tone. Without waiting for Lu Jingya to speak, she took Chen Ruxu away first. These fools. Lu Jingya couldn't help but clench her fists. They're getting smarter now. Zhou Yuqing shook her head. They know that if they act tough, Ziqia will definitely beat them up. So they just say a few nasty words and leave quickly each time. Indeed, they leave right after speaking. It's really despicable. Lu Jingya couldn't help but swear. Don't argue with a dead man. Ziqia shook his head slightly, treating Liang Cao's current behavior as a joke. Lu Jingya was not a fool, and when she heard this, she immediately understood Ziqian's meaning and stopped talking. Time passed by 1 minute at a time. Approaching 9 o'clock, Both the audience seats and the players' seats were already full. The number of people in the audience seats was actually 5 times more than yesterday, roughly totaling around 5,000 to 6,000 people. Looking at the players' seats, 700 players were all in position, accompanied by representatives from their respective companies. Zichia glanced around and noticed that among the advancing players, there were very few independent players. Most of them were backed by major companies. This was quite normal, as those supported by companies would receive financial and training support, including resources from famous traditional Chinese medicine experts arranged by their companies. For independent players, they had to rely solely on themselves, naturally lacking the advantages enjoyed by those backed by companies. At this moment, a group of people walked slowly towards the square platform, heading towards the seats on the platform. However, the group of people on the platform today had some changes and replacements compared to 2 days ago. During the first round of assessments 2 days ago, Lin Yang was sitting on the platform, but today he was nowhere to be seen. Apart from a few high-level political figures in Tianhai City, the rest of the personnel had been replaced. President Liu, Lin Yang's father Lin Wan, the current head of the Wang family, and my father. Lu Jingyao looked at the people on the platform and quickly introduced them to Zichia. Zichia recognized two people on the platform: Liu Wenzheng, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City, and Lu Jianlin. Under Lu Jingyao's introduction, Zichia got to know a few more people. I haven't seen that person before. Lu Jinyao pointed to a middle-aged man in the middle and whispered, he should be a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert sent by the Yi family. Zichia nodded slightly upon hearing this, indicating that the Yi family did not take the first round seriously. However, they seemed to attach more importance to subsequent assessments, hence the identities of the participants became more significant. Welcome everyone for your timely arrival. We meet again. It was still the female host Zhang Yuanyuan from 2 days ago, elegantly stepping onto the stage in a cheongsam. Applause resonated throughout the venue, being several times louder due to the increased number of people compared to yesterday. Regardless of the number of people present, Zhang Yuanyuan maintained a calm demeanor, indicating her extraordinary character. In fact, the hosts for major city events were personally appointed by the Yi family, and anyone selected by the Yi family was deemed exceptional. This was evident from the first round of assessments 2 days ago, transitioning seamlessly from casual conversation to sternly addressing the participants, suggesting that any objections could result in immediate disqualification from the competition. Her composed demeanor in handling all matters portrayed her as a true strong woman with a commanding presence. Please allow me a few minutes to introduce everyone. With a gentle smile, Zhang Yuanyuan began sequentially introducing the individuals on the platform, including Lu Jianlin and others. Almost everyone from Tianhai City was familiar with Lu Jianlin and his colleagues, except for the man seated in the middle. In such settings, the central position signified a key role, hinting that this man must be from the Yi family in Beijing. Mr. Wei Fu comes from Beijing and is renowned in the traditional Chinese medicine circle there. He also emerged as the overall champion in the last medical skills assembly. After Zhang Yuanyuan's introduction, the whole venue erupted in surprise and applause. No wonder I found him familiar just now. Turns out it's Divine Dr. Wei. The last medical skills assembly was about 6 or 7 years ago. I watched it back then. Divine Dr. Wei made it to the finals with his unique prescriptions, and later was recruited by the Yi family to Beijing. The venue buzzed with excitement. An individual like Wei Fu was indeed a rare sight. Being affiliated with the Yi family elevated his status significantly, coupled with his past victory in the medical skills assembly, highlighted his exceptional medical skills. The fact that the Yi family sent Wei Fu here indicated their high regard for the Tianhai City sub-competition. This is a true divine doctor. Lu Jinyao nodded vigorously, feeling much relieved. With such an authoritative expert present, no one could pull any tricks, as they would undoubtedly be exposed. Next, let the staff present the assessment questions. After introducing the individuals on the stage, Zhang Yuanyuan smoothly transitioned to the main agenda. Similar to the first round of assessments 2 days ago, the staff brought a locked glass box on stage, and Zhang Yuanyuan unlocked it, using a code provided by the Yi family present at the venue. Soon, the encrypted file bag was opened by Zhang Yuanyuan. With over 6,000 players and audience members in attendance, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuanyuan. The content of the second round of the medical skills assembly is acupuncture. Mr. Z, you're amazing. It's really acupuncture. Impressive. Now I truly respect you. Lu Jinyao clenched her fists in excitement and looked at Ziqia with enthusiasm. Yesterday, when she was speculating on the second round of exam questions with Ziqia mentioned that there was a high probability that the exam would focus on acupuncture. At that time, Lu Jinyao didn't fully believe it, but now, after hearing the content of the exam questions, she realized how far-sighted Ziqia was. Ziqia himself didn't think much of it. He simply understood traditional Chinese medicine too well, knowing that the treatment methods in TCM are diverse, ultimately rooted in a few main categories, unlike Western medicine which is more complex. Acupuncture, as a major category in the field of TCM, was a suitable choice for the preliminary screening process. Among the competitors present, not only did Ziqia guess the subject of the second round of the exam correctly, there were many other competitors who seemed excited, indicating that they had also correctly guessed the exam questions. However, being able to guess the questions only proved a deeper understanding of TCM. It didn't guarantee success in progressing to the next round. Firstly, no one knew how the organizers would test acupuncture skills. Secondly, all 700 competitors present were elite professionals in the field of Chinese medicine, and they had a deep understanding of acupuncture. In this scenario, no one could guarantee that they would stand out and advance to the next round. The first round was about theoretical knowledge, but acupuncture is all about practical skills, Lian Chao said with a smirk as he glanced at Ziqia. During the first round, cheating was possible, but with acupuncture being a practical skill, contestants would have to needle patients themselves. He wanted to see if Ziqia could still keep up. I think his journey as a competitor ends here, Li Yue added, chuckling. Even before the second round had begun, and without knowing the specific content, both Li Yue and Lian Chao had already determined that Ziqia would be eliminated. Ruxu, get ready to win the bet. Li Yue turned to Chen Ruxu. Let's wait and see. Chen Ruxu shook her head slightly. Although she also had doubts about Ziqian's medical skills, she was sure that Lu Jinyao wasn't foolish. If Ziqia didn't have the skills, Lu Jinyao wouldn't have placed such a large bet with her. So, Chen Ruxu didn't speak too soon. She wanted to see how Ziqia would fare in the second round. It seems like most of the competitors have a good understanding of acupuncture, Zhang Yuanyuan said, observing the relaxed expressions on the participants' faces. Host, acupuncture needs to be applied on patients to see its effects. But right now, I don't see any patients here. Someone raised a question. After this question was raised, everyone started to realize the implications. You're right, acupuncture needs to be applied on specific acupoints on the body to have an effect. Does this mean in the second round, the competitors will have to practice acupuncture on the models? Not likely. It doesn't seem to align with Yi family's style of doing things. People were discussing and trying to understand the concept of the second round of exams. Everyone, please stay calm. There are many ways to test acupuncture skills, and it doesn't necessarily have to be on actual patients, Zhang Yuanyuan said, as she explained the rules of the exam in detail. She then asked all the competitors to draw lots again. As the competitors drew their lots, Ziqia received his number, and Lu Jinyao immediately covered it up discreetly, ensuring that no one could see it. Ziqia chuckled softly. Considering the incident from the other day, Lu Jinyao's cautious approach wasn't unwarranted. Meanwhile, dozens of staff members walked towards either side of the square platform. Host, since there are no patients and the exam is about acupuncture, how will it be conducted? Someone couldn't wait and asked again. Please look. Zhang Yuanyuan held out her hand, pointing to both sides of the platform. With her signal, the staff members lifted the blue cloth covers, revealing what was hidden underneath. Wow, the blue cloths were pulled down simultaneously, unveiling the objects below. What is this? Why do they look like terracotta warriors? These are human body models, right? Are you kidding me? These are human body models, made according to actual human proportions. They're used for things like car crash tests. Each one costs tens of thousands, and these seem even more advanced. As the blue cloths were fully removed, there were immediate exclamations from the crowd. They saw 100 life-sized human body models on each side of the platform, arranged neatly with circular number tags on their backs, creating a grid-like layout. In total, there were 200 models. This is today's exam content, Zhang Yuanyuan said with a smile. The audience was already reacting. Mr. Z, I remember now, In the previous medical event where Divine Dr. Wei participated, there was a similar test. Lu Jinyao slapped her thigh, realizing she had focused on the last event and overlooked the one before. She didn't realize that Yi family had taken a concept from that event for this one. If my guess is correct, these models should represent the acupoints on the human body, connected to highly sensitive sensors. If a competitor needles a wrong position or inaccurately, the sensors will detect it. Zichia pondered for a second and shared his speculation. Exactly. Lu Jinyao nodded, having some understanding of the matter, although her knowledge was limited. Other individuals, especially those who closely followed medical events, were not unfamiliar with this type of exam content. I told you, Yi family is meticulous. They wouldn't jump straight to practical demonstrations now. This is indeed cutting-edge technology. Each human body model costs a fortune. It demonstrates the substantial financial resources of Yi family. People couldn't help but marvel at the sophistication. These human body models and the intricate sensors connected to them came at a high price, estimated to be tens of thousands each. Even large hospitals might only have a couple of such models. Yet Yi family had brought out 200 sets, showcasing their immense financial power. It seems like many competitors are familiar with this type of test. But to ensure that everyone understands, the staff will now demonstrate it for all. Zhang Yuanyuan continued explaining the exam rules, while letting the staff members enter the model area, indicating how the test would be conducted. Here, there are a total of 200 models, Zhang Yuanyuan said, pointing to the stage below. And each model corresponds to standard acupoints of the human body, connected to specially designed sensors. At the same time, there is a dedicated sensing system that provides precise real-time feedback. She then gestured towards the two staff members and continued, during the assessment, all participants must follow my commands to insert the silver needle into the acupoints. If the position is wrong or the insertion is not precise enough, this situation will occur. One of the staff casually pierced the model, and a red light immediately lit up at the top. The other staff member accurately inserted the needle into the acupoint, and a green light lit up at the top. A red light indicates elimination, while a green light represents passing and allows the participant to continue competing. Zhang Yuanyuan explained, and many participants nodded in understanding. Please handle this assessment carefully because this time, it not only assesses the accuracy of acupoints, but also the depth of needle insertion, Zhang Yuanyuan added, causing many to look concerned. Different acupoints require varying degrees of needle penetration, and this assessment method had its reasons. However, controlling the depth of needle insertion with zero margin for error was challenging. The strict rules of the assessment placed a heavy burden on the practitioners. I'm not questioning the assessment rules, but it seems somewhat unrealistic, remarked one of the participants. Acupuncture requires intense concentration and mental focus, making it prone to errors. Indeed, the TAE Cup medical competition is not just a simple assessment, another participant added. Medical practice as saving lives do not tolerate any carelessness or mistakes. After explaining the rules to the participants, Zhang Yuanyuan outlined the qualification criteria for the next round. Only participants who accurately inserted 8 or more needles would advance to the subsequent stage. This revelation brought relief to many contestants, knowing that precision and focus were crucial in reaching this stage. However, the competition became more intense when Zhang Yuanyuan disclosed that only a maximum of 300 participants would advance to the next round, leading to a competitive atmosphere among the participants. The realization that only the top performers would progress intensified the participants' determination. As the competition commenced, the participants prepared to demonstrate their skills, focusing on precision and accuracy under pressure. This stringent competition required each participant to exceed the minimum requirement of 8 needles to secure a spot in the next round. Despite initial doubts and concerns, the participants understood the gravity of the competition and the challenges ahead. As Zhang Yuanyuan set the stage for the assessments, the participants eagerly awaited their turn to showcase their expertise. Ladies and gentlemen athletes, there is one thing I need to inform you in advance. After the assessment begins, there will also be a time limit for needle insertion, and exceeding the time limit will result in elimination. Therefore, please do not hesitate for too long when inserting the needle. Upon hearing this, the 200 athletes in the arena quickly focused their energy, their eyes fixed on the human body models in front of them. Many of the athletes even had trembling hands at this moment, but they had to muster up their spirits. The first acupuncture point, the Renjiang Vita-6. Zhang Yuanyuan named the acupuncture point, and all 200 athletes simultaneously inserted the needle. As the needles fell, dripped. Instantly, most of the 200 body models in the arena lit up with green lights. Among the sea of green lights, there were a few red lights that stood out glaringly. Number 67, number 89, number 105, number 176, eliminated. Please, the few athletes mentioned self-consciously leave the arena. An adjacent staff member began to speak expressionlessly. These athletes had pale faces and had no choice but to grit their teeth as they exited the competition arena. With their medical skills, they should have been able to pass this first needle without any issues, but they were just too nervous, causing the first attempt to fail, and they had to exit dejectedly. But there was no choice. The rules of the competition were like this. They wouldn't change the rules because of nervousness, and they definitely wouldn't get a second chance. If a mistake was made, it was made. If a mistake was made in acupuncture on a patient due to nerves and the wrong acupuncture point was needled, the consequences would be very serious. Following this, Zhang Yuanyuan shouted out the next needle. With each new needle inserted, several athletes would light up red lights and leave the arena. So strict, Zhou Yuking whispered softly. Perhaps even stricter requirements are yet to come, Zichia said. Squinting slightly, he had just heard Zhang Yuanyuan say that not only was accuracy important in needle insertion, but strict requirements were also placed on the depth of needle insertion. The severity seen so far was just a warm-up. The real challenge was yet to come. The second needle, the Guanyuan CV4. Zhang Yuanyuan shouted out the acupuncture point, and the remaining athletes again simultaneously inserted the needle. Surprisingly, after this round of needle insertion, all body models lit up with green lights. Not a single red light appeared. It was clear that those athletes of poor psychological endurance had already been filtered out, and the remaining ones had strong mental resilience and were gradually getting into their groove. Zhang Yuanyuan shouted out the next acupuncture point, and in this round of assessment, only a few athletes were eliminated. Great! All our athletes have reached the passing line. Seeing that the remaining athletes had all reached the 8th needle, the company representatives were very excited, including the remaining participating athletes, who also seemed to relax slightly. Only Zichia squinted slightly. He felt that the real challenge would begin after this 8th needle. As expected, Zhang Yuanyuan on the stage at this moment had a meaningful smile on her lips. The 9th needle, the Chongmen GV1, with a depth requirement of 1 inch 2. When the athletes heard the name of the acupuncture point, they immediately moved to insert the needle, but upon hearing the depth requirement, they quickly stopped their actions. However, due to the time limit, after hesitating for 2 seconds, the athletes still gently inserted the needle. The needle fell, left the hand, then the light turned on. Snap! Immediately, flashes of red lights appeared. Upon a rough count, nearly 20 red lights turned on. This meant that the 9th needle had eliminated 20 athletes, several times more than the number eliminated in previous rounds. Please, the athletes with red lights leave the arena. The staff member spoke without expression once again. This assessment is too harsh. Even in actual acupuncture practice, there isn't such strict requirement. One eliminated athlete gritted their teeth and shouted at the staff member. Many people know the art of Dragon Nation acupuncture. Only a few are adept, and even fewer can do it at the highest level. The Heavenly Physician Cup medical contest seeks the best in traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, with your acupuncture skills, you may earn recognition from many, but in the Heavenly Physician Cup medical contest, we do not acknowledge it. We will only select the great physicians we need according to the set rules. Zhang Yuanyuan stepped forward slowly, coldly questioning, if others can do it, why can't you? With these words, the eliminated athletes instantly lost their temper. After all, besides these 20 eliminated individuals, there were almost 100 more athletes with green lights still on in the arena. Since others could do it and they couldn't, it was naturally their own problem. After the 20 individuals left the arena, Zhang Yuanyuan regained her composure, looked again at the electronic tablet in her hand. The 10th needle, the Zhongfu LU1, needle insertion 1/2 inch. After Zhang Yuanyuan shouted out, the remaining athletes once again inserted their needles. Snap! This time, even more red lights turned on. More than 30 individuals in total. Please, athletes with red lights, leave the arena. The staff member announced once again. At this moment, around 110 athletes remained in the arena. Zhang Yuanyuan didn't hurry to shout out the next needle. Instead, she pressed her earpiece and listened to instructions. According to the current number of people, the limit is set at 10 needles. Please the remaining athletes go to the resting area to wait temporarily. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanyuan's words, many athletes breathed a sigh of relief. They had no idea if they could accurately insert the next needle, and now they could finally relax a little. Host, there are still 110 people left. What will happen next? One company's responsible person asked as they stood up. What if the number exceeds the limit? Zhang Yuanyuan pointed to the list on the big screen. The next groups of athletes will also have a limit of 10 needles. If the final number exceeds 300, there will be a final selection to keep only 300 individuals. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanyuan's words, many furrowed their brows. I feel this is a bit unfair. What if all athletes were assessed together? Then there would be no problem. But with this grouping assessment, some athletes with good abilities might be disadvantaged because they are in a group with strong athletes. Isn't that a disadvantage? A disadvantage. Everyone is judged based on a limit of 10 needles. Those who have the ability stay. Those who don't leave. I think it's fair. But I still think this assessment method has an element of luck. There's no way. In society, sometimes luck is also a form of ability. There were discussions in the audience. Some felt this assessment method was fair, and some thought it was based on luck. Regardless of the discussions, the Heavenly Physician Cup medical contest was organized by the Yi family, and ultimately, the authority to interpret the rules belonged to the Yi family, and others had to follow despite any dissatisfaction. Please ask the remaining contestants to exit in order, and the staff need to record their respective numbers. Zhang Yuanyuan organized the orderly exit of the remaining 110 contestants on stage. Ziqia, isn't this a bit unfair? Zhou Yuking asked softly. All three groups of contestants are based on a limit of 10 needles each, so it's fair, Ziqia replied. But if the number exceeds, then how to screen in the later stages becomes a problem. Ziqia furrowed his brows slightly, quickly realizing the flaw in this second round of assessment. All three groups of contestants were limited to 10 needles each. Those who passed stayed, and those who couldn't were eliminated. If after all three groups were assessed, the final number of people left was less than 300, then it was fine. But if it exceeded 300 people, then it became interesting. Since the limit was 10 needles, all the final contestants had completed 10 needles. In this scenario, it was impossible to determine a ranking. And since there was no ranking, who would advance and who would be eliminated? So Ziqia was prepared to see how Zhang Yuanyuan would handle it if there were more qualifiers than expected. I can't even figure out the changes in this assessment method. Lu Jingya grumbled. The assessment process had two possible outcomes. If there were fewer than 300 contestants, they would advance normally. If there were more than 300, Lu Jingya couldn't think of a way to screen out the excess participants. Please have the second group of contestants prepare. Zhang Yuanyuan reminded them, and after the first group of contestants had all exited, she allowed the second group to take the stage. Ziqia, good luck. Mr. Z, good luck. Lu Jingya and Zhou Yuking cheered Ziqia on. As Ziqia stood up to walk to the stage, a wave of applause suddenly broke out in the audience. Many of Ziqian's supporters spontaneously clapped, and others, influenced by them, also began clapping. Ha! It's all just a show. I bet these are definitely people paid by Lu Jingya as his backers, Li Yue sneered, nodding in agreement. Their impression of Ziqia was already deeply ingrained, and nothing he did could change that. To them, Ziqia was a good-for-nothing failure, so he couldn't possibly have so many supporters. It must be fake. Whether it's a show or not, it depends on whether he can last until the 10th needle. Chen Ruxu said, eyes fixed on Ziqia. Although Li Yue were adamant, she remembered clearly when Ziqia had used acupuncture on Mr. Chen when he was critically ill in the hospital. Leaving aside whether Mr. Chen was really saved by Ziqia, just the fluidity of Ziqian's acupuncture movements at that time was enough to prove his understanding of acupuncture. But understanding acupuncture didn't mean he could pass this medical contest. So the final result would have to wait and see. If he can pass the passing line, I'll give him credit, Li Yue scoffed. At this point, aside from Li Yue and the others, many people were also watching Ziqia. Some were staunch supporters, while others believed that Ziqian's test paper from the first round had not been evaluated. so no one knew if he had answered all the questions correctly. Today's acupuncture performance would be carried out in full view of the public, leaving no room for deceit. Ziqian's understanding of medical skills and whether he had used any improper methods would be revealed in this assessment. Some people must be feeling nervous now, Lin Wan on stage said with a hint of playfulness. Although he looked straight ahead, his companion Lin Jinlin knew that Lin Wan was clearly hinting at himself. Why should I be nervous? But some people, thinking they are clever, may end up being calculated against in the end. Lin Jinlin replied with the same cryptic tone. No need for tough talk, Lin Wan retorted. What exactly happened in the first round of the assessment? I think you should know. I want to see how you can help him now in front of such a large audience. Lin Wan snorted coldly, also doubting Ziqian's prowess in medical skills. If Ziqia really had such great skills, why had he never made a name for himself in the traditional Chinese medicine circle in Tianhai City? Let's see how things unfold. Let's wait and see, Lin Jinlin said nonchalantly. If it were about other aspects of the assessment, he might have some doubts. But in terms of acupuncture, he had personally witnessed Ziqian's extraordinary skills, far surpassing even the renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Qin Hemming. If even Ziqia couldn't make the cut, perhaps no one in the traditional Chinese medicine circle in Tianhai City could qualify. So he was confident in this specific assessment. The assessment began. Zhang Yuanyuan randomly selected acupoints to be needled. Among the 200 contestants on the stage, they all began needling according to the announced acupoints. Lu Jingyao, Zhou Yuqing, as well as Liang Chao, Chen Ruxu, and others, along with Lin Jinlin and Lin Wan on stage, all had their eyes fixed on Ziqia. But their expectations differed. Lu Jingyao, Zhou Yuqing, and Lin Jinling were hoping for Ziqian's outstanding performance, while Lin Wan, Liang Chao, Li Yue, and others were waiting to see Ziqia fail. As for Chen Ruxu, she wanted to verify whether Ziqia truly understood acupuncture and medical skills. The first needle showed a green light in front of Ziqia. The second needle also got a green light. The third, fourth, and fifth needles Ziqia accurately needled 5 consecutive acupoints, all showing green lights, noticeably earlier than the other contestants. Other contestants hesitated for a second or two before needling, but Ziqia didn't pause at all, seemingly at ease. This made Liang Chao and Li Yue gradually lose their smiles. Lin Wan on stage also raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed like Ziqia had some skills after all. While they pondered with furrowed brows, the second group of contestants needled 3 points, reaching the passing line. In this process, every time a needle was administered, a contestant would light up a red light and leave the stage. On the other hand, Ziqia remained calm throughout, casually needling the acupoints. Each time, he was the first to needle and subsequently, the first to light up a red light. All 8 needles passed. Liang Chao and the others' smiles vanished completely, while Chen Ruxu frowned even more deeply. They hadn't expected Ziqia to actually understand acupuncture and appear so proficient. Previously, when Ziqia needled Mr. Chen in the hospital, John Chen had claimed that Ziqia was needling randomly, and that influenced Chen Ruxu and the others' beliefs. But in this assessment, there was no room for deception. Any mistake would trigger a red light, signaling elimination. Yet now, every needle Ziqia administered received a green light, indicating his precise needling. This waste, truly proficient in medical skills. Li Yu's brows furrowed, gritting her teeth as she cursed. HMPH. These first 8 needles are just a passing grade. Many contestants can achieve that. The real test of medical skills comes with the last 2 needles, assessing the depth of acupoints. Liang Chao sneered, still unwilling to admit Ziqian's excellence at this point. The 9th needle, when Zhang Yuanyuan announced the acupoint and depth requirements, Ziqia raised his hand again to insert the needle. Swish! A green light lit up once again. Immediately after, more than 10 contestants saw their red lights blinking. Another green light. Did he pass again? Liang Chao and Li Yu couldn't help clenching their fists. This scene was not the result they wanted to see. However, whether they liked it or not, the fact that Ziqia passed with all 9 needles was undeniable. Wow, Ziqia is amazing. I knew it. Ziqia is definitely proficient in medical skills. Some people argued with me before. Not only does he have a deep understanding of theoretical knowledge, his acupuncture skills are outstanding, amazing. Many people in the audience couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As for those who previously doubted Ziqian's medical skills, they all fell silent. In the past debate, Zichia was seen as only good on paper. In the initial round 2 days ago, they could argue that Zichia wasn't assessed properly, he might have answered everything wrong. And some even suggested that he might have used unfair means. But today, under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, Zichia couldn't possibly fake his skills. And facing these extremely strict assessment rules, Zichia accurately inserted all 9 needles, which clearly proved that he was more than just book knowledge. His achievements in the field of traditional Chinese medicine were indeed remarkable. The 10th needle, Zhang Yuanyuan announced the final needle. Zichia effortlessly inserted it, and a green light lit up once more. His seamless movements seemed as easy as eating and drinking. Wow. All 10 needles passed. Impressive. Zichia, you didn't disappoint me. Many people in the audience cheered. Even Zhang Yuanyuan on stage was smiling as she looked at Zichia. In fact, the fact that Zichia had been exempted from the assessment 2 days ago made her somewhat uncomfortable. If Zichia didn't understand medical skills or was allowed to advance, it would become a mockery of the medical competition. However, today, Zichia proved himself with his exquisite acupuncture skills. Although Zichia was not yet 100% certain of advancing, the results of these 10 needles clearly demonstrated his high level of expertise in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Wan's expression was somewhat grim. He had intended to mock Liu Jianlin after Zichia was eliminated, but now his plan had to be abandoned. What? Lost your haughtiness? Liu Jianlin looked down from the stage, his tone playful. Lin Wan glanced at the remaining contestants and sneered. Don't be too happy yet. Being here doesn't guarantee his advancement. All right, let's wait and see. Liu Jianlin's smile became even brighter. For the second group of contestants, 150 finalists remain. Please proceed to the rest area, and the third group of contestants is ready to enter. Zhang Yuanyuan followed the protocol. As time ticked by, the 100 participants of the third group completed their assessments. After 10 needles for the third group, there are still 70 contestants left. Zhang Yuanyuan announced the remaining number of participants. Host, the current number has exceeded. What should we do? The first group has 110 people, the second group has 150, and the third group has 70, which adds up to 330 people, exceeding by 30. Didn't you say there would be additional assessment rounds? What's the method for that? The audience and company representatives all turned to Zhang Yuanyuan with questions. Now, I will announce the rules for the additional round. We will randomly select 120 contestants from the 330 participants for the additional assessment. The remaining 200 contestants will advance. When the number of eliminated contestants reaches 20 out of the 120 selected for the additional round, and there are 100 contestants left, the additional round will end, and those 100 contestants will advance. Zhang Yuanyuan announced the rules that had been prepared. Isn't this inappropriate? I knew this assessment had flaws. This is unfair. How can this be random? Yes, those 200 who were not selected just got a big advantage, right? After Zhang Yuanyuan announced the rules, the venue erupted in turmoil. The TAE Cup medical competition had always followed the rule of the capable advancing and the mediocre being eliminated. Now, they were going to use a random selection method, making it clear that luck would play a part, which was unacceptable to many. Looking at Zichia sitting in the rest area, unlike the other contestants discussing, he remained quiet. In fact, he had anticipated this earlier. He was unsure if this was a flaw in the assessment or if the Yi family had other intentions. But regardless, since the rules were set, there was no possibility of alteration. Luck? Don't you know that luck is also a kind of strength? Zhang Yuanyuan shook her head with a smile. Moreover, this assessment method. Begin. Zhang Yuanyuan pressed the button. Whoosh! The list of over 300 competitors began to roll frantically. Stop. Zhang Yuanyuan pressed the button again, and the rolling list immediately came to a halt. Please have these 60 competitors step forward and enter the left competition area. The staff compared names with numbers, leading the 60 competitors to the human model area on the left. Second round of rolling. Zhang Yuanyuan pressed the button again. As soon as the button stopped, Zichia saw his name. Ha ha ha. I told you before, his luck wouldn't be this good. Weon Chao laughed heartily when he saw Zichian's name. Let him be eliminated. He must be eliminated. Li Yue clenched her fists, muttering like reciting a mantra. It's okay, I believe in Mr. Z. Inside, Lu Jinyao felt uneasy, but since he was drawn, he had to enter the field. Under many gazes, Zichia slowly stood up. Whether he was true gold not fearing the fire, or a rookie who would barely pass, would be revealed in this additional round. Lu Ji and Lin, the assessment rules for this round are going to be more difficult than before. I wonder if this Zichia you have high hopes for will make it. Lin Wan smirked. I don't need you to worrying about my Lu family. And if I remember correctly, isn't John Chen one of your Lin family's competitors? Lu Ji and Lin smiled faintly, pointing to the big screen. Sure enough, John Chen's name was among them. HMPH. Well, this is perfect. Let them compete against each other. I hope your competitors don't lose too badly. Lin Wan turned away coldly, not concerned about John Chen being eliminated. With John Chen's reputation and mentorship under the renowned Dr. Chen Hemming, this assessment was nothing difficult for him. Please have these 60 competitors step forward to the right competition area. Zichia and John Chen, among others, were led by the staff to the human model area on the high platform on the right. Wow, this additional round is quite intriguing. Did you notice? Most of the competitors excelled in the first round of assessment. Indeed, why do I feel that this medical tournament might have some inside story? I think so too. The Ya family hosting the medical tournament would not involve any malpractice. Hence, this additional round was definitely intentional, with a deeper meaning behind it. In the audience were many astute individuals who believed that this additional round was orchestrated by the Ya family. Otherwise, given the Ya family's financial might, they could have tested all the competitors together and eliminated down to 300. But instead, they arranged this additional round, indicating a deeper intent, yet to be fully comprehended. Zhang Yuanyuan seemingly had no intentions to explain to the audience, instructing the staff to organize the 120 additional round competitors. Host, is it still limited to 10 needles? A participant asked. No. Zhang Yuanyuan shook her head slightly, with a hint of profound meaning in her smile. The crowd was puzzled at her response, suggesting that this additional round had a hidden purpose. Please prepare yourselves, competitors. Until I announce the end of the additional round, it's not over. Before the additional round began, Zhang Yuanyuan made this prompt. Could it be that this additional round is for ranking? Now that you mention it, most of these participants have performed exceptionally well in the first 2 rounds of assessment. But what's the significance of ranking? As long as they make it to the top 300, what's the point? Of course, it matters. While the medical tournament will ultimately crown a Tiei heavenly physician, strong traditional Chinese medicine practitioners during the selection process might also attract attention from many other companies. This not only benefits the participants, but also companies looking for talent. Otherwise, do you think sponsors are donating to the competition for charity? Those aware of the behind-the-scenes operations immediately began speculating after listening to Zhang Yuanyuan. Although the medical tournament would only select one ultimate champion, crowned as the Tiei, a prestigious honor, it didn't mean that only the champion would reap the benefits. The crowned champion will undoubtedly be recruited by the Ya family in Beijing. However, those competitors below the champion, if they performed exceptionally well, could attract the interest of other major corporate companies or medical dynasties. Therefore, establishing rankings during the competition was crucial. Nevertheless, these were mere conjectures, and nobody could fathom the organizers' true intentions. Quite intriguing. Liang Chao stroked his chin with a cold smirk. This way, Zichia can truly understand the gap between him and the divine physician Zhang. After Liang Cao's remarks, Li Yue immediately nodded with a cold smile. At that moment, John Chen in the arena also had a sinister smile in his eyes. I will crush you under my feet. John Chen muttered as he looked at Zichia diagonally across from him. The additional round begins. After Zhang Yuanyuan announced, the venue fell silent. Subsequently, based on the acupuncture points randomly appearing on the electronic tablet, Zhang Yuanyuan began announcing them to the additional round competitors. First needle, second needle, third needle. Zhang Yuanyuan's pace and the intervals between the 2 acupuncture points were notably faster in this round compared to the previous 3 sets of assessments. However, it was undeniable that these additional round participants were all elites. Even after 8 consecutive needles, not a single person had been eliminated. After the completion of 10 needles, none of the 120 competitors had a red light. Zhang Yuanyuan paused briefly, continuing to announce the acupuncture points with added depth requirements. Soon after, within 2 more needles, they reached the previous limit of 10 needles. Yet, all 120 participants still remain. I knew this additional round was going to be the main event. A tough battle. This is the real tough battle. Watching these participants perform so marvelously, numerous spectators in the audience were excited. 15th needle, Chen Jung acupoint, needle down 1.7 inches. After calling out the 15th needle, Zhang Yuanyuan finally saw to raid lights indicating that the participants had to leave with gritted teeth. 16th, 17th needle. Zhang Yuanyuan paused for a moment before continuing to announce the acupoints. Even those unfamiliar with acupuncture in the audience noticed that the further they progressed, the more challenging and demanding the acupoints became. After the 17th needle, there were only 102 participants left, estimating that after the next needle, the final 100 qualifiers would be determined. As expected, upon announcing the 18th acupoint, dozens of red lights lit up in the arena instantly. However, there was still a green light in front of Ziqie, indicating his qualification among the top 300. He's so talented. Li Yue frowned. The expressions of Liang Cha and Li Yue turned grim. The disdain and mockery on their faces when Ziqie first took the stage had vanished completely. Before, I did underestimate him a bit. Liang Chao coldly heaved. He now had to admit that his previous judgment was seriously wrong. Ziqie was not ignorant of medical skills. From his current performance, it was clear that he not only understood medical skills, but was also very proficient. At least in the field of traditional Chinese acupuncture, he was able to stand out among over 700 competitors, which was enough to prove his ability. After all, if the first 10 needles Ziqie dealt with were attributed to luck, the next 8 needles were definitely not just a matter of luck. Please light the red lamp and temporarily exit the stage. A staff member stepped forward and announced to the audience. A dozen or so competitors left with pale faces, admitting their defeat. However, there was no one in the audience who showed disdain towards these eliminated Japanese warrior competitors. Acupuncture requires the practitioner to maintain perfect coordination between hand and eye, mental focus, and meticulous attention to every detail. Operating in such a state of intense mental and physical tension throughout, all 18 needles had already pushed the competitors to their limits. Therefore, this did not necessarily mean their medical skills were lacking. It is estimated that the number of red lamps will double in the next round. A person well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine said softly, expressing their judgment. Indeed, after filtering out 100 competitors, Zhang Yuanyuan showed no intention of stopping and called out the 19th acupoint. This time, over 20 people were eliminated again, while over 60 continued to persist. Among the remaining 60 competitors, Ziqie was one of them. He can actually hold on until now. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes in astonishment. She had initially thought it would be impressive if Ziqie could advance successfully. She hadn't expected him to still be in the running after already receiving 19 needles, with only 60-odd people remaining. Looking at Liang Chao and Li Yue, both of them wore extremely grim expressions. They were equally surprised by Ziqian's endurance. By this point, they could no longer attribute it to luck, because no one could have made it this far just by luck. Therefore, Ziqie was certainly not lucky, he had real strength. Could it be that I really misunderstood him before? Chen Ruxu muttered to herself. Even Liang Chao, who had always looked down on Ziqie, was left speechless at this moment. HMPH. Even if he manages to advance, but compared to Master Zhang, he still doesn't amount to much. In the following rounds, he will surely continue with the needles. Master Zhang will soon suppress him and make him realize the difference between them. Only Li Yue remained stubborn in her words. The following competitors need not feel any psychological pressure because you have all secured a spot in the next round. However, I will continue to call out acupuncture points, and rankings will be determined based on the competition. Hearing Zhang Yuanyuan's words, the competitors below breathed a slight sigh of relief. The 20th acupuncture point. Zhang Yuanyuan called out the 20th acupuncture point. Swish. This time, after the call, more than half of the remaining 60-odd competitors lit up the red lamp. Hiss. Countless gasps were heard throughout the venue. No one had expected that the 20th needle would cause over 30 people to light up the red lamp. Though being lit up did not mean elimination, everyone wanted to rank as high as possible. And now those who lit up the red lamp sadly had to leave the competition. The upcoming ranking battle was no longer relevant to them. Among the remaining 30 competitors, both Ziqia and Zhang Chen were still in the running. Besides the two of them, there were 3 competitors from the Chen group and 7 from the Tianhai Wang family. However, Zhang Chen, being the top young generation physician, was already a well-known figure, and the few selected representatives from the Wang family and Chen group were also renowned medical practitioners in the traditional Chinese medicine community in Tianhai City. On the other hand, Ziqia had previously been unknown to many, and his performance had truly surprised many people. Before, I thought that Zhang Chen, the famous Master Zhang, would definitely secure the champion position in the Tianhai City division. Now, it seems that this young man named Ziqia is highly likely to become the dark horse competitor in this year's medical skills competition. As the crowd was discussing fervently, Zhang Yuanyuan called out another acupuncture point. Ding! This time, more than 20 people lit up the red lamp again. With only 11 human models left on the stage, Ziqia was still among these 11. Ziqia, you're amazing. Zhou Yuking's face was flushed with excitement at this moment. Even Lu Jinyao was elated. She had known from the beginning that acupuncture was Ziqian's forte, so this assessment wasn't extremely challenging for him. Nevertheless, Ziqia had still brought her a great surprise. Maintaining intense focus and tension, he managed to consecutively administer 21 needles, an achievement that only a few competitors could match. Both Lu Jinyao and Zhou Yuking were delighted, while Liang Chao, Chen Ruxu, and others were utterly shocked, unable to ridicule anymore. Casting a glance at Lin Wan on the high platform, his complexion was exceptionally grim. He hadn't expected Ziqia to possess such power, which was why the Lu family had valued him so much in the first place. If I had known, I would have done everything possible to stop him from competing at the beginning. Now, it's clear that nurturing the tiger has led to disaster. Lin Wan clenched his teeth, muttering to himself. If the Lin family had managed to suppress Ziqia from the start, the subsequent events wouldn't have unfolded this way. However, Ziqia had now come into the spotlight, even drawing attentive interest from the Yi family in Beijing. In such a situation, it was nearly impossible for the Lin family to take action against Ziqia. He hadn't expected Ziqian's rapid growth, and a single mistake from the Lin family had led to this current scenario. Now, they could only hope that Ziqia would light up the red lamp soon, providing the Lin family with an opportunity to deal with him differently. If Ziqia persisted until the end or even made it to the top 3, the Yi family will undoubtedly favor him. At that point, regardless of the competition's outcome, Ziqia could very well be recruited by the Yi family, making it even more challenging for the Lin family to deal with him. Are you feeling a bit hot? I see you're sweating a little. Here, take this tissue. Lu Jianlin handed a tissue over. Humph. Lin Wan coldly snorted, turning his head to the side. Master Wei, what do you think of these competitors? Master Wei Fu, a physician from the Yi family in Beijing, was also eyeing Ziqia and 10 others on the stage. Although he didn't speak, his current mood was indeed filled with astonishment. He remembered well that the most outstanding competitor in the medical skills competition he had participated in managed to hold on until the 20th kneel. He hadn't expected that in the Tianhai City division, 10 dark horse competitors had persevered until the 21st kneel. It could only be said that the student had exceeded the mentor. Wei Master Physician, Lin Wan called out to Wei Fu when he saw that he remained silent. Compared to my medical skills back then, I am not as good as them. When Wei Fu said this, everyone around was stunned. This was definitely a very high praise. The Wei Fu was very clear in his heart that he was not exaggerating at all. Since he was recruited by the Yi family to the capital, his achievements in the field of traditional Chinese medicine had, indeed, made great progress. However, 6 years ago, he was definitely not as good as young people like Ziqia below the stage. In this year's medical competition in Tianhai City, it is likely to become the most promising competition zone among all cities. Upon hearing Wei Fu's words, everyone around felt very happy. Especially Li Wenzhang, the current president of the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association, was particularly joyful. The Dai Cup medical competition was a competition among many traditional Chinese medicine scholars, but also a competition among various city Chinese medicine associations. The performance of participants from each city represented the strength of the city's Chinese Medicine Association, as well as their reputation. With so many talented contestants, It would naturally bring pride to the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association and the entire city. If someone among these 10 can persist with 30 needles, then I will personally report to the Yi family to give it special attention and full support throughout. When Wei Fu said this, everyone's anticipation grew even stronger. If the Yi family personally supported and protected a contestant, it would be a great honor. At least with the Yi family supporting them, no one would dare to treat the contestant unfairly. It remained to be seen who would gain this honor. However, after Wei Fu finished speaking, a hint of playfulness appeared on his lips, because he was very aware that what he said was something that no one could achieve. As a senior physician in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he knew very well what acupuncture was all about. It wasn't just about inserting a silver needle into an acupuncture point. There were many things that others couldn't understand. Without practical experience, it was hard to grasp the true essence. While some could accurately insert 30 needles in a row, the 10 young people below the stage definitely couldn't do it. Continue. After Wei Fu spoke, Zhang Yuanyuan nodded gently and called out the next acupuncture point. The 22nd needle. After the 22nd needle was inserted, 5 more contestants lit up the red light. Only 6 contestants remained on the field: Ziqia, Zhang Chen, and a contestant from the Chen group, with 2 of them from the Wang family in Tianhai. It had to be said that the Wang family in Tianhai had been so low-key on regular days no one had expected that they would surpass both the Lu and Lin families in terms of talented contestants, because among the 6 contestants on the field, Ziqia and Zhang Chen represented the Lu and Lin families, leaving only 1 contestant each from these 2 major players. The Wang family alone had 2 positions, which showed how well prepared they were. However, no one paid attention to this at that moment. Most people still focused on Ziqia and Zhang Chen. With each successive needle insertion, Lian Chao, Li Yue, and even Chen Ruxu became more serious. Their previous disdain and mockery, Ziqia, had completely disappeared at this moment. Humph. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth slightly. He hadn't expected that Ziqia could persist for so long. Even Zhang Chen himself was starting to feel dizzy and lightheaded, while Ziqia remained calm and composed, as if inserting these 20+ needles required no effort for him. Ziqia furrowed his brows slightly at this moment. He was considering whether to continue. He participated in the medical competition not for fame or fortune, but just to advance smoothly and obtain what he needed. Now that he had secured his qualification for the next round, there was no need to waste more time. With this in mind, Ziqia had already made a decision. He planned to intentionally insert the next needle incorrectly, then quickly return to the resting area and not waste any more time here. You're struggling to hold on, aren't you? Suddenly, Zhang Chen's voice sounded beside him. Ziqia glanced at Zhang Chen, shook his head slightly, and didn't respond. I've said it before, I admit that you're good at fighting, but in the field of medicine, I will definitely stomp you firmly underfoot. Zhang Chen looked at Ziqia with arrogance and pride in his eyes. Ziqia couldn't help but smile at Zhang Chen's words and attitude. Zhang Chen dared to be so arrogant after learning medicine from Master Qin Hemming. Did he know that even his teacher, Master Qin Hemming, was just my grand student? Watching Zhang Chen show off in front of him, Ziqia couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, today I'll give you a lesson. Initially, Ziqia had planned to voluntarily withdraw from the competition, but now he had changed his mind. What lesson are you going to give me? Zhang Chen sneered coldly. To recognize your own position, Ziqia dropped this remark and stopped engaging with Zhang Chen. The 23rd needle. Zhang Yuanyuan called out another acupuncture point at this moment. Ziqia adeptly inserted the needle into the precise acupuncture point. Ding. Only 3 contestants remained from the initial 6, Ziqia, Zhang Chen, and the contestant from the Wang family in Tianhai. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and felt a surge of frustration in his heart. Chen Ruxu pointed at Ziqia, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. She never expected that Ziqia would make it this far. Among the 3 remaining contestants, Ziqia had secured a spot. Who is that person? How come I have never heard of him? Teased Ziqia. He performed remarkably well in the debate competition before. At that time, I thought his debate skills were just for show, but now I'm impressed. Wow, what a dark horse. Some people didn't know Ziqia before, but now they all remembered his name. An unknown and unremarkable person had managed to outshine many renowned physicians, challenging Zhang Chen on equal footing, which was truly shocking. Even Lian Chao, Li Yue, and Chen Ruxu were as silent as a mute, not saying a word. Could it be that his medical skills are really better than John Chen's? Chen Ruxu widened her eyes and murmured softly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Liang Chao, who had been silent, immediately interjected. He didn't believe for a second that Ziqian's medical skills were superior to John Chen's. If that were indeed the case, then Ziqian must be so outstanding that Liang Chao couldn't even compare to a single toe of his. Chen Ruxu moved her mouth, but ultimately didn't speak again. It seemed that the competition between Ziqian and John Chen would soon determine who was stronger. The 24th needle. Zhang Yuanyuan called out another acupuncture point. Ding. After the red light came on, the competitor from the Wang family exited the stage. In the entire venue, only Ziqian and John Chen remained as competitors. SSS, strong, he is really too strong. As a disciple of the Kingma medical saint, it's natural for Zhang Chen to have strong medical skills, but this Zitia, it's really unbelievable to me. Indeed, it's hard to imagine such a talented person. Why would he be so unknown? Discussions broke out again in the venue, all revolving around Zitia. It was because Ziqian's performance was too outstanding. Even those who originally supported Ziqian did not expect him to reach this level. Chen Ruxu, Liang Chao, and Li Yue fell into deep silence, not even able to say a word. At this moment, John Chen's face appeared a bit pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. There was no trace of his previous arrogance on his face. "Have you recognized your position?" Ziqian's voice sounded at this moment, causing John Chen to bite his teeth slightly. When he saw that Ziqia was still so relaxed, it almost made him grind his teeth. Since being defeated by Ziqia some time ago, John Chen harbored resentment towards him, but he knew he was no match for Ziqia, so he could only try to step on Ziqia ruthlessly at the medical competition, hoping to make Ziqia realize the huge gap between them. So when he saw Ziqian's name on the list for the additional round just like his, John Chen felt very hopeful. He hoped to crush Ziqia, to make Ziqia realize the huge gap between them. However, the reality in front of him now was something he couldn't accept. Ziqian's acupuncture skills were on par with his, which made John Chen's heart feel extremely complicated. But he was also very dissatisfied. "Host, please continue reporting the acupoints." John Chen looked up at the stage and shouted. Everyone present understood that it seemed John Chen and Ziqia were at odds, and today the two of them were bound to determine a winner between them. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded gently. The 25th needle. Following that, Zhang Yuanyuan rapidly reported 3 more needles, arriving at the 28th needle. After the 28th needle, John Chen and Ziqia still maintained their green light simultaneously. However, John Chen was already sweating on his forehead, breathing rapidly, and his face showed an abnormal paleness. Observant individuals could see that John Chen was already reaching the limit of his strength. The 29th needle. Qihai acupoint. Insert the needle 1 inch deep. Zhang Yuanyuan spoke slowly, then reported another needle. John Chen was holding back his anger and took out the silver needle to insert it first. However, in the split second the needle was inserted, his palm trembled slightly, and the tip of the needle had already entered the acupoint. At that moment, John Chen's eyes widened. As expected, the red light instantly lit up, indicating John Chen's failure. SSS, is it going to end now? John Chen, the divine Dr. John, is actually inferior to this Ziqia. No, it's not over yet. Ziqia has not put in the needle yet. If his light also turns red, then it's a tie between the two. At this moment, all eyes in the venue, including the host, the audience, all the participating competitors, and even John Chen, were focused on Ziqia. If Ziqian's needle were to turn red, it would be considered a tie with John Chen. But if the light remained green, it meant that Ziqia, an unknown figure, had defeated the renowned John Chen. Many eyes were on Ziqia as he picked up the silver needle and aimed it at the acupoint. Everyone thought that Ziqia must be extremely nervous at this moment and would be cautious when inserting the needle to avoid any mistakes. However, just as everyone held their breath and maintained perfect silence, Ziqia flicked his wrist and the index finger casually flicked out the next moment. Swish! Silver light flashed and passed by in a split second. What is this? He's being so casual, flying needle into the acupoint. This is a technique only mastered by the acupuncture saints. No one expected that Ziqia was not as cautious as they thought, but but instead inserted the needle so casually. Could it be that Ziqia was going to give up voluntarily? However, just 2 seconds after the silver needle pierced the acupoint, swish, the green light was on. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Yes, there were no exclamations, no cheers, just an eerie silence. Everyone on the stage and in the audience, including the staff around them, stared incredulously at what was happening. Everyone knew what this needle meant. It meant that Ziqia had set a new record in the second round of the acupuncture assessment. It meant that under the guidance of the Kingma, ethical saint, Chen Heming, Ziqia had convincingly surpassed the well-known divine Dr. John Chen in Tianhai City's medical community. It meant that John Chen, a promising candidate with high hopes from the Lynn family, had been easily defeated by Ziqia, a virtually unknown underdog. At this moment, gasps were not enough to express the emotions of the crowd. Only deep silence and quietness could better vent their emotions. Where there is silence, there is victory. Chen Ruxu raised her chin, her eyes fixed on Ziqia. The green light in front of Ziqia appeared so dazzling in the entire venue, attracting everyone's attention. Compared to John Chen's red light next to him, it was even more prominent. The divine Dr. Zhang, lost to him, Li Yue widened her eyes, as if she had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, Lian Chao could not utter a single word. He's so amazing, Chen Ruxu murmured with a complex expression. Damn, awesome, Ziqia. You're really amazing. Suddenly, someone in the audience shouted loudly. This loud shout caused everyone to react. Wow. In an instant, applause thunder, accompanied by cheers and whistles echoing throughout the venue. The earlier silence was only because people couldn't believe what had just happened. Once they realized it was true, the atmosphere instantly became explosive. To deafening cheers and applause, the eager participation of onlookers, all pierced into John Chen's ears, making his already annoyed mood even more restless. Do you now realize your position? Ziqia spoke lightly, but in John Chen's ears, it felt full of sarcasm. He felt angry, stifled, and unwilling. But these emotions were useless, as winners were always revered, while losers were scorned. The green light in front of Ziqia was like a trophy of victory at that moment, representing a triumph over numerous eloquences. Regardless of the final assessment results, at this very moment, the honor belonged to Ziqia, while John Chen, despite his reputation, only became a defeated pawn under Ziqian's command. Go ahead. Even if you practice for another 20 years, you're just showing off in front of me with a blunt axe. Ziqian's words made John Chen feel extremely frustrated, but he had nothing to say in response. Let's congratulate contestant Ziqia. Zhang Yuanyuan clapped lightly, and the venue erupted in applause once again. At this moment, Ziqia was without a doubt the undisputed first place in this second round of assessment. Although the previous 200 contestants did not participate in this additional round, they all admitted to themselves that they could never achieve what Ziqia did. Therefore, regarding Ziqian's first place in the second round assessment, none of them dared to have any objections. Just you wait, there are still other assessments to come, and I will definitely crush you underfoot. John Chen gritted his teeth and uttered a harsh remark before preparing to leave. What are you waiting for? If you don't agree, you can sit down and continue. Ziqia shook his head slightly, feeling no pressure in matching John Chen's acupuncture skills. John Chen snorted coldly, then turned and left. He just got lucky. If John Doctor's hand hadn't trembled, the outcome might have been different. I refuse to accept it. He definitely can't compare to John Doctor. That Z from the Z family. Dare you continue to compete? John Chen had a sterling reputation in the medical community of Tianhai City, naturally garnering many supporters. When they saw John Chen fail and leave, they were all very displeased and unwilling to accept this fact. They stubbornly believed that Ziqia was just lucky, and if the competition continued, Ziqia would surely lose. However, Ziqia paid no attention to their comments, as nothing they said could change the fact that John Chen had failed. So, Ziqia slowly rose from his seat and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Continue with the acupuncture. At that moment, Wei Fu suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Ziqia. Zhang Yuanyuan was surprised at his words, and Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly. The others present were equally puzzled. Ziqia had already defeated John Chen publicly, so why should he continue with the acupuncture? Did Wei Fu have a deep relationship with John Chen and was now trying to stand up for him? Do you dare to continue the acupuncture? Wei Fu looked at Ziqie and suddenly asked this question. What do you mean? Ziqie furrowed his brow and asked back. Wei Fu realized his mistake and quickly explained. Don't misunderstand. Your advancement is guaranteed. I'm just asking if you dare to continue with a few more needles. Ziqie subconsciously wanted to refuse upon hearing this. Since he had already advanced, there was no need to waste further time. What? Are you afraid? I told you, he was just lucky earlier. I bet his model had a problem. Even random needle insertions would light up the green light. If you really have the skills, change to a different model and insert a few needles. Seeing Ziqie remain silent, the audience and many representatives from participating companies shouted loudly, Mr. Z, continue the acupuncture. At that moment, Lu Jinya suddenly exclaimed. Ziqie glanced at Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking, then exchanged glances with Lu Ji and Lynn on stage. All of them nodded vigorously, indicating that Ziqie could accept Wei Fu's request. Who was Wei Fu? He was a renowned doctor in the Yi family of Beijing, greatly esteemed by the Yi family. His actions showed a high regard for Ziqie. If Wei Fu favored him, it would be a great benefit for Ziqie. Even if Ziqie did not seek fame and fortune, having Wei Fu's support could make it much easier for Ziqie, who obtained medicinal herbs from the Yi family. Therefore, they all wanted Ziqie to continue with the acupuncture. After pondering for 2 seconds, Ziqie understood their intentions. Answer me. Do you dare to continue? Wei Fu asked again. Why wouldn't I? Ziqie replied lightly. Good. Then continue with the acupuncture. But you have to change to a different model. Wei Fu held the table with both hands, his gaze fixed on Ziqie intently. All right. Ziqie nodded in agreement and then walked over to the model that Zhang Chen had used. Everyone had witnessed Zhang Chen's model light up in red just now, indicating that the model was functional and had no issues. Yet, amidst numerous models that lit up red, Ziqie deliberately chose Zhang Chen's model, clearly intending to humiliate Zhang Chen. Begin. Wei Fu remained standing, calling out to Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuanyuan paused briefly and then announced the 30 acupoints. At this moment, all eyes were on Ziqie. However, Ziqie was not nervous, and skillfully inserted a silver needle. Ding! The green light lit up once again. Continue. Wei Fu shouted again. Mr. Wei, we have run out of acupoints. Zhang Yuanyuan raised the electronic tablet in her hand. In preparation for the second round assessment, a total of 30 acupoints had been set. Now, Ziqie had inserted needles in all 30 acupoints. Many gasped in shock. The Yi family was meticulous and thoroughly prepared for the medical Grand Prix, setting the limit of 30 acupoints for evaluating the nation's level of traditional Chinese medicine. Ziqie had managed to insert needles in all 30 acupoints, and all lights turned green. Let me. Wei Fu slapped the table and shouted, activate all acupoint systems on that model. Upon hearing Wei Fu's command, Zhang Yuanyuan and other staff were surprised. This was the final preparation for the acupuncture assessment. Many initially thought this step was unnecessary since no one would be able to insert 30 needles. However, it turned out to be necessary. Ding! With a prompt sound from the model, all acupoints were activated. This model was based on a human body reference and had opened all acupoint assessments. I will name. You will insert. Wei Fu was like someone urgently seeking confirmation, his eyes fixed on Ziqie. Okay. Ziqie agreed. Guan Yuan point. 1 and 2. Tai Su. Half an inch. Wei Fu rapidly reported 2 acupoints, without the need for any references, demonstrating his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. Ziqie didn't hesitate, and swiftly located and inserted the needles. After 2 consecutive needles, the green light lit up. Shangyang. Yanqi. Shigu. Wei Fu slightly squinted and listed 3 acupoints. In the gaze of the audience, Ziqie once again inserted 3 needles, all turning green after. Xiao Yues, Chongyang, Jiao Hai, Zhongfeng, Xingjian. Wei Fu paused slightly and reported 5 acupoints in one go. Ziqie remained composed, easily inserting 5 needles one after the other. Once again, all 5 needles turned green. With the previous 30 needles, Ziqie had now inserted a total of 50 needles. Wow, so strong. Those who thought that Ziqie had defeated Zhang Chen by luck were now all shocked and speechless. My goodness, he. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes in disbelief. Ziqian's stunning performance had exceeded all her previous knowledge of him. How is this possible? Liang Chao was also filled with shock. They simply couldn't believe that Ziqie would be this strong. With Zhang Chen's strong medical skills, he could only persist until the 29th needle, but Ziqia had already reached the 10th needle in the west. The difference between the two was so huge, they couldn't believe it and didn't want to accept it. But whether it was Liang Chao, Li Yue, including those who supported Zhang Chen, and even Lynn Wan on the stage, at this moment, they dared not say there was a problem with the model anymore, because Ziqia was now using Zhang Chen's model. If they said there was a problem with the model, that Ziqian's results were fake, that would mean that Zhang Chen's previous results were also fake. So, they had to accept this reality. Mr. Z is amazing. Lu Jinyao was full of smiles. She increasingly felt that choosing to befriend Ziqia after returning to the country was the most correct decision she had made among all her decisions. By now, after consecutively needling 10 times in the West, Ziqia was beginning to feel a bit weary. After all, acupuncture required complete concentration and was very mentally taxing. Moreover, the assessment at this medical competition was even more rigorous than practical acupuncture, requiring extreme precision. Even when treating patients with acupuncture, complete accuracy in needling depth was not always required. But the assessment at this medical competition demanded strict precision, making it even more mentally exhausting. However, just when Ziqia thought Wei Fu would stop there, he called out 5 more acupoints. Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he had to continue needling. Faster, go faster. Wei Fu didn't even blink, staring closely at Ziqia and urging him to speed up. Ziqian's needling speed was indeed not slow. At least, the other competitors in the rest area felt inadequate in comparison. 50 needles. He's already reached 50 needles, someone exclaimed. At this point, Ziqia had already inserted 50 needles. The human body model in front of him was crisscrossed with dozens of silver needles, and the monitoring light still showed a green signal. By this time, Ziqia had used up all his silver needles, but Wei Fu called out 6 more acupoints. Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly and then began using the unused silver needles from neighboring competitors to continue needling. Wei Fu's pace of reporting acupoints was getting faster, and Ziqian's needling speed increased correspondingly. Ultimately, Wei Fu called out 8 acupoints in a single go at one point, speaking so fast that many couldn't follow. But Ziqia could accurately identify the acupoint names, swiftly needling them in the correct sequence. Wei Fu's pace was rapid, and Ziqian's actions were swift, to the point where his hand movements left after images, stunning the onlookers. Tying, Heigu, Kunku. This time, before Ziqia had finished needling the previous acupoints, Wei Fu called out 10 more. Ziqia was completely focused and had to be extremely attentive. As Ziqia began needling these 10 acupoints, Wei Fu once again called out another 10. In this situation, Ziqia not only needed precise acupuncture skills, but also exceptional memory and responsiveness. Otherwise, he would inevitably miss or forget acupoints. However, with the green light flashing continuously, everyone understood that Ziqia not only memorized all the acupoints, but also needled them accurately in order. Wei Fu clearly didn't want Ziqia to have it easy. Seeing that Ziqia wasn't fazed, Wei Fu accelerated his pace even more. Even as Ziqia had just begun needling the second acupoint, Wei Fu called out another 10 acupoints behind them. SS's. Is this a test? Is this a challenge? My goodness, is he still human? Is this acupuncture? Is this the mystical world of Longwo's traditional Chinese medicine? At this moment, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Both the audience and the competitors, even those who were well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, had their eyes widened in sheer amazement. Prior to this, they believed they had a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and were highly skilled in acupuncture. But after witnessing Ziqian's performance, they realized they were narrow-minded. Leaving aside other matters, just focusing on the powerful acupuncture skills, they couldn't even compare to Ziqia. Li Yue. How is this possible? Li Yue pointed at Ziqia, her eyes filled with shock. After Zhang Chen's defeat just now, she already knew there was a significant gap between Zhang Chen and Ziqia, but she didn't expect the contrast to be this great. Strictly speaking, Zhang Chen didn't even have the qualifications to compare with Ziqia. At the beginning of the medical competition, they were so disdainful and mocking, thinking that Ziqia couldn't even pass the first round of the assessment. And now, Li Yue, along with others like Chen Ruxu, found those thoughts laughable. The more outstanding Ziqian's performance, the more shocked and embarrassed they felt. Their previous remarks seemed like lab slaps on their faces without any mercy. While they were in a daze, Weifu continued without pause on the stage, reporting more acupoints. Adding these 10 acupoints, Ziqian now had nearly 20 acupoints piled up without being needled. Just then, Ziqian furrowed his brow slightly, his needling motion coming to a halt. What's going on? Is he giving up? The red light hasn't lit up yet, so is he voluntarily giving up? It's okay to give up early. After endless needlings, where is the end? He can't possibly want to needle all the hundreds of human acupoints, right? I think Wade is picking a fight with Ziqian. If Ziqian doesn't stop, he'll keep shouting new acupoints. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have stopped. Seeing Ziqian pause, the crowd started discussing among themselves. But at that moment, to everyone's surprise, they saw Ziqian's hand slide, instantly picking up several silver needles. Before anyone could react, Ziqian's wrist turned, and he flicked his hand vigorously. Swish! In the next second, several silver needles shot out of his hand like they had eyes, accurately piercing multiple acupoints simultaneously. Needles fell, the light turned on, and the green light was strikingly bright. Oh my god, SS's. Oh my goodness, what kind of operation is this? I've seen needles flying into the acupoints, but I've never seen needles flying into the acupoints like this. Did he put tracking devices on the silver needles? At the moment when the green light lit up, the entire venue erupted in exclamations. Even Weifu was wide-eyed, with his facial muscles slightly twitching. Ziqian, on the other hand, remained focused, picking up another 10 silver needles, swinging his hand again. Swish, swish, swish. Needles entered the acupoints, and the green light shone brightly again. My goodness! The crowd was left speechless in astonishment. Ziqian slowly raised his head, his gaze filled with provocation as he looked at Weifu. Keep reporting. In that moment, Weifu's expression suddenly became extremely splendid. The whole arena fell into silence. No one had expected that it would end up like this. Originally, everyone thought that Weifu only needed to mention the acupoints with his mouth, while Ziqian would need to focus all his attention on inserting the silver needles into the acupoints. In this situation, Ziqian was sure to be the first to succumb and lose the battle. But who would have thought that Ziqian would actually accurately insert all the needles into the acupoints, leaving Weifu speechless? How many needles have been inserted? Weifu took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Yuanyuan. It should be 99 needles. Zhang Yuanyuan hesitated slightly before reporting a number. Upon hearing this number, the sound of gasps echoed through the arena. Other competitors could hardly withstand even 20 needles, and even outstanding ones like John Chen could barely hold on to 28 needles. But at this moment, Ziqian had reached 99 needles, more than 3 times that of other competitors. And judging from Ziqian's current state, he clearly still had energy to spare. Could it be that he wanted to set a record for the highest number of needles inserted in the history of the medical competition? Mr. Wei, how about we stop here? Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Weifu and advised softly. No, we cannot stop here. Weifu waved his hand hastily, then looked at Ziqian again. The 100th acupoint, the God Seal acupoint. Weifu slowly spoke, only calling out one acupoint this time. Upon hearing this, Ziqian pinched the silver needle that had been prepared and forcefully shot it out. Ding! At that moment, the silver needle even made a trembling sound in the air. Chirp! The silver needle instantly pierced into the God Seal acupoint on the chest to a depth of half a needle. Due to the strength of this needle being too strong, even the human body model moved slightly. Subsequently, starting from the silver needle in the God Seal acupoint, all the intertwined silver needles around it suddenly began to vibrate. Thus, people nearby could even hear the vibrating sound. Hiss! At that moment, Weifu's face changed drastically. Next, everyone saw a red light suddenly light up at the top of the human body model. Is it a failure? Did he fail to persist until the 100th needle? Even though he failed, who else can insert 99 needles? No. No, no, no. That's not right. The green light is on again. Just when everyone felt regretful, someone suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up at the monitoring light. Sure enough, at this moment, the monitoring light alternated between red and green, after flashing the red light, and then the green light lit up again. The red and green lights continued to flash and intersect, and when the red light flashed, The silver needles on the model continued to vibrate. Thump! Wei Fu on the stage suddenly felt weak, and his legs slumped into the chair. Could this be? Liu Wenzhang, the current president of the Chinese Medical Association, suddenly stood up, staring at the model with wide eyes. Many elderly Chinese medicine practitioners at the scene were also shocked at this moment. At the same time, in a courtyard in Beijing. What? Watching the screen, a man in his 60s exclaimed, 100 acupoint resonance, divine skill. This is the legendary divine skill. In my lifetime, I can still see such a divine skill. See someone able to use such a divine skill. The man's speech was incoherent, and tears flowed uncontrollably in the next moment. If he had known this earlier, he should have had the competition venue in Tianhai City broadcast nationally, so that everyone in the country could witness this divine skill and see the wonders of Chinese medicine. However, due to the lack of such a plan earlier, the competitions in various cities currently only had live audiences and very few powerful families in Beijing had the authority to view them. By this time, the Tianhai City venue was in an uproar. The flashing red and green lights puzzled everyone as to what they represented, but regardless of what they meant, even if it indicated a failure in needle insertion, Ziqian's achievement of 99 needles was truly remarkable. This achievement overshadowed everyone at the event. Even looking across the 60-plus cities nationwide, there was no one who could compete with Ziqian. Many people were curious and looked towards Wei Fu, wanting to hear his evaluation. However, at this moment, Wei Fu's face was pale, and he sat motionless in the chair. 100 acupoint resonance. Heh, 100 acupoint resonance. Wei Fu suddenly spoke, his tone filled with wonder, then burst into silly laughter, looking as if he had lost his mind. Mr. Wei, what is the 100 acupoint resonance? Ling Wan was very curious and furrowed his brow, asking a question. 100 acupoint resonance. Wei Fu did not even hear Lin Wan's words and continued to mutter softly. 100 acupoint resonance. What kind of needling technique was that? It was a needling technique that only existed in legends, yet no one had ever truly seen it. It was a needling technique that could truly bring someone to the brink of death, descending to the depths of the underworld to challenge the god of death. Under such a miraculous needling technique, there was no patient that couldn't be treated, no illness that couldn't be cured. 100 needles resonated, and even the gods and ghosts had to make way. Wei Fu never thought that in his lifetime, he would see such a divine skill in Ziqia, a young man in his 20s. His heart was filled with excitement and complexity, unable to express his emotions in words, only marveling at Ziqia in his heart. Lin Wan was curious, but Wei Fu was silent, which made him slightly anxious. Don't ask. Anyway, Ziqia has surpassed all the candidates from your Lin family. That's a fact. With that remark, Lu Jianlin stifled Lin Wan's anger, leaving him unable to find a suitable retort. Humph. This is only the second round. Who knows who will have the last laugh? Lin Wan coldly replied before turning his head to the side and falling silent. Host, what's going on? Did the 100th needle pass or not? Regardless of whether it passed or not, why are you so fixated on Ziqia? Isn't that inappropriate? Many in the audience were now urging anxiously. The experts like Wei Fu could see the marvel of Ziqian's needling technique, but 99% of the people present couldn't understand, so they did not know if this 100th needle should be considered a pass. Zhang Yuanyuan glanced at Wei Fu. She intended to have Wei Fu explain, but seeing Wei Fu's current state, she feared he might have difficulty standing up. Helplessly, Zhang Yuanyuan had to walk to the front of the stage herself. I apologize, we did not anticipate that any competitor would be able to insert 100 needles. Therefore, the situation with the red and green lights flashing should be beyond the judgment of the monitoring model. This final needle naturally counts, Ziqia passing it, and the second round of the assessment also concludes here. With these words, the supporters of Ziqia at the venue erupted into cheers. Although whether this needle passed or not would not affect Ziqian's advancement, the significance here was different. Ziqian's flawless record of inserting 100 needles would definitely be recorded in the annals of the medical competition, and if it were 99 needles, it would appear less satisfying. Therefore, these people were all extremely happy for Ziqia. Ziqia remained calm as ever, turning slowly and walking back to his position. All eyes in the arena, thousands of them, including those of Chen Ruxu and others, remained fixed on Ziqia. And at that moment, Ziqia suddenly turned his head and glanced at Chen Ruxu. The two looked at each other in the eyes. Just as they locked eyes for less than 2 seconds, Chen Ruxu instinctively looked away. But then she felt a bit rebellious. Who was she to be afraid of meeting his gaze? With that thought in mind, Chen Ruxu raised her head again and met Ziqian's eyes. In that moment, Chen Ruxu saw many emotions in Ziqian's eyes. However, if asked to specify, she wouldn't be able to. Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth slightly. She felt that Ziqian must now be looking at her with a victorious attitude, right? After all, she had looked down on Ziqian so much before, even choosing to separate from him because she thought he was useless. And now, the person she had looked down on was dominating the competition, easily surpassing even the outstanding athletes of the Chen group. In comparison, Chen Ruxu truly felt like a failure. She had expected Ziqian to say something arrogant, but he did not show any intention of speaking to her. Instead, he slowly moved his gaze away, then walked towards his seat. The medical skills conference is not over yet. There are other assessments ahead, and it's not guaranteed who will have the last laugh. Acupuncture is just your strength. Our Chen family's athletes excel in other areas. Ziqian passed by Chen Ruxu, who suddenly sneered. Then let me tell you, not only am I currently ahead of your Chen family's athletes, I can also outperform them in the upcoming assessments. Ziqian pointed at Chen Ruxu, delivering these words, causing Chen Ruxu to be fuming. He kept his arm raised, slowly moving to point at Liang Chao. And you, your Liang family athletes will be treated the same as the Chen families. From now on, whenever there's a competition I'm in, none of your athletes have a chance to shine. Ziqian looked at Chen Ruxu and Liang Chao as he spoke calmly. But anyone familiar with Ziqian would understand that beneath his calm tone lay a chilling threat. He never made reckless statements, and once spoken, he would make sure those words turned into action. Speaking that way meant that he had already targeted the athletes of the Chen and Liang families for elimination. For the upcoming assessments, if they didn't encounter Ziqian, it would be fine. But if they did, Ziqian would show no mercy. Ziqian, you are too arrogant. Liang Chao pointed at Ziqian, his face turning pale with anger. Mr. Z has the confidence and ability to be arrogant. Your athletes are not arrogant. Do they have the skill to give 100 acupuncture needles to prove their worth? Lu Jingyao immediately chimed in, causing Liang Chao's face to flush in embarrassment. Are you kidding? To puncture a human model and consider it confidence and ability? Li Yue retorted with a cold smile. Otherwise, why can't your athletes do it? Lu Jingyao replied, indifferently, in this second round of assessments, Mr. Zhao's performance is undoubtedly the best. That's a fact. So what? Being good at acupuncture doesn't mean being good at healing. Among basketball players, some may excel at shooting from a fixed position, but in real games, they may not perform well. Maybe they can't even dribble. Do you think that by puncturing a human model, it means he's the best in medical skills? Li Yue sneered sarcastically. Indeed, puncturing a model isn't anything special. Liang Chao nodded in agreement. Lu Jingyao wanted to say more but was stopped by Ziqian's gesture. Subsequently, Ziqian glanced at Chen Ruxu once more before turning and leaving. It was pointless to say more to Chen Ruxu and the others. Only using facts to fiercely strike at them could make a difference. Humph. He hit the nail on the head and left speechless. Li Yue laughed smugly as Ziqian walked away. He was feeling guilty. Liang Chao squinted slightly. The 2 rounds of assessments so far were just a selection process. The Heavenly Medical Cup Medical Skills Conference truly tests practical medical skills, the ability to treat and save lives, something Ziqian may not be capable of. Our participating athletes have been preparing intensively for the past 2 years, directly dealing with many complex cases, while Ziqian has only learned how to cook in the Chen family. As for treating patients, it's a joke. Therefore, for the upcoming assessments, Chen Ruxu firmly believed that Ziqian would be suppressed. Ruxu, don't worry, he's just putting on a show. In the practical diagnosis and treatment ahead, he won't be able to pretend anymore, Li Yue remarked, leaving Chen Ruxu to simply nod without saying more. This round of assessments has ended. 300 people have advanced to the next round. Zhang Yuanyuan pointed to the screen displaying the list of qualifiers, with Ziqian's name prominently at the top, and no one dared to disagree with that. After all, Ziqian's performance in the 2 rounds of assessments had been second to none. Please prepare the 300 qualifiers. The 3rd round of assessments will commence the day after tomorrow. As for the content of the assessments in the 3rd round, We will contact the participating teams to inform them in advance. Please prepare accordingly. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanyuan's words, all the participating athletes and their teams felt a sense of urgency. According to the rules of the Medical Skills Conference, the prior assessments were confidential to prevent anyone from cheating. But as soon as the assessment content was revealed in advance, it could signal real-world scenarios. This also indicated that the upcoming assessments would be intense, signaling the nearing end of the Medical Skills Conference. Today's assessments conclude here. Let's meet again the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuanyuan concluded her speech, and everyone started to disperse. Ziqia also left the venue quickly with Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking. Since it ended early today, there were more people outside, cheering when Ziqia emerged. As for Lu Jinya, she seemed like a completely different person today, not as friendly as before. Sis, why are you ignoring them now? Zhou Yuking couldn't help but smile. Mr. Zhao's performance today will surely catch the attention of the Yi family, said Lu Jinya. Knowing the Yi family's style, they will definitely focus on Mr. Z. In this situation, the Lin family simply cannot, and isn't bold enough, to make a move against Mr. Z. After Lu Jinya's words, Zhou Yuking couldn't help but laugh. Sis, you're really practical. What is reality? With a proud look, Lu Jinya said, to me, it means being good at assessing the situation, then utilizing all available resources around me based on the current circumstances. In summary, push those who are useful forward and leave those who are not behind. With these words, Ziqia made Lu Jinya blush instantly, and Zhou Yuking couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well, I admit, but it also depends on the person. For example, no matter how Mr. Z is, I will still push him forward. Lu Jingyao's words once again amused Ziqia and Zhou Yuking. After the three got into the car, they headed towards the lakeside villa together. After today's assessment, whatever the outside reaction may be, the conflicts that may arise among the three giants of Tianhai, the results of competitions in other cities, and the attitude of the Yi family in the capital have nothing to do with Ziqian, and he has no interest in knowing. Most of these things do not concern him much, and even the ones that do, Lu Jinya will handle them for him. All he needs to do is focus on preparing for the upcoming assessment, which is enough for him. Despite that, Chen Ruxu still has a sharp tongue. But I think, after seeing Mr. Zhao's performance today, her feelings must be quite complicated. Lu Jinya looked out the window and suddenly said these words. It doesn't matter. Ziqia lightly shook his head. Humans are emotional beings. During the time Ziqia first separated from Chen Ruxu, he did have a hard time letting go. However, Chen Ruxu's actions during this time, and the things she said, made Ziqia completely let go of those feelings. So, Chen Ruxu's feelings and thoughts are irrelevant to him. I think it's important, Lu Jinya said seriously. Initially, she caused you harm. You can choose to forget, but she is still the one who harmed you and she must apologize. Everyone has something they are passionate about, which can be called an obsession. Chen Ruxu has hers, Ziqia has his, and Lu Jinya has hers. Chen Ruxu's obsession is to bring glory to the Chen family and rise to the top families. Ziqian's obsession is to win at the medical conference, restore his health and memory. And Lu Jinya's current obsession is to make Chen Ruxu apologize for the harm she caused Ziqia initially. So, regardless of Ziqian's attitude and thoughts, Lu Jinya will persist in her obsession and efforts. Actually, Zhou Yuking spoke softly, if a person doesn't hit rock bottom at least once, it's probably hard to see the true nature of the people around them. Just hoping that when hitting rock bottom, it's during youth, so there's still courage, determination, and energy to make a change. Just like Ziqia, Zhou Yuking turned her head slowly towards Ziqia. Ziqia smiled and nodded lightly. Indeed, this girl Zhou Yuking always seemed to understand Ziqian's feelings well. Her perspective on many things surprisingly resonated with Ziqia. Anyway, I don't care. I believe one should be clear about grudges. If there's enmity, it should be repaid. Lu Jinya stuck to her beliefs. That's true. Ziqia nodded in agreement. Let's not mention her anymore. Mr. Z, we should receive information about the content of the third round of the assessment by tonight. Once we have that data, I will provide it to you promptly, Lu Jinya said, checking the time, and speaking to Ziqia. Okay, Ziqia nodded. Meanwhile, the results of the second round assessments in various cities have been announced. After the results are out, there will be many things to handle. Every city, every participating party, is convening meetings. Inside a hotel under the Lynn family's jurisdiction, a large meeting room was almost empty, with only 8 or 9 people left. 2 days ago, there were more than a dozen people here, but now, only half remained. And among the remaining 8 or 9 people, the number of participants with qualifiers was very few. Lin Yang sat at the head of the table with a grim expression, sipping tea, while Chen Ruxu and others dared not make a sound. When everyone had gathered earlier, Lin Yang had exploded in anger, berating them all. Even though these participating parties had qualifying players, Lin Yang could not control his anger as they included an overwhelming threat. Ziqian's successful entry into the 3rd round with remarkable results. Lin's supposedly outstanding players couldn't even match Ziqian's performance. How could Lin Yang not be furious at this? Liang Chao, come here. Lin Yang put down his teacup and gestured to Liang Chao. Lin Yang master, Liang Chao nervously walked over to Lin Yang. Get the hell over here. Lin Yang suddenly lashed out, raising his hand and delivering a hard slap. Smack. The slap echoed on Liang Chao's face, knocking him back several steps. Come! Lin Yang roared, and Liang Chao had to approach again. Smack! 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 Lin Yang grabbed Liang Chao's collar with one hand and relentlessly slapped his face with the other. Didn't you say that Ziqia doesn't understand medical skills? Didn't you say that dealing with Ziqia was a piece of cake? Do you dare to deceive me? Lin Yang's anger rose with his words, and his hand strikes became harsher. Everyone in the meeting room kept silent, and Liang Chao took the beating with his head bowed. 2 days ago, Lin Yang had warned them to be cautious around Ziqia and find ways to suppress him. But Liang Chao had confidently assured Lin Yang not to worry about Ziqia, claiming to have known him for 2 years and hinted that Ziqia was merely useless and didn't understand medicine. At that time, even Chen Ruxu, Ziqian's former wife, had testified, further confirming Lin Yang's beliefs. However, now, Ziqia not only qualified but excelled in the 2nd round, making Lin family's so-called elite players pale in comparison. How could Lin Yang not be angry, not be frustrated? You! Liang Chao. Lin Yang delivered 10 consecutive slaps, leaving Liang Chao's face bruised. If it wasn't for your misinformation, I would have done everything to eliminate him. Because of your words, I let my guard down, and now even the Yi family from the capital highly regards him. What do you expect me to do? As soon as Lin Yang's words fell, he clenched his fists tightly and landed a heavy punch on Liang Chao's nose. The impact shattered Liang Chao's nasal bridge, causing blood to gush out. Witnessing this scene, everyone else remained silent, except for Chen Ruxu, whose emotions were in turmoil. Ziqia had, indeed, been considered a useless failure in her eyes. So, when Liang Chao spoke ill of Ziqia 2 days ago, she had agreed. But now, this once failure in her eyes had grown to the point where even the Lin family feared him, and the prestigious Yi family in the capital also favored him. People like him were far from being a failure. Calling him a dragon among men would not be an overstatement. At this moment, Chen Ruxu's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Even at this moment, she surprisingly felt some regret in her heart. She didn't have this kind of emotion when she saw Ziqian dominating the whole scene. When Ziqia advanced in first place, she still didn't have any regrets. But now, as she saw Lin Yang in a rage, some belated remorse welled up in her heart. She was well aware that the reason Lin Yang was so angry was that Ziqia had now surpassed Lin Yang's control. Back then, Lin Yang could have easily crushed Ziqia with just a snap of his fingers, and Ziqia would not have been worthy of provoking Lin Yang. But now, Lin Yang faced Ziqia and couldn't do anything other than get angry. This signified that Ziqia had grown to a point where even the head of the Tianhai Lin family, one of the 3 giants, had to be wary. As for Liang Chao, who was once highly regarded in Chen Ruxu's heart, he now didn't even have the qualifications to compare with Ziqia. At this moment, the emotions that Chen Ruxu had been accumulating for a long time slowly exploded in her heart, eventually turning into bitterness in her mouth. Speak. Aren't you quite good at talking? Lin Yang punched and kicked Liang Chao mercilessly, each strike unforgiving. In a moment, Liang Chao was left bruised and swollen, his face swollen like a pig's head. Being publicly beaten, and even being beaten up in front of Chen Ruxu, one can imagine Liang Chao's current state of mind. He was angry, he felt oppressed, he felt immense shame. But he dared not direct his anger towards Lin Yang, because he knew very well that no matter how hard he tried, he could never reach Lin Yan's level. When the gap between two parties is not significant, it may breed jealousy and resentment. But when the gap reaches a certain point, all that is left is admiration and submission. When Liang Chao was in front of Lin Yan, he could only look up and dare not show any hint of anger. So when he was being beaten up at this moment, all he could think about was Zitia. He attributed all the humiliations he suffered and the anger in his chest to Zitia. I asked you to speak. Lin Yan threw another punch, splattering Liang Cao's nose with blood. Looking very disheveled. Lin. Master Lin, Zitia is just lucky ... Lucky my ass. Lin Yan suddenly got angry, kicking Liang Chao hard again. Plop. Liang Chao was kicked to the ground, sitting down and not daring to stand up. 10 needles, 20 needles might be luck, but doing 100. He pierced 100 needles. 100 needles, and you tell me this is luck? Lin Yan pointed at Liang Chao, his face now ferocious like a wild beast. And Liang Chao, as well as everyone in the meeting room, had nothing to say. After all, they witnessed firsthand how impressive Zichion's performance was. Definitely not just luck. So, Liang Cao's words were truly a joke. Master Lin, believe me, this guy has no real skills. He may know acupuncture, but he can't really heal. During his treatment of Mr. Chen from the Chen group, John Chen, the famous doctor, and the doctors from the People's Hospital all said his methods were ineffective. I still maintain, if he truly mastered medical skills, why would he willingly waste 2 years in the Chen family? Even someone with a masochistic tendency wouldn't do that. Liang Chao clenched his teeth, saying these words slowly and forcefully. After Liang Chao finished speaking, several people in the meeting room furrowed their brows. They could overlook other things, but on this matter, they agreed. If someone truly possessed extraordinary abilities, why would they tolerate ridicule and not show them? If they were unwilling to show them, then why reveal them at this medical competition? Taking all this into consideration, Liang Cao's judgment seemed to hold some truth. What a load of crap! Lin Yan suddenly cursed, sneering. Even Zhang Chen only did 28 needles, and he managed 100. Even the famous Wei doctor from the capital was amazed. If he doesn't understand medical skills, then it means the other contestants aren't worth a damn. Although Liang Chao spoke with great conviction, Lin Yang, at this moment, dared not underestimate Zitia anymore. Perhaps, just like the day before yesterday, the Lu family used some shady means to help him in secret. Liang Chao said this, and several people in the meeting room nodded in agreement, but Lin Yan's expression darkened. Whether the Lu family helped Zitia, he understood better than anyone, even during the first round of assessments the day before. When Zichion's assessment went wrong, it had nothing to do with the Lu family. So, while others believed Liang Cao's words, Lin Yan did not. Master Lin, you must believe me, I am not lying. I stake my life on it. Zitia is no miracle doctor, he's just useless. In the practical medical assessments ahead, he will definitely be the first to be eliminated, or you can take my life at any time. Seeing Lin Yan's disbelief, Liang Chao resolutely reassured him by pounding his chest. Hearing this, Lin Yang frowned slightly and turned to look at Liang Chao. Is this true? Absolutely. Liang Chao nodded immediately. Fine. I'll trust you once more. If Zitia advances in the third round of assessments, I won't need your life. I'll just cut out your tongue, so you'll never be able to speak again. Lin Yan's words made many people pale. They knew how ruthless Lin Yan, the young master of the Lin family, could be when he said something. He would definitely do it. Okay. No problem. Liang Chao nodded without hesitation. He never believed Zitia was a miracle worker. Having known Zitia for over a year, he knew Zichion's true nature better than Lin Yan. Remember what you said. Lin Yan adjusted his collar and sat down to continue the meeting. Liang Chao, with a dark expression, got up and left when the meeting ended. Chen Ruxu silently followed behind. Liang, when we see a pharmacy later, I'll get you some medicine, Chen Ruxu said softly. Hearing this, Liang Chao laughed coldly. Do you really need to pretend to care? How about it? Did you enjoy seeing me get beaten up? What? Chen Ruxu was taken aback by Liang Cao's words. One day, Liang Chao always maintained his elegance and gentleness in front of Chen Ruxu. But today, this attitude is a first. I say, when you saw me being beaten up, were you pleased? Liang Chao turned his head, his eyes flashing with fierceness. Liang Chao, what are you talking about? Chen Ruxu really didn't understand Liang Cao's behavior. She felt that the current Liang Cao was completely different from the usual Liang Cao. Don't you understand what I'm saying? From the beginning until now, because of that Wei Xijie, I have been humiliated so many times. Don't you understand? If you didn't have entanglements with him, if you had chosen me earlier, would these things have happened? At this moment, Liang Cao's eyes revealed fierceness, making Chen Ruxu feel a bit scared. Looking into Liang Cao's eyes, Chen Ruxu couldn't help but suspect that if she angered him now, Liang Cao might do something irrational. Liang Xiao, I'm sorry. Many things are indeed my fault, but now I have cut ties with him. His participation in the medical conference was unexpected to me. But this medical conference will be our final encounter. There will be no further connection, not even a meeting. As she spoke, Chen Ruxu tried to stabilize Liang Cao's emotions, slowly reaching towards the car door handle. If Liang Cao made any move towards her, she would jump out of the car first. Liang Cao stared at Chen Ruxu for several seconds, then nodded slightly and his expression softened. I'm sorry, Ruxu. I lost my composure just now. Liang Cao took a deep breath and explained softly. It's okay. You have endured a lot these past few days. Chen Ruxu continued to speak gently to Liang Cao, but despite what she said, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Even the look in Liang Cao's eyes just now, for some reason, made her feel a certain unease. She couldn't help but think that the image Liang Cao had shown her before was just a facade, and the fierceness in his eyes just now revealed his true nature. Chen Ruxu didn't want to see the worst in people, but the fierce look Liang Cao had just shown was truly terrifying. It's all because of that Wei Xijie. He not only wants to ruin you, but also wants to ruin me and everyone around you who cares about you. Liang Cao started the car while speaking in a cold tone. For what Liang Cao said, Chen Ruxu simply nodded quietly without replying. In fact, during the time she had separated from Xijie, Chen Ruxu truly believed Liang Cao was outstanding. Especially after Liang Cao helped her secure the cooperation with the Lu family, she felt that Liang Cao was the person worth entrusting her life to, someone who could help her develop the Chen family. However, as she spent more time with Liang Cao during this period, she found that he wasn't as excellent as she had initially thought. Several times, Xijie clearly caused certain incidents, but Liang Cao took credit for them. And in every confrontation with Xijie always outmaneuvered Liang Cao, leaving Liang Cao looking like a fool every time. Especially after the start of the medical conference, Xijie shone on stage, while Liang Cao could only make sarcastic remarks from the sidelines. In comparison, in terms of personal ability, character, intelligence, and even medical expertise, Xijie was much stronger than Liang Cao. Therefore, Chen Ruxu's trust and admiration for Liang Cao had diminished. Her current feelings towards Liang Cao were only gratitude for rescuing her at the abandoned factory and for introducing her to the Lynn family. He won't be allowed to participate in the medical conference smoothly. I will find an opportunity in the next few days to help you avenge being kidnapped. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Cao suddenly said these words. Liang Xiao, let's talk about this after the medical conference ends. Chen Ruxu furrowed her eyebrows slightly. She didn't want to start another conflict at this time. What? He nearly ruined you, and you're going to plead for him. Liang Cao's face darkened, and he abruptly stopped the car he had just started with a heavy step on the brake. I'm not pleading for him, but Chen Ruxu hesitated as she spoke, knowing that the fact that Xijie sent someone to kidnap her was undeniable. Understand, I'm helping you seek revenge. Moreover, Lin Xiao doesn't want him to participate in the medical conference smoothly. If I can take him down, it not only avenges you but also satisfies Lin Xiao. It's a double win. Liang Cao seemed to be speaking to Chen Ruxu, yet also speaking to himself, his tone chilling. Without another word, Chen Ruxu observed Liang Cao's face through the rearview mirror, a sense of fear suddenly arising in her heart. In this state, the best decision would be not to say anything or provoke him further. Liang Xiao, please take me back first. The company is waiting for me to return for a meeting. Only after Chen Ruxu said this did Liang Cao slightly come to his senses, nodding and stepping on the gas to drive away. After today's assessment, many people were destined to be thrown into disarray because of the name Xijie. The Lin family, where Lin Yan's family was located, was just one of them. Including the Tianhai Wang family and those companies or forces allied with the Lin family, were now somewhat panicked. Why? because Ziqian is a competitor under the Liu family. His actions and words at the medical conference represent the Liu family. With his extraordinary performance into consecutive rounds of assessment, especially today's acupuncture competition, he truly dazzled the audience. Such remarkable performance was sure to attract the attention of the Ya family in Jingcheng. Once noticed by the Ya family, it would trigger a series of effects, eventually leading to the Liu family being entrusted with significant responsibilities. So, while ordinary people found Ziqian's performance impressive, those with vested interests knew exactly what his performance meant. Why is the Liu family's vision so sharp? Where did they find this Ziqian? If I had known, I should have aligned with the Liu family earlier. If Ziqian can secure his place in the finals, the position of the number 1 of the Tianhai City Triumvirate might be replaced by the Liu family. Countless companies were filled with such discussions, and many regretted not joining the list of competitors under the Liu family earlier. This way, once the Liu family gained momentum, they would also benefit from it. At the same time, as other competing companies were holding meetings, the conference room of the Chen group was also in a meeting. However, the atmosphere in this conference room seemed particularly heavy. Despite several of the Chen group's competitors successfully advancing in today's assessment, the faces of the group members still reflected a gloomy mood. In today's evaluation round, the most outstanding performance undoubtedly belonged to Ziqian. But the name Ziqian was not unfamiliar but rather very familiar to the Chen family and to the entire Chen group. How can he be the first? After a long while, it was still Chen Ruxu's uncle, Chen Liren, who broke the silence and spoke first. In the conference room were dozens of men and women, including members of the Chen family, as well as various executives from the Chen group. Upon hearing Chen Liren's words, they all couldn't understand. Ziqian, a person they were all familiar with, was seen as just a useless waste of space. Everyone in the Chen group knew that Chen Ruxu's husband was a good-for-nothing who achieved nothing despite having the resources of the Chen family. Recently, during a family meeting, Ziqian was even kicked out of the Chen family, relieving many people who thought Chen Ruxu would finally be free from him. But now, how could this waste of space, in everyone's eyes, suddenly transform into the most promising dark horse contestant at this medical conference? It was beyond comprehension. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone can become successful overnight. I certainly don't believe someone can become a master overnight. Chen Liren shook his head slightly, doubting Ziqian's performance at the medical conference. I don't believe it either. It's truly unbelievable. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. To excel, one would need at least 10 years. Many nodded in agreement, sharing Chen Liren's disbelief that Ziqian could have become a skilled practitioner in such a short time. Only Chen Ruxu shook her head with a sigh. She had something to say here. Uncle is right. Indeed, it's impossible for someone to become a master overnight. But is it possible that Ziqian wasn't learning medical skills overnight but was already proficient in traditional Chinese medicine? Chen Ruxu slowly raised her head, looking at everyone as she spoke these words. People were initially surprised but then shook their heads. It's impossible. How could he have been proficient in Chinese medicine all along? If he really knew traditional Chinese medicine, why didn't he showcase it to us before? Uncle, you forget, he did showcase it to us. When grandfather fell critically ill, it was him who used acupuncture to save him. Chen Ruxu paused, a touch of bitterness in her voice. He showcased it, but we just didn't believe. However, when Chen Ruxu mentioned this, Chen Liren once again shook his head. He did use acupuncture that time, but Zhang Chen, the renowned physician, said it had nothing to do with Ziqian's acupuncture expertise. Ziqian was just randomly sticking needles in, Chen Liren continued, and other members of the Chen family nodded in agreement. They were all present at that incident and heard Zhang Chen's verdict, that if he truly didn't know acupuncture and was just randomly sticking needles, how could he pass today's assessment? How could he accurately insert 100 needles in a row? Chen Ruxu's words left everyone momentarily stunned, causing a moment of silence. It was true. The assessment process at the medical conference was meticulous, with no room for error. Ziqian's performance in the second round of the assessment proved his profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, ruling out any random poking. Moreover, even Zhang Chen was surpassed by him. If Zhang Chen is inferior to him, how can he judge his acupuncture skills? Even if it was a genuine evaluation, it may not be accurate, Chen Ruxu left Chen Liren and others speechless. As they fell into silence, the bitterness in Chen Ruxu's heart deepened. She used to think Zichia had no outstanding qualities and was reluctant to acknowledge his excellence. However, witnessing Ziqian's overwhelming presence at the assessment today made her reassess her opinion of him. A thought emerged in her mind during the cold wine on the way back from the Ling family hotel, shedding light on many things. But how can this be? This shouldn't be happening at all. He's clearly just a waste. Chen Liren furrowed his brows, still struggling to comprehend. Perhaps he isn't a waste after all. It's just that we always thought of him as one, Chen Ruxu added, mingling self-derision into her previously bitter feelings. As one of the three giants of the Tianhailu family, they're not fools and wouldn't engage in a losing business. Yet, they all respect Zichia so much. This indicates Zichia does have genuine skills. It's just that our deep-rooted prejudice has blinded us. Chen Ruxu sighed lightly, realizing she had underestimated Ziqian's abilities and the depth of the Lu family's support for him. She had thought Lu Jinyao and the Lu family were foolish for being so close to Zichia, but now she realized she was the biggest fool of all. At this moment, Chen Liren exchanged glances with the others, sensing the complexity in each other's eyes. Facing Chen Ruxu's words, they had no retort. Chen Ruxu calmed herself, lifting her gaze to sweep across each person's face. They all showed different feelings now compared to the day they kicked Zichia out of Chen's family. And back then, Chen Ruxu had scoffed at the quote from her grandfather. Remember this saying, "From the moment Tiao left the Chen family, it will mark the beginning of Chen family's decline." Now, she couldn't be sure whether her grandfather's words would come true. Weren't you at the Lin family meeting? The Lin family has connections to the Yi family in the capital. What do you think? I don't know. Chen Ruxu shook her head slightly, unsure of the Yi family's stance on the assessment. I still think he's a pretender. The medical conference is not over yet. His current performance doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last is the real winner. Chen Liren harumphed suddenly and got up to leave. Initially, he had been the one to suggest kicking Zichia out of the Chen family, and now he was unwilling to admit that he might have driven away a genius healer. Therefore, he still stuck to his initial thoughts. On the other side, in a room at the Wanhua Hotel, Wei Fu was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call with someone. Yes, I know. Wei Fu nodded gently. I didn't see it clearly through the lens. Is that needling technique confirmed to be the technique of resonating through the 100 acupoints? The voice on the phone sounded amazed as they spoke. That's right. I saw it clearly on site. It should be. No mistake. Wei Fu nodded again. It's not simple. Really not simple. What identity does this person have after all? After expressing admiration, the other person immediately asked. After the assessment ended, I inquired a bit, but not many people know about him. I only know that he is the son-in-law from a third-rate family in Tianhai City. Wei Fu shook his head slightly. In fact, after the assessment ended, he wanted to talk to Zichia. However, he always represented the Yi family of the capital city, and his identity here could be considered as an invigilator. As an invigilator, meeting with contestants privately before the medical skills conference ended would surely draw criticism if it got out. So, he could only discreetly inquire. And in the end, he learned that Zichia was just the son-in-law of the Chen family in Tianhai. It's impossible. It can't be that simple. To be able to master such divine techniques at a young age, he must have received the most orthodox medical teachings and must have been studying medicine since childhood. The other person's tone was very certain, making Wei Fu couldn't help but feel puzzled, and he asked, "You can make such a judgment based on his performance today?" Of course. Do you know that even I have only heard of this divine technique of resonating through the 100 acupoints, and from what I understand, in the past few decades, only that family knows this needling technique, and it's possible, but I have never seen them use it. Wei Fu was astonished at the words and asked cautiously, "Are you saying that family, the former number one in Longguo?" Yes. With the confirmation from the other person, Wei Fu fell into silence. He didn't even dare to mention the name of that family, because at their most glorious time, even the current number one family in the capital city of Yi could only crawl under their feet. If not for the sudden misfortune that family encountered, how could the Yi family become the top family in the capital city? When that family was at its peak, it was like a towering giant tree that covered the entire Longguo under its shadows, including all the noble families in the capital city, including the Yi family. never had a chance to rise. A single footstep could trigger an earthquake and tsunami in the entire capital city, causing continuous disasters across the country. It's not even an exaggeration. Wei Fu was silent for nearly 10 seconds before cautiously asking, could it be that this Zichia has some connection with that family? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The other person immediately shook their head, their tone very firm. Why? Wei Fu was taken aback by the statement, not understanding why the other person was so certain. It's none of your business. But I'll tell you, it's absolutely impossible for him to have any ties with that family. The other person's tone became even more certain, as if he knew some secrets about that family. But there's no need to say more. Wei Fu wanted to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by the other person. This topic seemed to be taboo for them. Understood. Wei Fu nodded in response. Please investigate him further and provide me with detailed information as soon as you can. After leaving this instruction, the other person hung up the phone. Wei Fu gently placed down his phone and looked into the distance through the French windows, furrowing his brows in thought. I should have known. I shouldn't have taken on this task. If not, I would have gone to talk to Zichia right after, to discuss acupuncture skills with him, even if it means learning from him. Wei Fu muttered to himself. In the eyes of Liang Cha and others, Zichia was just practicing on a human model, nothing special. But for those well-versed in Chinese medicine and acupuncture like Wei Fu, they knew very well how extraordinary Zichia's skills were. As the top contestant in the previous medical skills conference, Wei Fu was completely convinced by Zichia. However, now with the identity of an invigilator, he couldn't privately meet with contestants. Therefore, he had to temporarily suppress his thoughts. Since he is from the Lu family, the Lu family must know him well. Wei Fu couldn't forget the task assigned to him to investigate Zichia. So, he turned back to the room, preparing to ask the Lu family some questions. Evening, Lu family mansion. With a weary body, Lu Jingyao arrived at the residence of Mr. Lu in the backyard. Although the Lu family had assigned Lu Jingyao to serve Zichia throughout the competition, she couldn't help but worrying about other contestants, so she had to juggle between arranging things for both sides. However, besides Zichia, the other contestants from the Lu family were also performing well, making it all worthwhile. When Lu Jingyao arrived at the backyard, Mr. Lu was on the phone with someone, so she quietly waited on the side. Ha ha. I see, but he is closer to my granddaughter. I haven't had much contact with him, so I don't know much about him. Let me ask my granddaughter in detail when she returns. Then I'll call you back. Mr. Lu finished with a smile and a few more words before hanging up the phone. Grandpa, who was that? Lu Jingyao asked promptly. Wei Fu. Mr. Lu squinted slightly. As an old fox who had lived for most of his life, he could tell from Wei Fu's few words that he wanted to inquire about Zichia's information. And since Mr. Lu wasn't a fool, he wouldn't reveal anything about Zichia's details until he understood the other's intention. So, Wei Fu's inquiries just now didn't yield any useful information. It seems that the Yi family has also noticed Mr. Z, but Mr. Z doesn't like fame and profit. Participating in the medical skills conference is not to curry favor with the Yi family. Lu Jingyao shook her head with a smile, not worried at all that Zichia would be poached by the Yi family because she knew very well why Zichia participated in the medical skills conference. Hearing this, Mr. Lu shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Grandpa, am I wrong? Lu Jingyao frowned slightly. Some people are born to be extraordinary. Even if they want a mundane life, destiny will push them forward, and no one can resist it. Mr. Lu picked up his teacup and took a sip, a smile with deep meaning in his eyes. I don't quite understand. Grandpa. Lu Jinyao's frown deepened. You said destiny determined him to be extraordinary, but why was he so unknown? When he was with the Chen family, he was looked down upon and mocked. During his 2 years with the Chen family, he was simply neglected. Even Liang Chao dared to taunt him freely in his presence. Upon hearing Lu Jinyao's words, Mr. Lu shook his head again. Snow pressing on branch low, though low not touching the mud. Once the red sun rises, it is still on par with the sky. The tiger lurks deep in the mountains listening to the wine. The dragon lies in the shallow beach awaiting the tide. Dragons lie in shallow waters, waiting for the tide. Lu Jinyao silently repeated the words of Elder Chen in her mind, partly understanding and partly confused. Grandfather, I still don't quite understand. What are you trying to say? Lu Jinyao furrowed her brow and asked. What I'm trying to say is, A dragon will always be a dragon. Even if a dragon temporarily swims in shallow waters, it will never be like the scum that the Liang family can bully. Just watch. They will eventually pay the price for their foolishness. Elder Lu's eyes held wisdom, as if he had already seen through everything. It had to be admitted that old monsters like them, who had lived for a lifetime and experienced countless storms, had seen through countless people in their lives. Their judgment of people, even if not always 100% accurate, was at least close to being on point. Just like the former chairman of the Chinese Medical Association, Chen Jung, he had only met Ziqia twice, but was willing to pass on all his knowledge to him, which was also related to their ability to judge people. Lu Jingyao had to agree on this point. Mr. Z said before that he would kill Liang Chao. Lu Jingyao replied softly. Then Liang Chao is as good as dead. Elder Lu responded without hesitation, his tone resolute. Theft. Despite the seriousness of the matter involving human life, Lu Jingyao suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter, because she suddenly remembered how Elder Lu often taught her not to make promises lightly, not to eat too much, and not to speak too much. But when it came to Ziqia, Elder Lu seemed to have forgotten those teachings, speaking with absolute certainty and confidence. You don't have to laugh. If you don't believe me, just remember what I said. Look back after some time and see if I was right. Elder Lu took a sip of tea. He couldn't guess everything, but on this matter, he was willing to bet. All right, I believe you. No problem there, Lu Jingyao said, pretending to believe, but in reality, she had doubts. Ziqia was brave enough to kill the assassins who attacked him, but Liang Chao was still the heir of the Liang family. With the backing of the Lin family now, his status and influence were increasing. With the Liang family supporting Liang Chao, Lu Jingyao doubted Ziqian's courage to kill him, unless he was prepared to go to war with the Lin family. How are things developing between you and Ziqia? Elder Lu changed the topic, inquiring about Lu Jingyao's personal matters. Lu Jingyao blushed slightly. Seeing Lu Jingyao's reaction, Elder Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandfather, why are you laughing? Lu Jingyao scolded Elder Lu with a look of annoyance. I'm laughing at you. You initially thought of using Ziqia to help you, but ended up getting involved yourself. Isn't that funny? Elder Lu's words made Lu Jingyao blush even more. She had to admit that she had initially approached Ziqia with the idea of using him to help herself and her family. But after spending time with him, Lu Jingyao found herself getting more involved and was now in a situation she couldn't extricate herself from. She used to focus on the interests of her family in everything she did when she was with Ziqia. But now, she had changed her mindset entirely, placing Ziqia at the center of everything, even making her family less important in her heart. Lu Jingyao often couldn't help but sigh, realizing that despite her self-perceived intelligence and high IQ, she had completely fallen for Ziqia, even losing in the process. If you want to get closer to him, I won't stop you. But before that, you must make sure he has completely cut ties with the Chen family. Elder Lu set down his teacup. He didn't oppose Lu Jingyao and Ziqia being together, but it was essential that Ziqia settled his past relationships before moving forward. I used to think I understood him, but lately, I feel a bit confused. Before, I believed that Ziqia hadn't forgotten about Chen Ruxu and even helped her from time to time. But since the start of the medical skills conference, Ziqian's words to Chen Ruxu seemed to have completely changed. Just today, he personally told Chen Ruxu that if he encountered participants from the Chen family during the upcoming assessment, he would make sure they never saw the light of day. He previously said that out of gratitude to Elder Chen, he wouldn't take action against the Chen family. But now, his actions are contradictory, and it's quite puzzling to me. Lu Jingyao shook her head slightly. She thought that spending more time with Ziqia would help her understand him better, but now she found herself more confused. Is there a problem? I don't see any issue, Elder Lu replied. He used to show gratitude and helped the Chen family several times. That's reciprocation of kindness. But you must understand that gratitude has its limits. Whether it's love, friendship, family ties, or even kindness, if one side constantly gives, while the other only takes, it will reach its limit eventually. Once those limits are reached, there won't be any more reciprocation of kindness. Did Elder Chen expect Ziqia to spend his entire life repaying the favor he owed? That wouldn't be reciprocation. That would be utter foolishness. Elder Lu's words made Lu Jingyao ponder for a few moments before nodding in agreement. Grandfather, I understand now, Lu Jingyao said with a clear nod. Today, She felt somewhat conflicted, but after conversing with Elder Lu, her mind cleared up. Ultimately, Ziqian's attitude towards the Chen family was a result of their own actions. But there's one thing I still don't understand. How could Chen Ruxu not see Mr. Zhao's excellence? She even banished him from the Chen family. Lu Jinya paused for a moment before continuing. It's not that she couldn't see it. She just hasn't reached that level yet. It's like a child choosing between a gold bar and a lollipop. The child would cherish the lollipop because they haven't reached the level where they understand that the gold bar can get them countless lollipops. Elder Lu shook his head slightly. Elder Chen was an old friend of his, and he felt regretful about Ziqian being expelled from the Chen family. They had, in essence, squandered an opportunity that could have propelled the Chen family to greater heights. Now I see it clearly. Thank you, grandfather. Lu Jingyao nodded earnestly. Glad you understand. Ziqian's character and nature are trustworthy, so if there's a possibility between you two, I will fully support it. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Lu Jinya blushed and lowered her head, whispering softly, Mr. Zhao's mind is focused on the medical skills conference. Let's talk about these matters after the competition ends. The next day, Lakeside Villa. Throughout the whole day, Ziqian stayed at the villa and didn't go anywhere. This was typical of him on regular days as well. He never went out unless necessary. Tomorrow was the third round of assessment at the medical skills conference, and during this crucial period, he was even more cautious about staying put. According to the host Zhang Yuanyuan, the specifics of the third round assessment would be communicated to the participants in advance. So Ziqian was now waiting for Lu Jinyao to arrive and inform him about the contents of the third round assessment. Time quickly passed and it was already afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Jinyao arrived at the Lakeside Villa. Mr. Z, for this third round assessment, it's essentially an open book exam, Lu Jinyao said, unfolding a stack of documents in front of Ziqian. What do you mean? Ziqian put down his medical book and asked, do you remember when I mentioned before that as long as you represent the Lu family in the competition, you can access all of the Lu family's resources? All of the traditional Chinese medicine products under the Lu family, whether medicinal or skincare products, can be used as resources for the competition. After listening to Lu Jinyao, Ziqian nodded silently, recalling that when Lu Jinyao initially had him participate on behalf of the Lu family, this was indeed mentioned. Could it be that the content of the third round assessment is related to this? Ziqian picked up the documents to check. Yes, that's right. Lu Jinyao nodded. You can register existing products that are already on the market or introduce new products, making it essentially an open book exam. Ziqian nodded. It seems that after the initial rounds focusing on pharmaceuticals and acupuncture, the remaining 300 contestants are truly skilled in medicine, hence the transition to using medications. Exactly. Lu Jinyao nodded again. Can any product be used? Ziqian asked while looking through the documents. Not quite, it's limited to external use products only. Lu Jinyao pointed out the special marking on the documents. Ziqian looked at it for a few seconds and felt somewhat speechless about the caution exhibited by the Yi family. The use of external medications, even if something went wrong, would not lead to severe consequences, mostly causing skin irritation, which is easier to handle. On the other hand, internal medications could be more complicated if things went awry. However, after the rigorous screening of pharmaceutical pharmacology and acupuncture in the previous rounds, contestants who made it through will undoubtedly be experts in medical theory and patient treatment. Therefore, it seemed unreasonable to assess them solely based on external medication. Why is the Yi family so cautious? What had they experienced to be this way? Ziqian couldn't understand why. At this stage, the Yi family still refrained from openly allowing contestants to treat patients. They had several medical accidents in the past, nearly causing the medical skills conference to be discontinued. So the Yi family is cautious because they've once been bitten by a snake and are afraid of ropes for 10 years, Lu Jinyao explained. She too felt somewhat at a loss. While the three top families of Tianhai City were the organizers of the regional competition, they couldn't interfere with the Yi family's decisions regarding the conference. I understand. Ziqian nodded slightly. Regardless of the discussions, the medical skills conference was ultimately in the hands of the Yi family. Their assessment criteria and rules could be questioned by others, but ultimately, it couldn't be changed. For Ziqian, Giving up was out of the question, as he was still awaiting the 7-leaf evergreen vine plant. Therefore, he had no choice but to follow the Yi family's rules to compete. What should be the timing of the rewards at the Medical Skills Conference? Ziqian's most important concern was this. Following the rules of previous years, rewards are typically distributed after selecting the top 100 contestants based on their rankings, Lu Jinya explained softly. In the eyes of most participants, the rewards of the Medical Skills Conference are secondary. What's important is that this conference gives many people a chance to change their fates, she said. Ziqian nodded. Regardless of what other participants might think, his goal was to acquire the herbs he needed. Considering the strict evaluation of the Medical Skills Conference, he estimated that by the next day's third-round assessment, the top 100 contestants would be determined. Mr. Z, here are some products I've prepared. Lu Jinya pulled out a sheet listing all the external, used products under the Lu family. After careful consideration, I believe that our traditional Chinese medicine facial mask is the most suitable, with immediate effects. Therefore, I propose that you promote this product. Lu Jinya pointed to the products listed on the paper, sharing her thoughts. Ziqia didn't immediately respond upon hearing this. The efficacy of this facial mask was indeed impressive and complied with the requirements of the third-round assessment. However, if this mask had not been on the market and wasn't well known, he could have used it as a winning strategy. But the issue now was that this facial mask had already been on the market for a while, and not only the Lin family but other families were familiar with it too. They might have already analyzed the ingredients of this mask. With such an open book exam, they would certainly come up with counter strategies. It might be challenging to win solely with this facial mask, so Ziqia thought he needed to make additional preparations to ensure success. Mr. Z, what do you think? Lu Jinya asked. Carry on with your arrangements. I will make further preparations, Ziqia replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinya nodded quickly. She knew that depending solely on her plans might not be sufficient. Since Ziqia would also make preparations, she didn't need to worry too much. I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Z. If you need anything here, feel free to call me anytime, Lu Jinya concluded after looking at the time and then left. After Lu Jinya departed, Ziqia picked up the assessment documents and glanced at them before heading towards the adjacent pharmacy room. This villa had many rooms, and one had been transformed by Ziqia into a pharmacy, where rare herbs and some pharmaceutical tools were stored. For the assessment the following day, Ziqia needed to make additional preparations. The next day, at the venue of the Medical Skills Conference, when Ziqia and others arrived, they noticed that the number of people present had significantly increased compared to the previous day. Upon entering the assessment venue, as expected, the original space had been expanded. The number of seats in the audience area had also increased significantly, roughly counting to more than 10,000 seats. Amidst the gazes of the audience, the tall and elegant host, Zhang Yuanyuan, appeared on stage with a microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. After a simple opening remark, several more people were invited to the stage. This time, each person who took the stage was individually introduced by Zhang Yuanyuan. Current head of the Lin family, Lin Wan. Head of the Lu family, Lu Jianlin. Head of the Wang family, Wan Tonghai. Current president of the Tianhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wenzheng. Traditional Chinese medicine instructor from the Yi family in the capital, Wei Fu. Zhang Yuanyuan introduced the identities of these individuals one by one. And apart from these individuals, there were also several renowned masters in the field of traditional Chinese medicine present. The 300 contestants in attendance today, upon seeing this lineup on stage, already had an idea of what was going to happen. It seemed that today's advancement rules would definitely involve some form of assessment, and the individuals on stage were naturally the judges. The current heads of the Tianhai Three Giants were all judges, which made other contestants somewhat anxious, but not overly so, because everyone knew that while these individuals on stage were judges, they did not hold the final decision-making authority. The ultimate authority still rested in Wei Fu's hands. As a member of the Yi family in the capital, Wei Fu's every action and word represented the Yi family. The authority of the Yi family was present there, and no one would question the fairness of the process. In the end, it was still true that this medical skills convention was a competition that would separate the wheat from the chaff. If one had genuine skills, they would not be overlooked. Regarding the content of the third round of evaluations, it was already informed to all participating contestants yesterday. However, to prevent any confusion among the audience present, I will explain the evaluation process again. After Zhang Yuanyuan completed her statement, everyone present applauded in agreement. After the elimination rounds, the remaining 300 contestants are all well-versed in pharmacology and acupuncture skills. This proves that these contestants already possess the ability to treat and save lives. Therefore, starting from the third round of evaluations, practical assessments will gradually take place. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, as those who paid attention to the medical skills convention knew that the Yi family in the capital had a strict process, and contestants were not allowed to treat patients until they passed various selections. For this third round of evaluation, the focus will be on medicinal applications. However, for this evaluation, only external medications will be considered, and internal medications will be excluded for the time being. When Zhang Yuanyuan stated this, many audience members seemed puzzled. After all, most medications were usually administered internally for more pronounced effects. Why were they focusing only on external medications for this round of evaluation? Host, what does this mean? Someone raised a question. Because medicine is a double-edged sword. While medicine can treat and save lives, if used incorrectly, it can also harm people. External medications, even if they cause issues, can be managed and corrected promptly. However, if internal medications cause problems, it would be much harder to address. Therefore, before this round of evaluation, we will not consider internal medications. Anticipating such questions, Zhang Yuanyuan patiently provided the explanation. But, isn't this too simple? Another person raised a concern. They felt that a competition like the TIE Cup Medical Skills Convention should involve diagnosing complex medical conditions, so why were they just evaluating external medications? Yuanyuan gently countered, no, using external medications is not simple either. A person's illness is not limited to internal ailments. Many external conditions are equally challenging to treat, such as various skin conditions, external ulcers, and skin fungal infections. How can these ailments be considered simple? The person nodded in agreement, then added, but I still think that evaluating solely external medications is too narrow. It would be best to include internal medications as well. No. As I said earlier, before the end of this evaluation round, we will not consider any internal medications, nor will we allow contestants to use acupuncture on patients in real treatments, because we will never make light of a patient's body. And we will never experiment with patients' lives or risk it. The competition is about testing the competitors' genuine medical skills in treating patients. Zhang Yuanyuan's statement left the audience stunned initially, but soon after, they applauded in unison. The applause of tens of thousands in the audience echoed like thunder. After all, the organizers of the Medical Skills Convention were committed to being responsible for the patients. Allowing casual acupuncture treatments on patients could lead to serious consequences. The Yi family's approach was indeed justified. Please have some patience. In each medical skills convention, there are many patients with difficult conditions who need on-site treatment by the contestants. However, it's not the right time yet. Only contestants who have passed through the various assessments can qualify to treat patients. After Zhang Yuanyuan's address, no one raised any objections, and they all nodded in agreement. If there are no objections, the third round of evaluations will now begin. Zhang Yuanyuan announced as she opened the tablet in her hands. Yesterday, participating contestants from various sides submitted 300 samples of external medications. These 300 samples were uniformly sent via air transport to a testing facility in the capital for examination, and the results are now available. With Zhang Yuanyuan's statement, the expressions of many contestants and participating sides in the audience subtly changed. Among them, 37 samples did not meet the standards. Zhang Yuanyuan's words shocked many people in the audience. Even Chen Ruxu felt her heart race at that moment. Several products presented by the Chen family were derived from a prescription from Ztia 2 years ago. Xavier's prescription was initially meant for internal use, but after research by the Chen family's traditional Chinese medicine department, multiple external use products were developed. It was these products that had propelled the rapid growth of the Chen family's conglomerate over the past 2 years. However, Chen Ruxu was well aware that the testing facility in the capital was more rigorous than those in Tianhai City. A product that could pass testing in Tianhai City might be flagged in the capital. So, Chen Ruxu was feeling very anxious, wondering if there were any issues with the products. And it all depended on whether Ziqian's prescription from 2 years ago had any flaws. Our criteria for assessing the quality involved multiple dimensions: whether the medication exceeded recommended composition standards, met the national drug standards, led to dependency, or if the claimed effects were exaggerated. Ultimately, 37 samples failed the test, and these 37 contestants will be eliminated. Zhang Yuanyuan's announcement surprised many contestants and participating sides. Host, is this fair? A contestant raised a concern. What's unreasonable about it? Every athlete has submitted their medication for testing. Since this medication is not up to standard, it should be eliminated. Zhang Yuanyuan turned her head slowly towards the athlete and said, "The testing process is supervised by the Yi family. If you had any doubts, you can request to review the test report and all the testing data. Anything tested by the Yi family in the capital city is unquestionable. Each medication corresponds to each athlete, so if this athlete's medication is inadequate, it's only natural to eliminate them." Another athlete frowned and said, "But many of us athletes are represented by the medications provided by the organizers, which doesn't reflect our true medical abilities." "That's not our concern," Zhang Yuanyuan replied. "If you have better medications, you should discuss with your organizing committee and present them. But since you haven't done so, it indicates that either you can't come up with better medications, or your organizing committee believes the ones they provided are superior. In that case, you should negotiate with the organizing committee. What does this have to do with us? Moreover, I believe every participant and the organizing committee will present their proudest medications, right?" With those words, Zhang Yuanyuan left that athlete speechless and red-faced. "I understand that this might seem unfair, but let me say this. You athletes supported by organizing committees, if you enjoy benefits that individual participants don't, you must also be willing to sacrifice some of your freedoms. Otherwise, wouldn't that be unfair to the individual participants?" Zhang Yuanyuan's words were met with applause from the audience, as they found no fault in her argument. If you receive special treatment, you must be prepared to give up some autonomy in return. This is akin to lions and tigers in a zoo. They don't worry about food or predators, but they are also deprived of freedom. Similarly, these athletes who choose to align with organizing committees must bear the consequences if any issues arise with the organizing committee. Most importantly, medications must not have any problems. If issues arise, they should be eliminated. We are only eliminating individual athletes, not entire organizing committees, which is already showing mercy. After Zhang Yuanyuan spoke, the audience fell silent. For instance, if Ziqia, a participant representing the Lu family, had medication issues leading to the entire Lu family being disqualified, that would be truly ruthless. Yet, the organizing committee did not take that route, leaving room for leniency. If they continued to argue, the outcome would likely not be favorable. "Host, we support you." Many audience members shouted loudly. "All right, next, I will display the list of disqualified athletes and their corresponding organizing committees on the big screen. Please, those whose names appear, voluntarily leave the athlete's seat." Zhang Yuanyuan finished speaking and turned slowly towards the big screen. At that moment, both the organizing committees and many athletes in the audience felt their hearts in their throats. No one foresaw that not only would these individuals be eliminated, but their organizing committees' names would also be revealed. What impact would this have? It was evident that once the problematic medications were exposed, everyone would know that those organizing committees' products were inadequate. This would likely result in a significant drop in clientele. "Host, please wait." At that moment, a middle-aged man in the organizing committee section stood up. "What is it?" Zhang Yuanyuan asked. "We have several athletes who wish to withdraw voluntarily, so there's no need to display the list, right?" The man's forehead glistened with sweat. "Yes, we withdraw as well. We believe for the sake of athletes' privacy protection, it's better not to disclose the list. We are withdrawing too." Following the man's request, several others also made the same plea. Laughter and mockery erupted in the audience as they made these statements. Those who criticized the simplicity of the third-round assessment now understood the true intention of the Yi family. The medical competition served not only to evaluate athletes, but also to assess the organizing committees. This revelation prompted a tumultuous reaction from the audience. It wasn't just about assessing the Chinese medicine community. It was a significant screening for the companies involved in Chinese medicine and herbal business. The true intentions of the Heavenly Medicine Cup medical competition were becoming clear. It aimed to not only evaluate the Chinese medical community, but also sift out any companies engaged in questionable practices. Those companies benefiting patients with genuine medications would rise to prominence. Conversely, those resorting to substandard or even illegal practices, regardless of prior success, would face exposure and condemnation. This was the ultimate purpose of the medical competition. Any other organizing committees wished to withdraw voluntarily. Zhang Yuanyuan scanned the faces of the participants. When her gaze fell upon Chen Ruxu, she couldn't help but feel a tightening in her chest, followed by a sense of struggle. Should she choose withdrawal, it would mean losing the opportunity to continue in the competition, potentially jeopardizing years of efforts by the Chen group, but at least they would have another chance to progress. However, if their products were found problematic and exposed on the big screen, it would spell total disaster for the Chen group, possibly leading to bankruptcy. Chen Ruxu was certain that all the company's products were made strictly according to Ziqian's formula from 2 years ago. The fate of the Chen group ultimately rested on that prescription. Should she trust Ziqian? With a determined heart, Chen Ruxu turned her head to look at Ziqian's location. However, Chen Ruxu couldn't help but furrow her brows upon seeing Ziqian's current state. After Zhang Yuanyuan announced the matter, all the participating parties and athletes were extremely nervous. Some were truly guilty of wrongdoing, while others, even if they knew their products were fine, still felt extremely anxious. After all, the testing in the capital was more stringent, and no one dared to guarantee that their medications would not have any problems. Among the anxious crowd, Ziqia seemed like a different species, remaining calm and composed. He seemed to have a strong sense of confidence in his medications, with a full 200% assurance. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from," Chen Ruxu quipped with a furrowed brow. While she kept complaining, she couldn't help but admit that Ziqian's calm and composed demeanor had also eased her nervousness. Since Ziqia had such confidence in his medications, then the formula from 2 years ago should also be problem-free. Thinking of this, Chen Ruxu's mood relaxed considerably, and a hint of resolve appeared in her gaze. "Are there any other withdrawals to announce?" Zhang Yuanyuan looked around the room and asked again. This time, 2 more people stood up. "Host, we voluntarily withdraw. You don't need to announce our names, right?" After these people stood up, they looked to Zhang Yuanyuan for confirmation. However, Zhang Yuanyuan didn't directly answer the question, but had the staff record their names. Seeing this, the other participants dispelled the idea of withdrawal and sat quietly in their seats. Zhang Yuanyuan waited for a few seconds, and when no one else stood up, she nodded. The participating parties who voluntarily withdrew, all the athletes under their names will be eliminated. Actually, several companies' medications have no problems, and I can only express regret about this. Next, please watch the big screen. The list of 37 disqualifying medications will be displayed. With these words, numerous people were puzzled. Especially the ones who had just withdrawn voluntarily became even more anxious. "What do you mean? We have already withdrawn voluntarily. Can't our privacy be protected? This is unfair. We object." In an instant, those who had withdrawn stood up and protested vehemently. "Sorry, what I mean is, these lists must be disclosed in detail. Because the original purpose of the Heavenly Medical Cup Medical Skills Competition is to select compassionate doctors to benefit the entire Dragon Kingdom's patient population. So, we not only need to assess individual medical skills, but also conduct a vital examination on all companies doing Chinese medicine business. An individual Chinese doctor, even if there are problems, can only affect a small number of patients. But if those authorized pharmaceutical companies that produce in bulk have issues, it will impact thousands of patients. We have no authority over Western medicine, but we absolutely will not allow such things to happen in the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese medicine circle. Therefore, the Heavenly Medical Cup Medical Skills Competition is not only about selecting great doctors, but also about doing everything possible to eliminate the tumor in the Chinese medicine circle." Zhang Yuanyuan's words were reasonable and convincing. Every word resonated deeply. When she finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with tens of thousands of people cheering. This was the true significance of the Heavenly Medical Cup Medical Skills Competition. not only selecting excellent doctors, but also cleansing the Chinese medicine circle of the Dragon Kingdom. Only when this circle is truly clean, free from those greedy and corrupt businessmen, can it genuinely benefit the public and the people. Thus, Zhang Yuanyuan's words garnered support from the audience, while the participating parties were left speechless. I noticed that everything the Yi family does has a purpose. Ziqie, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? LS Zhenya asked eagerly. They had anticipated this situation happening long ago, so they made various arrangements in advance. And this gradual expansion of the assessment venue and increasing audience seats is gradually exerting more public opinion pressure on the participating parties. Ziqie shook his head slightly. The things he spoke of were just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, he could see much deeper meaning from the Yi family's arrangements. He used to think that the Yi family was considering the welfare of the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese medicine wholeheartedly. But now, he had a different feeling. That's true. The Yi family had meticulously planned every step, every process, after many days of deliberation. For these participating parties to try to slip through would be foolish. LS Zhenyao didn't speculate as much as Ziqie, only nodding and smiling. Please look at the big screen. Zhang Yuanyuan pressed the button. All eyes turned to the screen. Everyone knew that the list of companies appearing on the big screen would bring catastrophic consequences to those businesses. At that moment, Chen Ruxu's tension resurged. I hope your formula doesn't disappoint me. If your formula causes the Chen family to fall into an irretrievable situation, then there will be no more favors between us. You will become a criminal in the eyes of our Chen family. Chen Ruxu murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the screen. Soon, the list was fully displayed. The venue fell silent, with all participating parties carefully checking to see if their company names were on the problematic list. Those who found their company names felt ashen-faced, while those who didn't were extremely excited. Chen Ruxu scrutinized the list several times, but couldn't find her company's name. She let out a long exhale, completely relaxing. Luckily, there were no issues with Ziqian's formula, and the derivative products based on that formula also passed inspection. From being extremely tense to now grateful towards Ziqie, Chen Ruxu even felt thankful. Several well-known companies from Tianhai City were on the list, with their medications facing problems. However, the Chen Group, a company that had only risen 2 years ago, passed with flying colors. This unexpected outcome pleasantly surprised Chen Ruxu. Damn it! Liang Cho cursed. Several of their company's products appeared on the screen. Although the elimination list was aimed at individual athletes and not entire participating parties, all their other team members had been disqualified, leaving only Jing Chen remaining. Zhang Chen was able to pass the challenge because he presented his own product. In other words, all the pharmaceutical products of the Liang Group have issues. Normally, the Liang Group likes to pass off inferior products as good, but this medical conference exposed their true colors. If it weren't for the powerful effects of Zhang Chen's medicine, the Liang Group would probably have been completely defeated this time. Liang Cao's injuries from Lin Yan have not fully healed yet, and in his anger, his face looks extremely fierce. At this moment, both Li Yue and Chen Ruxu didn't know how to comfort him, and could only remain quiet. No one from the Lu family has been eliminated. Damn it, Liang Chao cursed again, after looking at the list. Liang Chao. Finally, Li Yue couldn't resist speaking, but she was cut off by Liang Chao. HMPH. Quality over quantity. Our Liang Group has a divine physician Zhang, who is enough to defeat them all. Liang Chao coldly snorted, expressing great confidence in Zhang Chen. Yes. Chen Ruxu softly agreed. At this moment, among the participants who withdrew voluntarily from the competition, 2 or 3 of them were regretting their decision. They were not on the problem list, meaning they had sabotaged their own chances. But once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. They felt guilty, and they had to accept the consequences. These 37 players, along with the participants who withdrew voluntarily earlier, a total of 70 people have been eliminated. Zhang Yuanyuan took the data sheet from the staff and read aloud slowly. Wow, 70 people have been eliminated before the 3rd round even started. Are you still confused? It has already started. There will definitely be a test of the drug effects coming up. Originally, there were 300 advancing players, but now we only have 230 left. Today, the top 100 players may be selected. Many people at the scene were discussing, impressed by the Yi family's decisive methods. It is worth noting that the 300 players who made it to the third round were already considered elites in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. These elite traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are seen as rare talents by other companies. However, in this medical conference, they are just ordinary players who can be eliminated at any time, and the Yi family does not value them at all. In other words, no matter how outstanding these players may be, the Yi family will not pay attention to them until they select the top 100 players. Why? Because as the #1 medical family in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yi family already has an abundance of top-tier medical practitioners. Therefore, only the players who have experienced numerous assessments and can ultimately remain will be valued by them. Before that, any player can be eliminated easily. Now, the remaining 230 players, with their respective medicines, please enter the competition area. We will allow the players to use their medicines on patients on site. Ratings will be done based on the effects observed, led by Mr. Wei, among others. Ultimately, based on the rankings, 100 players will advance. After Zhang Yuanyuan explained the assessment process, everyone nodded. Many speculated earlier that the third round would select the top 100 players, and now, it seemed to be confirmed. Mr. Z, good luck. Lu Jinyao clenched his fist to cheer on Ziqie. After the 230 players entered the competition area with their representative medicines, Zhang Yuanyuan instructed the staff to bring in many patients. Most of these patients had skin issues, making their conditions relatively easy to judge. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, all participating players lined up to administer their medicines to the patients. This evaluation will consider multiple dimensions. It includes the immediate effects, patient's feedback, market response, and the effects of the ingredients in the medicines. While organizing the competition, Zhang Yuanyuan introduced the evaluation rules. People did not object to these rules as the medical conference had been held for many sessions. The Yi family had perfected and familiarized themselves with the entire process, so their assessment rules were generally accepted. As they watched the players compete, the participating companies below the stage were tense. They understood the significance of this third-round assessment, so they presented their best products. However, with only 100 slots for advancement, they weren't sure if their medicines would stand out. Of all the participating companies, Ruxu Chen was the most nervous. Initially, she had strong confidence in the products from the Chen Group. Over the past 2 years, the Chen Group had rapidly expanded thanks to these products. Ruxu Chen and the entire Chen family hoped to impress everyone at the medical conference with the effects of these products. However, after Ziqie presented the new formula to the Jin Cheng company, their thoughts changed. Ziqian's formula given to Jin Cheng was similar to the 2-year-old formula, but had better effects. In simple terms, Ziqian's formula was an upgraded version of the previous formula. This made Ruxu Chen uncertain. Faced with Ziqian's new formula, the Chen Group's products had no advantages. With a furrowed brow, Ruxu Chen silently awaited the evaluation results. Throughout the evaluation process, there were occasional exclamations from the audience. Some players' medicines showed remarkable effects. However, most of the time, it was relatively calm. Many players presented products that had been circulating in the market for a long time and were not considered exceptional. Time passed by minute. After more than 2 hours, all players had been evaluated, and Wei Fu and others on stage were conducting a comprehensive assessment. The 230 players anxiously awaited, not knowing if they would be among the 100 advancing players. After Lin Wan, Lu Jianlin, and others score all players, they handed the evaluation sheets to Wei Fu. The final list of advancing players would be determined by Wei Fu. The results will be announced soon. Please wait a moment, players. One thing I can inform you in advance is that if any player is dissatisfied with the results, you can present better medicines for on-site re-evaluation. Zhang Yuanyuan's rule gave a chance to the eliminated players. However, they all shook their heads. In their quest to advance, they had already presented the best medicines during the assessment. If their best wasn't enough to advance, presenting other medicines wouldn't change the outcome. Essentially, whether they advance or are eliminated in this round has already been decided, and there will be no changes. Even if they felt dissatisfied with being eliminated, they could only accept it. Soon, Wei Fu looked through Lin Wan's evaluation sheet for Lin Wan and selected 100 advancing contestants based on his own scoring standards. Chairman Liu, the performance of your contestants in this round of assessment doesn't seem too good, Lin Wan said playfully on the side. Not good. I think it's pretty good, Lu Jianlin replied calmly. Ha ha. Stubborn. Lin Wan shook his head and said no more. At this moment, Lu Jianlin's heart was actually very uneasy, because in the just concluded assessment process, the contestants from the Lu family did not shine compared to the other contestants. After all, in recent years, the Lu family's research in traditional Chinese medicine was not that good, otherwise, they wouldn't have been steadily suppressed by the Lin family. Therefore, the contestants from the Lu family were likely to be eliminated in this round. Lu Jianlin now pinned all his hopes on Ziqie. The list of advancing contestants has been finalized. Please look at the big screen. Zhang Yuanyuan handed the list to a staff member and pointed to the big screen. Soon, the list was scanned and displayed on the big screen. All the competitors and the thousands of spectators in the audience looked over. Zhang Chen, Zhang Heng, Lin Song, Ziqie. Oh, both Zhang Chen and Ziqie advanced. There will probably be some good shows ahead. The audience immediately began discussing upon seeing the list. Participants from various companies breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the names of their company's contestants. As for those who did not see their contestants' names, they looked back and forth several times and had to reluctantly shake their heads. Among these participants, Chen Ruxu was probably the most excited. She never expected that all the contestants from their company would advance. What did this mean? This meant that Ziqian's prescription he offered 2 years ago had been personally recognized by the Yi family, whether in terms of effectiveness or the prescription components. Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Leaving aside everything else, just in regard to this matter, thank you for leaving this precious gift to the Chen family. Chen Ruxu bit her red lips and looked towards Ziqie in the contestants' area. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that although Ziqie had left, the prescription he left behind was still contributing to the Chen group. 2 years ago, because of that prescription, the Chen group had developed rapidly. In this year's medical conference, once again because of this prescription, the Chen group successfully advanced to the 3rd round of assessments. Therefore, leaving aside all other messy matters, just based on this matter, the Chen family should express gratitude to Ziqie. Chen Ruxu stared at Ziqie for a few seconds before slowly redirecting her gaze. Any objections from the other contestants? We support contestants who present better products and are willing to reevaluate. Zhang Yuanyuan looked at the 130 eliminated contestants. The medical conference was meant to select the most outstanding medical practitioners and better products. So if better products emerge, they wouldn't mind spending more time on it. The eliminated contestants glanced at each other and then looked at the responsible persons from their respective companies. However, after a few seconds, they all shook their heads. It was the same old story. When they submitted their products yesterday, they had already presented their best medications. While their companies had other products, none were as effective as those they had submitted, so there was no need for a re-evaluation. If they insisted on a re-evaluation, it would only be more embarrassing. Therefore, the 130 eliminated contestants all remained silent. If there are no objections, then let us congratulate the advancing contestants for successfully entering the top 100. Zhang Yuanyuan's voice fell, and the audience erupted into warm applause. Lu Jingya was not surprised at all that Ziqie had advanced to the top 100. Chen Ruxu let out a sigh. At the beginning of the medical conference, she never thought that Ziqie would make it this far. But now, she had to admit that Ziqie was indeed very talented. Wait, host, I have something to say. At this moment, a man slowly stood up from his seat next to Lin Wan on the high platform. This man was named Zhao Zhuan, the chief medical advisor of the Tianhai Lin family, and also one of the judges present. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Tianhai City, his reputation was quite grand, comparable to Qin Hemming. However, Zhao Zhuan had been recruited by the Lin family several years ago and had always stayed with the Lin family, rarely appearing in the outside world. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been the chairman of the Tianhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Mr. Zhao, please go ahead. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded. I believe that the contestant named Ziqie and the Tianjin anti-aging face mask he presented do not meet the criteria for advancement, Zhao Zhuan said. A brief silence enveloped the venue upon Zhao Zhuan's words, followed by an explosion of discussion. What's going on? The face mask Ziqia presented, the Jade Silk Anti-Aging Face Mask, is the flagship product of Jingshu Cheng Company and its effects are truly amazing. That's right, this facial mask is made of pure traditional Chinese medicine. My wife is also using this product, and her skin looks 10 years younger. Can't you see it? Zhao Zhuan is the chief medical advisor of the Lin family. This is definitely a deliberate targeting of Ziqia. The people in the audience and many participants on the side were whispering. People with sharp eyes could see that this was clearly a deliberate attempt by the Lin family to target Ziqia and the Lu family. Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao both frowned. Even Wei Fu, who was sitting in the middle, had a slightly unpleasant expression. He had set the list of advancing contestants, and now, Zhao Zhuan's challenge was tantamount to questioning Wei Fu. However, Wei Fu could not immediately refute him. He represented the Yi family in the capital, but this medical conference was not a Yi family-controlled event. If other people were not allowed to speak, then having a judging panel would be meaningless. Moreover, if the advancement was solely at the Yi family's discretion, it would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction. So, even though Wei Fu was very dissatisfied, he couldn't retort immediately. However, he wouldn't allow Zhao Zhuan to babble on. If Zhao Zhuan could provide irrefutable reasons, Wei Fu might acknowledge them. But if Zhao Zhuan wanted to stir up trouble for no reason, Wei Fu wouldn't allow it, even if Zhao Zhuan was the chief medical advisor of the Lin family. Mr. Wei and Miss Zhang, we are not here to question Mr. Wei's decisions. Just that with so many contestants, Mr. Wei may inevitably overlook some points. So we dare to raise questions, and we hope Mr. Wei will not mind. Lin Wan also stood up slowly, offering a way out for Wei Fu. Wei Fu's expression softened slightly, and he said, "The medical conference upholds the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. As judges, you naturally have the power and qualifications to express different opinions. But I hope that each of you as judges will take responsibility for every word you say. Since you say that Ziqia did not meet the criteria for advancement, I would like to hear your arguments and reasons. Yes. State your reasons. As judges, you have the authority to speak, but you cannot talk nonsense. I want to see what kind of flower you can come up with." Suddenly, Shaoshan's supporters in the audience started shouting in dissatisfaction. What? Dr. Zhao has a huge reputation in Tianhai City. What he says is the truth. I also think that this type of face mask should not advance. A face mask is not a medication. It has nothing to do with medical skills competition. The thousands of audience members on site were not all supporters of Shaoshan. Some supported John Chen or the Lin family, and at this moment they were speaking up for Zhao Zhuan. The audience of over 10,000 people divided into several factions and began to loudly argue. The neutral spectators were almost drowned in the spittle of both sides. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuanyuan and the others frowned slightly, while Lu Jianlin's expression darkened. He knew very well that this was definitely a deliberate disruption arranged by Lin Wan. However, even though he knew that Lin Wan was targeting them, at this moment he had no way to deal with it. After furrowing his brows for a few seconds, Lu Jianlin turned to Shaoshan. At this moment, Shaoshan remained calm and composed, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, and as if what was happening now had long been within his expectations. Everyone, please stay calm. Let's hear what Mr. Zhao has to say first. Zhang Yuanyuan gestured for the whole audience to quiet down, and then everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Zhuan. The TCM Cup medical competition assesses medical skills, pharmacology, acupuncture, all of which are related to curing and saving people. The product that contestant Shaoshan presented cannot be considered a medication. Strictly speaking, it is just a product, a skincare product. Furthermore, there are many skincare products on the market with similar effects. His face mask just seems slightly better in terms of results. If it were a skincare product competition, perhaps his face mask could win, but this is a medical skills competition, where curing and saving lives take precedence. Therefore, in the old man's opinion, this moderately effective skincare product of his should not be a reason for advancement. Zhao Zhuan said flatly, as he slowly delivered these words. That's right. Dr. Zhao is absolutely right. Although this face mask is made of pure Chinese medicine, in the end, it is still a skincare product. The medical competition requires medicine, not cosmetics. I think it should be eliminated. After Zhao Xuan finished speaking, many voices supporting him emerged in the audience. As for this situation, the people on Lin Wan's side looked smug, but many others couldn't help but frown. In fact, Wei Fu also knew that the product Xiaoshan presented was not a medicine for treating illnesses. However, from the previous round of assessments, he could see that Xiaoshan's medical skills were extraordinary. So, before seeing Xiaoshan's product, he had already prepared to let Xiaoshan advance. Now, facing Zhao Xuan's questioning, he couldn't find the right words to counter. "Mr. Zhao, aren't you nitpicking a bit? Among the top 100 contestants advancing, Xiaoshan's product is not the only one that is a face mask." Lu Jianlin furrowed his brow slightly. Among the top 100 contestants advancing, there were other contestants who also entered the top 100 with products that had similar effects. "Mr. Lu, if you have doubts about other contestants, you can also present your evidence. As for now, I just feel that Xiaoshan's product doesn't deserve to advance. The quality of other contestants is irrelevant to me." Zhao Xuan said this indifferently, and Lu Jianlin's face darkened further upon hearing this. It was obvious that they were going to target Xiaoshan, which in turn was targeting the Lu family. "Mr. Wei, Xiaoshan's product does not have the effectiveness of treating illnesses, so I suggest he should be eliminated." After Zhao Xuan finished speaking, Lin Wan and all supporters of the Lin family nodded in agreement. "I suggest you not suggest." Lu Jianlin wasn't going to go easy on Zhao Xuan and firmly stood up. "Director Lu, please calm down. Xiaoshan is a contestant from your Lu family. To avoid suspicion, you'd better stay quiet. Otherwise, people might think you're feeling guilty and are rushing out to cover it up." Lin Wan smiled faintly and said playfully, "Ha ha ha, feeling guilty? Getting restless?" Lin's supporters burst into laughter. "Director Lu, please sit down first." Liu Wenzheng, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, gently pulled Lu Jianlin as per the rules of the medical competition. As a judge, if a problem arises with their own contestant, they should try to avoid suspicion, so Lu Jianlin was not suitable to speak. After Lu Jianlin sat down, Liu Wenzheng stood up to speak. "I support Xiaoshan's advancement. Skin diseases are also considered illnesses, and in the field of Chinese medicine, health maintenance has always been a persistent topic. The goal of health maintenance is to live younger and healthier. The face mask Xiaoshan presented can address facial issues and has anti-aging effects, making people look younger. How does this not meet the advancement criteria?" Liu Wenzheng first glanced at Zhao Xuan and Lin Wan, then looked at the people below the stage. It must be said that for Xiaoshan, Liu Wenzheng was determined to go all out. Looking at the entire Dianhai city, there aren't many who dare to openly offend the Lin family, and usually, Liu Wenzheng wouldn't dare to offend them. But in this matter today, he had to step forward because he absolutely would not allow Xiaoshan to be buried due to Lin's intentional targeting. Xiaoshan, this rising star in the TCM field, carried numerous hopes. Even the former president Chen Jitang had high hopes for Xiaoshan. So, even if it meant offending the Lin family, Liu Wenzheng had to do his best to protect Xiaoshan's path in the competition. "President Liu, don't change the topic here. Facial care is not within the scope of treating skin diseases," Zhao Xuan replied calmly. "Then among these 100 contestants, many have products classified under facial care. How should we address that? Is it possible that our medical competition needs to treat contestants differently?" Liu Wenzheng didn't back down, and with a cold smile, he countered, "President Liu, please watch your language. What I mean is, not all facial care categories are ineligible for advancement. However, the kind of product Xiaoshan presented, there are many similar products on the market, nothing special. And based on the effects of this product, it does not qualify for advancement." Zhao Xuan shook his head, sticking to his own perspective. Both sides stuck to their arguments, unwilling to be convinced by the other. Faced with this situation, according to the rules of the medical competition, it seems they would have to request arbitration and judgment from the Yi family. However, arbitration and judgment would take time, which would undoubtedly affect Xiaoshan's subsequent participation. Lin Wan had planned for this. Waiting for the Yi family's judgment, the medical competition might be ending. Even if the result favored Xiaoshan, what good would it do? Understanding the rules of the medical competition, Lin Wan prepared to completely bury Xiaoshan using this method. At the scene, it was getting more and more chaotic. Lin Wan and Liu Wenzheng on the stage were each sticking to their own argument, and the tens of thousands of audience members below, No one was willing to give in to anyone. The more chaotic the scene became, the more pleased Lin Wan felt. Originally, Zitia had already advanced, but now he was creating chaos at the scene. Even if Zitia would not be eliminated by failing to be the first to make a diagnosis, it would still lead to an arbitration evaluation. If that happened, his goal would be achieved. Shameless, Lu Jingyao gritted her teeth in anger. Actually, when Lu Jingyao submitted the product yesterday, she also thought of this point. However, she thought that the Lin family was, after all, a prestigious family in Tianhai City, and wouldn't do such shameless things. But she didn't expect that, in order to target the Lu family and Zitia, the Lin family would even throw away their dignity. Everyone, quiet down. Zhang Yuanyuan shouted into the microphone several times, but couldn't make the crowd calm down, so she looked to Wei Fu for help with her eyes. Wei Fu furrowed his brow. Typically in this kind of deadlock situation, they would have to resort to arbitration. But if they did go that route, the contestant couldn't continue the normal competition, which would have a significant impact on Ziqian's future matches. From Wei Fu's personal perspective, he hoped Ziqia would advance, but in the current situation, his opinion alone didn't count. After a moment of silence, Wei Fu, faced with the increasingly chaotic scene, had to make a decision quickly. If the commotion continued, it might lead to more serious consequences. There could even be fights in the audience, and if it escalated to a mass brawl of tens of thousands of people, the medical conference would have to be cancelled. Everyone, quiet down. We will give you all a resolution. Wei Fu stood up, picked up the microphone from the table, and began to speak. The people present all knew that Wei Fu represented the Yi family of the capital city, and his words carried weight, so they all closed their mouths respectfully. Wei Fu's gaze moved slowly, sweeping over faces like Lin Wan and Li Wenzhang. He knew very well that whether he let Zitia advance or be eliminated, someone would be dissatisfied, resulting in continued chaos at the scene. Therefore, he had no choice now but to temporarily reserve Ziqian's assessment results and choose arbitration. However, before making this decision, he needed to ask the contestant's opinion. Ziqia, we will temporarily reserve your assessment results and have the Yi family conduct an arbitration evaluation. Do you accept? Wei Fu asked in a deep voice. I don't accept. Ziqian's response made Wei Fu frown slightly. In fact, by asking whether he accepted, it was just a formality. According to the normal process, the current situation required arbitration. Ziqian's attitude made it difficult for him to speak. Since other contestants can advance with skincare products, why can't mine? Ziqia asked faintly. I've already mentioned that, Zhao Zhuan said. Your product's effects are not up to the standard for advancement. Zhao Zhuan and Lin Wan both wore cold smiles at this moment. The criteria for advancement was not clearly defined, so they could say whatever they liked. After all, with just one sentence, they were openly targeting Ziqia. Well then, I'll just accept being eliminated in the first round. Ziqian's words instantly silenced the entire room. Eliminated? He actually voluntarily requested to be eliminated. Was this an act of defiance or stupidity? For the traditional Chinese medicine scholars of the entire country, this medical conference was an unprecedented event of great significance, like a pilgrimage for those devoted to Buddhism. Countless people had to rack their brains just to be able to attend, and making it to the third round of assessment was already a significant achievement. And yet, here was Ziqia, ready to abandon the competition so easily in the first round. Did he not value this prestigious conference like all the other traditional Chinese medicine scholars did, or was he simply uninterested? Lin Wan, Zhao Zhuan, and others were stunned, as were the entire audience, the contestants, and officials, with even Lu Jinyao showing her surprise. She knew that Ziqia was not participating in the medical conference for fame or profit, but such a casual and voluntary elimination was not in line with what she knew of Ziqian's character. All right, since you voluntarily request elimination, the organizers of course must fulfill your request. Lin Wan nodded happily when he realized that their goal of eliminating Ziqia had been achieved. In that case, I announce that contestant Ziqia has lost his qualification to advance. Zhang Yuanyuan sighed deeply, looking regretful. All right, according to the assessment rules, let's promote the next ranked contestant from those who were eliminated until we have 100 advancing contestants. Lin Wan clapped his hands, feeling very pleased because the contestant who ranked 101st was from their Lin family. Wait a minute. Who dares to take my spot? At that moment, Zichia stood up slowly. What? Zichia, you've been eliminated, so leave promptly. Lin Wan frowned, sternly rebuking Zichia. I was indeed eliminated, but if I remember correctly, the assessment rules state that eliminated contestants can choose to present a new medication for reassessment. Did I remember incorrectly? Zichian's words stunned everyone present. HMPH. I knew Mr. Z wouldn't give up so easily, immediately responded Lu Jinyao with a smile. That's the Zichia she knew. Yes, that's right. Any eliminated contestant has the right to apply for reassessment, but the condition is that they must present a medication with significantly good effects. Zhang Yuanyuan took over, confirming the existence of this rule. Well then, I apply for reassessment, Zichia said as he slowly walked out of the contestant area. Upon hearing this, the audience was initially stunned but soon erupted into whispers and scoffs. How naive of him! This reassessment rule was never meant to be taken seriously. During assessments, all contestants bring out their best medications, so this rule has never been used. Can he really come up with a more effective medication now? What a joke! He's just wasting everyone's time. Many in the audience were discussing, with most showing mockery and disdain. The common belief was that all contestants would already present their best medications during assessments to increase their chances of advancement. They didn't believe Zichia could produce an even more effective topical medication. Even Zhang Yuanyuan and Wei Fu were a bit puzzled. The rule was never intended to be utilized, so they had initially overlooked the matter, planning to proceed with arbitration. They were surprised when Zichia made the request. According to the assessment rules, if a contestant makes such a request, it must be followed through. Okay, I agree. Wei Fu nodded, feeling a flicker of anticipation. He was genuinely eager to see if Zichia had something better to offer. We also agree. Lin Wan and the others frowned but nodded assent. After all, this was a right granted to all eliminated contestants, and rejecting it wouldn't change anything. As all eyes were on him, Zichia returned to the competition area. I need patients numbered 16 and 78. Zichia, standing firm, immediately made his request facing the stage. All right, Zhang Yuanyuan nodded, and the previous patients were brought back into the arena. All eyes were now focused on Zichia and the two patients. Everyone wanted to see if Zichia could truly present a more effective topical medication. He's such a clown. I can't believe he's got something better. Why didn't he bring it out earlier? Maybe he anticipated being targeted, so he kept this hidden. Ridiculous. What a foolish clown. Liao Chao sneered, expressing disdain. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruxu blinked as she found Liao Cao's words somewhat reasonable. Did Zichia indeed predict he might be targeted and deliberately held back a better medication? If he had revealed his cards earlier, the Lin family would have likely found another way to counter him. Now, if Zichia could genuinely present a more effective medication, it would take the Lin family by surprise. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Ruxu turned to look at Zichia, waiting to see how he would perform next. In the competition area, Zichia and the two patients stood as Zhao Zhuan asked, Zichia, what medication are you using for the assessment? Zichia replied calmly, just watch with your eyes wide open, and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. He then approached the two patients. Both patients, a man and a woman, had one thing in common: scars on their faces. The man had a 3-centimeter long red scar on his left face, while the woman had a 2-centimeter long brown scar on her forehead. Many in the audience frowned slightly, wondering if Zichian's medication was a scar-removing cream. Lu Jingya suddenly realized that after the Jingshu Cheng press conference, Zichia had shared with her a new formula for a scar removal cream. However, she hadn't had the chance to develop it and was unsure of its effects. She speculated that Zichia might be presenting that formula now. Do you trust me? Zichia asked the two patients casually. Yes. They nodded in affirmation, having witnessed Zichian's progress from the initial rounds. Then I will restore your faces to their original state, Zichia declared as he applied the cream to the scars on their faces. Laughter erupted from the audience. Is he really offering a scar removal remedy? After all this dramatic build-up, what is this supposed to be? Removing scars right on site. I've seen and used many scar removal products. It's not an exaggeration to say that all scar removal products on the market are just a tax on intelligence. Exactly, all scar removal products, at most, have some effect in lightening scar marks. that requires long-term use. Is he really claiming to remove scars on the spot? While Zitia didn't explicitly state the cream's effects, everyone had already guessed. However, no one believed that this cream could actually work. Scars and marks like these were often lifelong and challenging to remove. If it were that easy, many who needed to remove scars for military or special profession reasons would have done so already. The reality was that there was no product on the market capable of perfect scar removal. Even if Ziqian's cream did have scar removal effects, it wouldn't be visible in such a short assessment period. And if it wasn't visible, who could prove its effectiveness? Even the experienced Chinese medicine experts like Lynn and the Unearthing were puzzled by Ziqian's actions. Presenting a different product, even if it were for something like skin conditions, could have changed the game. But a scar removal product was believed to have no effect. Ziqia attempting to achieve scar removal effects within the assessment time was nothing but wishful thinking. I'll be blunt, I need to see the results to believe it. If the naked eye can't differentiate the before and after effects, I'll give it a 0. Lin Wan smirked, fully confident in his control over Zitia. He didn't believe that Zitia could achieve scar removal on the spot. This time, both Lu Jianlin and the Unearthing remained silent. It was not an exaggeration to say that in that crowd of over 10,000 people, except for Lu Jingyao who held hope for Zitia, everyone else thought Zitia was making a fool of himself. His elimination was a sure thing. However, Ziqia remained oblivious to all the contemptuous gazes and disdainful comments from the audience. How does it feel? Ziqia asked the two patients. It's hot. It feels like being burned by fire. This won't ruin my face, right? The female patient was a bit panicked. The burning sensation made her extremely anxious. Don't worry. Wait for 15 minutes. Ziqia shook his head slightly and then sat down quietly to wait. Ziqia, how long do you want us to wait? Zhao Xuan sneered, frowning at Zitia. Mr. Z said 15 minutes. The female patient replied immediately. Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes. Zhao Xuan showed even more disdain. He was highly respected in the field of traditional Chinese medicine and was very knowledgeable about Chinese medical principles. He knew that many medicinal herbs had miraculous effects on skin regeneration, but completing the process in 15 minutes was simply a pipe dream. Moreover, those herbs were extremely rare, almost unheard of in the world. Even the Lu family couldn't produce them. He didn't believe that Ziqia could gather all those herbs, so he just had to wait for 15 minutes, and Ziqia would be completely eliminated. Please wait for 15 minutes, Zhang Yuanyuan, the host, announced to maintain order on the scene. Haha, 15 minutes, can that change the outcome? If you're eliminated, just accept it and stop wasting our time. 15 minutes for scar removal? If he can do it, I'll eat the chair under my butt. The audience laughed even more at the mention of 15 minutes. Even though they didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, they knew that modern medical science had not reached such a level. They could believe in a laser scar removal in 15 minutes, but applying some ointment and claiming to remove scars in the same amount of time was completely unbelievable. Therefore, not a single person in the audience believed in Ziqia. In the next 15 minutes, the mocking and disdainful remarks continued without ceasing. Some thought Ziqia was arrogant, others felt he was too self-assured, and some believed he was just a clown playing tricks. In short, except for Lu Jinyao, no one had high hopes for Ziqia. Li Yue, who was sitting in the competition area, Liang Cha asked with a sneer, pointing at Ziqia. How? Isn't that Ziqia? Li Yue responded in surprise. No, that's not Ziqia. That's the jumping clown. Ha ha ha. Liang Cao's words made Li Yue burst into laughter as well. The contempt and mockery on their faces were clear, showing their disdain. Look, the clown stood up. Now it's a standing clown. Ha ha ha. Liang Cao pointed at Ziqia, laughing breathlessly. When the 15 minutes were up, Ziqia handed the handkerchiefs to the two patients. It seems so real. I can't wait to see if it has any effects. Li Yue couldn't help but chuckle. She was only waiting for Ziqia to make a fool of himself in public so she could laugh for a year. At this moment, all eyes were on the faces of the two patients. Those close enough noticed that the light brown ointment had changed color slightly, even showing a hint of red. The two patients, feeling nervous, wiped the area where the ointment had been applied with the handkerchiefs. After wiping it clean, they turned slowly and faced Wei Fu and others on the podium. What? Wei Fu's eyes widened in shock. Ha! Lin Wan and Zhao Xuan were stunned. Hiss! Liu Wenzheng gasped, his eyes full of amazement. The host Zhang Yuanyuan even covered her mouth in astonishment, almost screaming out loud. What did they see? They saw that there was no scar on the faces of the two patients. The areas that had been scarred were now completely healed, even looking more natural and soft than the surrounding skin. Ziqia seemed to perform magic, as the scars on the faces of the two patients disappeared out of thin air. The judges, including Wei Fu, were speechless, not knowing how to react. Ha ha ha, is it time for elimination? Hurry up and announce it. Liang Chao shouted. Yes, quickly eliminate him. Don't waste our time. I knew it was useless. Turn around quickly and let us see. Amidst the crowd's calls, the two patients slowly turned around and faced the audience again. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. The once noisy atmosphere was as if someone had pressed the pause button, and everyone was quiet. Laughter was stuck in some people's throats, almost choking them. The smiles on Liang Chao and Li Yu's faces froze, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Looking at Chen Ruxu at this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with an extraordinary brilliance. Amazing, unbelievably skillful. She couldn't find words to describe her current feelings. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Lu Jinya smiled, her gaze fixed on Ziqia. Ziqia didn't disappoint her, bringing her such a huge surprise once again. Wow, incredible. A young man in the audience exclaimed, and everyone finally snapped out of their daze. Oh my god, is this real? I didn't miss it. The scars really disappear? Wow. Wow, is this medical skill or magic? Is Ziqia a deity? The entire crowd gasped in astonishment, completely shaken by the miraculous effects of the ointment. Is it really healed? A man and a woman, two patients, slowly reached out to touch their own scars. Smooth, even, no longer protruding like they had scars before. Oh my god, the two of them froze on the spot. But at this moment, no one paid attention to them, as tens of thousands of people present were caught up in the frenzy. They had clearly seen before how visible the scars were on the faces of the man and woman, especially the girl. Her scar had a brownish hue, clearly an old scar from many years ago. However, after applying Ziqian's miraculous ointment, 15 minutes, in just a short 15 minutes, the fierce scars were completely removed. How miraculous was this medicine? How astounding was its effect? I admit, my voice was a bit loud just now. I apologize to Ziqia. Ziqia, miraculous healer. Please, you must give this to me. You must sell it to me. I'll pay a high price. Move aside. Sisters, let me use it. The incision from my Caesarean section is the largest. Let me use it first. Tens of thousands of viewers were incredibly crazy. If not for the security personnel and guards on the scene, there might have been countless people rushing up to snatch Ziqian's ointment. Scar removal, whether in the beauty industry or in the medical field, has always been an enduring topic. Everyone desires beauty. There is no woman in the world who does not love beauty. But if one is ugly, makeup can cover it up. Yet many scars are not easily hidden by makeup and cannot be removed by skincare products. And all scar removal products on the market are essentially a tax on intelligence with little actual effect. There are many girls who, at great expense, undergo plastic surgery to try and remove scars, yet the results are often unsatisfactory. But today, they saw with their own eyes how Ziqia effortlessly solved the problem of scars in just 15 minutes. How could they not be thrilled and crazy? If Ziqia were willing to auction it off at this moment, that half bottle of ointment in his hands could definitely fetch millions in just 1 minute. It might even reach tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. After all, for many wealthy women, money has a price, but beauty is priceless. Amidst the frenzy, the expressions of Liang Chao and Li Yue were like they had eaten a fly, their faces turning from radiant smiles to grimaces. Not only were they embarrassed, but those who had doubted Ziqia, who had mocked and scorned him, now felt a searing pain on their faces. Every mocking and scornful word they had spoken turned into a sharp slap in the face, fiercely hitting them. This included Lin Wan and Zhao Zhuan. The Jingshu face mask had been on the market for a long time, and the Lin family had analyzed it many times. Lin Wan had anticipated that the Liu family would have Ziqia use this face mask for the assessment, so they had thought of ways to thwart Ziqia in advance. They thought they had Ziqia figured out, but who would have imagined that Ziqia still had a trick up his sleeve, catching them off guard. Faced with the miraculous effect of this scar removal ointment, no one had anything to say. No, It's impossible. This can't be. I absolutely do not believe it. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuan shouted loudly, then rushed down from the stage to the competition area. At this moment, Zhao Zhuan looked lost, as if he had suffered a huge shock. And indeed, he had, as he believed that his research in traditional Chinese medicine had reached its peak. That the ointment Ziqia had brought out made him question his previous research. He dared not believe it, and did not want to believe it, so now he urgently needed an answer, needed to personally verify this answer. With all eyes on him, Zhao Zhuan came to the two patients and, without hesitation, reached out to touch them. The two individuals frowned slightly, but considering Zhao Zhuan's status, they did not avoid him. Zhao Zhuan gently touched with his fingers, scrutinizing carefully. After this careful examination, he found that the scars had not completely disappeared. There were still some traces, but they were only visible from a very close distance. And when Zhao Zhuan saw these faint marks, he was stunned on the spot. Just now, he couldn't help but think that these two people might have been planted by Ziqia, and that the scars were fake, intentionally done with makeup. But now, seeing these faint marks, Zhao Zhuan dispelled that thought. There were marks, indicating that the previous scars were real, and Ziqia had indeed removed them from the two individuals in just 15 minutes. Let me see it. Show it to me quickly. Zhao Zhuan turned abruptly, reaching out from Ziqia's hand to grab the ointment. Get lost. Ziqia coldly harumphed, pushing Zhao Zhuan's hand away. Zhao Zhuan was a judge but did not have the authority to take Ziqia's things. Sorry, Mr. Z, please let me see this ointment. I have never seen anything so miraculous. Zhao Zhuan finally realized, clasping his hands together in apology, then pleadingly looking at Ziqia. At this moment, Zhao Zhuan, where was his deportment as the chief tutor of the Lin family? I won't show it. Ziqia waved his hand to refuse, but Zhao Zhuan kept staring at Ziqia, unwilling to leave. Shameful. Seeing Zhao Zhuan being so polite to Ziqia, Lin Wan couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. Who's being shameful here? You. Lin Wan meticulously arranged a scheme, only to end up making a fool of yourself. Who's really shameful? Lu Jianlin smiled faintly, looking relaxed as he glanced at Lin Wan. Lin Wan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling a burning anger that he had nowhere to release. Mr. Zhao, have you seen clearly? Wei Fu softly asked from the stage. He also wanted to come over and check for himself, but out of respect for his position, he refrained from doing so. I have seen clearly. The ointment is real. The scars are real. This ointment he has, indeed possesses a miraculous scar removal effect. Zhao Zhuan pondered slightly, then truthfully answered. And after he finished speaking, once again the entire arena erupted in astonishment. These spectators were just in awe, but to these traditional Chinese medicine experts and figures, like Liu Wenzhang, they understood even more clearly the profound significance of this scar removal ointment. Scars, even to Western medical experts, require various surgical attempts at repair, and still may not be fully restored. What Western medicine struggles to achieve, Ziqian's bottle of ointment effortlessly accomplishes. What does this signify? For so many years, traditional Chinese medicine treatments have rarely surpassed Western medicine methods. Because traditional Chinese medicine treatment methods are relatively mysterious, usually involving adjusting internal organs and meridians, with few visible treatment methods, that the appearance of this ointment shattered the conventional treatment methods of traditional Chinese medicine and decisively surpassed Western medical methods on a visible level. What profound significance does this hold? This will undoubtedly establish fame for traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Empire, or even truly make a name for itself. Great. Wei Fu was extremely excited, standing up and applauding. Great. Great. As one person led, thousands of people shouted in excitement. In the midst of the roaring crowd, Ziqia remained calm and composed as if everything was rightfully his. Seeing his serene and confident demeanor, Chen Ruxu and Lu Jinyao, among others in the audience, were all convinced at the same time that Ziqia must have long anticipated the Lin family's targeting him. The scar-removing ointment, it must have been a calculated move deliberately left by Ziqia as a backup plan. The fact proved that Ziqia indeed had enough foresight. This miraculous scar-removing ointment caught Lin Wan completely off guard. Faced with the resounding cheers from the whole audience, Lin Wan knew that the momentum was not in his favor anymore, and it was impossible to continue targeting Ziqia. However, Lin Wan felt extremely unwilling in his heart. He had schemed and prepared for a long time, even taking the risk of offending Wei Fu by targeting Zichia forcefully, only to end up with such a result. Originally thinking he had Zichia under control, who would have thought that he had become a laughingstock himself, which he found hard to accept. He couldn't accept it, just like Liang Chao and Li Yue couldn't accept it either. Damn it, how many tricks does he still have up his sleeve? Liang Chao, who had previously looked down on Zichia, had to admit his respect after witnessing Zichia's tactics at the medical skills conference. Zichia was definitely not as simple as he had thought. At the very least, Zichia was not a worthless person. At this moment, Liang Chao's phone suddenly rang. Since the content of the third round assessment was public, there were no signal jammas set up on site, so the phone call went through smoothly. Hello? Lynn? Yes, I see. Liang Chao answered the phone, bending down slightly to speak. Half a minute later, Liang Chao hung up the phone and raised his head again, a sinister smirk on his lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanyuan and the judges on stage were discussing something quietly. The fact that Zichia had brought out this ointment meant he could definitely advance to the next round. What they needed to consider now was what ranking to give Zichia. Host, I have something to say. Liang Chao raised his hand and stood up. Please go ahead. Zhang Yuanyuan nodded slightly. However, upon seeing the swelling and bruising on Liang Chao's face, Zhang Yuanyuan couldn't help but smile. I question the ointment Zichia presented. This ointment has not been on the market. Who can prove that it belongs to the Lu family? Liang Chao boldly exclaimed, raising his arm. Zichia furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze coldly fixed on Liang Chao. In fact, based on Zichia's abilities, Liang Chao was not even worthy of being considered a rival. However, Liang Chao's actions were like a toad underfoot, making people feel disgusted. From the medical skills conference till now, Liang Chao had been like a loyal lackey following the Lin family's lead in targeting Zichia. Originally, Zichia had planned to settle the score with Liang Chao after the conference, but now it seemed that if he didn't deal with Liang Chao, he would not have peace at the conference. At this thought, a cold murderous intent flashed in Zichia's eyes. What are you looking at? On what grounds do you claim this is your possession? Who knows if you stole it from elsewhere? Liang Chao, confident due to Lin Yan's support, spoke with determination. Participant, please stop causing trouble. Liu Wenzheng frowned and reprimanded Liang Chao. President Liu, what you said is not correct. This third round of assessment is about the products each participant can present. If anyone can bring any product, can I purchase a high-quality product from someone else to participate? Liang Chao snorted, leaving Liu Wenzheng at a loss for words. Even Zhang Yuanyuan and Wei Fu had to admit that Liang Chao had a point. Allowing participants to bring products purchased from other companies as their own entries would lead to chaos. Stop speaking without evidence. If you have doubts, provide evidence to prove that this ointment belongs to another company. If there is no evidence, I suggest you keep quiet. Lu Jinya stood up, coldly addressing Liang Chao. What? Couldn't question without evidence. I do not have evidence, but do you? If both of us lack evidence, then I suppose this result will have to be temporarily cancelled, pending further verification before a judgment is made. With a cold smile, Liang Chao revealed his true aim. Following Lin Yan's instructions, Lu Jingya gritted her teeth, and the spectators supporting the Lin family once again loudly echoed their agreement. Zhang Yuanyuan exchanged a glance with Wei Fu, then turned to Zichia. This is mine, Zichia responded calmly. Then prove it. Can you disclose the formula of this ointment, or even mix it on the spot? Liang Chao smirked, questioning Zichia. Why should we tell you our formula? If I remember correctly, the participant from the Liang group, Zhang Chen, also used a self-developed formula, right? His formula has not been circulated on the market. How can you prove it belongs to him? Lu Jingya retorted. Our Dr. Zhang can mix it on the spot. Can you? Liang Chao responded without hesitation. Lu Jingya furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Zichia. I am not interested in demonstrating anything for you. If someone doubts the authenticity of this ointment, they can provide evidence. Zichia didn't even look at Liang Chao, simply raising his head to look at Wei Fu. After all, regardless of what Liang Chao said, ultimately, it would depend on Wei Fu, the chief judge. Well, Wei Fu paused for a moment, then slowly replied, if you can mix it on the spot, that would be even better. You will undoubtedly be the first place. When Wei Fu made this statement, nearby Lu Jianlin and Lin Wan were slightly surprised. They had previously believed that Wei Fu was favoring Ziqia, so why did he now seem to support Liang Cao's decision? In reality, Wei Fu was not targeting Ziqia, he just had his own motives. He wanted to understand Ziqia better. Since he couldn't search for Ziqia privately and couldn't find detailed information about him, he took advantage of this opportunity to examine Ziqia on the spot. If Ziqia had enough ability, he would understand Ziqia better. And if Ziqia was really using someone else's medicine to bluff his way through, then it wouldn't be a big loss to eliminate him. Mr. Z, please mix it on the spot. Zhang Yuanyuan, with Wei Fu's approval, urged Ziqia. What? If I don't mix it, does that mean I won't be allowed to advance? Ziqian's heart was beginning to simmer with some anger at this point. The outside world always said that the Heavenly Doctor Cut Medical Skills Grand Tournament was fair and just. But Ziqia didn't realize until he actually participated that it wasn't as fair as rumored, with many things mixed in that were hard to agree with. This, if you can't prove it. Before Zhang Yuanyuan could finish speaking, Ziqia waved his hand to interrupt. All right, then I refuse. Whether the thing I take out is good or bad, I know better than anyone else. If I can't advance even with this medicine, then this third round of assessment is just a joke. And this medical skills conference, on the surface fair and just, is actually full of dirt. I don't think it's even necessary to hold it. With Ziqian's words, everyone in the audience was shocked. How much courage did Ziqia have to say such things in public? Saying that the medical skills conference was corrupt, wasn't that accusing the Yi family in the capital of shady dealings? Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, who dares openly offend the Yi family and say such things to them? Wei Fu was furious at Ziqian's provocation, but had to forcibly suppress his anger. I just asked you to prepare it on the spot. Listen, I said asked. Wei Fu frowned. If this is truly your preparation, why can't you prepare it on the spot? What are you afraid of? You are mistaken. I'm not afraid. Just that if I strictly follow the assessment process, I should be allowed to advance. If I am forcefully not allowed to advance, I'll accept it. But what kind of virtue is this medical skills conference? I'm sure everyone can see clearly. The eyes of the crowd are sharp. Justice is in people's hearts. Ziqian's tone was filled with coldness. Why are you unwilling to do such a simple proof? Wei Fu was getting impatient. Why should I do it? Ziqia calmly asked. If I do it, what benefit will I get from it? If you can prepare it on the spot, you will surely be the first in this third round of assessment. At the same time, regardless of your ranking in the competition, I will give you priority in choosing the rewards at the conference. How about that? After pondering for 2 seconds, Wei Fu stated his own conditions. Deal. Ziqia immediately nodded in agreement. His straightforward acceptance caught Wei Fu off guard for a moment. Wei Fu was stunned, feeling as if he had fallen into a trap. Bring me my alchemy tools. Ziqia shouted to the audience below, and Li Jinyao, who was sitting beside Ziqia, quickly found a small box and brought it to Ziqia. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience was equally stunned. Ziqia, had he prepared his alchemy tools in advance? Why do I feel like I've been tricked by this kid? Wei Fu rubbed his chin. He finally realized that Ziqia had already prepared his alchemy tools in advance, indicating that he was ready to prepare the ointment on the spot. With such a plan in mind, why did he act so forcefully in refusing to prepare it earlier? Good kid. He played the pretend to be strong move on me. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wei Fu suddenly slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth. You better perform to my satisfaction, or I'll hold you accountable. He finally reacted. Ziqian's previous strong attitude was likely an act, including those words, all to intentionally provoke Wei Fu. And in his angry state, Wei Fu took the initiative to set conditions for Ziqia. And Ziqia simply accepted the situation. This kid is young but quite cunning. The head of the Wang family, Wan Tonghai, who hadn't spoken, whispered softly. It is said that onlookers see more clearly than those involved. Just now, the Lynn family and the Le family were at odds, both acting emotionally, making it difficult to think rationally about the situation. Standing neutrally, Wan Tonghai was not influenced by anyone, so he could analyze the whole situation clearly. So he figured out that the heavenly doctor cut that Ziqia first presented, the Tianjin mask, was actually bait to prevent the Lin family from targeting him. And indeed, Lin Wan couldn't resist taking the bait, but he didn't anticipate that Ziqia had a backup plan. In simple terms, while Lin Wan and Zhao Zhuan planned to target Ziqia, they ended up being outmaneuvered by him. Even Wei Fu, the divine Noctur Wei, was also tricked by Ziqie. Wang Tonghai couldn't help but think that if his guesses were all correct, then this young man Ziqie was truly extraordinary. This kid's temperament, intelligence, and medical skills are top-notch. Wang Tonghai muttered to himself, then turned to look at Li Jianlin, murmuring, the Li family seems to have really hit the jackpot. Li Jianlin did not notice Wang Tonghai's gaze. He kept his eyes fixed on Ziqie. The entire audience, tens of thousands of people, were all focused on Ziqie. In the gaze of everyone, Ziqie opened the box and took out his alchemy tools. Regardless of whether others would say he was deep-minded, he knew that Wei Fu's conditions were exactly what he needed. Regardless of what name Ziqie would achieve after this, regarding the rewards of the Medical Skills Conference, he would have priority chose. In other words, even if Ziqie did not secure first place, he would still have the first tick of rewards. Thus, that 7-leaf evergreen vine would undoubtedly be in Ziqian's possession. Wei Fu's conditions truly satisfied Ziqie. Damn it, this guy is cunning. At this moment, Lian Chao was cursing angrily. Originally, Lin Yan had instructed Lian Chao to intentionally disrupt the scene, stating that if Ziqie could not prove that the ointment was his own, it could not be counted as an achievement. But who would have thought that Ziqie would actually prepare to make the ointment on the spot, catching Lian Chao off guard? Lian Chao, can he really produce the ointment? Li Yu's eyebrows furrowed. She believed that since Ziqie had prepared in advance, he must be very confident. Dream on. Lian Chao shook his head with a sneer. Making the ointment requires extremely professional equipment for ratio and production. Even the slightest mistake is not allowed. If he can make the ointment with just a small box on the spot, why would other companies invest in factories? Lian Chao was full of disdain. Though Ziqie was going to prepare the ointment on the spot, he did not believe that Ziqie could really do it. Even Chen Ruxu nodded this time. Chinese medicine ointment may seem simple, but in reality, from selecting materials to ratio, and then melting and forming the ointment, each process is extremely rigorous and complex. It is precisely because of this that companies invest heavily in building production factories and importing professional pharmaceutical equipment. Ziqie wanting to make the ointment with just the tools in his hands practically had no chance. It's not to say that it's absolutely impossible to make it, but even if it could be made, it probably wouldn't achieve the original effectiveness of the ointment, and most likely would just waste the medicinal materials. Therefore, none of them believed that Ziqie could prepare that miraculous scar removal ointment on the spot. Ziqian's movements were methodical. First, he took out a small stove from the box, then quickly retrieved several medicinal herbs. This kid really played a trick on me. Seeing Ziqie so well prepared, even having the herbs ready in advance, Wei Fu became more certain that Ziqie had intentionally acted so aggressively before to make him propose conditions proactively. The words spoken cannot be taken back. Since Wei Fu had opened his mouth, he must follow through. However, the premise was that Ziqie could indeed produce on the spot the miraculously effective scar removal ointment. If he couldn't produce it, he would be eliminated on the spot, and the rewards afterward would have nothing to do with Ziqie. Wei Fu's earlier conditions would also become null and void. Amidst the watchful gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, Ziqie calmly took out the herbs, washed them one by one with water. Could this be ancient alchemy? Liu Wenzheng mused for a moment, then frowned. Yes, it is ancient alchemy. Wei Fu immediately nodded, already showing surprise in his eyes. Just now, most people thought that Ziqie was definitely trying to deceive them. But as Ziqie proceeded with the steps of medicine making, those like Liu Wenzheng, Zhao Zhuan, and Wei Fu, who were experts in traditional Chinese medicine, had already seen some clues. It's no wonder Ziqie dared to produce the ointment on the spot without the aid of any pharmaceutical apparatus. It turned out he was proficient in ancient pharmaceutical techniques. Wei Fu squinted slightly. 2 days ago, when he spoke with the Yi family, he speculated that Ziqian's background was not simple, and now, Ziqian's performance proved his speculation correct. Putting aside the acupuncture techniques from 2 days ago, just the ancient pharmaceutical technique alone was a long-lost secret. In today's world of Chinese medicine, it was simply impossible, and even if someone went to study Chinese medicine now, they wouldn't be able to learn this lost ancient technique. Only those who had truly received orthodox Chinese medicine, inheritance, or had a family background of medical heritage could possibly encounter and learn it. Ziqian's ability to employ this method proved that he had truly received the authentic Dragon Nation Chinese medicine heritage. Even if he wasn't from a family lineage with such inheritance, at the very least, it proved that he must have taken those inheritors as his teachers. Thinking of this, Wei Fu increasingly felt that this young man Ziqia was truly remarkable. At this moment, the process of Ziqia making the medicine continued. As the saying goes, onlookers see the excitement, experts see the doorway. There were not many people who could recognize the ancient pharmaceutical technique on the scene. To most people, Ziqia at this moment seemed to be just cooking, making it impossible to see anything special. When they saw Ziqia take out a knife to cut the herbs, Liang Chao suddenly burst into laughter. Goodness, is he really cooking? Is he cutting vegetables with a knife? Ha ha, this is hilarious. We asked you to make medicine. Mock Coke. Liang Chao stirred up a commotion, and many people joined in the laughter, because they simply couldn't understand what Ziqia was doing. Washing with water and cutting with a knife, it all looked exactly like preparing food. The mocking laughter from the audience below didn't faze Ziqia. He continued with his work. However, Wei Fu couldn't bear to watch anymore, his eyes darkening as he gazed at Liang Chao, who then had to stop laughing after Wei Fu warned, "Please keep quiet, or you can leave right now." Wei Fu couldn't control the tens of thousands of spectators, but the authority over the participants was in his hands, so after he spoke, Liang Chao had to stop laughing. Ignorant fools who don't understand medicine, and yet dare to comment on such a secret process. Wei Fu withdrew his gaze with a cold snort. To people like Liang Chao, who were ignorant, Ziqian's pharmaceutical process indeed appeared to be like cooking. But Wei Fu, as well as experts like Liu Wenzheng in traditional Chinese medicine, understood that ancient pharmaceutical techniques involve several steps, including cleaning, cutting, water processes, fire processes, as well as combined water and fire processes, and final dyeing. Each step was essential, and following the complete process could produce the final medicine. So when Wei Fu saw Ziqia proceed systematically, he felt somewhat hopeful. Nonetheless, even if Ziqia knew the entire ancient pharmaceutical technique, it didn't mean he could perfectly produce the ointment. The accuracy of herbal proportions and the delicate control over the process could easily lead to mistakes. Either the proportions would be imprecise, or the heat would destroy the herbs, making this seemingly simple task actually quite challenging. If Ziqia truly succeeded in producing the ointment, it would truly prove that Ziqian's medical skills were absolutely not inferior to Wei Fu's, and Wei Fu might even have to admire his skills. Time passed by minute by minute. After a series of operations, the medicine making entered its final step. Phew. Ziqia took a deep breath and then proceeded even more cautiously. This time, he only needed to transform it into an ointment, so he didn't have to undergo the step of forming a pill. However, the process of transforming it into an ointment also couldn't be done carelessly. If the heat was too low or the cooking time was too long, the efficacy would greatly diminish. On the contrary, if the heat was too high, the ointment might burn. Without any assisting instruments, Ziqia had to rely solely on his own senses to control the entire process. At this moment, a faint herbal fragrance wafted from the small stove in front of Ziqia, spreading around. Those nearby could pick up a light medicinal scent surrounding them. Wei Fu and the others also noticed this, but Wei Fu remained vigilant since he knew that the appearance of the fragrance indicated only the preliminary completion of the ointment. The next step would involve evaporating the water content in the ointment to the right level to optimize its efficacy. If during this evaporation process any hint of a burnt smell emerged, it meant the medicinal production had failed. This process was slow. After about 5 minutes, the herbal smell in the arena became stronger and stronger. Wei Fu took a deep breath and muttered, "It seems to be done." Just as Wei Fu predicted, a few seconds later, Ziqia slowly reached out and lifted the stove lid. Wow! In an instant, a wave of hot air rose. Accompanying it were waves of an incredibly potent medicinal fragrance. This strong scent, centered around Ziqia, spread rapidly in all directions. Suddenly, in this arena accommodating tens of thousands of people, every corner was filled with this extremely heady medicinal scent, which also happened to be very pleasant. Many people present greedily sniffed the air. "Ah, this is high-grade medicine ointment," Wei Fu gasped in awe. Wei Fu couldn't even form a complete sentence at this moment. Western medicine distinguishes effectiveness, while Chinese medicine has different grades. The same medicinal ingredients, the same prescription, when processed in different ways, and with different techniques during the processing, the final effects of the medicine will also be vastly different. Each type of medicinal ingredient has its own characteristics. Different medicinal ingredients, when entering different organs, also differ in terms of cold and cool properties, so each type of medicinal ingredient must have a specific refining method. At this moment, the medicinal paste refined by Zitia, just from the aroma, one could tell that Zitia had used the most perfect method to completely bring out the properties of all medicinal ingredients and achieve a perfect fusion. This is enough to prove that Zitia not only masters the ancient alchemy techniques, but also knows the properties of each medicinal ingredient like the back of his hand. His alchemy techniques and experience are extremely rich and unparalleled. Wei Fu was shocked beyond belief. He truly found it hard to imagine that a young person in his 20s could possess such powerful skills, truly broadening his horizons. Success. It's truly a success. A perfect fusion. Li Wencheng's fists were clenched even tighter. His eyes were filled with excitement. Figures like them, the grandmasters of Chinese medicine, can identify medicines through their aroma as a basic skill. From the fragrance emitted by this medicinal paste, they could judge that Zitian's alchemy was successful. Many scholars and grandmasters of Chinese medicine present were equally awestruck. They could also judge that Zitia had successfully refined the medicine, and the quality of this medicinal paste was definitely top-notch. However, the most shocked individual was Zhao Zhuan. Since he came down from the stage earlier, he hasn't left and has been watching Zitian's alchemy process the whole time. Therefore, he paid more attention than anyone else, and this close observation, coupled with the proximity to the aroma, left him most astounded. This also led to his face being dumbfounded, to the point of even forgetting to speak. At this point, many grandmasters of Chinese medicine present had already judged that Zitian's alchemy was successful. However, among the over 10,000 strong crowd present, many were not familiar with Chinese medicine. Even those who had some knowledge were not as proficient as these grandmasters. Therefore, most people only smelled the strong aroma, and they couldn't be certain whether Zitia had successfully refined the medicine. Zitia remained calm and unhurried, taking out the well-prepared medicinal paste and filling it into the prepared porcelain bottle. The audience watched eagerly as Zitia completed these actions, then turned their gazes back to Wei Fu and the others on the stage. At this moment, Lin maintained a silent frown. Although his Lin family engaged in a lot of Chinese medicinal or businesses, their understanding of the medicinal properties and theories was limited, so they dared not speak recklessly. The remaining individuals, including Lu Jianlin, Li Wencheng, and even Wei Fu, leaned towards Zitian's side. So, it was likely that this on-site assessment would undoubtedly end with Zitian's promotion. The refinement is complete. Since you are judges, you should have the ability to discern the medicinal properties and effects. Zitia placed the medicinal paste in front of him, then looked up at Wei Fu and the others on the high platform. The medicinal paste is fine. He can be promoted. Wei Fu immediately interjected, ready to make the final decision. The other judges and the grandmasters of Chinese medicine all nodded silently. Isn't this inappropriate? Promoting without testing. Liang Chao stood up again, inciting the audience. That's right. Is it okay to approve without testing? Why do I feel like you are trying to deceive us? With Liang Chao's incitement, many people began nodding and loudly agreeing. At this point, those with discerning eyes could tell that Liang Chao was clearly targeting Zitia, constantly finding faults. How do you know that we didn't test it? Since you said that, it shows that you don't understand the medicinal properties of Chinese medicine. For those well-versed in Chinese medicine, they can discern whether the medicinal paste is problematic just by the taste. Or are you questioning my authority? Wei Fu glanced at Liang Chao and calmly asked, Master Wei, I dare not question your medical skills. It's just... Liang Chao's eyes darted around, then said, Since you said there is no problem with this medicinal paste, I naturally believe. However, I am a bit doubtful. Is the medicinal paste he just refined really the scar removal paste he displayed earlier? Upon hearing this, Wei Fu frowned slightly. Before Wei Fu could respond, Liang Chao turned to Zitia. Zitia, how can you prove that this is the same medicinal paste you used before? Hey, Liang, you are right. That does remind me. There is no problem with this medicinal paste, just proving that he indeed refined a type of medicinal paste. but who can guarantee that it is the same scar removal paste he showcased earlier? In my opinion, we should retest it or try its effects again. If the medicinal paste he refined is a different type, it is not in line with the assessment rules and cannot prove that the scar removal paste earlier was his creation. Many in the audience once again nodded in support of Liang Cao's statement. This time, Wei Fu and the others had nothing to say. Indeed, they could only discern that the quality of this medicinal paste was extremely high by its aroma, but they absolutely couldn't determine its effectiveness from just the smell. So, whether the medicinal paste Ziqie or find on the spot was the scar removal taste, it needed to be reassessed. To prove it, you come here. Let me show you. Ziqie glanced at Liang Cao and couldn't help feeling annoyed by his provocation. HMPH. I want to see how you prove it. Liang Cao was first stunned, then smirked and walked to the competition area. Come. Let me see how you prove it to me. Liang Cao walked up to Ziqie and reached out to take the bottle of medicinal paste. At that moment, a cold smile crossed Ziqian's lips. The next second, he raised his arm and slapped Liang Cao's face hard. Smack! A crisp slap echoed loudly on Liang Cao's face. The slap made Liang Cao cover his face with his hand as he staggered back. The injuries from the day before at the hands of Lin Yan had not yet healed, and now he was adding new injuries. After Ziqian's slap landed, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. What are you doing? How can you just hit someone randomly? As a contestant, hitting someone in the competition venue is disrespecting the medical congress and even challenging the prestige of the Yi family in the capital. He must be eliminated. Many people were loudly shouting, and Lin Wan's eyes lit up. He had been wondering how to get rid of Ziqie, but Ziqie exposed his own weakness. A contestant hitting someone in full view of the medical congress competition venue was a direct challenge to the Yi family's reputation. Ziqie would definitely be eliminated. Why are you so agitated? I just think his injuries are too light to demonstrate the effectiveness of the medicinal paste. Ziqie shook his head slightly, then pulled Liang Cao over and applied the medicinal paste to his left cheek. What does this mean? Everyone was puzzled. Seemingly, when Ziqie slapped Liang Cao, was he conducting an on-the-spot test of a medicinal ointment? It's your honor to use this ointment. Ziqie smeared half of Liang Cao's face with the ointment, then pushed him away. Ziqie, you. Liang Cao cursed loudly, reaching to wipe off the ointment from his face. Stop. Wei Fu shouted sternly. Since you insist on proof, you should experience the effect of this ointment. If you dare refuse or wipe it off, I will immediately kick your company out of the medical competition. With Wei Fu's words, Liang Cao fell silent in an instant, begrudgingly stopping his actions. Minutes passed, and Ziqie tossed a handkerchief to Liang Cao. Liang Cao glared fiercely at Ziqie, then used the handkerchief to wipe off the ointment on his face. Wow, amazing. This ointment not only removes scars, but also treats external injuries and dissipates blood stasis. Scars are originally formed from congealed blood. If it can remove scars, then resolving the bruising on the face becomes easier. Wow, no wonder his face recovered in 3 minutes. This is truly miraculous. Seeing Liang Cao's left face, the audience erupted into amazed exclamations. Initially, Liang Cao's face was swollen and bruised. However, the half of his face where the ointment was applied had already significantly improved, with all the bruising disappeared. On the other hand, the untreated right side of his face remained bruised, creating a stark contrast that emphasized the miraculous effect of the ointment. With the contrast between his left and right faces, Liang Cao appeared as if two different people, eliciting gasps from the crowd. If there are still doubts, we can bring another patient with scars to try it out. Ziqie turned and looked at Wei Fu on the stage. Damn it! Liang Cao muttered under his breath once again. Ziqie could have easily found someone with scars to test the effect, but he specifically chose him. What did this imply? It indicated that Ziqie just wanted an excuse to provoke him. Liang Cao felt so aggrieved that he wished to tear Ziqie into pieces to relieve his anger. Ziqie, what do you mean? What about this half of my face? Liang Cao gritted his teeth slightly, pointing at his still swollen right face. What does that have to do with me? Ziqie retorted, prompting many to burst into laughter. Originally, they were mocking Ziqie as a clown, but under Ziqian's methods, he had become the biggest clown at the moment. Liang Cao clenched his teeth again, pointed at Ziqie with a threatening gesture, then turned around with a flushed face and walked back to his seat. Mr. Wei and the other judges, What do you think? Zhang Yuanyuan turned to look at Wei Fu and the others, seeking their opinions. I think there's no need to continue proving, right? Without waiting for others to respond, Wei Fu spoke first. I have no objections. Liu Wenzheng immediately nodded. I have no objections either. Lu Jianlin quickly followed suit. Finally, Wan Tonghai, who rarely expressed his opinion, also nodded in agreement. With everyone expressing their views, Wei Fu didn't even need to ask Lin Wan for his opinion and decisively made the decision. After all, the majority rules, and Lin Wan only had one supporter. With Zhao Xuan still eagerly watching Zitia, it was clear that the tide had turned against Lin Wan. His plan to squash Zitia had become a laughingstock. I declare, Wei Fu announced, contestant Zitia retains his spot in the top 100. Moreover, he advances to the top 100 as the first place winner. Wei Fu rose slowly from his seat, making the announcement. Well, first place. Well deserved. Zitia is amazing. First place again. First in all 3 rounds of the assessment. Incredible. At that moment, cheers erupted from Ziqian supporters in the crowd. Lu Jingya also joined the audience in cheering loudly. Once again, the atmosphere turned into an ocean of jubilation, all in celebration of Zitia. For those who had doubted Zitia before, his incredible alchemy skills had metaphorically slapped them in the face. Liang Chao, Li Yue, and Lin Wan all had gloomy expressions and fell into silence. The crowd was divided into 2 extremes. Those supporting Zitia and the Lu family naturally cheered on, while those supporting the Lin family had extremely unpleasant expressions. Only Chen Ruxu's emotions were different from both sides. Seeing Zitia enjoy the cheers and glory in the limelight, Chen Ruxu couldn't pinpoint her feelings. She wasn't happy or angry but rather felt deeply complex. Before, she had never believed that Zitia understood medicine. However, after 3 rounds of assessments in the medical competition, Zitia had demonstrated proficiency not only in pharmacology, but also in acupuncture, medicine formulation, and successfully producing high-quality ointments using ancient alchemy techniques. Every time, Zitia had advanced as the first-place winner. 3 rounds of assessments, 3 times in first place. How outstanding was that achievement? Throughout Tianhai City, there was likely no second contestant as exceptional as Zitia. Even across the entire Dragon Country, it would be difficult to find another contestant as talented and versatile as Zitia. It seemed nothing fazed him in any field, and he effortlessly aced every assessment. Chen Ruxu looked up slightly, fixating her gaze on Zitia in the competition area. Ignoring the cheers and applause around her, she stared at Zitia as though trying to see through him completely. After nearly half a minute, she had to sigh and shake her head, unable to understand him. If she was unable to see through Zitia, how had she once thought he was a good-for-nothing? Had she truly never been able to comprehend this man beside her for the past 2 years of marriage? If not, how had she reached the conclusion that Zitia would never succeed in his life? Chen Ruxu sighed deeply, contemplating how the man who once wholeheartedly supported her despite her disdain was now achieving greater successes and climbing higher positions. While she was also progressing and growing, she always felt a gap between herself and Zitia. This bitterness deepened her feelings. Nonetheless, one cannot return after shooting an arrow from a bow. Once you take a path, turning back becomes difficult. For now, she could only persist on the path she had chosen, as there was no other choice. I just hope that the contestant from the Chen family will show more remarkable performances in the future. Chen Ruxu whispered softly to herself before her gaze suddenly turned resolute. No matter how excellent you are, I will lead the Chen family's contestant to the peak of the medical competition and crush you. I will definitely take you down. At Zhang Yuanyuan's signal, the cheers and applause gradually subsided. Mr. Z, congratulations. Zhang Yuanyuan smiled, reverting back to calling Zitia Mr. Z. As for all this, everyone considered it quite normal. After all, in any place and any field, the skilled or admired and the strong or respected, the strongest will always easily earn the respect of others. And in this medical skills competition, Zitia, with his exceptional medical skills, won first place in the 3 rounds of assessment. Naturally, he gained countless respect. This can be seen from the demeanor of Zhao Xuan, who used to constantly target Zitia and disdain him in every way. But now, the look in Zhao Xuan's eyes cast towards Zitia was filled with undisguised respect. If he wasn't the chief instructor of the Lin family, he might not be able to resist immediately wanting to apprentice under Ziqia on the spot. Mr. Wei, you haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed upon earlier, have you? Ziqia asked Wei Fu on the stage. Upon hearing this, everyone also turned their heads towards the stage. Previously, Wei Fu had stated that if Ziqia could successfully produce ointment on the spot, besides recognizing Ziqia as the first place, including the rewards of the medical skills competition, Ziqia would also have priority selection rights. I haven't forgotten, of course not, everyone can attest to that. Wei Fu hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Words spoken are like water poured out, especially in front of so many people. As a medical practitioner from the Yi family, every word and action he takes represents the Yi family. If he doesn't keep his word, it would mean the Yi family in the capital city is unreliable, so he must admit it. Of course, the key point was that Wei Fu believes with Ziqian's medical skills, he will definitely achieve excellent results in the following assessments. Therefore, he could fully agree to this condition. And the other contestants present also remained silent and did not dare to express their opinions. After all, the methods displayed by Ziqia truly compelled them to acknowledge his ability. If there are no objections to this result, today's assessment will conclude here. Wei Fu scanned the audience, preparing to end all of today's assessments. Just a moment. At this moment, Ziqia raised his hand to speak. Mr. Z, please go ahead. Zhang Yuanyuan immediately nodded. Whether the contestants can advance should be judged by the judges. In that case, who is qualified to sit in that position as a judge, and who should be responsible for judging? Ziqia raised a question to Wei Fu, looking up slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. No one had expected that things were about to conclude, and Ziqia would suddenly raise such a question. People immediately realized that Ziqia was about to strike back as he was targeted by Lin Wan earlier. However, they were still surprised as it was rare for someone to openly challenge the Lin family in Tianhai City. Exactly as I thought. Luo Jingyao smiled slightly. She knew that Ziqia would not give up so easily. Based on her understanding of Ziqia, he would not proactively provoke anyone, but if provoked repeatedly, he would definitely not remain silent. Ziqia, what do you mean? Lin Wan knew that Ziqian's words were targeting him, so he did not pretend not to have heard him. You should know what I mean. Ziqia turned his head slowly, his eyes cold as he looked at Lin Wan. He hadn't even mentioned Lin Wan's name, and Lin Wan had already jumped out impatiently. If that's the case, then you would engage in a heated exchange with Lin Wan. Don't talk nonsense. Anyone who intentionally disrupts the order of the medical skills competition will have their qualifications revoked. Lin Wan snorted coldly, his tone full of threats. Oh, is this considered disrupting the order? Ziqia looked towards Wei Fu and asked. Wei Fu furrowed his brows slightly, and did not immediately respond. As the chief judge, he couldn't casually express his stance in such a situation. At least, both sides should present their evidence, and a decision could be based on the opinions of the audience. As a judge of the medical skills competition, you should uphold the principles of fairness and treat all contestants equally. But you, due to personal grievances, deliberately targeted the participants of your competitors. Are you qualified to be a judge? Are you worthy of the trust of the Yi family in the capital city? Ziqia pointed his finger at Lin Wan, questioning him, causing Lin Wan's face to change dramatically. He really never expected that Ziqia would dare to openly challenge him in such a setting. Let me tell you again, don't talk nonsense. Lin Wan suppressed his internal anger, speaking coldly. Any of us judges will treat every contestant fairly and justly. And are you fit to say those words of fairness and justice? The public's eyes are sharp. Whether you are deliberately targeting is for everyone to say. Ziqia pointed to the audience, and those in the audience were first puzzled, then nodded and voiced their support. Don't act tough. Everyone can see that you are deliberately targeting. The product Ziqia presented has already gained market recognition. From what I know, none of the Lin family's products can compete with that facial mask. Isn't this targeting? You refuse to acknowledge it, right? Fine. Then do you dare to say the people from Longwo do not deceive their own kind? Many of Ziqian's supporters immediately supported his statements. Those who were in favor of the Lin family wanted to speak up, but Ziqian's supporters stood up first, shouting loudly. The situation at the scene became uncontrollable once again. Faced with this, Lin Wan's face gradually turned pale. Mr. Wei, as judges, if we have doubts about the assessment of the contestants, shouldn't we bring it up? I just said that his product does not quite meet the advancement standards, but later bringing out new medicine, as well as producing medicine on the spot, has nothing to do with me, right? Unable to control the situation, Lin Wan immediately turned to Wei Fu for help. Wei Fu furrowed his brows again. After all, what Lin Wan said wasn't wrong. He did not force Zichia to bring out new products, and later, letting Zichia produce medicine on the spot was also Wei Fu acting out of personal interest. So, based on what Zichia said alone, Wei Fu really couldn't immediately revoke Lin family's judging qualifications. Zichia, we will carefully discuss this matter later. Wei Fu's words were interrupted by Zichia. I wasn't only talking about this matter. During the first round of assessment, I completed twice the number of tasks compared to other contestants. Furthermore, there were rumors that I staged a drama just for a free pass to the next round due to personal grudges. I would like to ask, why did problems arise during my assessment process? Who accused me? And ultimately, who caused this issue? Zichia spoke each word and sentence earnestly. When he uttered these words, his gaze was fixed on Lin Wan the entire time. There were things he didn't forget or just endure silently. It was just that in the first round assessment environment, even if he said it out, it wouldn't have made any difference. But today, with the status of being first in the 3 rounds of assessment and having enough authority to speak, he decided to bring it up to strike back at the Lin family. Upon hearing Zichian's words, many in the audience suddenly realized, yes, what really happened during the first round assessment? Didn't the host say they would investigate thoroughly? At that time, I also thought it was Zichian's elaborate scheme, but now it seems we had underestimated him. Based on his performance in the following 2 rounds of assessment, it proves that Zichia is absolutely proficient in traditional Chinese medicine theory. The first round of assessment didn't pose a challenge to him at all, so he had no need to use any schemes. So, according to this logic, during the first round of assessment, it must have been someone intentionally targeting Zichia. The discussions in the venue erupted instantly. Chen Ruxu in the audience pondered for a moment and finally understood the key point. During the first round of assessment, Lian Chao had said that Zichia must have known he wouldn't pass the screening and intentionally let the Lu family assist him, orchestrating a scheme to gain a qualification for advanced rounds without scrutiny. Not only did Lian Chao say this, even Lin Yan suggested it might have been the Lu family's doing. At that time, Chen Ruxu also believed Zichia didn't understand medical skills, so she fell for their words. But now, looking back, Lian Chao and Lin Yan's words were completely baseless. If Zichia didn't understand medicine, how could he give injections during the second round of assessment? If he didn't know pharmacology, how could he produce top-quality ointments on the spot today? Chen Ruxu observed Zichian's performance in the 3 rounds of assessment, and she was now certain that he was well-versed in medicine. Therefore, since Zichia was knowledgeable in medicine, it ruled out any intentional schemes or acting. If Zichia wasn't orchestrating anything, then who was responsible for the issues during the assessment that day? Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, turned to Lian Chao, and then towards Lin Wan on stage. There was no doubt these matters were related to the Lin family. Now that even Chen Ruxu had figured it out, many others watching the competition also saw through the situation. The Lin family was the mortal enemy of the Lu family, which gave them a motive to target Zichia. In today's 3rd round of assessment, they were clearly trying to invalidate Zichian's qualification for advancement, indicating their actions were already in progress. Motive and action. All signs pointed to the fact that the Lin family was intentionally targeting Zichia throughout his participation. Therefore, if the problems during the first round of assessment were orchestrated, the Lin family couldn't escape suspicion. Spewing falsehoods. I ask everyone not to be swayed by his deceptive words. Lin Wan suppressed his anger deliberately, wearing a facade of injustice. Wei Fu's gaze lingered on Lin Wan's face for a moment, then turned to Zhang Yuanyuan. Mr. Wei, you weren't present during the first round assessment. There were indeed issues that day. Zhang Yuanyuan quickly explained to Wei Fu. Wei Fu nodded slightly after listening and looked back at Zichia. Zichia, we are still investigating this matter. We will provide an explanation to you and everyone. Hearing Wei Fu's words, Zichia scoffed and shook his head. If he didn't take action against the Lin family, that would be fine, but once he did, it wouldn't end so easily. With public opinions raging fiercely at this moment, it was impossible to make Zichia give up. The Yi family handles every procedure of the medical tournament meticulously. As far as I know, out of the 60 cities' first-round assessments that day, only Tianhai City had issues. And out of over 1,000 participants in Tianhai City, only I had a problem. Is this a coincidence or a deliberate one? You only need to provide an answer. Several days have passed. Where is the response? Zichia stared at Wei Fu and raised his questions. Yes. It's been several days. Where is the response? For such a trivial matter, why does it take so long to investigate? Is it difficult to determine whether it's a system error or human error? Ziqian's every word was met with a rallying cry of support. Wei Fu and Zhang Yuanyuan's expressions turned sour. Wei Fu, in particular, had to admit that the young man in his early 20s, Zitia, had profound scheming. Zitia knew arguing with Lin Wan was futile, so he focused all the pressure on Wei Fu. He wasn't targeting Wei Fu or the Yi family, but he wanted to force Wei Fu to make a choice. With thousands of eyes on him, what could Wei Fu do? If he admitted it was a system error that caused the problem, many would criticize the laxity and lack of thoroughness in the Yi family's assessment procedure. Therefore, he couldn't acknowledge that the Yi family's assessment system was at fault. If he couldn't admit a system error, then he had to blame it on human error. The Lin family, as the primary suspect, had to be brought up at this moment. Truly impressive. The young are indeed promising. Wei Fu sighed inwardly. He couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s, like Zichia, had such deep calculations, seemingly foreseeing every step. Facing the situation, Wei Fu could only shift the blame to the Lin family. In simple terms, regardless of whether it was the Lin family's doing, the blame had to fall on them. Quiet everyone. Wei Fu took a deep breath, stood up, and addressed the audience. Regarding the questions raised by contestant Zichia and everyone else, we will listen carefully and consider them seriously. Wei Fu's words were interrupted by a hot-headed person. Listen to what? Consider what? We want results. Results. Exactly. We need results and to see the detailed investigation process. Of course, you can claim ultimate decision-making rights belong to you. If that's the case, this medical tournament is a joke. As the saying goes, winning the people's hearts means obtaining the world. Zichia had won over countless people with his medical skills and character. Therefore, numerous people present stood by his side and spoke in his favor. Wei Fu paused for 2 seconds and then looked at Lin Wan. Engaging with Wei Fu's gaze, Lin Wan immediately sensed Wei Fu's intentions. Mr. Wei, you must never listen to their nonsense. Lin Wan explained softly, then turned to Zichia with a stern look and rebuked. Zichia, everything must be based on evidence. You want to discredit my Lin family. Can you provide any evidence? Many people nodded slightly upon hearing this. After all, Lin Wan's words made sense. Ziqian's empty talk alone was indeed not entirely trustworthy. I have no evidence. Zichia shook his head slightly. Humph. No evidence. Then are you freely slandering my Lin family? Lin Wan immediately retorted with a cold smile. I may not have evidence, but when I showed the scar removal ointment earlier, you claimed that it wasn't mine. What evidence do you have? With this statement from Zitia, Lin Wan and his group were stunned once again. You cannot provide evidence, but I presented proof in public. Ziqian's gaze towards Lin Wan carried a deep meaning. Since he had waited a few days before taking action against the Lin family, there was a reason for it. Challenging them today indicated that he was prepared. Lin Wan gritted his teeth slightly. If the Lin family cannot prove their innocence, I will continue to question their qualifications as judges. Ziqian's words carried a profound implication. Until suspicions are cleared, it would be best for this position to be relinquished. Ziqian's meaningful gaze intensified as he spoke. Lin Wan felt angrier and suddenly had a feeling after making eye contact with Zichia. He felt that he may have been manipulated by Zichia. The Tianjin face mask used by Zichia was all set up, including the scar removal ointment he showed later on. The doubts raised, and the entire process of self-proof all part of a scheme. Lin Wan suspected that everything from before, step by step, may have been orchestrated by Zitia to target the Lin family. Phew. Lin Wan took a breath quietly, his eyes filled with suspicion and doubt. If that was indeed the case, it meant that they had been led by Zitia the entire time. Even the actions and words Lin Wan and his group took may have been predicted by Zitia in advance. If so, how terrifying was that young man in his early 20s? The more Lin Wan thought about it, the more shocked he felt. Why isn't the Lin family speaking up? Do you also think the self-proof method is inappropriate? As a judge, By forcing contestants to self-proof in this way, doesn't that prove your character is questionable and unfit to judge this medical event? As Lin Wan was still puzzled, Ziqian's next words completely closed off every possible escape route for him. He knew that he couldn't self-prove. If he didn't, the suspicion would remain. If he tried to explain forcefully, it would only prove that they had been targeting Ziqia intentionally. Regardless, no matter what Lin Wan said or did now, they were likely to lose the judge qualifications for the Lin family. This kid set a trap. Lin Wan, a cunning old fox all his life, has stumbled today. Wan Tonghai squinted slightly, shaking his head with a sigh, admiring Ziqian's deep scheming. Setting a trap wasn't a big deal, but leading the enemy into it was the real deal. Ziqia managed to involve himself in his own plan and remain detached from it, showing exceptional skills. Wan Tonghai had initially paid little attention to Ziqian's name, but now he couldn't help but admire this young man who outwitted them all. Among the prominent families in Tianhai City, including the top 3, and so many outstanding young talents, it seems none are qualified to compete with him. Wan Tonghai observed, not only in terms of medical skills, but also in terms of strategy and character, Ziqia was indeed a rare talent among the younger generation. And Wan Tonghai guessed that in executing this series of intertwined plans, Ziqia forced Wei Fu to sacrifice for the greater good. In short, Lin Wan was now caught in a difficult situation, unable to maintain their judge position. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Wei Fu pressed his hands down. Once the audience quieted down, he spoke. I maintain my previous stance. We will seriously consider and humbly accept the doubts and ideas raised by Ziqia and everyone else. Regarding the issues in the first round of assessment, I cannot provide a clear answer at the moment. However, since there is a temporary suspect, I will not protect them. Therefore, I have decided to temporarily revoke the Lin family's judging qualifications until the investigation into this matter is clear. As Wei Fu spoke, Lin Wan's face darkened as he slowly sat down. The contestants under the Lin family also furrowed their brows. Conversely, those in support of Ziqia erupted in cheers. No one had expected that Ziqia would actually topple the Lin family. This was the Lin family, the leading powerhouse among the Tianhai top 3 families, capable of causing an earthquake with just a stomp. Normally, even the Lu family wouldn't dare confront them head-on. Yet today, Ziqia, an unknown figure, not only faced off with the Lin family but also won. By successfully pulling down the lofty Lin family from their pedestal, he had them removed from the judge panel. Though Wei Fu mentioned it was temporary, the repercussions on the Lin family's prestige and reputation were significant. The cheers in the venue echoed. Even many who had remained neutral were now loudly supporting Ziqia. Why? Because the Tianhai Lin family was the epitome of capitalist greed, resorting to any means for profit. Ziqia, a nobody until recently, managed to bring down the Lin family, creating a sense of justice that resonated with countless ordinary people. This proved that even a formidable force like the Tianhai Lin family had its limitations. Though a commoner, a mere strike of anger could match hands with the Lin family. And such a victory will naturally win the approval and applause of many people. Cheers erupted, including the Lin family, headed by Lin Wan, as well as those like Lian Chao, all with incredibly dark expressions. Originally, they had carefully planned to target Ziqia, wanting to cut him off in advance and prevent him from advancing in the 3 rounds of assessment. But unexpectedly, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot, metaphorically speaking. Rarely during the holding of the TAE Cup medical competition had there been any incidents of changing judges, but it happened today. It's easy to imagine how embarrassing of a situation this was for the Lin family. Normally holding themselves high, they were publicly humiliated today, a massive blow to their pride. They felt unwilling, harbored hatred, and wished they could tear Ziqia into pieces. However, in the end, these were merely thoughts. At the very least, they absolutely dared not make a move against Ziqia at the scene. Even if they were furious, they had to endure it. Mr. Lin, do you have any objections? Wei Fu turned to look at Lin Wan. Lin Wan ultimately stood behind the Lin family, wanting to give them as much face as possible. If you want to add a crime, you will find plenty of evidence. Since Ziqia has forcefully tarnished our Lin family's reputation, we cannot make things difficult for the organizers. Therefore, we respect and accept all decisions made by the organizers, only hoping to quickly restore the innocence of our Lin family. Lin Wan's words were lofty, but many people scoffed after hearing it. Well then, that's the decision for now. We hope that other judges, including any new judges that may appear later, will take this as a warning and abide by the principles of fairness and impartiality, treating all participants equally. After Wei Fu finished speaking, the judges on the stage all nodded earnestly, and applause rang out from the audience. Therefore, the TAE Cup Medical Competition, Tianhai City Division Round 3 Assessment, comes to an end. Let us once again congratulate Ziqiat and the other 100 contestants who have successfully advanced. We also congratulate the respective contestants and hope to see even more outstanding performances from you in the future. Furthermore, we want to thank all the audience members for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and watch the competition live. Zhang Yuanyuan smiled and thanked everyone as they applauded, then received a document from the staff. Upon seeing this document, many people in attendance immediately became interested. They could all guess that this document must contain the details of the upcoming assessments. With the top 100 contestants already selected, the following assessments would undoubtedly be a major highlight. The atmosphere gradually quieted down as everyone waited for Zhang Yuanyuan to announce the details of the next assessment. Everyone knew that the assessments following the medical competition were all based on practical experience. In the medical field, practical experience meant treating real patients. In previous medical competitions, many patients with complex and difficult-to-treat diseases received treatment during the event. So, the upcoming assessments were not just about the participants, but also had a significant impact on many ordinary people. The reason why the medical competition garnered so much attention was partly because of this. After all, in this world, the abundance of patients was undeniable, evidenced by the perpetual overcrowding in hospitals. The medical services provided during the competition were entirely free. If there were significant expenses involved, the Yi family would cover them entirely, making it a free medical service. Many patients with incurable and difficult diseases, or those who couldn't afford medical treatment, were eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Please quiet down a bit. I will now announce the details of the upcoming assessments. Holding a microphone in one hand and the document in the other, Zhang Yuanyuan's announcement caused the venue to fall into a profound silence. Whether it was the contestants or the audience, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Yuanyuan. Similar to previous medical competitions, after the top 100 contestants, this year's competition will proceed to practical assessments. Hearing this, the attendees grew even more excited. In line with the rules of previous medical competitions, starting from today, in the next 3 days, we will be accepting registrations from patients with complex and difficult diseases from various regions in Tianhai City. Then, based on the patient's medical conditions and their actual financial situations, we will select and finalize the list of patients and individually inform those selected. Since we need to comprehensively consider and screen based on real circumstances, it will take some time. This entire process will likely last for 3 to 5 days. Specific assessment times will be notified by us later. Zhang Yuanyuan recited the assessment process details from the document to the audience. After hearing this, many people expressed discontent. The wait would be long, and since there would be a screening process, competition for spots would be fierce. Many had waited for 3 years just for this opportunity, and if they couldn't make it in the end, it would undoubtedly leave many dissatisfied. Therefore, after Zhang Yuanyuan finished speaking, there were many voices of discontent in the audience. Why does it take so long? Exactly. Why screen? Are we supposed to treat patients differently? If it's a free medical service, why keep patients out? Voices grew more agitated, with people expressing their frustrations. Everyone, please calm down. The reason for the screening is that there are only 100 contestants, limited capacity. Moreover, in past medical competitions, many patients actually had mild conditions that could easily be treated in any hospital, so there is no need to take up spots. The purpose of the medical competition is to solve problems for truly complex and difficult patients, providing the opportunity for many patients without the financial means to receive treatment. Therefore, each spot is extremely precious and cannot be handed out casually. It's precisely because we take our responsibility seriously that we need to conduct a detailed review and require sufficient time to complete these tasks. Please, everyone, try to understand. With great patience, Zhang Yuanyuan provided a detailed explanation to the audience. Most in attendance were reasonable people, and after hearing the explanation, Although they still felt a bit uncomfortable, they ultimately nodded in understanding. After all, the medical competition's capacity was indeed limited, and it was impossible to treat too many patients simultaneously. Without screening, there was a risk of people with minor ailments, like a simple cold or headache, taking up spots unnecessarily. If that happened, it could prevent genuinely ill patients from receiving the treatment they needed, thus deviating from the original purpose of the medical competition. Don't worry, everyone. We will try our best to make more spots available for everyone. Also, after the end of the medical skills conference, if anyone really needs it, the Yi family in the capital will organize free medical consultations again. However, at this medical skills conference, considering that the focus is on the competition, please understand, Zhang Yuanyuan added a few more words, which made everyone happy and nodding in agreement. So that's it for today's conference. Please leave in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff to avoid crowding. As Zhang Yuanyuan's voice fell, everyone got up and left the venue. The audience present were all looking forward to the upcoming practical assessments. Many were even planning to bring their sick relatives from other places to see if they could receive treatment at the medical skills conference. As for the participants in the conference, some were happy while others were worried. A total of 300 participants took part in the assessments today, but 2/3 of them were eliminated in the initial round, leaving only 100 participants advancing to the next stage. As for the 200 eliminated, no matter how exciting the subsequent assessments may be, they had no chance anymore. Mr. Z, let's go. You can relax a bit in the next few days, Lu Jingya said to Zitia as they walked out through the exclusive passage for participants and organizers. Zitia glanced at the group of eliminated participants for a few seconds before retracting his gaze slowly. I waited for 3 years, only to be eliminated here. It feels like a loss. Mr. Z, it's not a loss, actually. Lu Jingya smiled, then continued. Do you know why today's assessments seemed like a waste of time? It's because many participants understand that their abilities can only take them this far, but as long as they reach this stage, the organizers will give them enough opportunities for showcasing their products. So today, many participants were demonstrating their medicines one by one. This way, many investment companies or companies in the same industry might notice their products. Subsequently, there will be many collaborations. Lu Jingya explained in detail to Zitia. I see. Zitia nodded lightly. The group walked towards the exit and encountered Chen Ruxu, Li Yue, and others. Previously, when they saw Zitia, they would mock or ridicule him, but today, Chen Ruxu and Li Yue quickly avoided eye contact and continued walking. It was Liang Chao who looked resentful, with a cold, snake-like glare in his eyes. Just now, Lin Yan had called and scolded him, leaving Liang Chao with a face full of bitterness. Although everything Liang Chao did was strictly according to Lin Yang's instructions, Lin Yan didn't care. If things weren't done well, he blamed Liang Chao for incompetence. Liang Chao could already imagine that when he met Lin Yan next, his still healing face would suffer more wounds. Naturally, he didn't dare to resent Lin Yan, so all his hatred was directed at Zitia. Zitia, I will kill you sooner or later. I will kill you. With a cold and resentful look, Liang Chao gritted his teeth and uttered these words. Zitia squinted slightly. He could see from Liang Chao's eyes that this was not an empty threat, but a genuine desire. But it was normal. The animosity between Zitia and Liang Chao had reached a boiling point, and both wanted to destroy the other, waiting for the opportunity. Are you so eager to die? Zitia approached slowly, his eyes also carrying a cold intent. What? You dare to kill me here? Liang Chao was scared inside, but he didn't believe Zitia would dare to kill him here. Sometimes it's not about daring or not. It's just that someone like you is not qualified to affect my schedule. But now, I've changed my mind. Zitia concluded with a significant smile. What do you mean? Liang Chao asked uncertainly. It means if you stay honest, I will let you live until after the medical skills conference. But now I'm telling you, within 3 days, I will kill you. Zitia squinted slightly. Of course, he wouldn't kill Liang Chao here. Otherwise, he would be detained in the supervisory bureau and unable to participate in the medical skills conference. The reason he had let Liang Chao live for some time was to ensure his conference participation remained unaffected. However, since the start of the conference, Liang Chao had become a loyal lapdog of the Lin family, constantly targeting Zitia. Therefore, Zitia had no choice but to deal with him. You dare to touch me? Do you think the Lian group is a pushover? Lian Cao's tone was fierce, his gaze still cruel. Your words remind me. Don't worry. After I finish you off, I will also remove the Lian group from Tianhai City. Ziqiao left this remark and then walked away. You. Liang Chao was about to retort, but he saw Ziqiao turn back and hastened to close his mouth. Furthermore, if the Lin family protects you, then I will go against the Lin family. You can try. Let's see if the Lin family can save your dog life. Ziqiao patted Liang Cao's cheek, then left without looking back. Damn. You damn. Liang Cao's face flushed with anger, the rage in his chest burning him from within. Ziqiao not only slapped him, the conference, but also touched his face now, humiliating him with insulting words, further fueling his anger. If Lin Yan had humiliated him by slapping his face, he would have endured it. But what was Ziqiao? For the past 2 years, although Ziqiao was Chen Ruxu's husband, he was insignificant, not respected by Chen Ruxu or her family. Even when Liang Chao deliberately bullied Ziqiao, Chen Ruxu would stand by Liang Cao's side to scold Ziqiao, so as not to offend the Liang group. It was not an exaggeration to say that for the past 2 years, in Liang Cao's eyes, Ziqiao was like an ant that could be crushed at any time. And now, this ant dared to step on his head. How could Liang Chao endure it? I will definitely kill you. You just wait. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Liang Cao's murderous intent towards Ziqiao had reached its peak. Liang Cao's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared fiercely at Ziqiao's back. It was only when Ziqiao left through the exit that Liang Chao withdrew his gaze and turned to follow Chen Ruxu and the others. On Ziqiao's side, a few people had already gotten into the car. Lu Jinyao had wanted to ask Ziqiao something, but seeing Ziqiao deep in thought, she wisely kept quiet. Meanwhile, Ziqiao was busy planning how to deal with Liang Chao. He never made empty threats, so if he said Liang Chao would die within 3 days, he would make it happen. However, killing Liang Chao was easy. What he really wanted was to ensure that there was no connection back to him. After Liang Chao was eliminated, that was the outcome he desired, and it required careful planning. Mr. Z, my grandfather insists on me taking you back. You won first place in the competition. We must celebrate properly. Lu Jinyao put down her phone and said to Ziqiao, we can celebrate after the medical conference is over. Please take me back first. I have other things to attend to, Ziqiao replied. Hearing this, Lu Jinyao could only nod in agreement, understanding that she shouldn't delay Ziqiao. All right, I'll take you back first. Then go join the others for the meeting. Lu Jinyao nodded and didn't say anything more. Elsewhere, inside the Lin family's villa. You bastard! You bastard! The room was in disarray as Lin Wan roared in anger, smashing antique vases into pieces. After returning from the medical conference, Lin Wan had gone mad, constantly cursing and smashing things. In the eyes of others, he was the head of the Lin family, a super wealthy figure who could rival a country, a person with limitless power. But even the mighty have emotions, moments of joy and rage. And at this moment, Lin Wan was consumed with rage. He could control his temper in public, but at home, his anger couldn't be contained. Are you the one who instructed Liang Chao? Lin Wan's question made Lin Yan's expression change slightly. It was indeed Lin Yan who had instructed Liang Chao to question Ziqiao. However, he hadn't anticipated that Ziqiao would be able to create the ointment on the spot. Fool. Lin Wan sneered. If they had backed off after Ziqiao presented the ointment, the situation wouldn't have been so humiliating. But Lin Yan's decision to question Ziqiao through Liang Chao backfired, leading to a public humiliation and retaliation from the Z family, resulting in a loss of prestige. This idiot! Lin Yan cursed as well. He had trusted Liang Cao's assurances that Ziqiao was clueless about medicine, with Chen Ruxu providing backup. Lin Yan had barely known Ziqiao, while Liang Chao had a year-long acquaintance and Chen Ruxu had been married to Ziqiao for 2 years. They were supposed to know Ziqiao well. However, this misinformation led to their downfall. He's an idiot, and if you believe in an idiot's words, what does that make you? A brainless fool. If you had Ziqiao's wit, we would have already wiped out the Lu family. Lin Wan grunted, realizing Ziqiao's clever tactics. He had to admit that he had underestimated Ziqiao. Once proud of the Lin family's dominance in Tianhai City, he had never paid much attention to Ziqiao, a nobody. But now he saw how Ziqiao had rapidly grown in a short period, from a grass easily trampled by the Lin family to a towering tree. Ziqiat had become a force to be reckoned with. Father, I am responsible for today's events, but I was misled by that useless Liang Chao. I want to kill him. Lin Yang spoke with intense coldness in his eyes. He was equally filled with anger, but knowing that Ziqiat was now on the Yip family's radar, any action against him would draw Yip family's blame. So, for now, he had to suppress his anger towards Ziqiat and direct it at Liang Chao. Kill him? Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, realizing that killing Liang Chao was simple, but it might not be necessary. No, we cannot kill him now. Killing him at this point serves no purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan shook his head. Father, what do you mean? Lin Yang looked puzzled. A cunning rabbit will die, but the dog must be kept alive. We can't kill the dog before the rabbit is captured. Instead, let him serve his final purpose. Lin Wan spoke slowly, his eyes filled with extreme darkness. Lin Yang quickly understood his father's intention. You mean let him be the gun against Ziqiat? Engage in a life or death struggle? Lin Yang asked softly. Exactly. We can't act against Ziqiat now for fear of the Yip family's retaliation. But the Liang Corporation doesn't have that concern, so sending him to target Ziqiat is the right move. If we can kill Ziqiat, it not only removes an enemy, but also severely undermines the Lu family's morale. Killing two birds with one stone. Lin Wan slowly lit a cigar, using everything to its fullest potential. Just like with people, it was meaningless to directly kill Liang Chao first. Let Liang Chao fight with Ziqiat instead. The Lin family should stay out of it. That was the highest level of manipulating others. But I think Liang Chao won't easily take down Ziqiat. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Now he knew how powerful Ziqiat was. Even if he can't kill him, we won't suffer any losses. Moreover, Liang Chao won't be able to take down Ziqiat alone. But what if we secretly offer some help? As soon as Lin Wan said this, Lin Yang instantly understood. Let Liang Chao duel with Ziqiat. If they could kill Ziqiat, that would be the best outcome. Even if they couldn't, the Lin family wouldn't suffer any losses. And if Liang Chao was dealing with Ziqiat, and they provided some secret help, Ziqiat probably wouldn't be able to resist. Dad, I understand, Lin Yang said, touching his chin, already plotting in his mind. There are only 5 days left until the next assessment. Utilize these days to completely eliminate him. Lin Wan squinted slightly, only thinking about not seeing Ziqiat competing in the assessment. The Lu family relies on Ziqiat. Once Ziqiat is gone, their other contestants won't be a threat. After Lin Wan finished speaking, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Ultimately, their reason and goal in dealing with Ziqiat were all linked to the Lu family. Thus, dealing with Ziqiat was secondary. Their ultimate goal was to crush the Lu family completely. Let the Lu family jump around for a few more days. If they think that they can be saved by just Ziqiat, it's a huge joke. Lin Wan snorted coldly and left the room. On the other side, at the Lu family mansion, inside Grandfather Lu's residence in the backyard. Grandpa, I did invite him, but Mr. Z is really busy, Lu Jinya explained to Grandfather Lu repeatedly. As a contestant representing their Lu family, Ziqiat had achieved first place in 3 rounds of the assessment, which was definitely a cause for celebration. So Grandpa Lu insisted on hosting a family banquet to celebrate Ziqian's success and instructed Lu Jinya to bring Ziqiat over. Now that Lu Jinya was back and facing Grandfather Lu's complaints, she felt helpless. Oh, forget it. Grandfather Lu waved his hand, knowing that Ziqiat preferred peace over no's. He wanted to strengthen the bond between them through such events. But now it seemed wiser not to disturb Ziqiat. Grandpa, I understand your thoughts, but Mr. Zhao's character is different from others. The closeness between us won't deepen with just a few dinners. His personality is such that if you treat him sincerely, he will respond in kind. So, as long as we stand by him firmly, he will understand that we don't need extra ways to strengthen our relationship. Lu Jinya pondered for a moment and shared her thoughts. Ah, my granddaughter. You know him so well? Grandfather Lu asked with a meaningful smile. Lu Jinya blushed slightly and lowered her head. It's good to understand more. Grandfather Lu chuckled and sipped tea. Grandpa, speaking of which, I often feel conflicted about this. Lu Jinya paused and continued. Sometimes I feel like I understand him well, but at other times, I feel like I know very little about him. How so? Grandfather Lu asked, setting down his teacup. For instance, today's incident, I never expected him to confront the Lin family head-on. Lu Jingyao shook her head slightly. Even I feel that with his personality, he shouldn't have done that. How do you view this matter? Listening to Lu Jingyao's words, Grandfather Lu smirked. Though the tallest tree, sure to be shaken by the wind, being superior to others, will naturally invite criticism. Although the medical conference is not over yet, Mr. Zhao's high-profile behavior contradicts these sayings, don't you think? Grandfather Lu chuckled at Lu Jingyao's statement. The saying the tallest tree is sure to be shaken by the wind isn't false, but who dares to say that all trees will be destroyed by the strong wind? When he has the strength to withstand the storm, when he has enough confidence, why should he fear the power of that great wind? Lu Jingyao seemed to understand Grandfather Lu's point, as she nodded slightly. Do you mean, Mr. Z already has enough confidence to face off against the Lu family? The National Medical Cup is a top-tier event nationwide. Though it's held in Tianhai City and Zichia has secured first place in 3 rounds, it's remarkable. Setting aside everything else, just this achievement alone can give him immense confidence. The National Medical Cup, organized by the Yi family, was a prestigious event intended to seek and recruit top doctors nationally. Ziqian's outstanding performance in the medical conference would surely be noticed by the Yi family. In this situation, even the Lin family of Tianhai wouldn't dare to act carelessly against Ziqia. Grandpa, I understand your point, but I'm concerned that the Lin family might act impulsively against Mr. Z, so I still feel that Mr. Zhao's behavior today was a bit rash. Lu Jingyao wasn't blaming Ziqiao, but was afraid that the Lin family might retaliate against him in anger. Didn't you say, Grandpa? Lu Jingyao furrowed her brows, that haste makes waste and patience has its limits. I did say that. Grandfather Lu nodded. But everything has its limits, including patience. When there's no way to endure any longer, there's no need to keep enduring. Once the decision is made to act, do so decisively, swiftly resolving the issue and achieving your goal once and for all. Grandfather Lu shook his head slightly, believing that Ziqia had not made a mistake. Patience is a virtue, but there are times when enduring only leads to a worsening situation. Responding forcefully at the right moment 'tis the wisest choice. But the Lin family hasn't been completely eradicated, so how can this be considered a permanent solution? Lu Jingyao furrowed her brows in confusion. Have you thought about the fact that Ziqian's current goal is to peacefully participate in the medical skills conference? And now, without the Lin family targeting him, isn't this a permanent solution? Isn't this achieving his goal? As for what comes next, how do you know that Ziqia doesn't have other means? After Grandpa Lu said these words, Lu Jingyao pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly realized and nodded in understanding. She suddenly realized that she had been overthinking and worrying too much, causing herself to be restricted in everything she did. As for Ziqia, he wasn't neglecting what comes next. It's just that, relatively speaking, he preferred to handle present issues lightly. What is the present issue? It is the Lin family's status as judges, which will definitely bring a lot of trouble to Ziqia. As long as Ziqia deals with this trouble, the path for the following assessments will be smooth. Additionally, with his current status as first in the 3 rounds of assessments, it makes the Lin family hesitate to target him easily. After the medical skills conference ends, Ziqia naturally has other means to deal with the Lin family. Moreover, if Ziqia truly manages to win the championship of this year's Medical Skills Conference, he will undoubtedly become an honor guest in the Yi family. By then, even the head of the Tianhai Lin family, let alone the top figure in the Tianhai city, will probably have to treat Ziqia politely. Grandpa, I understand now. It was my fault for getting stuck in trivialities. Being overly cautious was indeed wrong. Lu Jingyao nodded heavily. After thinking these things through, she realized that Ziqian's way of thinking about problems far surpassed hers. Do you have a better understanding of him now? If you to get along well, and if there's fate between you, I would be very happy to see him become your husband. Grandpa Lu's words made Lu Jingyao blush even more. At dusk, inside the lakeside villa, Ziqia held a medical book in his hand but was distracted while looking at it. Currently, he has passed all 3 rounds of assessments leading up to the Medical Skills Conference. The upcoming assessments will involve real combat, where he will have to actually diagnose and treat patients. Real combat is different from theoretical knowledge. Subjects like medical pharmacology can indeed be greatly improved in a short time, but the means to truly cure and save patients cannot be significantly enhanced in just a few days. Therefore, in the upcoming days, Ziqia might as well rest and conserve his energy. Of course, There is one more thing. It's time to settle the score with Liang Chao. Ziqie is not a bloodthirsty murderer who would needlessly endanger others. He had warned Liang Chao that very night at the Blue Sky Bar. If provoked again, he would take Liang Chao's life. However, those words had proven to be futile. Later on, Liang Chao, as a loyal lackey of the Lynn family, had been constantly causing trouble for Ziqie, especially after the start of the medical skills conference. So, Ziqie decided to cut ties with Liang Chao early on to prevent any further complications. Earlier, Ziqie seemed distracted while reading the medical book. He was actually pondering this matter. Perhaps I can ask Zhang Kai for help. Ziqie put down the medical book and walked to the window slowly. If he wants to stay out of this matter, he cannot be personally involved. And currently, in the Tianhai city, the person he can call upon at any time is only Zhang Kai. Moreover, comparatively, people like Zhang Kai are more efficient in doing such tasks. But there are certain things Ziqie must consider. For example, whether Zhang Kai has the courage to act against Liang Chao. People like Zhang Kai in the underworld are ruthless when it comes to dealing with matters, but it also depends on who the target is. Take the Lin family as an example. Even giving Zhang Kai 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of the Lin family. Though they can be ruthless, human nature tends to seek gains while avoiding risks, and the same goes for people like Zhang Kai. So, Ziqie must consider whether Zhang Kai has the audacity to deal with Liang Chao, and also the fact that while they are ruthless, they may not be professional in handling situations. For instance, in the matter of Chen Ruxu's kidnapping, the individuals Zhang Kai had ready for the job didn't meet Ziqian's expectations in handling the situation. If Ziqie hadn't utilized his connections built over the past 2 years, he might have failed in the supervisory bureau at that time. Therefore, even if he were to approach Zhang Kai, Ziqie would have to arrange things in advance for them, and make sure to avoid the supervisory bureau as much as possible, handling the matter cleanly. After pondering for a while, Ziqie took out his phone, preparing to call Zhang Kai. However, before Ziqie could make the call, someone else called him first. The caller ID displayed Zhao Yangjun from the Supervisory Bureau. Ziqie furrowed his brows slightly. He had just been thinking about the Supervisory Bureau, and now Zhao Yangjun calls. It seems like things are getting interesting. Ziqie hesitated slightly before answering the call. Mr. Z, this is Zhao Yangjun. The call connected, and Zhao Yangjun sounded cheerful, seemingly in a good mood. Yes, Ziqie nodded. Congratulations, Mr. Z. I have been paying attention to the medical skills conference, and Mr. Z is indeed amazing. Zhao Yangjun smiled genuinely, expressing his congratulations to Ziqie. Thank you, Ziqie replied, knowing that Zhao Yangjun calling wasn't just about offering simple congratulations. Indeed, after exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Yangjun brought up the matter at hand. Mr. Z, these days we've been expediting our investigation. The suspects we captured have started talking. They are indeed not locals of the Tianhai city, and through assistance from afar, we have identified key suspects. These past few days, Zhao Yangjun had indeed been busy. Initially, they had clarified the identities of the suspects and later managed to get them talking through various interrogation methods. Their investigation revealed that someone from Tianhai City had paid outsiders to carry out the kidnapping of Chen Ruxu. Key suspects. Ziqie furrowed his brows slightly. The term suspects indicated that Zhao Yangjun and his team hadn't obtained concrete evidence yet. Yes, they are still suspects as of now. Through our investigation, we found that someone from Tianhai City paid these people to kidnap Chen Ruxu, and the person who paid them is highly likely to be Liang Chao from the Liang group. After Zhao Yangjun explained, Ziqie nodded slightly. In fact, from the very beginning, Ziqie had already guessed that Liang Chao was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, the Supervisory Bureau had to follow procedures and gather evidence for their arrest process. They couldn't simply apprehend people based on suspicions. Now that their investigation had yielded some clues, things would become simpler moving forward. Mr. Z, how well do you know Liang Chao? Right now, we don't have conclusive evidence, so we can't make an arrest yet. We need to continue collecting clues. Zhao Yangjun asked when Ziqie remained silent. Ziqie wanted to speak up at first, but the words stuck in his throat. If this matter were to be confirmed, Liang Chao would definitely be taken into custody. However, Merely putting Liang Chao in jail was not Ziqian's goal. What was more crucial was that if the Liang group sought help from the Tianhai Lin family, Liang Chao might soon be released and continue to be a nuisance in front of Ziqia. Instead, it would be better for Ziqia to take action first, completely eliminate Liang Chao, and end the issue once and for all. You have your own methods and procedures for handling cases at the Inspectorate. I will not participate, Ziqia said, and I believe it's best not to alert the enemy until you have investigated thoroughly. After a few moments of contemplation, Ziqia shared his thoughts. I understand. We won't easily make an arrest without solid evidence, Zhao Yongjun nodded. He had called Ziqia, hoping to gather some clues from him. If there was enough evidence, there would be no need to continue gathering information, and they could proceed with the arrest. All right, gather the clues first, Ziqia nodded. Seeing that Ziqia did not want to say much, Zhao Yongjun didn't disturb him further and ended the call after a few more words. Have they caught Liang Chao yet? In that case, time is running out for me. Ziqia squinted slightly. He knew that in the current situation, it would be the wisest choice for the Inspectorate to take Liang Chao away. However, in handling many matters in this world, acting rationally might not always be the correct approach. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ziqia picked up his phone and called Zhang Kai. Send some trusted men to closely monitor Liang Chao. Ziqia issued the command once the call connected. Mr. Z, are we going to act against him now? Zhang Kai asked immediately. Just keep an eye on him for now, report to me on the situation at any time, and don't ask about other matters, Ziqia instructed. Remember, the men you assign must be reliable, Ziqia added before ending the call. Yes, you can trust me, Zhang Kai nodded seriously. Ziqia hung up the phone, a trace of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He had long held a grudge against Liang Chao for almost 2 years now. Finally, the time had come to settle the score. If Ziqia took action this time, he would have to consider the Liang group behind Liang Chao as well. Therefore, it would be best to strike simultaneously against Liang Chao and the Liang group to avoid many troubles in the future. But doing so would benefit the Chen group inadvertently. Ziqia shook his head slightly. Initially, he planned to let Liang Chao linger for a few more days to reveal his true colors to Chen Ruxu, and the Liang group inevitably targeted the Chen group. Ruxu would then truly understand that Ziqian's advice was right. But now, Ziqia no longer cared about Ruxu's thoughts, nor did he bother proving his innocence to her. In this situation, whether Ruxu could see through Liang Chao was no longer important. Therefore, Liang Chao must be eliminated. On the other side, in accordance with tradition, Lin Yang called a meeting of participants from the Lin family. Before attending the meeting, Liang Chao was extremely uneasy because he knew that Lin Yang would not let him off the hook. After all, it was his faulty intelligence that caused public embarrassment to the Lin family. With Lin Yang's temperament, he would not easily forgive him. So Liang Chao was mentally prepared that, even if he didn't die today, he would at least suffer greatly. However, to Liang Chao's surprise, throughout the entire meeting, Lin Yang did not show any sign of holding him accountable. This attitude made Liang Chao even more uneasy. He was well aware that Lin Yang was not the type to let things slide, especially when Liang Chao was significantly responsible for this incident. As the meeting adjourned, Liang Chao remained tense and didn't relax for a moment. That's it for today. Everyone else can go back. Liang Chao, you stay, Lin Yang said. At the first sentence, Liang Chao felt a bit relieved, but upon hearing the second sentence, his heartbeat quickened, almost jumping out of his throat. He knew that Lin Yang would definitely not let him off easily. Stiffened in place, Liang Chao awaited the departure of the others, then promptly knelt before Lin Yang. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry for mishandling this matter. Please give me another chance. No one knew how afraid Liang Chao was at that moment because he understood that the Liang group was entirely insignificant in the face of the Tianhai Lin family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if Lin Yang beat him half to death in front of his father, Liang Yanghua, he wouldn't dare utter a sound. So in Lin Yang's presence, he dared not act out even the slightest bit and was extremely submissive. Give you a chance? Who's giving my Lin family a chance? Lin Yang lit a cigar and blew the smoke in Liang Chao's face. I'm sorry. Liang Chao fell silent instantly. With the Lin family revoking his judging qualifications, there was no one besides the Yi family who could change that. If Liang Chao had the ability to get in touch with the Yi family, he wouldn't have to kneel before Lin Yang for mercy. What are you going to do about this matter? Lin Yan didn't immediately make a demand, instead leaving the choice to Liang Chao. Young Master Lin, please give me a chance. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Lin family. Ready to die 1,000 deaths, Liang Chao humbly pleaded again. Give you a chance? What can you do? How can you calm my anger? Lin Yang appeared nonchalant but was slowly guiding the conversation. I was previously cautious in handling matters, so I gave him a chance, Liang Chao stammered. This time, I will definitely devote all the power of the Liang group to make him completely disappear from this world. Liang Chao gritted his teeth, a deep sense of cunning flashing in his eyes. In reality, even if Lin Yang didn't address him, he had already harbored intense murderous intent towards Zitia. And now that Lin Yang was willing to give him a chance, he naturally seized the opportunity to make amends. Even if the Liang group exerts all its efforts, they may not necessarily defeat him. After all, he still has the Lu family backing him. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Liang Chao fell into silence instantly. He had to admit that Ziqian now was no longer the same as before. A year ago, if Liang Chao wanted to crush Zitia, it would have been no different from squashing an ant. But now, with Zitia backed by the Lu family and ranking first in the 3 rounds of assessments, he held a significant position in the Lu family's eyes. At this moment, if Liang Chao wanted to deal with Zitia, the Lu family would definitely not agree. With the protection of the Lu family, even if Liang Chao exhausted all the resources of the Liang group, he might not even be able to touch a hair on Zitia. Liang Chao knew that this matter was not easy to handle, but he also knew that if he did not show clear stance at this moment, Lin Yan would not let him off. Lin, no matter how difficult he is to deal with, I will do everything in my power. I only ask Lin to give me a chance to make amends. After a few seconds of silence, Liang Chao expressed his attitude, showing his determination. All right, I will give you a chance. Not only that, I will try my best to provide you with some assistance. As long as you can eliminate him, there won't be any problems. Seeing Lin Yan's attitude, Liang Chao was first stunned, then excitedly nodded repeatedly. He truly did not expect that Lin Yan would be willing to help him go after Zitia. With the Lin family supporting him, what did Liang Chao have to fear from Zitia? Even if the Lu family assisted Zitia, Liang Chao would not be afraid at all. Lin, if you can help me, then I will surely take down Zitia. Liang Chao looked at Lin Yang, confidence evident in his tone. Don't celebrate too soon. I will not intervene in any plans. I will only provide you with some help at the appropriate time, but the entire matter has nothing to do with my Lin family. Lin Yang slightly narrowed his eyes and even carried a hint of a threat in his tone when he said these words. Liang Chao was first surprised upon hearing this, but quickly understood Lin Yang's meaning. Essentially, Lin Yang also wanted Ziqia dead, but he did not want Ziqian's death to be associated with the Lin family. The implied threat in Lin Yan's words was indeed to tell Liang Chao that if their plans were exposed, he absolutely should not implicate the Lin family, or Lin Yan would not spare him. Lin, please rest assured, everything is my doing alone and has nothing to do with anyone else. Liang Chao, knowing his place, immediately nodded in agreement. Well, go back and wait for further instructions. Let me make it clear, either he dies or you die. Lin Yan's meaning was simple. If Liang Chao could successfully eliminate Ziqia, he would be considered a hero. But if he failed, then Lin Yang would ensure Liang Chao met his demise. Yes, I understand. Liang Chao nodded repeatedly to indicate his understanding. At this moment, Liang Chao's mind was already contemplating the upcoming plans. Ziqia currently resided in a lakeside villa with guards from the Lu family. A direct confrontation would not work, so he needed to consider alternative methods. Perhaps I can make use of Chen Ruxu. Liang Chao slightly squinted his eyes, a coldness flickering deep within. In his mind, Chen Ruxu was a tool he could utilize, and she might prove useful in dealing with Ziqia this time. But he needed to plan carefully. The night grew darker. At 9:30 in the evening, Chen Ruxu returned to her residence looking exhausted. After the meeting with Lin Yang and his people, she had attended another meeting at the Chen group. The atmosphere of today's meeting had changed compared to after the second assessment. When Ziqia had advanced in first place, many were astonished. Some even doubted his performance, suspecting issues with his assessment tools. However, in today's meeting, all those doubts vanished. Everyone had witnessed Ziqian's impressive medical skills and his brilliant performance. Consequently, nearly no one in the company doubted him. Even Chen Liren, who had never paid attention to Ziqia before, was now speechless. Chen Ruxu noticed the changing attitudes and expressions of these individuals. Her emotions fluctuated with theirs, but if she had to describe her current feelings, she couldn't. Was it discomfort? Frustration? Regret? No. It was not just one thing. Perhaps it was a mix of all these emotions, making her feel very complex, like overturning a bottle of mixed flavors in her heart. Asterisk. Click asterisk. The lights turned on, and Chen Ruxu looked around the empty living room. One word to describe it: messy. The pure white floor looked dirty, scattered with clothes and shoes. The sofa in the living room was covered with pillows and blankets randomly placed, giving it a chaotic appearance. It was hard to imagine that Chen Ruxu, who appeared extremely disciplined in the workplace, had such a messy living space. The large room seemed devoid of warmth, emanating a cold and unwelcoming atmosphere, far from feeling like a home. Perhaps Chen Ruxu intentionally threw the clothes and shoes around to create a lived-in appearance, but it did little to diminish the cold atmosphere. Asterisk click asterisk. Chen Ruxu turned off the lights, plunging the living room back into darkness. Out of sight, out of mind, she muttered to herself, a self-deceptive fact to bring herself some peace. With her heels left on the floor, Chen Ruxu made her way to the sofa in the dark, moving aside the scattered pillows and blankets to carve out a spot to sit. In her mind, memories flooded back of her 2 years of marriage to Ziqia and the state of their home during that time. Clothes and shoes never had been this messy. The pristine floors had always been clean and tidy, with everything in perfect order. Every time she came home, she used to see Ziqia bustling around the kitchen, the air filled with the tantalizing aroma of his cooking. At that time, she even found the smell of cooking oil on Ziqia unbearable, thinking it was not the scent a man should have. But now she suddenly realized that it was warmth. It was the scent of home. Over the past 2 years, she had enjoyed everything that Ziqia had done for her, taking it all for granted. She thought a meal should always be waiting when she woke up, clean clothes ready for work, and the house impeccably organized. And now, she realized that the floors don't clean themselves, clothes don't magically wash themselves, and delicious meals don't prepare themselves on the dining table. To tidy clothes, appetizing dishes, and orderly environment all required someone's effort. Life seemed easy when someone else was carrying the weight on your behalf. Before, Chen Ruxu did not understand this concept. However, when Ziqia left and she attempted to buy groceries and cook, feeling lost in the market and uncertain about preparing the food she bought, she finally understood how much Ziqia had silently sacrificed for her over those 2 years. Ziqian has been gone for quite some time. Her life has been a mess. Chen Ruxu slowly turned her head and looked towards the kitchen. When Ziqia was still around, no matter how late she worked overtime, there would always be delicious food waiting for her when she got home. Ziqia, wearing an apron, used to open the kitchen door, smile, and talk to her. Even if she was as cold as ice, Ziqia would still greet her with a smile. But now, such a scene would never happen again. It will never happen again. Never again. Chen Ruxu's voice trembled as she curled up on the couch, her legs tucked under her, arms wrapped around them, forming a ball on the couch. It's you. You made me not worrying about anything, turning me into a useless person in life. And then you left me alone. Chen Ruxu closed her eyes, but couldn't stop the tears that overflowed and slowly slid down her face. When she was out, at work, in front of others, she could remain strong and proud. But when she was alone in the quiet night, endless emotions overwhelmed her, making her unable to bear it, shaking uncontrollably all over her body. Chen Ruxu, leaves will gradually turn yellow, and people's hearts will gradually grow cold. If you find that I have changed, then you should look for your own problems. After all of this is thanks to you. Is mediocrity the greatest sin? Then when you, Chen Ruxu, look up to me, you tell me who is really guilty. The words Ziqia once said echo in Chen Ruxu's mind, each phrase exploding like a bomb. In the past, she would have found these words laughable and disdainful, but now, they echoed like landmines, deafening, ringing in Chen Ruxu's head. Am I guilty? Perhaps, I am the guilty one. After all, the current life is indeed something I caused. But, once an arrow is shot, some roads, once taken, cannot be turned back from. Chen Ruxu slowly raised her head, her eyes slightly red. She used to avoid too much contact with Ziqia, but now, as the distance between her and Ziqia grew, she couldn't help but want to stop this estrangement. Dang! Dang! The sudden knock on the door interrupted Chen Ruxu's emotions. Chen Ruxu suddenly raised her head, a hint of expectation in her eyes, and then stood up abruptly. But the next moment, Chen Ruxu smiled bitterly and shook her head slightly. It can't be him. He will never come here again in his lifetime. Chen Ruxu self-mockingly smiled and then went to the door, opening it. What are you doing? Not even answering the phone? Why aren't the lights on? Wang Qufang frowned as she walked in, turning on the light as she entered. Mother, is this a pigsty? What's wrong with you? Seeing the mess, Wang Qufang was about to scold, but upon seeing Chen Ruxu's state, she instantly shut her mouth. It's nothing. Chen Ruxu frowned slightly, turned away, her attitude somewhat cold. She wasn't sure if she regretted the decision to drive Ziqia away initially, though what she was sure of was that her decision to separate from Ziqia was greatly influenced by Wang Qufang and Li Yue. Even though she knew that the decision to finally drive Ziqia away was hers, she still held some resentment towards Wang Qufang and Li Yue. Wang Qufang frowned slightly. The reason she came over was that after Chen Liu thought about today's events, he knew that Chen Ruxu would be in a bad mood, so she came to check on her. As for why Chen Ruxu was in a bad mood, Wang Qufang could naturally guess. Enough. Isn't it just luck that he got a little ahead? What's there to boast about? If he could win the overall championship at the Medical Skills Conference, then that would be impressive. Wang Qufang snorted and helped Chen Ruxu tidy up the mess. Chen Ruxu frowned, saying, his current performance is already impressive, we just didn't notice it before. Impressive? What is impressive? Being a freeloader? Let me tell you, if he didn't rely on the Liu family, he wouldn't even qualify to participate in the Medical Skills Conference. Chen Ruxu didn't refute Wang Qufang's words, as this was the truth. The review rules for the Medical Skills Conference were very strict, and Ziqia, this nobody, wouldn't have been able to participate without the Liu family's recommendation. After a few moments of silence, Chen Ruxu shook her head and said, being valued by the Liu family is also a kind of skill. Humph, I don't think so. Wang Qufang shook her head and coldly laughed. Even if he is really capable, is the Liu family really valuing him? Are they valuing him, or just using him as a puppet? In other words, isn't he just a lackey raised by the Liu family? Wang Qufang never considered Ziqia important. Even now, she still didn't care about him. In Wang Qufang's mind, personal ability is not worth mentioning in front of a powerful family background. Therefore, even if Ziqia did well at the Medical Skills Conference, he was still nothing compared to Lian Chao, who came from a superior family background. Mom, how can you say that? Chen Ruxu felt very uncomfortable listening to Wang Qufang's words. Did I say something wrong? Even if he is very competent, doesn't he have to follow the Liu family's arrangements? You should know that Ziqia is different from Lian Chao. Lian Chao, as the eldest son of the Lian group, has control over the entire Lian group, and everything Ziqia has now is just temporarily given to him by the Liu family. The Liu family can take it back at any time. How can he compare to Lian Chao? Wang Qufang shook her head disdainfully. You're right, but if he can win the overall championship, everything will change. At that time, not to mention the Liu family, even the Lynn family won't be able to suppress him. There are not only rich second generations in this world, there are many people from humble backgrounds who can create their own rich first-generation background. Chen Ruxu's ability to say this showed that she had, indeed, had a significant change in perception towards Ziqia. At least now, Ziqia in her eyes was no longer the useless person he once was. However, upon hearing Chen Ruxu's words, Wang Qufang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Creating a rich first-generation background. Who? Ziqia, that loser. Ha ha. Wang Qufang shook her head and laughed heartily, finding it to be the funniest joke she had ever heard in the world. He's not a loser now, Chen Ruxu frowned in retort. I don't care if he is a loser or not, but I, Wang Qufang, stand by what I said. The lower class will always be lower class. Even if they get some benefits for a while, they will never be able to turn the tables. As for Ziqia, if he can become the overall champion of the Heavenly Doctor Cup Medical Skills Conference, I, Wang Qufang, will gouge my eyes out and admit that I was blind to begin with. Wang Qiufang's face was full of disdain as she spoke decisively. You. Chen Ruxu and Wang Qiufang exchanged a glance, then sighed lightly without saying more. She knew that Wang Qiufang's impression of Ziqia was already deeply entrenched, and during this period, after Ziqia and Chen Ruxu separated, Wang Qiufang had little contact with Ziqia and did not know what changes had occurred in him. And now, Chen Ruxu didn't feel like explaining much to Wang Qiufang either. What about me? Just remember this sentence from me. Don't use your phone to record it. When the time comes, see if what I said was correct. Wang Qiufang pursed her lips, her determined look as if she already saw through Ziqian's future. I won't say anything more to you. Go back and rest early. Chen Ruxu didn't want to argue with Wang Qiufang, so she stood up and pushed Wang Qiufang out. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Wang Qiufang got anxious, but Chen Ruxu didn't give her any chance at all. She pushed her out the door, then swiftly closed it before Wang Qiufang could react. Damn it! Open the door. Wang Qiufang was furious, standing outside the door with her hands on her hips, scolding. Mom, go back and rest early. I'm going to sleep too. Chen Ruxu shouted a sentence outside the door, then turned and walked towards the living room. I have to tell you, whether you like it or not, Ziqia is not good enough. Wang Qiufang's voice came from outside the door, but Chen Ruxu acted as if she couldn't hear it. Walking into the bedroom, Chen Ruxu sat quietly in the bedroom for a while, feeling more and more depressed. However, she had no one to confide in. She used to consider Li Yue as her best friend, telling her everything without reservation. But things had changed recently, and Chen Ruxu gradually realized that Li Yue had changed a lot since their school days. She couldn't trust Li Yue as completely as before. So now, she really had no one to talk to. After a long silence, Chen Ruxu picked up her phone, checked the time, and then dialed Mr. Chen's number. She knew she would disturb Mr. Chen's rest, but she couldn't control her emotions. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen answered after just a couple of rings. Ruxu, what's wrong? Hearing Mr. Chen's voice, Chen Ruxu's nose felt a little sour. Grandpa, I don't feel good inside. Chen Ruxu suppressed her emotions and sighed softly. Silly girl, Grandpa knows. But it's not all your fault. When Chen Ruxu heard this, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa, do you think, did I really do something wrong? Chen Ruxu's voice trembled, urgently seeking an answer. Mr. Chen shook his head. It's not about right or wrong, just different thoughts and choices leading to different outcomes. But I don't understand. Did I make a mistake in my thoughts and choices? I just don't want your efforts to go to waste. I want the Chen group to develop better and for the Chen family to become a true prestigious family. I know I have many shortcomings, lack opinions, and have many flaws, but I really don't know what to do. Chen Ruxu seemed to be pouring her heart out to Mr. Chen, but also questioning herself. You're right, neither of you is wrong, it's just different choices. But Grandpa understood a truth after living his whole life. In this world, everything is impermanent. In the midst of fame and gain, people in the world of power will change over and over again. Fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds. We need to cherish what we have now and cherish the people around us. Mr. Chen sighed softly and spoke slowly. After hearing this, Chen Ruxu was stunned for a full 10 seconds before nodding slightly, gaining some insight. She had to admit that her previous obsession was too deep, causing her to neglect the people and things around her. But sometimes, she had to make certain choices and walk certain paths. Actually, Ziqia is really outstanding. It's just that you were not willing to understand him before. Mr. Chen's words left Chen Ruxu unable to retort. Today, Ziqia was indeed very outstanding. Not to mention other things, just look at the scar removal cream he presented at the conference today. He not only had the cream but also had the formula for it, and could even make it himself. After climbing the ladder in the business world for 2 years, Chen Ruxu had a keen commercial sense. To put it bluntly, just based on the formula of that scar removal cream, countless corporate groups would seek cooperation with him. If Ziqia wanted, he could easily amass a fortune in a short period, even reaching hundreds of millions. So, how could he not be outstanding? Grandpa, I admit that I misjudged him before. He is indeed very outstanding now, but between us, there is no longer any possibility. So, from now on, I must do better than him. After a brief silence, Chen Ruxu raised her head slightly, her gaze firm to the extreme. Just then, her phone rang, and Chen Ruxu answered it absent-mindedly. "Ms. Chen? I'm Zhao Yanjun from the supervisory department." The voice from the other end made Chen Ruxu furrow her brow slightly. How could it be him? There was a hint of displeasure in Chen Ruxu's eyes. Just now, she was with Mr. Chen, talking about being kidnapped. And now she was very sure that Zitia was behind it, and people from the supervisory office like Zhao Yanjun had colluded with Zitia. So now Chen Ruxu was very disgusted with Zhao Yanjun. "You've got the wrong person," Chen Ruxu said, about to hang up the phone. "Miss Chen, please wait a moment. Sorry to bother you so late, but there have been some new developments in the previous case." At this time, Zhao Yanjun was still in the supervisory office, sorting out the case with his colleagues. He thought that since they couldn't get any information from Zitia, Chen Ruxu, as the victim, could definitely provide them with some useful clues. However, to avoid alerting the suspect prematurely, Zhao Yanjun did not immediately mention that Liang Chao was a suspect. He planned to bring up the matter with Chen Ruxu when they met in person. "Mr. Zhao, I've already said it. I'm not pursuing that case anymore. And I don't want any trouble. I've already chosen to drop the charges. What else do you want me to do to satisfy you?" Chen Ruxu was already in a bad mood, and receiving a call from Zhao Yanjun at this time only made her more irritable. "Mrs. Chen, we need you to come to the supervisory office. We can discuss things face to face," Zhao Yanjun softly requested. Some things had to wait for Chen Ruxu to arrive at the supervisory office before they could be discussed. Otherwise, it would be easy for the suspect to be tipped off. "I don't have time," Chen Ruxu replied coldly. "Tomorrow works too." Zhao Yanjun didn't insist on her coming over immediately. "I don't have time tomorrow either." Chen Ruxu's attitude became even more firm. "Mrs. Chen, please don't get agitated. You are the victim and a party involved. We need to inform you of the progress of the case. Our supervisory office always acts impartially in handling cases, and we will make sure that the criminals are punished and the victims receive justice. During the investigation, we hope you can cooperate with us." Zhao Yanjun furrowed his brow slightly, then patiently explained. Though when Chen Ruxu heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and sneer. She had already figured out the whole thing, with Zitia as the mastermind behind it, while Zhao Yanjun was just putting on a show here. It was utterly meaningless, and Chen Ruxu had no interest in playing along with them. "What if I don't want to cooperate?" Chen Ruxu coldly retorted. "Sorry, Mrs. Chen. Cooperating with the supervisory office in handling cases is the duty of every citizen. If you refuse to comply with the summons, then we will have to bring you in." Zhao Yanjun's tone also carried a hint of impatience. Hearing Zhao Yanjun's threatening words, Chen Ruxu, who was already suppressing her annoyance, exploded emotionally. "What are you pretending for? Your supervisory office is supposed to act impartially, but have you really done so? I think you only know how to distort right and wrong. Aren't you hypocritical? Does the badge on your uniform and hat mean anything to you?" Chen Ruxu had been holding back her emotions for a long time, and now, facing Zhao Yanjun, she questioned loudly. "Comrade Chen." Zhao Yanjun gritted his teeth slightly and said coldly, "Please watch your attitude. Our supervisory office, when have we ever distorted right and wrong? How am I, Zhao Yanjun, not living up to my uniform and badge? What? Did I say something wrong? Do you think I know nothing? The mastermind behind my kidnapping is clearly Zitia. I am more aware of this than anyone else. I'm sure you are too, right? Clearly the mastermind has been identified, but you dare not arrest anyone, still pretending to investigate the case. Don't you find yourself hypocritical?" Chen Ruxu slapped the table, sneering at the phone. Hearing this, Zhao Yanjun was dumbfounded. He had never expected Chen Ruxu to say such things. "Comrade Chen, have you misunderstood something? Zitia is not the one behind your kidnapping. On the contrary, he saved you. If it wasn't for Zitia... Zhao Yanjun paused, then continued. "If it wasn't for him, even if you didn't die, you would have been maltreated by those thugs. Mr. Zhao, please stop pretending. I know you have a good relationship with Zitia, but there's no need to distort right and wrong to speak up for him like this." Hearing Chen Ruxu's words, Zhao Yanjun chuckled in disbelief. He found Chen Ruxu somewhat unreasonable. "Comrade Chen, every word I, Zhao Yanjun, say is accountable. Zitia is definitely not the mastermind behind it. He is the one who truly saved you. When Zhao Yongjun said this, his tone became more impatient. Oh really? Your supervisory office always emphasizes evidence in handling cases. Then I ask you, you said he saved me. Where is the evidence? Chen Ruxu shook her head coldly, asking again into the phone. Hearing this, Zhao Yongjun frowned. Evidence? I had someone send it to you. Didn't you see it? See what? What did they send to me? Chen Ruxu was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. You really didn't see it? That day, I asked you to come pick something up. You refused, but I had it sent to your company. Zhao Yongjun shook his head slightly, finally understanding why Chen Ruxu was so firm in insisting that Ziqia was the mastermind. It turned out she hadn't even watched the video. Chen Ruxu was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly realizing. That day, she was planning to watch it when she got back to the office, but due to an emergency meeting for the upcoming medical conference, she put it aside. However, she remembered she must have put the small box into the drawer of her desk at the time. What's inside? Could that prove that Ziqia isn't the mastermind? Chen Ruxu hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Zhao Yongjun was helpless. He was now too tired to explain much to Chen Ruxu. Comrade Chen, please watch the thing first, then we can talk. If you've watched it, I hope you can contact me to cooperate with our follow-up investigation. After saying this, Zhao Yongjun hung up the phone. He had called Chen Ruxu to make her cooperate with them, assuming she had already seen the evidence he sent her. But now, he realized that Chen Ruxu hadn't seen it at all, so no matter what he said, it wouldn't help. He could only wait for Chen Ruxu to watch it before saying anything further. Chen Ruxu slowly put down her phone, and her mind raced. Could it be that I misunderstood Ziqia? What is that evidence? After a few moments of silence, Chen Ruxu got up, hastily put on high heels, grabbed her car keys, and walked out the door. She couldn't wait until tomorrow. She had to figure it all out tonight. It was 10:20 in the evening. Chen Group's office building. Chen Ruxu hurried all the way and arrived here in less than 20 minutes. Along the way, she didn't contact anyone, nor did anything else, just focusing on stepping on the gas pedal and turning the steering wheel. Although driving in high heels was very uncomfortable, she couldn't care too much now, as she urgently needed an answer. Zhao Yongjun's words were so convincing that Chen Ruxu couldn't help but feel that there might be some misunderstanding. Whether or not the misunderstanding could be resolved would depend on what Zhao Yongjun had given her. Chen Ruxu didn't even have time to turn off the car engine before she quickly took out her key and opened the company's front door. At this time, the employees working overtime in the company had already gone home, and the company was pitch black. But Chen Ruxu couldn't afford to be afraid anymore. If it were usual, Chen Ruxu would definitely contact Li Yue to accompany her for anything. But after many things that happened during this period, Chen Ruxu no longer trusted Li Yue like she used to, and she wouldn't let Li Yue be involved in this kind of matter. With a bang, Chen Ruxu pushed open the office door, breathless, and after turning on the lights, she quickly walked to the desk. At this moment, Chen Ruxu felt a bit uneasy, because she suddenly remembered that when she returned to the company from outside that day, she saw Li Yue standing here by the desk, and at that time, the small box seemed to have been opened a bit, which was likely done by Li Yue. And now Chen Ruxu was unsure if that thing had been taken by Li Yue. Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth, opened a drawer, and started searching. Found it. 2 minutes later, Chen Ruxu finally saw the small box in the corner of the drawer. Subsequently, Chen Ruxu quickly opened the box and poured out a small USB flash drive from inside. There was a note attached to it indicating it was a copy of documents from the Tianhai City Supervisory Institute. Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, turned on the computer, and then inserted the USB flash drive. The reading process wasn't slow, but Chen Ruxu felt like time was dragging on. Finally, the files on the USB drive were successfully read, displaying a video file. Chen Ruxu eagerly clicked on the file, and the video started playing. On the screen, the image of an abandoned factory appeared, but Chen Ruxu had no impression of it. That day, she was drugged while in the South River Park, and only woke up in the hospital, unaware of what had happened in between. But soon, she saw her own figure in the video. Chen Ruxu lying on the ground, surrounded by several burly men, the same ones who had abducted her that day. What's this? Chen Ruxu reacted abruptly, realizing that this was the scene after she was kidnapped that day. In the video, the bald burly man scolded her angrily and then reached out excitedly towards Chen Ruxu. Damn it! Chen Ruxu clenched her fist while watching the computer screen. Although she knew she hadn't been violated, seeing this scene still made her feel incredibly humiliated. At that moment, sitting in front of the computer, Chen Ruxu fervently hoped that someone would intervene to stop those men. Just then, the roaring sound of a car engine approached closer and closer. Who's coming? Chen Ruxu widened her eyes and stared at the screen. Damn it! They're charging towards us. A voice cursed on the screen, and someone picked up a machete and walked outside. Get lost! Suddenly, Chen Ruxu vaguely heard a curse. Though she hadn't seen who it was, she felt a sense of familiarity. With a bang, two men seemed to be hit by a car and flew into the room. Immediately after, a young man appeared in the frame, and when Chen Ruxu saw that young man, her eyes widened suddenly. Ziqie. It was Ziqie. The person coming to her rescue was indeed Ziqie. Before Chen Ruxu could react, Ziqie was already engaging in a fight with those men again in the video. But she quickly noticed that the bald man used her as a hostage, threatening Ziqie to kneel down. And indeed, Ziqie stopped his actions and bent his leg slightly. Chen Ruxu couldn't believe that Ziqie was willing to endure such humiliation for her. But in the next moment, Ziqie suddenly struck, swiftly punching the bald man and sending him flying instantaneously. Good. Seeing this, Chen Ruxu couldn't help but cheer. Watching Ziqie squat down and cover himself with a jacket, a warm feeling surged in Chen Ruxu's heart. Ziqie, save me. Ziqie ... whispered the image of Chen Ruxu on the screen. And as Chen Ruxu saw this, she blushed involuntarily when she realized that in the face of danger, she immediately thought of Ziqie. Don't be afraid, I'll take you away. Hearing Ziqie say this, Chen Ruxu was deeply moved, but the next moment, she saw the bald man who had been knocked down lifting a handgun. Ziqie. Chen Ruxu's head buzzed. She saw Ziqie on the screen having moved away slightly, but then he abruptly returned to his original position. Chen Ruxu suddenly realized that with Ziqian's speed, he could have easily dodged, but he didn't because he was considering protecting her. He used his own body to shield Chen Ruxu from the bullet. With a bang, the gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit Ziqian's arm instantly. You're so silly, you should have dodged, you should have dodged. Chen Ruxu's eyes filled up with tears as she repeatedly struck the table with her palm. At that moment, she finally believed Zhao Yanzhen's words completely. She finally understood that Ziqie was the one who saved her, not Lian Chao. Ziqie had even risked his life to shield her from the hot weapon held by the enemy. Ziqie was fighting with the enemy again on the screen, quickly gaining control of the situation. Seeing Ziqie fight while injured, Chen Ruxu's tears burst out uncontrollably. She realized that this was the truth. Ziqie had, indeed, saved her, bravely risking his life to bring her back. Ziqian's wounds on his arm and abdomen were all because of saving her, which had been inflicted in such a way. And the bandages on Ziqian's arm later were due to his injuries not fully healing. Chen Ruxu suddenly remembered the day when Ziqie went to Chen Group to settle scores with Li Yue and Lian Chao. What she had said and done to Ziqie. She finally understood why Ziqian's expression was off when she had pushed him away forcefully to protect Lian Chao. Even at that moment, she accused Ziqie of not only harming her, but also the people around her. Ziqian's gaze at that time was something Chen Ruxu would never forget, a look of extreme disappointment and coldness. Why didn't you explain? Why didn't you? Chen Ruxu's voice trailed off as she remembered that she hadn't listened to any explanations at that time and had completely cut ties with Ziqie. No affection, no sacrifices. I, Ziqie, have no regrets in my heart, but I never learned the art of sweet talk. I admit it. Ziqian's words resonated continuously. At that time, Chen Ruxu thought Ziqie was forcibly pretending, but now she finally understood the discomfort and frustration Ziqie felt back then. Sorry. Chen Ruxu finally understood everything, grabbing her hair with both hands and wailing loudly. In the office, echoes of Chen Ruxu's crying could be heard. Emotions completely collapsed, endless remorse swept over. When she saw Ziqie growing rapidly, she didn't cry, nor did she regret. When she saw Ziqie shine at the medical conference, she still didn't regret. Even when Ziqie won the championship, and tonight when she returned to her cold home and thought of Ziqie, she still didn't regret it. It's just that after feeling a bit suppressed, she still insisted on her original thoughts. But now, as she watched this video and understood all the truth, endless remorse surged in her heart. She regretted not being able to see the truth with her own eyes, regretted being foolish enough to not believe even when the facts were right in front of her. A man willing to risk his life to protect a woman, that alone is enough to prove deep love. However, Chen Ruxu didn't believe it. She didn't believe Zichia, nor what he said. Zichia was seriously injured trying to save her, and instead of a word of thanks, she used heartless words to stab at Zichian's heart. Chen Ruxu, are you still human? The more Chen Ruxu thought, the more suppressed her emotions became, and she was completely broken. At this moment, the screen was still playing, and after Zitia took Chen Ruxu away, those burly men quickly received a few phone calls. Yes, we understand. Who is Zitia? Okay, I won't ask further. Just frame Zitia, right? No problem. Okay. You speak. I'll note down his information. Wait, the camera over there wasn't turned off. Go destroy it. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. No time. Run. The screen shook for a moment, then plunged into darkness. And when Chen Ruxu saw this scene, she completely understood everything. Someone deliberately did this, but it was those people who were arranged to falsely accuse and frame Zitia. Zitia, from start to finish, was not the mastermind behind the scenes. He was being plotted against. This also explained why Zitia appeared at the scene. Someone must have set him up. Tears in her eyes, Chen Ruxu's mind was unusually clear, and she quickly figured out everything. And when she understood these things, she felt increasingly guilty towards Zitia. She suddenly remembered what old Master Chen had told her before. I still believe that Tian'er wouldn't do such a thing. If you jump to conclusions without investigating properly, when the truth comes out later, you will surely feel very guilty. Old Master Chen had said these words twice, but at the time, Chen Ruxu not only didn't believe them, but also thought old Master Chen blindly trusted Zichian's character. And now, she had to admit that she was wrong. And old Master Chen was right. In her heart, she did indeed feel immensely guilty. Chen Ruxu sat blankly in her chair, tears bursting uncontrollably again. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, and Zhao Yanzhong called again. Comrade Chen, have you seen the stuff? Chen Ruxu nodded gently, her voice trembling. I have seen it. Then Comrade Chen must have understood some truths. If Comrade Chen is available, we have some things over here that require your oversight and cooperation for investigation. Zhao Yanzhong nodded, making this request once again. All right, but I can only go tomorrow, because today, I have more important things to do. Chen Ruxu wiped her tears, softly reply, okay, I'll wait for you. Zhao Yanzhong nodded and immediately hung up the phone. Chen Ruxu put down her phone, took several deep breaths, then turned to look at the computer screen. Although the video had finished playing, the scene where Zitia shielded her from the bullets was still vivid in her mind. And when she and Li Yue later mocked Zitia when he had bandages on his arms, it was even clearer in her mind. I have to go apologize to him face to face. Go now. Chen Ruxu grabbed her car keys, got up, and walked quickly outside. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and apart from the bustling areas where people gathered for the nightlife, the other streets were deserted, with very few cars passing by. Driving from the Chen group, she headed straight for the lakeside villa. Her mind was full of guilt towards Zitia now. If she didn't apologize in person, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully even if she went back to bed. As the car sped ahead, Chen Ruxu's tears continued to flow uncontrollably down her face. In this process, the scenes of her time spent with Zitia and the events that had occurred during this period flashed through her mind like a movie. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she had never completely let go of Zitia. But she didn't have time to consider these things now, nor to think about the future. She only wanted to apologize to Zitia face to face for being kidnapped. Otherwise, she wouldn't find peace in her heart. The lakeside villa was in a relatively remote location, far from the bustling city center. So after Chen Ruxu took the main road, the front was dim, with no cars in sight, not even street lights. Chen Ruxu's car was driving alone with its headlights on, heading forward ceaselessly. After an unknown duration, the car suddenly jerked several times, then the engine stalled, and the wheels locked up. When the car stopped, Chen Ruxu tried several times to restart it, but there was no response from the car. In the middle of the night in an uninhabited area, Chen Ruxu was helpless, as she knew nothing about fixing a car. Fate was always like this. When you urgently wanted to do something, you always encountered countless obstacles. Chen Ruxu pounded the steering wheel, stared ahead for a few seconds, then got out of the car, turned on the flashlight on her phone, and walked towards the front. Maybe this is divine punishment for me, and I'll bear it alone. Chen Ruxu muttered to herself. She didn't want anyone else to be involved in this, so she didn't call for help. After walking a few hundred meters, the high heels made Chen Ruxu very uncomfortable. Hesitating for less than 2 seconds, she took off her high heels and stepped on the ground with her bare feet, continuing forward. Time passed second by second. By now, at the lakeside villa, it was nearing midnight. During the day, there were few people in this area, making it even quieter at this time. In the pitch-black night, only the lights around Thousand Island Lake in the distance and the night lights in the lakeside villa area provided some illumination. At the foot of the lakeside villa, dozens of people were stationed there, guarding the road up the mountain and the stairs leading to the villa. These men sent by the Chen family had been stationed here since the lakeside villa was attacked last time, taking turns in shifts to stand guard day and night. "Is there a person over there?" Suddenly, a man pointed in the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure walking towards them under faint light. Dozens of men immediately became alert, picking up their weapons nearby. And when they saw the approaching figure clearly, they were all speechless in shock. A group of men were originally prepared for battle. However, at this moment, seeing the scene in front of them, they were all shocked and unable to speak. A woman, more accurately speaking, a woman with an extremely good figure and who was quite beautiful. Judging from her attire, it was evident that she was a wealthy person, but her clothing at this moment was slightly disheveled, and her hair was as wild as that of a madwoman. Most importantly, those clean and fair feet were stepping on the ground, with some bloodstains on the soles. Without exaggeration, this woman looked like a beggar who had just endured inhumane torture. "Miss, who are you?" One man stepped forward to inquire. "I'm looking for Ziqie." The woman slowly raised her head to speak. Looking for Mr. Z?" The man was taken aback, but before he could say anything, someone behind him suddenly recognized who the woman was. "Are you Chairman Chen of the Chen Group?" Chen Ruxu was quite a prominent figure in the commercial district of Tianhai City, and she was known by quite a few people. Furthermore, the last time Chen Ruxu came, they were the ones who took her in. "Yes, I'm looking for Ziqie." Chen Ruxu raised her chin and gazed towards the villa on the mountain peak. "Chairman Chen, what happened to you?" Several men were truly puzzled as to why Chen Ruxu had ended up in her current state. Even though they were tough thugs raised by the Lu family, seeing Chen Ruxu in such a pitiful condition couldn't help but evoke sympathy. "I need to see Ziqie." Chen Ruxu did not elaborate, but frowned and repeated this request. All right, please wait. I'll inform Mr. Z right away." One of the men nodded quickly, then took out his phone and made a call. The call was quickly answered, and Ziqian's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Z, are you resting?" The man glanced at Chen Ruxu and quickly inquired. "What's the matter?" Ziqie asked softly. "That Chairman Chen Ruxu of the Chen Group wants to see you." The man hesitated for a moment, but reported truthfully. "Don't see her. Let her go." Ziqie immediately refused without even considering. He wasn't even interested in asking why Chen Ruxu was looking for him in the middle of the night. "Mr. Z, please don't hang up." The man looked away from Chen Ruxu, lowered his voice, and said, "Mr. Z, I think you should still meet her." "Why?" Ziqie furrowed his brow slightly. Why were these Lu family's men speaking up for Chen Ruxu? She. The man pondered for a few seconds, still not knowing how to describe Chen Ruxu's situation. "She is in a very bad state right now. Something bad might have happened to her. You should meet her to find out the situation." Upon hearing this, Ziqie furrowed his brows and sat up in bed, after a moment of contemplation, then said, "Let her come up." "Understood." The man quickly nodded in response, respectfully hung up the phone, then turned to Chen Ruxu. "Chairman Chen, Mr. Z has allowed you to go up." "Okay," Chen Ruxu replied, then took a step towards the staircase. Whoa! Suddenly, someone looked at the ground and couldn't help but gasp. The area where Chen Ruxu had stood before was already dyed red with fresh blood, and looking at Chen Ruxu's feet, it was even more gruesome. Apparently, due to walking barefoot for a long time, blisters had been rubbed on her feet, which were then further injured, resulting in this state. Even this group of usually ruthless men couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy seeing Chen Ruxu in such a sorry state. They couldn't fathom what had happened to Chen Ruxu for her to walk all the way here on foot, and they had no idea how far she had walked. "Chairman Chen, we can drive you there." One of the men stepped forward quickly, stopping Chen Ruxu. At her current state, it was not advisable for her to walk, and it would be better to drive her up from the mountain road. "No, I want to walk up." Chen Ruxu shook her head. "But your feet." The man furrowed his brows slightly. "If I've made a mistake, I must acknowledge it." Chen Ruxu bit her lip and murmured, "I need to make amends." With those words, Chen Ruxu went to the railing next to the staircase, reached out to pull out a wooden stick, wrapped a strand of hair around it, and placed it on her back. The men were stunned for a moment. Was Chen Ruxu going to make a self-punishment offering? Several men looked at each other, their mouths moving but unable to find the right words. Just then, the lights of the lakeside villa came on. The glaring light illuminated from the mountaintop to the foothill, instantly brightening the blue stone staircase. Chen Ruxu looked up and took a glance before bearing the intense pain in the solace of her feet, gritting her teeth and stepping onto the staircase. As she continued to ascend, the blue stone slabs she stepped on left a trail of bloodstains and prominent footprints. "Oh my!" Dozens of men stared dejectedly at the scene as they watched Chen Ruxu slowly climb upwards. She said she wants to make amends. What terrible mistake has she made? Even if it's a big mistake, shouldn't it be forgiven now that she has gone to this extent? To recognize one's mistake and make amends is the greatest quality. Chairman Chen is extraordinary. Down at the foot of the mountain, the men watched Chen Ruxu's silhouette and whispered among themselves. At the same time, on the observation deck on the second floor of the villa, Ziqia, in his sleepwear, stood there, using the light to observe everything below. Chen Ruxu, who was staggering upwards, was naturally visible to him. Ziqia furrowed his brows, his hands clasped behind his back, turning his palms tightly then releasing them. Although he stood still, some subtle movements hinted at his inner turmoil. He wasn't aware of what had happened, but seeing Chen Ruxu in her current condition was truly distressing. The light of the villa shone down, illuminating the entire mountain peak, casting light upon Chen Ruxu's figure, stretching her shadow long. With each step on the blue stone, the wounds on her feet would throb with intense pain, but the slight coolness from the stone somewhat eased the pain. Nevertheless, the pain in her feet and the exhaustion in her body made her tremble slightly with each step. She was a person with a strong and stubborn personality, deeply fixated on her goals. For the sake of the Chen family's development and to achieve her aspirations, she was willing to sacrifice everything. And at this moment, her goal was simply to earnestly apologize to Ziqia. So no matter how painful it was, she gritted her teeth and persevered. As the distance between them grew closer, when Chen Ruxu reached the villa and inched her way up, her face had already turned as pale as a sheet from the pain. The blue stone staircase behind her was now marked with mottled bloodstains. Ziqia. Chen Ruxu slowly lifted her head and looked at Ziqia standing on the second floor. Since their separation, this wasn't the first time she had looked up to him. Once upon a time, in Xiaoshen's eyes, he was a person with no accomplishments and no use. She even felt that in this lifetime, Xiaoshen was only worthy of looking up to her. But since they parted ways, Xiaoshen had become like a rising bright light, forcing her, Chen Ruxu, to lift her head in order to see Xiaoshen's shadow. As they locked eyes, the atmosphere became incredibly quiet. On the way here, Chen Ruxu had prepared many things she wanted to say to Xiaoshen, but now that she was truly standing in front of Xiaoshen, she found herself unable to say a single word. "You. What's the matter?" In the end, Xiaoshen was the one to break the silence. Upon hearing Xiaoshen's words, a hint of bitterness curled the corners of Chen Ruxu's mouth. When she arrived before Xiaoshen in this state, Xiaoshen's first question was not to ask what happened to her, but to ask what she wanted from him. Chen Ruxu felt that her current self was quite pitiful. "I have figured everything out." Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. "What things are you referring to?" Xiaoshen furrowed his brow slightly. He had known Chen Ruxu for 2 years, during which many things happened, and he found it hard to believe that Chen Ruxu had figured everything out. "The matter of me being kidnapped," Chen Ruxu said, as Xiaoshen nodded. Jia Yongjun had already called Xiaoshen about this matter, and he probably also told Chen Ruxu later on. However, Xiaoshen was somewhat puzzled. Chen Ruxu didn't believe in him before, nor did she believe the Inspectorate's words, so why did she believe them tonight? Chen Ruxu pursed her lips. Since watching that video, she felt like there was a block of cotton in her heart, so she rushed here impatiently, seeing the importance of apologizing for the incident. However, seeing Xiaoshen's seemingly indifferent expression made her unable to speak the many words she had prepared. She even felt that Xiaoshen was somewhat arrogant at this moment, which made her unwilling to say anything more. Regarding this matter, I was wrong. I, Chen Ruxu, admit my mistake and apologize. Chen Ruxu took a deep breath and bent deeply towards the direction of Xiaoshen. Due to her fatigued body and foot injuries, she lost balance while bending down, uncontrollably falling forward. Thankfully, she caught herself in time, preventing herself from falling to the ground. After standing up, she bowed to Xiaoshen once again. I'm sorry. With an apology and a bow, Chen Ruxu slowly straightened up after 3 full bows. At this moment, Chen Ruxu's emotions were complex, while Xiaoshen also furrowed his brows tightly. Having been together for 2 years, he knew clearly how stubborn and proud Chen Ruxu's personality was. Today, seeing Chen Ruxu bowing and apologizing in front of him was indeed not an easy thing. Moreover, seeing his former beloved bowing and apologizing in front of him, Xiaoshen truly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. After all, people's hearts are made of flesh. Chen Ruxu had been the woman he guarded for 2 years, and he simply couldn't have a heart as cold as iron. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Chen Ruxu looked up at Xiaoshen once again. Xiaoshen simply nodded. At this point, whether he forgave her or not didn't hold much significance. After all, Chen Ruxu had made more than one mistake. The simple word from Xiaoshen's mouth, with such a merciless attitude, made the corners of Chen Ruxu's mouth even more bitter. Thank you for forgiving me. I'll leave now. Chen Ruxu bit her lip, turned and was about to leave. You haven't figured out where you truly went wrong. Xiaoshen suddenly spoke, calmly stating this. Chen Ruxu furrowed her brows and looked at Xiaoshen. I've figured it out. That's why I came to apologize to you. What else do you want me to do? You haven't figured it out. You've made more than one mistake. Before Xiaoshen could finish his sentence, Chen Ruxu waved her hand to interrupt. I've only made a mistake in this matter. I haven't done anything wrong in the other things. Chen Ruxu, in a fit of determination or defiance, once again lifted her chin with a proud expression. Hearing her words, Xiaoshen frowned. Initially, seeing Chen Ruxu like this made him feel a bit reluctant, which was why he wanted to say more. However, Chen Ruxu's current attitude surprised him. I thought you had come to your senses, but it seems you are still fixed in your ways. If you have indeed realized these things, then you should. Xiaoshen stopped as Chen Ruxu forcefully cut in. Xiaoshen, let me make it clear to you. I admit my mistake in the kidnapping incident, so I owe you an apology. But in other matters, I do not admit any wrongdoing, and I don't need you to interfere in my life. Xiaoshen shook his head helplessly upon hearing Chen Ruxu's words. As the mountain can be moved but the nature remains unchanged, he felt that his previous words to Chen Ruxu were unnecessary. Let me make it clear to you too. I'm only apologizing to you in relation to this matter. In other aspects, I still adhere to my thoughts and choices. I acknowledge your excellence at present, but I will continue to work closely with the Liang group under Lynn's leadership and aim for the P in the medical skills contest. I hope to see you in the final round then. Chen Ruxu looked at Xiaoshen, her gaze incredibly steady. Working closely with the Liang group, if I told you that the kidnapping incident was orchestrated by Liang Chao, what would you say? Xiaoshen shook his head slightly. Considering Chen Ruxu's sincere apology today, he was willing to say a few more words. However, he had said what needed to be said, and whether Chen Ruxu listened or believed was no longer his concern. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes slightly upon hearing this. After seeing that video, all she wanted was to apologize to Xiaoshen for misunderstanding him, but she didn't think beyond that. Now, hearing Xiaoshen's words, she was slightly stunned. In that moment, numerous scenes flashed through her mind again, and she suddenly understood many things. She did receive the text message from Xiaoshen inviting her to South River Park. At that time, she had clearly seen Xiaoshen's name. Now, with Xiaoshen having no reason to lie, and her having indeed received a message marked as Zhaotian's, it meant her phone had definitely been tampered with. I remember now. Chen Ruxu suddenly remembered the day she was kidnapped. Li Yue had mentioned that her phone was dead and asked to borrow Chen Ruxu's phone. At that time, Chen Ruxu didn't think much of it, and even offered to take Li Yue to a phone store to get her a new phone. It was shortly after Li Yue returned the phone to her that she received a text message from Zitia. At that moment, when Chen Ruxu saw that Zitia had actively asked to meet with her, her first reaction was Zhou, so she hurried to meet him. Now, thinking back carefully, could it be that Li Yue changed another phone number to Zitian's name and used that number to send herself a message? It must be so. Chen Ruxu's mind quickly spun, organizing the whole situation. If it was really Li Yue pretending to be Zitia asking her out, then those who kidnapped her must be related to Li Yue. Plus, Li Yue later called Zitia and gave him the address. All these signs indicate that Li Yue is definitely involved in this matter. Moreover, solely by Li Yue alone, she definitely couldn't have done this. Liang Chao must have been involved too. After understanding these things, Chen Ruxu was completely stunned. Previously, Liang Chao had confessed to Chen Ruxu many times, making her think that Liang Chao truly liked her and wanted to be with her. Although she could see that Liang Chao's character was not very good, she had never doubted his feelings for her. But now looking back, she realized how foolish she had been. If Liang Chao truly liked her, how could he have allowed people to kidnap her, and even let those people mistreat her? Could it be true, as Zitia said, that Liang Chao's approach to her was all with a purpose? I went to Chen Corporation to look for them that day because of this incident. But you were protecting them. Zitia said this, shaking his head slightly with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruxu's face instantly turned red. If what Zitia said was true, then that day she was protecting the ones who were harming her. She had protected the one who harmed her, but pushed away the one who was trying to save her, even going as far as turning against Zitia for the one who harmed her. Thinking about this, Chen Ruxu felt increasingly guilty. Though she had never believed Zitian's words before, she couldn't find any evidence of Zitia lying in this matter. Phew. Chen Ruxu let out a sigh, and no one knew how painful she felt inside. Just when she thought she had cleared up the truth of this matter and misunderstood Zitia, she found out there was more to it. Her longtime best friend of 10 years had taught her a lesson called betrayal. In Chen Ruxu's heart at that moment, the pain was like a knife piercing through. And I've said before, Liang Chao's approach to you was solely to take over the Chen Corporation. As for the other matters, you should think about them yourself. After saying this, Zitia prepared to enter the house. Regardless of the Chen family or Chen Ruxu, he had done what he thought was right. As for how Chen Ruxu would decide, he had no interest in knowing. I won't believe your words alone. I will clarify this matter by myself. Although Chen Ruxu had started to believe Zitian's words, she was still reluctant to admit it. It's up to you. With these words, Zitia went inside the room. Chen Ruxu stared at the balcony on the second floor for a long time, then slowly turned around to leave. However, as Chen Ruxu turned around, she let out a long sigh, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. You're right, my mistake isn't just about this matter, and about the other things. Whether they are right or wrong, what difference does it make? If you are a descendant of the Lu family or the Lin family, with powerful backgrounds supporting you, everything would be different. But you are just a contestant from the Lu family, and now neither you nor I can turn back. You can't escape the control of the Lu family, and I can only follow the Lin family step by step with the Chen Corporation. Chen Ruxu murmured softly to herself, her face full of bitterness. Leaving aside whether this matter was caused by Liang Chao and Li Yue, through this incident, she could already feel Zitian's deep love for her. There was even a faint thought in her heart, wanting to reconcile with Zitia, but she was very clear that this thought was too absurd and could never be realized. At this point, she and the entire Chen Corporation were already powerless. They had to rely on the Lin family to continue the competition. As participants from the Lin family, they only had two choices during the competition: either voluntarily withdraw or be forced by the Lin family to withdraw. There was no possibility of switching to another family. In simple terms, the fate of the Chen Corporation was now in the hands of the Tianhai Lin family. In such a situation, Chen Ruxu knew many things were wrong, but they had no choice but to continue forward. Let's not talk about other things for now, but about Li Yue and Liang Chao. I will find out from them. Chen Ruxu narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed deep in her eyes. At that moment, a car passed through the mountain road and stopped beside Chen Ruxu. Madam Chen, Mr. Z asked us to take you back. Several men opened the car door and invited Chen Ruxu to get in. Chen Ruxu hesitated for a moment, then took a step and got into the car. Thank him for me. At this moment, Chen Ruxu's face was expressionless, her eyes showing a cold indifference. Even her tone sounded chilling. Many people grow up in an instant, and some become mature overnight. After experiencing what had happened tonight and the betrayal of those around her, Chen Ruxu seemed to have changed like a different person. The car drove down the winding road, and Zichia reappeared at the window, watching the car depart. After a long while, Zichia let out a sigh and slowly withdrew his gaze. Indecisive or hesitant, after more than 700 days and nights of being together for 2 years, it was just impossible not to have any feelings. After a moment of silence, Zichia found Zhang Kai's number and sent a text requesting Zhang Kai to closely monitor Liang Chao. A night of silence. The next day, at the Chen Corporation, Li Yue seemed to be in a good mood, humming a tune happily as she entered the company. As she just came in, she saw Chen Ruxu in front of her. Chen Ruxu had her arms crossed, looking expressionless at Li Yue, as if she had been waiting for her. Ruxu? Li Yue met Chen Ruxu's gaze, and her heartbeat couldn't help but increase slightly. She felt that at this moment, Chen Ruxu looked as if she had a kind of indescribable feeling. It was only a day since they last met, but after just one night, Chen Ruxu seemed like a completely different person. Feeling all right? Chen Ruxu asked lightly. Ah, it's okay, Li Yue replied quickly. Come. I have something to ask you. After Chen Ruxu finished speaking, she walked towards the office. Li Yue frowned, feeling nervous as she followed. As they walked, when company employees greeted them, Chen Ruxu maintained a cold expression throughout, making Li Yue even more anxious. Soon, they arrived at the office. Have a seat, Chen Ruxu said, as she poured tea. Li Yue observed her expression but couldn't decipher anything. At that moment, Li Yue's mind was spinning, wondering what Chen Ruxu wanted to talk to her about. Do you have something you want to tell me? Chen Ruxu placed a cup of hot tea in front of Li Yue. No. What do you mean? Ruxu, you're acting strange today. Li Yue felt nervous internally, but managed to look puzzled on the outside. We've known each other for 10 years. There are some things I hope you'll tell me willingly. Once I reveal it, there's no turning back between us, Chen Ruxu said, with a serious look, showing no trace of joking. Ruxu, I really don't understand what you're talking about, Li Yue said, trying to hold back. I'm talking about being kidnapped. Upon hearing Chen Ruxu's words, Li Yue's heart skipped a beat. Not only did Li Yue know about Chen Ruxu being kidnapped, she was actually well aware of it, as she and Liang Chao had planned the whole thing. But following Liang Chao's arrangements, Chen Ruxu was supposed to suspect Zitiansai. How could she suddenly turn her suspicion toward Li Yue and Liang Chao? Did Zichia say something to Chen Ruxu, or did Chen Ruxu contact the Inspectorate and hear something from Zhao Yongzhan? Li Yue didn't know why Chen Ruxu suddenly brought up this matter, but she knew for sure that she couldn't admit to anything. If she did, the situation would spiral out of control, and Liang Chao's plans would collapse completely. Ruxu, what are you talking about? Didn't Zichia send someone to kidnap you? What do you mean by saying that now? Li Yue furrowed her brows, pretending to be angry. It was Zichia who saved me and took me to the hospital. Why did you lie to me and say it was Liang Chao who saved me? Chen Ruxu remained expressionless. She questioned Li Yue in a low voice. Who said that? It was us who took you to the hospital. Did you start believing Zichian's nonsense again? You know what kind of person he is, don't you? He's just deceiving you, trying to sow discord. Li Yue's heart was beating faster, but she was trying to appear calm, deliberately looking very angry. Chen Ruxu narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Li Yue. Upon learning all the truths, the words Li Yue was saying now sounded ridiculous to her. However, Li Yue adamantly refused to confess, causing Chen Ruxu's brows to furrow slightly. In the past, faced with Li Yue's lies and betrayal, Chen Ruxu might have lost control and gotten into a big argument, but now, she was surprisingly calm. After experiencing last night's events, she seemed like a different person. Being able to remain calm and rational in the face of betrayal from a friend of 10 years was enough to demonstrate her inner strength. Ruxu, do you really believe others over me? Li Yue, seeing Chen Ruxu's silence, stood up abruptly, looking visibly angry. It's okay, I was just asking you. Of course, I believe you. Chen Ruxu shook her head slightly, then shifted her gaze away. She might have confronted Li Yue in the past, but not anymore. There were many things that, even if proven later, had no meaning, and she couldn't change anything at the moment. Pretending not to know and waiting for the medical symposium to end peacefully was the wisest choice. Therefore, Chen Ruxu had completely abandoned the idea of demanding an explanation from Li Yue. She wouldn't continue to press Li Yue for answers, nor would she inquire further with Liang Chao. After all, she had her own answers, and pushing further would only lead to confrontation without any benefits. For Chen Ruxu, who had grown significantly overnight, she didn't want to engage in fruitless matters like this. Ruxu, you must not easily trust others. Some people intentionally sow discord between us because of our close relationship, like that useless Ziqie. Hearing Li Yu's words, Chen Ruxu nodded slightly. Yes, I shouldn't trust others easily. That's right. Li Yue breathed a sigh of relief, then chatted a bit with Chen Ruxu before leaving the office. Watching Li Yu's departing figure, Chen Ruxu narrowed her eyes slightly, then turned to her computer, quickly browsing through some things. In the past, she had unconditionally trusted Li Yue and delegated many tasks to her, but now, she needed to reassess those things. On the other hand, Li Yue returned to her own office, sighed deeply, then locked the door and called Liang Chao. Even though Chen Ruxu did not continue questioning earlier, Li Yue still felt something was off with Chen Ruxu that day. She needed to inform Liang Chao about what happened here. After all, Liang Chao had tasked her with monitoring Chen Ruxu's every move here and reporting any developments promptly. What's wrong? Liang Chao quickly answered the phone. Is there a problem with the incident at South River Park? Chen Ruxu just talked to me. Li Yue quickly recounted her conversation with Chen Ruxu to Liang Chao. Did she meet Ziqie? Liang Chao's brow furrowed, feeling extremely annoyed. He already had a lot on his plate these days, and the situation with Lynn had added additional pressure. Things were still unresolved, and then trouble arose with Chen Ruxu, leaving Liang Chao extremely agitated. I'm not sure. Li Yue shook her head slightly. She had been monitoring Chen Ruxu within the company, but after work, she had no knowledge of whom Chen Ruxu had met or what she had done. Incompetent, can't even keep an eye on one person. Let me tell you, if this matter is exposed, neither of us will get away unscathed. Liang Chao cursed harshly, and Li Yue bit her lip, not daring to say anything else. After all, Li Yue had been involved throughout the kidnapping of Chen Ruxu and wouldn't escape blame once things came to light. What do we do now? Li Yue was in a panic. Don't worry, I'll talk to her. If she continues to be unreasonable, then I won't hesitate to use other means. When Liang Chao said this, his tone was filled with malevolence, even a hint of killing intent. For the sake of his plan, he had endured over a year and pretended in front of Chen Ruxu for over a year. But with so much time passed and no tangible results, his patience was gradually wearing thin. How are you planning to do it? Li Yue paused for a few seconds and frowned. In that moment, a slight thought of not wanting Liang Chao to hurt Chen Ruxu unexpectedly arose in Li Yu's mind. Previously, she did indeed wish for Chen Ruxu to suffer a miserable fate, but many things had happened during this time, and she found that Chen Ruxu truly considered her a friend. This sometimes made Li Yue feel a hint of guilt. Hearing the cold tone in Liang Chao's voice, she couldn't help but feel a thread of worrying. If she doesn't accept the toast and gets punished instead, I won't be kind to her. Liang Chao snorted coldly. He had been pretending in front of Chen Ruxu for 2 years. Since it seemed like he couldn't keep up the act any longer, he naturally had to prepare for breaking things off early. You better not hurt her. After all, our goal is to take over the Chen group, Li Yue reminded softly after a pause. I am more aware of this matter than you are. Also, I know better than you how to handle it. All right, that's it. If I need you to do something, I'll call you. After saying this, Liang Chao hung up without waiting for Li Yu's response. Li Yue furrowed her brow, various thoughts flooding her mind, but in the end, she could only shake her head in helplessness. She used to think Shaoshan was a puppet of the Lu family, but in reality, she was the puppet controlled by Liang Chao. Whatever Liang Chao wanted her to do, she had to do it, and she had no say in what Liang Chao did. Time passed by in minutes and seconds. Soon, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Chen Ruxu had not gone anywhere that morning. She was sorting out company matters in her office. As she tidied up, she realized that Li Yue had been involved in many significant and minor matters in the company in the past 2 years. Li Yue had her hand in everything, and whatever Li Yue said was almost always followed. Because she trusted Li Yue enough, she had never doubted anything Li Yue said. Even when Xiaoshen warned her to keep her distance from Li Yue, she thought Xiaoshen was deliberately causing discord. But now, seeing everything in front of her, Chen Ruxu sighed softly, realizing that Xiaoshen was right from the beginning. Not only had she misunderstood Xiaoshen regarding the kidnapping incident, but she had also misunderstood him in the matter of Li Yue. Chen Ruxu shook her head slightly. As she learned more, she realized that Xiaoshen had indeed suffered a lot when he was with her, and she had never truly understood him. The phone on the desk buzzed, showing a call from Liang Chao. Chen Ruxu furrowed her brow slightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, and decided to answer the call. Ultimately, the reason the Chen group could participate in the medical congress was due to Liang Chao's efforts. The reason she hadn't questioned Liang Chao about that was not only because she had matured mentally, but also because she needed to go through Liang Chao to contact the Lynn family. Therefore, she couldn't afford to confront Liang Chao yet. "Hello, Mr. Liang," Chen Ruxu answered and put the call on speaker. "Ruxu, can you come to my company later? Mr. Lin wants us to come over. Are you available? If not, I can pick you up, and we can go together." Hearing this, Chen Ruxu immediately perked up. The medical congress was still ongoing, and the Lin family could have other arrangements at any time. She needed to know the news as soon as possible, and relying on Liang Chao was the best way. "Okay, I'll come over now." Chen Ruxu agreed and ended the call, then picked up her car keys and left. "Ruxu, where are you going?" Li Yue saw Chen Ruxu about to leave and immediately followed to inquire. "It's personal business." Normally, Chen Ruxu would take Li Yue with her when going out, but she didn't want to do so today. Li Yue also noticed Chen Ruxu's distant attitude and nodded gently. "By the way, I have a new phone in my office. Take it and use it. Didn't you say your phone was always out of battery?" Chen Ruxu took a few steps, then suddenly turned to look at Li Yue. At that moment, Li Yue felt a slight tightness in her heart. Chen Ruxu's actions made Li Yue feel even more guilty. "Ruxu, maybe I should go with you." Li Yue looked up at Chen Ruxu and suggested after a brief silence. "It's okay." Chen Ruxu shook her head and left. Li Yue watched Chen Ruxu's back and ultimately didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, at the lakeside villa, Xiaoshen was in the gym, practicing the 8-part Buddha palm technique. Previously, he would practice this technique at most twice a day, but now, he would practice whenever he had free time. Crack! His joints all over his body made a cracking sound, giving Xiaoshen a sense of relaxation. As Xiaoshen walked out of the gym, he received a call from Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai wouldn't bother Xiaoshen unless there was some progress on Liang Chao's end, so the call meant there might be some information. "Any progress?" Xiaoshen asked as he picked up the phone. "Mr. Xiaoshen, our people are following Liang Chao. Liang Chao hasn't left the company all morning. However, just now, Chen Ruxu from the Chen group went to the Liang group." Zhang Kai reported the situation to Xiaoshen based on what his subordinate had observed. Xiaoshen had only tasked them with keeping an eye on Liang Chao, so he didn't need to worry about other matters. However, Zhang Kai knew some details about the relationship between Xiaoshen and Chen Ruxu, so he decided it was necessary to inform Xiaoshen about this situation. Xiaoshen, however, didn't pay too much attention to it. He was aware of the close cooperation between the Chen group and the Liang group and how close Chen Ruxu was to Liang Chao. Xiaoshen had already spoken to Chen Ruxu about everything yesterday, so why was she still getting so close to Liang Chao? "Don't worry about her." Xiaoshen shook his head slightly, once again realizing Chen Ruxu's foolishness. But as the saying goes, he had done everything he could with a clear conscience. It was now up to Chen Ruxu to decide what she wanted to do. "All right, I understand." Zhang Kai nodded and hung up. "Stupid." Xiaoshen shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. But as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly stopped. He had already explained everything to Chen Ruxu yesterday, and she should have believed him. Setting aside other matters, at least, The kidnapping incident confirmed that it was indeed Liang Cao's doing. In that case, why was Chen Ruxu going to see Liang Cao? Could it be that she is going to confront Liang Cao? Zichia furrowed his brow tightly, fully aware of Liang Cao's character. If Chen Ruxu really went to confront Liang Cao, it might make Liang Cao anxious and irrational. Thinking about this, Zichia immediately called Zhang Kai. Keep a close eye. If Chen Ruxu doesn't come out in half an hour, give me a call. After Zichia finished speaking, Zhang Kai quickly nodded and conveyed the order down the line. On the other side, Liang Group, Liang Cao's office. Liang Xiao, when are we leaving? Chen Ruxu looked at the time and asked. No rush, there are still some things that need to be dealt with on Lin Xiao's side. We'll go after he calls me back. Liang Cao smiled and shook his head, then instructed his assistant to pour water for Chen Ruxu. All right, Chen Ruxu nodded. After all, she didn't have the qualifications to directly interact with the Lin family, so she had to follow Liang Cao's arrangements. By the way, Ruxu, I heard that Zichia is trying to sow discord between us again, Liang Cao mentioned, causing Chen Ruxu to furrow her brow slightly. Just after she finished meeting with Li Yue, Liang Cao already knew about this matter, indicating that their communication was indeed quite frequent. However, Chen Ruxu did not expose it, but smiled and waved her hand, saying, Liang Xiao, don't worry, I won't believe him. Ha ha, that's good. Liang Cao smirked and continued, people like Zichia are just good at backstabbing behind others' backs. In the past, Chen Ruxu would not have refuted such a statement, and would even have nodded in agreement. But now, after seeing Zichia risking his life to protect her, her thoughts had undergone a significant change. Hearing Liang Cao speak ill of Zichia made Chen Ruxu quite uncomfortable. Liang Cao, observing the change in Chen Ruxu's expression, understood that she had developed some trust in Zichia, which made him feel a twinge of discomfort. Did you see Zichia shining at the Medical Academy conference, and now you want to reconcile with him? Liang Cao touched his nose, his tone carrying a hint of gloom. No. Chen Ruxu immediately shook her head. No. Did you meet Zichia yesterday? Liang Cao squinted slightly, his expression growing even darker. Feeling nervous at this moment, Chen Ruxu unconsciously picked up a water glass and took a sip. I knew it. Liang Cao suddenly felt a surge of anger. He had been enduring for more than a year in order to acquire Chen Ruxu and the Chen Group. Seeing his goal almost within reach, but Chen Ruxu reigniting her old feelings for Zichia at this moment, he could no longer pretend. Liang Xiao, please don't misunderstand. There's no possibility between him and me anymore. You're lying. Are you taking me for a fool? Liang Cao suddenly grabbed Chen Ruxu's wrist, his eyes cold. He had endured too long, if there was still hope, but now he saw the bird about to fly away. He could no longer contain himself. Liang Xiao, please calm down. Chen Ruxu tried to appease Liang Cao's emotions. For fuck's sake, I've been pursuing you for so long, and you've been stringing me along. I've done so much for you. Do you really take me for granted as free labor? Liang Cao's anger escalated as he spoke, his grip tightening. Liang Xiao, our two companies are supposed to cooperate for mutual benefit. How could I take advantage of you as free labor? Chen Ruxu felt increasingly flustered, but tried to maintain calm. Shut up. I've been good to you, and you've been stringing me along. Zichia is constantly targeting you, even sending people to kidnap you. Do you still trust him? Liang Cao's eyes reddened, a hint of madness in his gaze. Liang Xiao, I already know about that incident. He saved me. Chen Ruxu frowned for a moment, subtly hinting. She had thought of exposing Liang Cao to make him regain his senses, but her words ended up provoking him further. You know about it? Well, then I won't pretend anymore. It was me who sent people to kidnap you. I initially planned to kill Zichia and ruin your reputation. I didn't expect Zichia to be so resilient. Not even a gunshot could kill him. But it's okay, I have more methods to deal with him in the future. Unable to contain himself any longer, Liang Cao decided to come clean and laid out everything on the table. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruxu couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. All the speculations were just speculations. And now, hearing Liang Cao admit to everything, Chen Ruxu's emotions became extremely complex in an instant. Liang Cao, I really didn't expect. Before Chen Ruxu could finish her sentence, Liang Cao coldly interrupted. You had a lot more to not expect. What are you pretending to be righteous in front of me for? Let me tell you, if it wasn't to take over the Chen group, do you think I would grovel in front of you? Liang Chao became more excited as he spoke, having held these words inside for so long. Since today was the date he was going to maneuver Chen Ruxu, he decided to come clean and devour both her and the entire Chen group. At those words, Chen Ruxu's eyes, already wide, grew even wider. So, Liang Cao's plan was indeed to swallow the entire Chen group. Even though Ziqia had warned her multiple times, even just last night, Chen Ruxu hadn't fully believed it. Hearing Liang Chao confess himself, she finally believed all the words Ziqia had said. Liang Chao was getting close to her with a purpose. You bastard! Chen Ruxu pushed Liang Chao away, angrily scolding him. Bastard, there are even bigger bastards ahead. Stepping forward, Liang Chao slapped Chen Ruxu, sending her onto the couch. In the face of this mature man, Chen Ruxu's strength was entirely inadequate. Bring the contract. Liang Chao shouted at his assistant, who immediately turned and left the office. At this moment, as Chen Ruxu covered her face with one hand, she stared in disbelief at Liang Chao. Everything that was happening before her eyes felt like a dream. She couldn't believe that just yesterday, Liang Chao had greeted her with a smile, speaking so gently. But now, he seemed to have gone mad, hitting and scolding her. In the past, Liang Chao and Li Yue had both whispered to Chen Ruxu, warning her to stay away from Ziqia, saying that he was good at disguising. At that time, Chen Ruxu had believed them, but today she finally understood that Ziqia had never pretended. It was actually Li Yue and Liang Chao who had disguised themselves very well. Everything became clear. Stinky liar, do you know how long I've been enduring? It's been almost 2 years. Back then, every time I wanted to make a move, that idiot Shaoshan would interrupt me. Now that Shaoshan is gone, I wonder who else can help you. When Liang Chao uttered these words, it made Chen Ruxu understand everything. Originally, the reason why Li Yue and Liang Chao constantly badmouthed Shaoshan in front of her and brainwashed her every day was because Shaoshan was an obstacle in Liang Cao's plans. That's why they try every way to drive Shaoshan away. Shaoshan protected her for 2 years, as well as the Chen group for 2 years. However, Chen Ruxu had never looked at Shaoshan directly. She even believed Li Yue and Liang Cao's words and drove Shaoshan out of the Chen family. Now, without Shaoshan's hindrance, Liang Chao finally revealed his true colors. The more Chen Ruxu thought, the more suffocated she felt. She couldn't even focus on her anger towards Liang Chao. All she had was a deep sense of guilt towards Shaoshan. Yesterday, when she learned the truth about the kidnapping, she could still maintain her arrogance after apologizing to Shaoshan. But now, all her pride had been shattered. Shaoshan was right. Chen Ruxu really couldn't distinguish between good and bad. She was extremely foolish. From last night to today, Chen Ruxu thought she had known all the truths, only to realize that there were even bigger revelations awaiting her. Shaoshan was the one who truly cared for her and had her best interests at heart. Liang Chao and Li Yue, on the other hand, approached her with ulterior motives, brainwashed her step by step, with the ultimate goal of taking over the entire Chen group. Liang Chao, you have a ruthless heart. What did our Chen family do to offend you? Chen Ruxu raised her head slowly, with a deep ice-cold look in her eyes. Offend? Hey. Not at all. You asking this question doesn't make you feel too foolish. Liang Cao's face turned cold and sinister, and at that moment, his assistant returned, handing the contracts to Liang Chao. Originally, I thought of entering the Chen group smoothly as the son-in-law of the Chen family, gaining access to the core secrets of the Chen group, and then gradually taking over all of you. But since you won't accept a favor, only punishment, then I won't bother playing with you anymore. Sign this equity transfer contract for me right now. Liang Chao pulled Chen Ruxu over forcefully, thrusting a pen into her hand. Chen Ruxu struggled to break free, quickly moved back, and then swiftly took out her phone, randomly dialed a number to call for help. But Liang Chao was quick, swiftly stepping forward to snatch the phone before it could connect. Before the call could be answered, Liang Chao threw the phone on the ground. Asterisk crack, asterisk. The phone shattered instantly, and Liang Chao stomped on it mercilessly, completely breaking the screen. You still want to call someone? Liang Chao turned back around and slapped Chen Ruxu across the face. Liang Chao's ferocity was fully exposed at that moment, with no more pretense or disguise. Who do you think will come to save you? Will Xiaoshan come and rescue you? If he dares to come, I dare to let him die. Sign the paper. Liang Chao forcibly dragged Chen Ruxu to the table, forcing her to sign the documents. On the other side, by the lakeside villa, Xiaoshan heard his phone ring, picked it up, but before he could answer, the call was cut off by the other party. Seeing that the call was from Chen Ruxu, Xiaoshan frowned slightly. He had thought to answer and then put the phone aside, but considering that Chen Ruxu should be meeting Liang Chao at the moment, he hesitated for 2 seconds before dialing the number. However, after dialing, the message he received was the phone is turned off. Something's not right. Xiaoshan had a bad feeling. Chen Ruxu wouldn't call him if it wasn't something urgent. Yet, now her call was cut off, making the situation more abnormal. Xiaoshan furrowed his brows. He didn't want to meddle in Chen Ruxu's affairs, but a few seconds later, he turned slowly and looked down the mountain from the window. Last night, as Chen Ruxu ascended the villa on the mountaintop step by step, leaving traces of blood on the bluestone slabs, those marks still lingered. Xiaoshan stared at the bluestone slabs for a long time before turning around, picking up his car keys, and heading outside. If the Chen group was in crisis, he could watch from the sidelines, but if it involved Chen Ruxu's safety, he knew he had to go and check. Let your people enter the company to check, something seems off. Xiaoshan walked and dialed a number on his phone, calling Zhang Kai. In the office of Liang Chao. Are you fucking signing or not? Seeing that Chen Ruxu still refused to sign, Liang Chao couldn't help but curse loudly. Even if you let me sign, it's useless, as all contracts are based on the company's official seal now. Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth, trying to pretend to be calm, and stalled for time with Liang Chao. Hey, then you don't need to worry about it. Liang Chao shook his head with a cold smile. He had already made thorough preparations for this. If he hadn't made comprehensive arrangements, he wouldn't have torn the mask off in front of Chen Ruxu now. As for the company's official seal of the Chen Group, that was not a difficult matter for him. It doesn't matter anyway. I hold only 30% of the shares in the company. With that amount of shares, you still can't do anything now. After Chen Ruxu said this, Liang Chao burst into a scornful laughter. Chen Ruxu, oh Chen Ruxu, I told you that you are stupid, and you truly live up to that word. Have you figured out that I've been preparing for over a year to take over the Chen Group? You don't really think that I only planned on your side, right? When Liang Chao said this, his eyes were filled with cunning. What do you mean? Chen Ruxu furrowed her brows and looked up. Okay, let me make it clear to you. Liang Chao chuckled, then pulled out more contracts. Many shareholders in your company are already mine. I currently hold 22% of the Chen Group's shares. With your shares, I can have 52%. With an overwhelming majority stake, becoming the largest shareholder of the Chen Group. Now do you understand? Liang Chao said with a laugh, already feeling confident. After today, the entire Chen Group would be under his control. You. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes. She hadn't expected that Liang Chao had been doing so much behind the scenes. When she saw the signatures and seals on those contracts, her last bit of fantasy was completely shattered. Liang Chao really intended to completely bring her and the Chen Group down. Liang Chao, you're a bastard. I thought you were really thinking for the Chen Group. Chen Ruxu angrily pointed at Liang Chao, but was met with an even louder laugh from Liang Chao. It's not you being too stupid. Even pigs understand to grow fat before being foolish. Liang Chao's words left Chen Ruxu slightly stunned. She truly didn't understand that concept, but Xiaoshan had once mentioned it to her. However, at that time, Chen Ruxu didn't pay any attention to it and thought Xiaoshan was deliberately sowing discord. Now she finally understood, but it was too late. Do you understand now? Sign it for me. Liang Chao reached out to grab Chen Ruxu's arm. Dang. Just then, the office door was pushed open by someone. Who the hell is coming in? Liang Chao turned his head and cursed loudly. Liang Chao, more than 10 people have arrived downstairs, saying they need to see you. They don't look like good people to me, more like thugs and gangsters. They are already in conflict with our security. The employee looked nervous, as if he had been scared by something. What's the matter? Get them out. Liang Chao impatiently waved his hand. Liang Chao, it seems like they are from Caesar. The employee explained again, feeling nervous because of the complicated identity of the visitors. After all, Caesar Palace in the underground world of Tianhai City was the undisputed leader. I don't care who they are. Do you not understand human language? Send the company security to throw them all out. And from now on, without my permission, no one is allowed in. Liang Chao pointed at the person's nose and cursed loudly, scaring the employee, who quickly lowered his head, closed the door, and left. However, after the employee left, Liang Chao suddenly realized something. Caesar's people, weren't they Zhang Kai's men? And Zhang Kai was acquainted with Ziqie. Damn it, did you call them here? Liang Chao knew clearly that Zhang Kai had a good relationship with Ziqie. If Zhang Kai came looking for him, it was definitely because of Chen Ruxu. Chen Ruxu remained silent, just looking at Liang Chao with anger. It's okay. How many thugs does my Liang group have? You should know. Even if Zhang Kai himself came, he wouldn't be able to leave today. No matter who you ask for help, you still have to sign this document. Although Liang Chao said he was not afraid, his actions quickened as he grabbed Chen Ruxu's hand to force her to sign. The night is long, and it's best to secure the shares now so Liang Chao can finally relax. I won't sign. Chen Ruxu struggled hard. Liang Chao already had 22% of the shares. If he also took her shares, Liang Chao would have majority ownership. In the company's board of directors, the one with the most shares holds the most influence. By then, the Chen group would be under Liang's control. You don't have a say in this. Help me. Liang Chao restrained Chen Ruxu while his assistant brought the ink, forcefully imprinting her hand on the contract. Bastard! Bastard! Chen Ruxu tried her best but couldn't stop her hand from leaving a mark on the contract. For Liang Chao, as long as he could get Chen Ruxu's handprint, signing the document was a simple matter. With Chen Ruxu's handprint, 30% of the shares were now in Liang Chao's hands. Get lost! After forcing Chen Ruxu's handprint, Liang Chao slapped her and ordered her to leave. I have some private matters to discuss with her. Without my permission, no one is allowed in, not even my father. Liang Chao turned to his assistant and commanded, prompting the assistant to quickly leave the office. Liang Chao, what are you going to do? Chen Ruxu saw the dangerous look in Liang Chao's eyes and grew more anxious. What am I going to do? I'm going to have you. Liang Chao's eyes gleamed with malice, his desire rising uncontrollably. He had wanted Chen Ruxu for over a year, and he couldn't miss this opportunity today. Since they had already fallen out, he decided to take what he wanted and turn his desires into reality. As Liang Chao pounced, he grabbed Chen Ruxu's clothes. Smack! Chen Ruxu slapped him, further infuriating Liang Chao. Not only am I going to have you. Later, I will also record a video to send to Ziqie. I want to show that idiot Ziqie how I had you. Haha. Liang Chao tore open Chen Ruxu's clothes and began to assault her. Leave. Chen Ruxu fought back against Liang Chao's advances, determined not to let him defile her. However, her strength was no match for Liang Chao, and as she tried to escape towards the window, he pulled her back and threw her onto the sofa. Before you die, let me enjoy myself. Liang Chao's eyes burned with lust as he unbuckled his belt and once again lunged towards Chen Ruxu. Dang. At that moment, the office door was kicked open again by someone. Didn't I say, without my permission? No one ... Liang Chao began to scold, but when he saw who it was, he swallowed his words. It's you. Liang Chao's eyes widened, becoming significantly more alert. He hadn't expected Ziqie to be the one arriving, and this realization instilled a sense of fear in him that he couldn't control. Ziqie furrowed his brow, quickly scanning the room before striding into the office. Security! Security! Liang Chao's face turned pale. He knew how formidable Ziqian's combat skills were. In front of Ziqie, he didn't even have the courage to fight back. No one can stop me from killing you. Ziqian's words sent a chill down Liang Chao's spine. Ziqie. Chen Ruxu finally regained her composure and, upon seeing Ziqie, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. There was a mix of grievances, joy, excitement, guilt, and deep regret. If only she had listened to Ziqie earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Ziqie remained silent, his gaze moving over the red marks on Chen Ruxu's face and the torn clothes. The exposed skin and half of her bra stirred something within Ziqie. Despite their separation, they had once been husband and wife. Every man has possessiveness, and Zichia was no exception. Whether it was objects or people, he didn't allow anyone to touch what belonged to him. The sight before him continued to stoke Ziqian's anger. Slowly retracting his gaze, Zichia appeared calm in both demeanor and expression. However, to those familiar with Zichia, they could sense the danger lurking beneath the surface. Zichia, in her eyes, you're just a dog. And now, you've come to her rescue. You're truly a lapdog. Liang Chao backed away, berating Zichia angrily. I was planning to kill you. Saving her was just a bonus. When Zichia calmly uttered those words, kill you, it sounded like a trivial matter. What the hell did you say? Liang Cao's eyes widened slightly. I said, from today onwards, the Liang family of Tianhai, first extinguish, then expel. A sense of impending doom washed over Liang Chao, leaving him utterly pale. At this moment, Liang Chao suddenly remembered the words Zichia had said at Blue Sky Bar. That night, Zichia had said that if Liang Chao provoked him again, he would end the Liang family line. However, Liang Chao had never taken it seriously, knowing that even if Zichia dared to hit him, he would never actually kill him. After all, hitting someone and killing someone were two completely different things. Even with support from the Liu family, if he openly killed someone, he couldn't escape legal repercussions. So, Liang Chao had never taken Ziqian's threats to heart. But at this moment, facing the cold aura approaching him, Liang Chao felt a hint of fear creeping up from deep within. At this moment, he even dared not doubt that Zichia would kill him. Talk. Zichia took a slow step, closing the distance with Liang Chao. Zichia, understand where you are. This is Liang Group. Upstairs and downstairs are all my people. Liang Chao tried to appear confident, but his body involuntarily retreated slowly. I'll kill you. Who's going to stop me? Ziqian's voice remained calm, but in Liang Cao's ears, it sounded like the voice of death. Before I kill you, let's settle some scores. Zichia stopped, squinting his eyes. He wouldn't let Liang Chao die so easily. For over a year, Liang Chao had joined forces with Li Yue to humiliate Zichia, especially with Chen Ruxu standing on their side. Each encounter was full of humiliation, and every time, Zichia endured it silently. Hatred never disappeared, only accumulated in the heart. And when that hatred reached its peak, it would explode, settling all scores. Today was the day Zichia would settle scores with Liang Chao. I remember what you said. I'm like those deliverymen and security guards, part of the social bottom layer. Well, today I'll show you that even from the bottom, we can trample so-called wealthy like you under our feet. With those words, Zichia suddenly stepped forward and delivered a strong slap. Crack! Liang Cao's body was lifted off the ground from the impact. Even before he could land back, several teeth had flown out. Sout! As Liang Chao hit the ground, Ziqian's foot came down on his head. You've done enough wrong. There will be retribution. Isn't it good to live well? Zichia moved his foot, relentlessly pressing on Liang Cao's face. Lousy Zichia, how dare you touch me? Enraged, Liang Chao forgot his fear, his eyes filled with madness. Zichia, however, remained calm, shaking his head slightly. He wouldn't give Liang Chao another chance to do evil. Slowly, Zichia raised his foot again, then ruthlessly stomped down. Bang! Crack! Under this terrorizing force, Liang Cao's arm broke instantly. The excruciating pain made Liang Chao scream like a pig. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes, shocked at Ziqian's ruthlessness. But the most shocking part was yet to come. Zichia didn't hesitate and repeated the action, breaking Liang Cao's other arm. Zichia was mentally strong, but that didn't mean he would overlook his hatred. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he intensified the torment on Liang Chao. The whole Liang group building echoed with Liang Cao's screams. Stop! Let go of young Master Liang. At that moment, a group of black-clad employees charged in. These were the company's internal security, actually hired thugs by Liang Chao to handle tricky situations. They were ruthless, even more powerful than Zhang Kai's men. But yesterday, they were easily taken down. Around 30 of them rushed in, but when they faced Zichia, he struck back without mercy, looking for death. Ziqian's eyes were ice-cold as he swiftly retaliated. Within a couple of minutes, all the thugs were defeated, some thrown out, others writhing in pain. The Liang Group employees watched in shock. Some male employees had intended to help, but seeing Ziqian's prowess, they stayed put. Don't risk your lads for a meager salary. Zichia pointed outside. Get lost. The defeated thugs scrambled away. Employees followed suit. Meanwhile, Liang Chao, lying on the ground, had lost all hope. Zichia ... Chen Ruxu called out, but Zichia didn't even glance back, focusing on Liang Chao. What's your plan for dying? Zichia looked down at Liang Chao, in excruciating pain. Liang Chao spoke through gritted teeth. Even if I die, Liang Group and the Lynn family will know it's you. Even if they don't act, the Inspectorate will arrest you. And forget about participating in the medical arts conference. Hearing this, Zichia furrowed his brows. He didn't want to give up on the medical arts conference. Hey. Seeing Zichia hesitating, Liang Chao thought he had him cornered. You. Someone from the nameless bottom of society. Can't bear the consequences. Even if I kill someone, Liang Group will cover for me, using countless money to compensate. What do you have besides being poor? Keep playing with your embroidery needle. Hehe. Liang Chao's arrogance grew with each word, unaware of Zichia's growing cold gaze. Embroidery needle. Zichia slowly reached out, producing a silver needle. Do you think this silver needle is just for saving lives? What are you going to do? Liang Chao's heart raced at the sight of the needle. Today, I'll show you how to take a life. With a playful tone, Zichia fiercely shot the silver needle. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 silver needles shimmered with a cold light, piercing through the air at an incredible speed. Chen Ruxu widened her eyes and quickly turned to look at Liang Chao. At that moment, Liang Chao's eyes were also wide open, as if he had been scared silly and frozen in place. He watched helplessly as the silver needles approached. In the next second, the needles pierced through instantly. 1 needle struck the center of his forehead, 1 pierced his heart, and the third one hit his vital energy point. These 3 needles penetrated deep into Liang Chao's body, heart, brain, vital energy point. Once these 3 fatal needles were released, even if immortals came, they would find it difficult to save Liang Chao. Liang Chao's eyes widened as the needle that pierced his skull destroyed an important nerve in his brain, leaving him with no chance to even scream. Doom. Shortly before his death, Liang Chao felt as though his head had exploded. Then, a sensation of heat surged in his head, and blood gushed out from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. At that moment, Liang Chao's dilating pupils fixed on Zichia, filled with deep disbelief and endless regret. He never imagined that Zichia would dare to kill him. If he had known, he would not have provoked Zichia with those words earlier. In fact, if he had known that Zichia would really dare to kill him, he would never have provoked him from the beginning. Now, facing Zichia, a nobody from a low background, Liang Chao, despite his status as the young master of the Liang family with vast wealth surpassing many others, had only one fate: death. Regret. Liang Chao's biggest thought before death was regret. But in this world, there was ultimately no remedy for regret. Sout. Liang Chao's eyes widened, and his head hit the floor heavily, never to close his eyes again. Thus, after repeatedly provoking Zichia, Liang Chao finally ended his own life. Liang Chao of the Liang family had died. At this moment, the whole office fell into an extreme silence, so quiet that Chen Ruxu could hear her own heart beating frantically. Nearly half a minute passed before Chen Ruxu slowly turned her head, looking at Zichia with disbelief in her eyes. Zichia, you killed someone. Chen Ruxu's voice trembled, her words shaky. Yes, Zichia nodded slightly. He had promised Liang Chao's death, and Liang Chao had to die. However, the unexpected events of the day forced his plan to be executed prematurely. You killed someone. You killed someone. Run, leave this to me. You go quickly. Chen Ruxu, usually law-abiding, fumbled around her body in confusion. My phone was smashed by him. Take my wallet. And these. Chen Ruxu frantically took off all her necklaces and jewelry, stuffing them into Zichia's hands. Go. Run away. Sell these things. Use cash for everything you need for food, shelter, and transportation. Go. Run for your life. Even though Chen Ruxu had always followed the rules, when it came to Zichia, her first reaction was to ask him to flee Tianhai City. Only by doing so could he have a chance at survival. No need. Zichia waved his hand slightly, returning the items to Chen Ruxu. Can you listen to me just this once? Run away. This situation will cause a big commotion. Lu family won't be able to protect you. Go. Run away for your life. I don't need to. Zichia waved his hand, giving back the items to Chen Ruxu. You'd better listen to me. Go quickly. This time it's serious. Lu family won't be able to protect you. Chen Ruxu pushed Zichia firmly. Zichia furrowed his brow, pondered for 2 seconds, then prepared to leave. Woo. Woo. Just then, the sound of police sirens outside made Chen Ruxu's heart skip a beat, causing Zitia to slow down his steps. Soon after, Zitia and Chen Ruxu both walked to the window to look outside. At a glance, Chen Ruxu's head buzzed. She saw at least 10 surveillance vehicles surrounding the Lyon Group building with flashing lights and blaring sirens. Doors opened, and surveillance staff rushed out and entered the building. At their speed, it would take less than 3 minutes for them to reach this office. Go. Hide quickly. Chen Ruxu grabbed Ziqian's arm. However, Ziqia slowly reached out to remove Chen Ruxu's hand. The surveillance team is not that close yet. They won't arrive so quickly. Someone has set a trap. Ziqia squinted slightly, pondered for 2 seconds, then walked to the desk, picking up a cigarette and lighting it. Chen Ruxu had never seen Ziqia smoke before. It was evident that Ziqia was not calm at the time. This time, it's a dead end, Ziqia murmured as he exhaled a puff of smoke. Hearing this, Chen Ruxu agonized inwardly, understanding the significance of the incident that day and what Ziqia would face next. She felt a great sense of responsibility for what had transpired and how it affected Ziqia. Sorry, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I'm just a jinx. Chen Ruxu slowly sank to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. In contrast, Ziqia remained remarkably calm. Leaning against the desk, cigarette in hand, his face remained tranquil. You don't need to apologize. I remember my grandfather once said a sentence, if it weren't for you 2 years ago, I might have died. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruxu lifted her head abruptly. I don't know what you did for me back then, but I believe my grandfather wouldn't lie to me. I won't ask about the specifics, but this time, consider it repayment for your favor from 2 years ago. From now on, let's let bygones be bygones, and all grievances will be settled once and for all. With those words, Zitia extinguished the cigarette, stood up, and walked outside. Zitia. Chen Ruxu reached out to stop him, her eyes filled with regret and pain. Don't move. At that moment, a group of surveillance staff rushed in. Mr. Z. When they saw Zitia, many of the staff members widened their eyes. Let's go, Zitia responded. Wait. Chen Ruxu slowly got up and stopped everyone. A dozen or so monitoring staff also turned to look at Chen Ruxu. Chen Ruxu gazed deeply into Ziqian's eyes. Even though he had told her not to feel guilty, she still did. It was she who had wronged Ziqia, and now, she wanted to do something for him. Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, then turned to the staff with a steady gaze. The person, I killed him. It has nothing to do with Ziqia. As soon as Chen Ruxu said this, the staff members were stunned, and Ziqia frowned. Looking at Chen Ruxu, it was me who killed him. Liang Chao tried to rape me, and I accidentally killed him. Chen Ruxu raised her chin, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. What was rare was that Chen Ruxu was able to maintain a rational and clear mind at this moment. Once involved in a homicide case, things would indeed become very troublesome, but there are different types of homicides. If it could be proven that Chen Ruxu was acting in self-defense when she was being attacked, the consequences would be much lighter. She's lying. However, a voice interrupted Chen Ruxu's thoughts. It was Ziqiat who killed Liang Shao. We saw it with our own eyes. Yes, it was him. A woman like Chen Ruxu couldn't have killed Liang Shao. Suddenly, dozens of employees of the Lyon Group stepped forward to identify Ziqiat. With so many eyewitnesses, Chen Ruxu's statement had no credibility. That's enough. Chen Ruxu wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Ziqiat. He knew someone had set him up, and at this point, struggling would be futile. However, orchestrating a scheme using Liang Cao's life as bait was truly ruthless. Perhaps only the Lin family could go to such lengths. Thinking of this, Ziqiat shook his head slightly and decided not to engage in any further meaningless struggle and sophistry. Let's go. Ziqiat extended his hands towards the staff member holding handcuffs. Mr. Z, aren't you going to wear them? The staff member knew Ziqiat and spoke softly. All right, so you know each other, right? A murderer not wearing handcuffs. Is this the approach of the Inspectorate? Is there some sort of conspiracy? Immediately, dozens of Lyon Group employees started arguing and causing a commotion. Under this public pressure, the staff member had no choice but to handcuff Ziqiat. The cold touch of the handcuffs on his wrists made Ziqian's heart freeze. He had always carefully strategized everything, but this time, He had miscalculated. Life is often like a game of chess. No matter how much advantage one has, one wrong move could lead to complete failure. Deal with the scene. We'll take the person back. Several staff members escorted Ziqia out of the office. Ziqia, Chen Ruxu shouted, "Miss Chen, please cooperate with us for a statement." Several staff members stopped Chen Ruxu and began to escort her to the Inspectorate. The dozens of employees outside made way for Ziqia and the others to leave. "My son, where is my son?" Just then, Liang Yonghua, who had rushed back to the company upon hearing the news, ran over in a panic. "Ziqia, you bastard, you killed my son." Before he could charge at Ziqia, he was stopped by several Inspectorate staff members. Misfortune often stems from one's own actions. Liang Cao's fate today was unavoidable, and you, Liang Yonghua, bear responsibility as well. Ziqia turned slightly, implying that Liang Chao had brought this upon himself, with Liang Yonghua's approval. When planning to harm others, one should always be prepared for consequences like this. "Ziqia, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Liang Yonghua's eyes were filled with resentment, and he wished to tear Ziqia apart. "You better keep an eye on your own life first." Ziqia smirked coldly, and his gaze surprisingly intimidated Liang Yonghua. Ziqia was quickly put into a vehicle and taken to the Inspectorate. Meanwhile, one of Zhang Kai's subordinates immediately informed Zhang Kai about the situation. "Damn it, I told you not to alert the Inspectorate, didn't I? There must be something more to this. Quickly, go to the Lu family and inform them." Zhang Kai hastily grabbed his car keys and ran outside. He may be the underground emperor of Tianhai City, but in such matters, he didn't even have the qualifications to approach, so he had to inform the Lu family promptly. On the other side, in the Lin family mansion, in Lin Wan's study. Ha ha ha. In the study, Lin Wan and Lin Yang burst into laughter. They had just learned about the incident at the Liang group. Liang Chao had died, and Ziqia had been caught red-handed and brought to the Inspectorate. "Dad, you really are a mastermind." Lin Yang looked at Lin Wan, unable to stop himself from expressing admiration. No one knew that this was a scheme devised by the Lin family, and even Liang Chao was unaware of it. "Ha ha. I knew from the beginning that incompetent Liang Chao couldn't kill Ziqia." Lin Wan shook his head with a cold sneer. From start to finish, this whole situation had been part of their plan. They were well aware that Liang Chao was useless. Even with the Lin family's support, he would never be able to eliminate Ziqia. And since Liang Chao couldn't defeat Ziqia, why did Lin Yang still send him on such a mission? It was because they wanted Liang Chao to challenge Ziqia, in hopes that when Ziqia grew tired of Liang Cao's provocations, he would take actions against Liang Chao, serving Lin Wan and Lin Yang's true purpose. In simple terms, they knew Liang Chao couldn't kill Ziqia, and Ziqia was formidable. Thus, they created this scheme using Liang Cao's life to ensnare Ziqia, a perfect strategy. As for Liang Chao, he was merely a sacrifice, insignificant in their eyes, and this incident wouldn't be linked back to the Lin family. Of course, even though Ziqia survived, he had now been branded a murderer and would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Consequently, Ziqia would no longer be able to participate in the medical competition or challenge the Lin family on behalf of the Lu family. Even if he was alive, he would only be able to struggle in prison, posing no threat to the Lin family. "Dad, in this intricate scheme, Ziqia was powerless." Lin Yang sneered, realizing that they had already won when they set this plan in motion. Allowing Liang Chao to confront Ziqia could only lead to two outcomes. Either Ziqia would eliminate Liang Chao, or the reverse, leading to Ziqian's imprisonment. In neither case, Ziqian's involvement was a foregone conclusion. If Ziqia dares to outsmart me, he still has a lot to learn. A cold, sinister glint appeared in Lin Wan's eyes. The humiliation he faced at the medical competition had completely vanished at this point. In the vast Tianhai city, very few dared to offend the Lin family, and even fewer dared to confront them openly, with Ziqia being one of the exceptions. Therefore, Lin Wan decided to take retribution against Ziqia, ensuring he paid a heavy price. The more severe Ziqian's fate, the more it would deter others from challenging the Lin family, ensuring their dominance remained unchallenged. Ziqia isn't worth fearing, but I'm sure the Lu family won't just sit back. Lin Yang stroked his chin, expressing his concern. "Humph, you overestimate the Lu family too much. They dare to meddle in other matters, but when it comes to this issue, they wouldn't dare to touch it." Lin Wan sneered at the words, with a deep sense of disdain in his eyes. He dared to set up this situation, naturally considering all the problems. Today, Zichia broke into the Liang Group and killed Liang Chai in front of countless Liang Group employees. With all the evidence, Ziqian's identity as a murderer has been firmly established. Not to mention the Lu family, even the big shots in the Tianhai City political circle wouldn't be able to save Zichia. So, they didn't need to worry about anything, as the outcome of Zichia being sentenced to death was unchangeable by anyone. I understand now. Lin Yang finally relaxed. You go and handle the connections, and I have one request, a harsh and severe judgment. It would be best if he's sentenced to death. Even if not, he should receive a life sentence. After Lin Wan finished speaking, Lin Yan immediately nodded, got up, and walked out. After Lin Yan left, Lin Wan leisurely lit a cigarette, then picked up his phone and dialed Lu Jianlin's number. Since the start of the medical skills conference, with Zichia representing the Lu family, they had stolen the spotlight completely from the Lin family. Especially during the third round of assessments, Lin Wan had completely lost face in front of Lu Jianlin. Now that Zichia had been arrested, of course, he had to taunt Lu Jianlin. The first time, Lu Jianlin hung up the phone, but Lin Wan was very patient and called again. What do you want? Lu Jianlin answered the phone with a slightly unpleasant tone. Lin Wan guessed that Lu Jianlin might have already received the news. Chairman Lu, I heard that the talented seed player of the Lu family, named Tia, seems to have been arrested, right? Lin Wan asked sarcastically. Lu Jianlin frowned. Mr. Lin is so free. Still has time to worrying about our Lu family. It's not like that. I just heard that something big happened to the Lu family, so I came to offer my condolences. Also, see if there's anything my Lin family can help with. After all, I know the capabilities of the Lu family are limited. Lin Wan's words were full of contempt towards the Lu family. In usual circumstances, Lu Jianlin would definitely retort Lin Wan, but today he was not in the mood. So after Lin Wan finished speaking, Lu Jianlin didn't say a word and hung up the phone. This old thing. Lu Jianlin slammed his phone on the table, scowling. In the room, Lu Gang, Lu Jingyao, and several core members of the Lu family, including the elder Lu, all had very grim expressions. Zhang Kai didn't have the Lu family's contact, so after the incident, he immediately brought the news to the Lu family. Upon receiving this news, the elder Lu immediately called an emergency meeting with everyone. Already feeling extremely irritated, Lin Wan's sarcastic call only added to Lu Jianlin's frustration. He's being sarcastic, we can only endure it. Having a mishap at this crucial moment is like handing our face over to others to slap, isn't it? Lu Gang snorted, feeling extremely displeased. Originally, the Lu family had considered Zichia as the most promising seed player. At the behest of Lu Jingyao, almost all resources were poured into supporting Zichia and helping him participate in the medical skills conference. But now, Zichia had been taken away by the Procuratorate due to a murder case. How could he continue to participate in the medical skills conference? Weren't all the efforts made by the Lu family in vain? The atmosphere grew heavier, and everyone fell silent. Zichia is so immature. How are we going to end this? Lu Gang, seeing no one speaking, grew more animated. Uncle, I don't want to argue with you, but don't be so aggressive in your speech. Lu Jingyao frowned, restraining herself when Lu Gang spoke the first time, but as he continued, she couldn't bear it any longer. How am I being aggressive? He's our Lu family's player, and trouble breaks out at this critical moment. What do you expect the Lu family to do? Lu Jingya's tone turned cold as she stared at Lu Gang. In fact, what she said was not just aimed at Lu Gang but at everyone present. Upon hearing Lu Jingya's words, everyone present, including the elder Lu, remained silent with no words to say. After all, what Lu Jingya said was the truth. Humph. Lu Gang snorted in dissatisfaction. There's no need for you to hum. Zichia doesn't need to explain to you or to the Lu family for anything. Lu Jingya looked away, her tone filled with even more coldness. Fine. Even if you're right, does his actions warrant it? What? Is it for Chen Ruxu, or rage for beauty? But the thing is, can Chen Ruxu be considered a beauty? As far as I know, she never even cared about him. Lu Gang sneered, feeling truly sorry for Zichia. That's not our concern. Mr. Z has his own thoughts and personality. He has reasons for what he does. In reality, Lu Jinyao also felt sorry for Zichia, but she would still stand by his side, because she knew that Zichia was definitely not a reckless person, And if he did something, there must be a reason and a thought behind it that he had no choice but to act upon. Lu Gang wanted to say something else but was interrupted by the elder Lu's light cough. Enough. Stop arguing. Since the incident has occurred, arguing back and forth is meaningless. Think about how to solve this issue appropriately, how we should proceed to get Zitiat. The elder Lu's words made the room even more silent. The earlier disputes between Lu Jinya and Lu Gang had subsided. They were all core members of the Lu family and were not idiots, so they were well aware of how difficult the situation was. It's not just difficult, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. In fact, with the powerful energy of the Lu family, dealing with a life like this is not difficult for them. But it depends on the specific situation. Without exaggeration, if Zitia had killed Liang Chao in a situation where no one saw it, let alone killing Liang Yonghua as well, the Lu family would find a way to help him settle it. But the key now is that Zitia killed Liang Chao in full view of everyone, and there are countless employees of the Liang group who can testify on the scene. In this situation, even if the Lu family is powerful, can they still twist the truth? Even if they really have the ability to twist the truth, how can they silence so many voices, and who can withstand the public opinion pressure generated by this incident? Old Master, we may not be able to intervene in this matter. It's different now from before. In the past, in that era, people with money and power in the local areas were like feudal lords. They truly could cover the sky with one hand. Nowadays, with the development of the internet, you can see news from all over the country without leaving home. Who can hide anything? In my opinion, this time we may have to stand by and watch. Except for Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinya, everyone else present expressed their attitudes one after another. Surprisingly, their attitudes were unanimous in not wanting to get involved in Ziqian's matter this time. Is this your opinion? When the others heard the words of Lu Gang and others, a hint of displeasure flashed in the eyes of Old Master Lu. Putting aside the fact that he is a contestant from our Lu family, don't forget that he saved my life back then. He is my savior, and now that he is in trouble, is this your attitude? When Old Master Lu asked this question, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. Old Master, we will never forget this favor. But the truth is, we also gave him that lakeside villa, didn't we? That villa, according to current market prices, is worth at least 30 billion to start with. Oh, and there's the Vienna Li Jing Hotel that follow, as well as the shares of Splendid Chongqing. These were all given based on the favor he did before. He has helped our Lu family, but surely this favor doesn't mean we owe him for a lifetime just because of this incident. After Lu Gang finished speaking, several other members of the Lu family nodded silently in agreement. Second uncle, you're wrong again. I admit to the lakeside villa, but the Vienna Li Jing Hotel, you lost in your own bet. And the shares of Splendid Chongqing Company. Without Mr. Z, this company would not have existed, and it would have even implicated the Lu family due to Jin Cheng's case. So, Mr. Z gave me the shares. It was not our Lu family giving him the shares. Lu Jinyao immediately spoke up. She couldn't let Lu Gang twist the truth like that. Alright, even if everything you said is true. Lu Gang was too lazy to argue with Lu Jinya and waved his hand. Anyway, my attitude is that we can't get involved in this matter. You have a very interesting stance, indeed. When Mr. Z replaced our Lu family's competitor and achieved excellent results, you were all overjoyed. Now that Mr. Z has encountered a problem, you want to abandon him. Isn't this a typical case of using people when they're useful and discarding them when they're not? I'll tell you. Back then, the Chen family and Chen group treated Mr. Z in the same way. And now you can see what happened. Even if they want to invite Mr. Z back, Mr. Z would not even look at them. After Lu Jinya said this, Lu Gang struggled for a while to find a suitable rebuttal. The others also remained silent, unable to find words to say. She's right. In terms of emotion, Mr. Z has helped our Lu family a lot and especially has been gracious to me. In terms of reason, he's our contestant, and his achievements bring glory to our Lu family. Since we have benefited from this glory, we naturally have a duty to protect him. So emotionally and rationally, we cannot stand by and do nothing in this matter. After thinking for a moment, Old Master Lu chose to stand by Lu Jinyao's side. Families like theirs, at many times, prioritize interests, but Ziqia is different. Ziqia not only saved Old Master Lu, but also helped the Lu family on several occasions. More importantly, through the 3 rounds of assessment in this medical competition, it had been proven that Ziqia had unlimited potential, and his future achievements were immeasurable. In other words, the reason old Master Lu stood by Lu Jinyao's side was not just because of what Zitia had done for the Lu family, but also because he saw Ziqian's value and believed that Zitia was worth the Lu family's support, hence his choice. However, when Lu Gang and the others heard old Master Lu's words, they all furrowed their brows. Earlier, they could refrain from disputing Lu Jinyao's words because they knew that Lu Jinyao's personal opinion did not represent the entire decision of the Lu family. But old Master Lu was different. If old Master Lu sided with Lu Jinyao, then the matter would have to proceed, a result that Lu Gang and the others did not want to see. Old Master, please think about this. This matter should not be decided lightly. Several members of the Lu family spoke up, trying to dissuade him. There's no need for further thought. I have already considered it. Old Master Lu waved his hand, showing a firm attitude. Old Master, you have only considered the superficial factors. Have you really considered all the factors? Lu Gang furrowed his brow slightly. I suspect that this matter is definitely related to the Lin family. If we take action, what will they do? Upon hearing Lu Gang's words, old Master Lu frowned slightly, and even Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao were stunned. They had to admit that there was indeed a possibility, and a significant one at that. If it is really related to the Lin family, then their goal is definitely not just to deal with Zitia. It's very likely that they are waiting for us to make a move. At this critical moment, as long as we make a mistake and give them leverage, the outcome for us will definitely not be good. As Lu Gang spoke, he looked over the faces of the others. Indeed, his words had an effect. Old Master Lu tightly knit his brows, while Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao remained silent, because the current situation was such that one of the three giants, the Lin family, had been disqualified as judges, while the Tia Haiwan family remained neutral, which meant that in the upcoming medical competition, the Lu family would reign supreme. It could be said that the current situation was truly favorable for the Lu family. As long as they maintained stability until the end of the medical competition, they would definitely be highly regarded by the Yi family in the capital. However, the condition was that they couldn't make mistakes, couldn't be caught with fundamental weaknesses. And now, the Lin family might have acted this time with the real intent to drag the Lu family in trouble. To put it simply, it's just one sentence. The Lin family is currently having a hard time, and they are not making it easy for the Lu family either. So now, the Lin family is just waiting for the Lu family to make a mistake so that they can achieve their goal. Jinyao, what do you think? Mr. Lu turned his head slowly to look at Lu Jinyao. I admit, Uncle Tu's suggestion is indeed correct, but I still insist on my idea. We must find a way to save Mr. Z. Even if we cannot openly save him, we must make some efforts behind the scenes. If you expect me to just sit by and do nothing, then I definitely cannot do it. Lu Jinyao lowered her head in thought for a few seconds, then raised her head with determination, expressing her own attitude. Lu Gang immediately wanted to speak up, but was stopped by Mr. Lu waving his hand. That's settled then. Jinyao is right. We definitely cannot stand idly by. But we cannot openly assist. We must take action in secret, so let Jilin and Jinyao handle this matter. Mr. Lu made the final decision, and Lu Gang and the others could only nod in agreement. Jilin, you can contact the Chinese Medicine Association. Old Mr. Chen Jitong from the association values Mr. Z greatly and should be willing to help. I will also consult with Lao Zhou for some strategies on my end. After Mr. Lu finished speaking, everyone dispersed one after another. On the other side, upon hearing about this matter, President Liu Wenzhang of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City hurried to President Chen Jitong's place. Confused, really confused, Chen Jitong, after listening to Liu Wenzhang's explanation, kept hitting the ground with his cane. No one knew how joyful Chen Jitong had been these past few days, seeing Zitia, the rising star in the Chinese medicine world. He truly felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Even just last night, he was sighing about how there were successors in the Chinese medicine field of Longguo, and Zitia would lead the Tianhai Traditional Chinese Medicine Association to a national and even global level. He held deep hopes and expectations for Zitia. And now, Zitia had ended up in prison for taking a life, shattering all his bright prospects in an instant, leaving Chen Jitong's fervent hopes in pieces. President, there are reasons behind this matter. Liu Wenzhang sighed softly. Though it's true that Zitia took a life, In his heart, Zichia was not a hardened criminal. He knew Liang Chao and what kind of person he was, and during the Chinese Medicine Congress, Liang Chao had been targeting Zichia at every turn, which everyone witnessed. Combined with today's incident, it could be said that Liang Chao's death was not undeserved. Even though there are reasons, such a serious crime should not be committed. Chen Jitong shook his head in lamentation. I heard that Liang Chao wanted to force Ziqian's wife, which led to this incident. Once Liu Wenzheng mentioned this, Chen Jitong was slightly stunned, then sighed heavily after a few seconds. Just now, he had thought that Ziqia acted impulsively without thinking. But now knowing the reason, his blame towards Ziqia vanished instantly. As a man with principles, it was intolerable for his own woman to be forced by someone else. It had nothing to do with impulsiveness, but rather the responsibility and duty of being a man to protect his woman. So, to say Ziqia was wrong, legally speaking, he was indeed wrong. However, from a moral perspective, he was not wrong, and any man with principles would applaud Ziqian's actions. Nonetheless, no matter what, a society operates not on morals, but on laws. Law outweighs morals, and Ziqia had broken the law, even if it was breaking a serious crime like murder. President Chen, I believe any man in such a situation might make the same choice as Ziqia. Liu Wenzheng's words clearly showed his stance. You are right. But what do you think we should do next? Even if he is not sentenced to death, he may face life imprisonment. How can he still participate in the Chinese Medicine Congress? All his bright future has been ruined by this impulsive act. Chen Jitong felt heartbroken, unable to accept this outcome. Liu Wenzheng wanted to say something but wasn't sure how to approach it. Even if they revealed everything, Ziqia had committed a crime, and Liu had no authority to take a life. Even in Longguo, law enforcers couldn't act arbitrarily, as certain conditions must be met to intervene. Ziqia had destroyed his own life completely with this incident. Can we try to arrange for him to be temporarily released on bail pending trial? After pondering for a while, Chen Jitong said softly, I believe we should at least allow him to complete the competition at the Chinese Medicine Congress. It might be difficult, but we can try. Liu Wenzheng immediately agreed, as he had this idea when approaching Chen Jitong. Firstly, the one Ziqia killed was not an innocent person, so even with his actions, he wasn't a despicable villain. Additionally, Ziqia was a skilled contestant with great potential, and if he couldn't participate in the Chinese Medicine Congress, it would be a huge loss for the Chinese medicine field in Longguo. Let's find some connections and try to make it happen. After Chen Jitong spoke, Liu Wenzheng nodded once again. The incident at the Liang Group spread quickly. First, the Liang Group had a considerable reputation in Tianhai City, and this time it involved a case of loss of life. Secondly, since the start of the Chinese Medicine Congress, Ziqian's name had garnered significant attention. The incident entwining the Liang Group and Ziqia spread rapidly. Apart from influential families like the Liu family, other groups with some power had also received the news. The Chen Group was, of course, aware as well since they were involved. At that moment, inside Liu's company in the Chen Group, Liu's face was pale as she quickly searched through drawers, stuffing important items into her bag. No one knew how terrified and frightened she was feeling. Upon hearing about Liang Chao's death, she was nearly scared into fainting on the spot. She had thought that even if Ziqia had the guts of a bear and leopard, he would never dare lay a hand on Liang Chao. So, all the words Ziqia had said before were disregarded by Li Yue, but she never imagined that Ziqia would truly take Liang Chao's life, following through on his words from days ago. Li Yue initially saw Liang Chao as a reliance. At that time, she also thought that by following Liang Chao, she could achieve great success, so she helped Liang Chao do a lot of bad things, most of which were aimed at Ziqia and Chen Ruxu. Especially during the time when Chen Ruxu was kidnapped, Li Yue was fully involved. In other words, for all the crimes Liang Chao committed, Li Yue also bore a large part of the responsibility. Now that Ziqia has killed Liang Chao, he will definitely not let her off. So, Li Yue doesn't want anything now, all she can think of is escaping. She is afraid that if she runs too late, she will end up like Liang Chao. Li Yue took some important things and in a panic, pushed open the door, ready to leave. Secretary Li, an employee walked towards her, greeting Li Yue. What's up? Li Yue asked, trying to remain calm. Director Chen and the others are having a meeting. They want you to go over for something they need to ask you about. Upon hearing this, Li Yue frowned slightly and replied, "I see, you can go back to your work." When the employee left, Li Yue immediately turned and left the company. As for the meeting, even if they asked her to be the chairman of the company now, she would not dare to stay a minute longer. Li Yue usually came and went freely in the company, so her leaving did not attract much attention. At this moment, everyone was talking about what happened at the Liang Group. Even Chen Ruxu's uncle, Chen Liren, and a few others were discussing the matter. In the chairman's office, Chen Liren sat in the first seat, while several members of their Lynn family sat on the sofa. The matter of Zichia killing Liang Chao had nothing to do with the company's business, so there was no need for the shareholders to get involved. As for such private matters, they naturally discussed among themselves. At this moment, Chen Liren and the others had no idea that the shares of the Chen Group had been taken away. They were only discussing Zichia killing Liang Chao. It's confirmed that Liang Chao was indeed killed by Zichia, a member of the Lu family said, putting down his phone and shaking his head. Upon hearing this, including Chen Liren, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill. Like Li Yue, they also couldn't believe that Zichia had really killed Liang Chao. When it came to Zichia, the people of the Chen family definitely knew him better than Liang Chao. It was hard for them to imagine how that son-in-law, who used to be submissive and patient in the Chen family, could become so ruthless now. They even felt a bit scared. Thankfully, they didn't offend Zichia too much back then. Otherwise, they might have been the ones to die in front of Liang Chao. Zichia is really out of line. The cooperation between the Liang Group and us is close. I think he's targeting our Chen family, a female member of the Chen family said coldly. Don't talk nonsense, a man nearby frowned. I heard that Liang Chao was trying to force Ruxu, and Zichia couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it? What's it got to do with him? He has already broken up with Ruxu now. Besides, Ruxu and Liang Chao were a perfect match. There's no question of force or not. I think Ruxu may have seduced Liang Chao. The woman said dismissively. Shut up, fool. Chen Liren frowned and reprimanded. Chen Ruxu was his niece after all, a member of their Chen family. He didn't want Ruxu to be deprived of her rights, nor did he allow her to be disparaged like this. After all, mentioning Chen Ruxu was like talking about their entire Chen family. HMPH. I'm not talking nonsense. Anyway, he is a murderer now. Even if he wanted to save someone, it's not his turn. It's a good thing we kicked him out back then. Otherwise, this matter would have definitely implicated our Chen family. The woman grumbled discontentedly. Hearing the discussion, Chen Liren felt a headache coming on. Let's stop here for now. We'll talk more when Ruxu returns. Chen Liren rubbed his temples. Before things were clarified, he didn't want to discuss further. They exchanged glances and then each went their separate ways. On the other side, in the Tianhai City Inspectorate, inside the interrogation room, after a few days, Zichia sat here again. However, the treatment this time was clearly different from before. Under the instruction of Zhao Yongzhang, the staff did not handcuff Zichia, did not restrain his movements, and did not even search him. Normally, interrogating a prisoner would require several staff members present, but this time, besides Zichia, there was only Zhao Yongzhang in the interrogation room. Originally, Zhao Yongzhang was supposed to go to the adjacent city and coordinate with the Inspectorate there to thoroughly investigate the case of Chen Ruxu's abduction and find evidence that Liang Chao was the mastermind. However, he only walked halfway before receiving the shocking news from Tianhai City and hurried back. For the past few days, they had been busy finding evidence against Liang Chao, and now that Liang Chao was already dead, there was no need to search for more evidence. More importantly, since Zichia was the one who took action against Liang Chao, he could not be ignored. After Zhao Yongzhang rushed back, he went straight to the interrogation room to see Zichia, and the two had been silently facing each other for nearly 3 minutes without speaking. After a long time, Zhao Yongzhang sighed. Both he and Zichia were well aware of how serious the situation was this time. Why did you have to personally take action? Zhao Yongzhang looked at Zichia with a tone of helplessness. You can't plan for everything. Zichia shook his head slightly. He had considered the Inspectorate, which was why he didn't rush to take action himself and instead had Zhang Kai's men track Liang Chao to find an opportunity. Even when he arrived at the Liang Group today, he didn't plan to take action immediately. Even when he did take action later, he remained calm, thinking that Zhang Kai's men could temporarily cover for him. However, There's always a flaw in the best-laid plans. He didn't expect the Inspectorate's people to arrive so quickly and had overlooked the testimonies of the Liang Group's employees. This time, it's really hard to handle. Chen Jung lit a cigarette. In this case, with surveillance, witness testimonies, and motive for murder, Zitia had no chance to escape responsibility. No matter how you look at it, it was a dead end this time. Is there any way out? After saying this, Chen Jung glanced at his phone. The implication of his words was clear. If Zitia could still seek help from someone, he could call for help. But Zitia shook his head slightly after hearing it. The last time he sought help to resolve an issue was true, but this time was different from before. In that case, he was sure of his own innocence. However, this time, he indeed killed Liang Chao, and he felt that there must be the shadow of the Lynn family in it. In this situation, it was useless for him to seek help from anyone. After all, even with the power of the Tianhai city in hand, it was impossible to cover everything up. Therefore, there was no need to waste time on such meaningless matters. If you can't do it, then I'll have to follow the normal procedures. Chen Jung sighed softly. In fact, he also knew that even if Zitia invited that big shot from last time, it wouldn't help. In the previous case, Zitia was just a suspect, so the supervisory office naturally wouldn't be too strict with him. However, this time, there were countless witnesses at the scene, and no matter who it was, they couldn't just take Zitia away with a single word. Okay, Zitia nodded slightly. Dang dang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Chen Jung nodded in response. A staff member pushed open the door and reported, Director, Chen Ruxu has finished giving her statement and wants to see Zitia. Let her in. Chen Jung replied, then got up to leave. Soon, Chen Ruxu entered and sat down slowly in a chair. The two looked at each other, Zichuan's gaze calm and composed, while Chen Ruxu's eyes were extremely complex, filled with many emotions. During the process of recording her statement just now, she also asked the staff of the supervisory office whether this situation could lean towards self-defense. However, the staff's reply was very certain that such a thing was almost impossible. Self-defense was only applicable when being persecuted and fighting back during the act of violence by the other party. However, Zitia was not the victim. At most, he could be considered acting in the name of justice. According to the testimonies of the employees of the Liang Group, when Zitia rushed to the office, Liang Chao had not committed any substantial harm against Chen Ruxu. Also, Zitia struck when Liang Chao was knocked to the ground and incapacitated. This had nothing to do with self-defense or acting in the name of justice. It was clearly premeditated murder. In short, all the various possibilities Chen Ruxu had considered earlier were now overturned. Ultimately, it was because of her that Zitia had ended up in such a situation. Zichuan's current fate, even the destruction of his entire life, was all because of Chen Ruxu. As she gazed at the calm Zitia, a myriad of emotions swirled within Chen Ruxu. She had never imagined that at her most helpless and dangerous moment, it would be this person she trusted least, looked down on the most, and considered the most incompetent husband who would risk his life to save her. If Zitia hadn't arrived on time, she truly dared not imagine what she would be like now. Perhaps she would have been abused and tortured to death by Liang Chao. Zitia had stopped all that and saved her, yet now he had to pay such a heavy price. How could Chen Ruxu not feel immense pain in her heart? Perhaps I should have listened to you from the beginning, she said with trembling voice. If I had believed you earlier, we wouldn't be in this position today. Chen Ruxu bit her lip, then said slowly, it's meaningless to talk about this now. Zitia shook his head slightly. Each person had their own thoughts, and he couldn't easily change others' minds. Perhaps, if they could go back to the beginning, Chen Ruxu would still make the same choice, still choose to distance herself from him, and get closer to Li Yue and Liang Chao. Yes, it's meaningless now. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Chen Ruxu said, her voice quivering. She had never intended for Zitia to die. Even when she had chosen to part ways with him, she had hoped for a peaceful separation. How can I help you now? Chen Ruxu's eyes regained determination at this moment, realizing that revisiting past issues was pointless. She needed to figure out what she could do to minimize the punishment Zitia would face. You can't help, Zitia shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Ruxu, but the situation was just as it was. With the resources of the Chen Group, they could handle minor issues, but in this case, They didn't even have the qualifications to inquire about the case. So, I'd just do nothing. Just watch as you get sentenced to death. When Chen Ruxu mentioned the word death, her eyes welled up with tears. She had never wanted Zichia to die. Even when she had chosen to separate from him, she had only wished for a peaceful parting. You don't need to worry. Someone will help me. Zichia waved his hand. As for the final outcome, we'll see when the time comes. No. I must do something. No matter what, I will take care of this matter. No matter what price I have to pay, I will handle this. As Chen Ruxu spoke, she slowly stood up, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Zichia looked at Chen Ruxu and remembered the last time he saw such determination in her eyes. It was the day they got divorced. It was because of the determination he saw in her eyes at that time that Zichia didn't insist and agreed to part ways. Today, seeing that same determination in Chen Ruxu's eyes, he chose silence once again. After being together for 2 years, they had come to understand each other's personalities to some extent. When Chen Ruxu showed that look of determination, Zichia knew that nothing anyone said could change her mind. Take care of yourself and give me some time. Chen Ruxu looked deeply into Zichia's eyes, then turned and left without looking back. Shortly after Chen Ruxu left, people like Lu Jingyao, Zhou Yuqing, Liu Wenzheng, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, and others came to visit Zichia and inquire about the case. Lu Jingyao even spent a large sum to hire a super powerful legal team to understand the situation. In short, Zichia had made many friends during this time, and now these people were all working hard for Zichia's cause. They knew this case was extremely difficult, but their only goal now was to buy more time. If they could delay a bit more, they would have more time to come up with a solution. Liu Wenzheng even suggested applying for bail for Zichia to temporarily release him. Zhao Yongjun did not outright reject this proposal but stated that he would apply to higher authorities. After all, only a suspect had the right to bail pending trial, and the current situation indicated that all evidence pointed to Zichia being the murderer. Trying to bail Zichia out in such circumstances was simply not possible. However, Zhao Yongjun was willing to try to fight for Zichia. The Tianhai, Lu, Zhou families, the Chinese Medicine Association, and some of Zichia's friends were all working hard to gather information. On Chen Ruxu's side, she was equally active. After leaving the supervisory office, she went straight to the Liang group. Although Zichia had said she couldn't help, she would still do her best to make some efforts. After Chen Ruxu got out of the car, she looked up at the building of the Liang group. She had learned from the officials at the Oversight Commission that in cases like Zichia's, if the victim's forgiveness could be obtained, it could greatly reduce the probability of a severe sentence. So, her current goal was to have a good talk with Liang Cao's father, Liang Yanhua. If she could get Liang Yanhua to sign a forgiveness letter, things would be much simpler. As Chen Ruxu walked into the company, numerous eyes focused on her. Over the past year, the Liang group had worked closely with the Chen group, and it was widely known that Liang Chao liked Chen Ruxu. Therefore, the employees of the Liang group were not unfamiliar with Chen Ruxu. Many of them had previously thought that Chen Ruxu would eventually be with Liang Chao and become part of the Liang family. So every time Chen Ruxu came over, everyone would warmly greet her. But this time was different. The looks directed at Chen Ruxu were filled with sneers, hostility, and disdain. Although it was Liang Chao who killed Zichia, they were well aware that Zichia had killed Liang Chao for Chen Ruxu. In their minds, Chen Ruxu was the real culprit of the whole incident. How dare she come in here? Get out! I've never seen such a shameless person. Just looking at her makes me nauseous. Many employees whispered with cold smiles. Previously, they thought Chen Ruxu would eventually become the Liang family's daughter-in-law and naturally tried to please her. But now that Liang Chao was gone, and Chen Ruxu would never enter the Liang family, there was no need to be kind to her. Despite the insulting words, Chen Ruxu clenched her red lips and continued walking inside. She knew she shouldn't be here, at least not right after Liang Cao's death, but she had to find Liang Yanhua for negotiations. Otherwise, once the Oversight Commission completed collecting evidence and submitted it to higher law enforcement, the case would be definitively categorized, and no one could save Zichia. Therefore, not even these insults, no matter how harsh, could stop her. Get out! Just then, a young man with several security guards walked over and stopped Chen Ruxu's steps. This young man had some distant relation to Liang Chao and naturally harbored more hostility toward Chen Ruxu. "I have an appointment with your chairman," Chen Ruxu coldly replied. "Get out." The young man frowned and pointed to the door again, too lazy to talk to Chen Ruxu. "Let her in. I want to see what she has to say." At that moment, Liang Yanhua opened the office door and called out, "Understood." The young man reluctantly let Chen Ruxu in. Soon, Chen Ruxu found herself in Liang Yanghua's office. At that moment, Liang Yanhua sat behind his desk with a grim expression, holding a cigar in his left hand and a photo of Liang Chao in his right hand. Watching this scene, it did bring a tinge of sadness, but when she thought about all the things they had done, Chen Ruxu's momentary sadness disappeared. Liang Chao's plan to take over the Chen group, along with everything he had done to Chen Ruxu and Zichia during this period, were all instructed by Liang Yanhua. In other words, Liang Yanhua had an undeniable responsibility for Liang Chao's current situation, as he had slowly pushed his son into a dangerous situation, and no one else could be blamed. However, these thoughts remained in Chen Ruxu's mind, as she couldn't say them to his face. "Chairman Liang, I'm sorry for your loss." Chen Ruxu approached slowly, bowing slightly in apology. "Loss? Haha. Zichia should be grateful he doesn't have any family, or else I would have slaughtered his whole family right now. Also, you should be thankful you and Zichia don't have children, or I would definitely chop them into minced meat right in front of you." Liang Yanhua's eyes were cold than venomous, staring at Chen Ruxu like a poisonous snake. Seeing his gaze, Chen Ruxu couldn't help but feel a chill, knowing that achieving her goal in this negotiation almost seemed impossible. Nonetheless, even if it was almost impossible, she had to try her best. "Chairman Liang, I understand your feelings, and I also apologize sincerely for Zichion's actions toward you." Chen Ruxu faced Liang Yanhua, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to apologize. However, Liang Yanhua's face showed a dark smile, indicating that this issue could not be resolved with a mere apology. "Don't waste time, state your purpose." Liang Yanhua spoke coldly. "Chairman Liang, none of us wanted to see such a situation. I'm asking you to issue a forgiveness letter." Chen Ruxu had not finished her sentence when Liang Yanhua suddenly picked up the ashtray and threw it forcefully at her. Dang! The glass ashtray hit Chen Ruxu hard, causing intense pain, yet she still gritted her teeth and stayed silent. "What the hell are you talking about? My son is dead, killed by Zichia, and I wish I could tear him to pieces. And you want me to issue a forgiveness letter? Are you out of your mind, or do you think I'm an idiot?" Liang Yanhua was furious. Hearing Chen Ruxu's words only added to his anger, and he approached and slapped her hard across the face. "Chairman Liang, vent your anger on me. You can kill me if you want. As long as you are willing to issue a forgiveness letter, I can agree to any condition." Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth slightly and looked up at Liang Yanhua. "Get the hell out." Liang Yanhua struck Chen Ruxu with another slap, causing her to step back several paces. With blood at the corner of her mouth from the continuous slaps, Chen Ruxu said, "Chairman Liang, let me state my conditions." As she steadied herself, not even wiping away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth, she looked at Liang Yanhua again with a pleading look. "Fine. Let's hear your conditions." Liang Yanhua's eyes held a cold smile, as if he was looking at a fool. "I can transfer all my shares unconditionally to the Liang Group. At the same time, I can try to persuade my uncles to also hand over their shares. As long as you are willing to sign a forgiveness letter, I will do everything in my power to give you everything I can offer unconditionally." Chen Ruxu stared at Liang Yanhua, her eyes filled with determination. If anyone familiar with Chen Ruxu were present, they would find it hard to believe she had said such words. Anyone who knew her also knew that Chen Ruxu valued the Chen group more than her own life. The fact that she was willing to use the Chen group to exchange for a forgiveness letter from Liang Yanhua was truly unbelievable. But the determination in Chen Ruxu's eyes was no joke. Actually, only she knows. Her behavior is not to show how great she is redeeming herself. Initially, she believed the words of Li Yue and Liang Chao, looked down on Zichia in every way, and even drove Zichia out of the Chen family. It was because of her that today's events unfolded. From the beginning to this point today, Zichia was taken away by the Supervisory Bureau, all because of her. Now she must find all means to redeem herself. "So you mean, You want to use the Chen group to exchange for Ziqian's life. Liang Yanhua's smile on his face turned even colder after he heard that. Yes. Chen Ruxu nodded truthfully. Falk, you idiot. I've lost my only son. What use are these things to me? Liang Yanhua slapped Chen Ruxu again, making her sit on the ground unsteadily. It was clear that Liang Yanhua never thought about signing any reconciliation letter. He just wanted to vent his anger on Chen Ruxu. Chen Ruxu could also see that even if there was only a slim chance, she wanted to try. But now she understood that this matter was impossible to settle. If you don't sign, I will truthfully tell everything to the supervisory bureau. He forced me to sign the contract first and tried to rape me. I will tell everything to the supervisory bureau and expose it to the public. Chen Ruxu slowly stood up, realizing that negotiation with Liang Yanhua was futile. If you refuse to sign, I will use all the power of the Liang group and seek help from the Lin family to completely destroy Ziqia, torturing him to death in the end. Liang Yanhua pointed at Chen Ruxu's nose, his eyes filled with coldness and mockery. Chen Ruxu met Liang Yanhua's gaze for a few seconds, then nodded silently, preparing to leave. In fact, Liang Yanhua's words reminded her, if things didn't work out, she could try to seek help from the Lin family. But she also knew that with the limited strength of the Chen group, she might not even have the qualifications to talk to the Lin family. So she had to go back and carefully consider her next steps. You remember this. After I finish off Ziqia, I will go after your Chen group. Liang Yanhua watched Chen Ruxu leave, his tone filled with deep coldness. Chen Ruxu hesitated for a moment, without replying, and just walked away. The employees of the Liang group outside saw Chen Ruxu being beaten so miserably and laughed at her once again. At this moment, Chen Ruxu, looking disheveled like a beggar, left amidst the mockery. Time passed by minute. Suddenly, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Since Ziqia killed Liang Chao a few hours ago, many people were busy, trying to use connections and relationships. Some were trying to influence a harsher sentence for Ziqia, while others were attempting to find ways to protect him. Those trying to help Ziqia were naturally the top powers in Tianhai City, the Lu family, the Zhou family, and the Chinese Medicine Association. As for others, they wanted to help but had no qualification to intervene in a case involving loss of life. Inside the Supervisory Bureau of Tianhai City, representatives from these three major forces in the city were having tea in Zhao Yongzhen's office. They had been talking for over an hour. Their main goal now was to secure Ziqian's release on bail pending trial. This would allow Ziqia to participate in the upcoming medical skills conference and give them time to figure out how to solve the situation. They knew that once the case was concluded, it might be too late. The pressure on Zhao Yongzhen was immense, facing these representatives from the Lu family, the Zhou family, and the Chinese Medicine Association. They were offering to be the guarantors for Ziqia, ensuring he wouldn't flee. If Ziqia was proven innocent, everyone would be happy, and if he was found guilty, they would return him unharmed after the conference. Zhao Yongzhen was left speechless by this proposal, feeling the weight of their influence bearing down on him. The Lu and Zhou families, along with a traditional Chinese Medicine Association. What a concept it is for these three major forces to provide a joint guarantee. If these three entities go to a bank for a loan with their joint guarantee, any bank in Tianhai City would be emptied of funds by them first. This is because the energy of these three forces is tremendous, and the weight of their guarantee is even more substantial. As the conversation reached this point, Zhao Yongzhen really couldn't find any reason to refuse. All right, you guys sign the guarantee. Leave the rest to me, and I will make sure to submit this matter to the higher-ups. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhao Yongzhen reluctantly agreed. Hey, isn't this right? Zhou Wenyuan finally felt satisfied. Lu Jingya and others were also very happy. Although Ziqia would not be released without charges, after being released on bail pending trial, the case would not be finalized temporarily. This way, it would give them more time to find a solution. Zhao Yongzhen instructed his assistant to print out the guarantee, while preparations were made here to process Ziqian's bail. At this moment, Zhao Yongzhen's personal phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he signaled for everyone to be quiet, then answered the call after rising from his seat. Teacher. It's me, Xiao Jun. Even though it was just a phone call, Zhao Yongzhen maintained a standing posture with respect on his face. Yes, there is such a matter. What? Zhao Yongzhen paused after speaking a few sentences. Okay, I understand. Good. I get it. Subsequently, Zhao Yongzhen nodded repeatedly in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yongzhen slowly sat back in his chair, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. What's wrong? Zhou Wenyuan furrowed his eyebrows slightly. This matter cannot proceed anymore. Zhao Yongzhen looked at Zhou Wenyuan with an unhappy expression. What happened? Zhou Wenyuan and others were all uneasy. An inspector has been sent over, and will arrive here soon to personally oversee this case. In fact, Zhao Yongzhen didn't finish his sentence. The meaning conveyed by his teacher was not to intervene in this matter, essentially advising him to protect himself. This clearly indicated that the situation was serious, and even Zhao Yongzhen's teacher didn't dare to interfere lightly. Hearing this, the furrows in Zhou Wenyuan and Lu Jinyao's brows deepened. An inspector, a level above the supervisory authority, had jurisdiction over many enforcement agencies, although they did not have the power to enforce laws on ordinary citizens. However, they had the authority to oversee many enforcement agencies. Just as they were on the verge of successfully securing Ziqian's release on bail, an unexpected event occurred. Who could have interfered in this situation? Before Zhou Wenyuan and others could speak, the office door was pushed open. Subsequently, several middle-aged men and women in uniforms, accompanied by a few employees from the supervisory authority, walked in. The leader dressed in a thin administrative jacket. The first middle-aged person looked at Zhou Wenyuan and others before turning to Zhao Yongzhen. You are Zhao Yongzhen, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Guo Fei from the supervisory group. Zhao Yongzhen's expression changed slightly. He shook hands with Guo Fei. We are currently cracking down on serious cases, and a homicide occurred in your jurisdiction. The higher-ups are very displeased and are highly concerned about this case. That's why the supervisory group has been specially dispatched to oversee the entire progress of this case. With Guo Fei's words, the mood of Lu Jinya and others sank even further. If the other party had been from Tianhai City, they could have negotiated with the backing of the Lu and Zhou families. But now, the other party was sent from above in Tianhai City, completely disregarding the influence of the Tianhai Big Three. No one could intervene with them. Regardless of the identity of Zhou Wenyuan and Lu Jinya, they were rendered speechless in front of these people. Their hope to temporarily bail Ziqia seemed like wishful thinking now. At what stage is the case now? Who are they? Then, Guo Fei turned to look at Lu Jinya and the others. The suspect Ziqia has already been detained pending trial. These people are the suspect's friends, and I was just questioning them a moment ago. Zhao Yongzhen answered promptly. If it's just questioning, why is there only you present? Guo Fei's words left Zhao Yongzhen speechless and also made Lu Jingyao and the others realize that Guo Fei was not to be trifled with. My assistant was here a moment ago, but he had gone out to fetch some documents, Zhao Yongzhen explained with a stiff expression, and Guo Fei looked at him for a couple of seconds before moving on. The supervisory group will now take full control of the case, and we hope for your cooperation. Please convene your staff for a meeting so we can have a detailed understanding of this case. After saying this, Guo Fei and his team left the room. You should also go back, Zhao Yongzhen sighed, waving his hand at Zhou Wenyuan and others. We want to see Ziqia, Lu Jingyao whispered. After contemplating for a couple of seconds, Zhao Yongzhen gestured to his assistant and followed in the footsteps of Guo Fei and his team. Soon, Zhao Yongzhen's assistant led Zhou Wenyuan and the others to the interrogation room. Hurry, you have only 3 minutes. After the assistant's reminder, he walked out of the room. You're here? Ziqia appeared calm, showing no signs of panic. Mr. Z, this situation is a bit complicated. It's hard to explain in a short time. Let me tell you one thing. Do not plead guilty under any circumstances. Delay as much as you can. Leave the rest to us. Lu Jinya quickly advised Ziqia in a fast-paced tone. It's okay, I just received a call. Ziqia tried to speak but was interrupted by Lu Jinya. Mr. Z, you must remember what I said. Do not underestimate the severity of this case. The authorities in Tianhai City have sent someone down. Even Zhao Yongzhen's authority has been suspended. Listening to Lu Jinyao's words, Ziqia was not too surprised. Once he was sure someone was setting him up, he knew things would be extremely serious. Originally feeling helpless, Ziqia received a phone call just now, giving him a bit more confidence. Mr. Z, we need to leave now. Remember what I told you. Hearing the assistant urging outside, Lu Jinyao and the others didn't dare linger and quickly bid farewell before leaving the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Zijie gazed out of the window, now certain that this matter was undoubtedly related to the Liang family. In the vast Tianhai city, the only one with the capability and connections to reach this high was likely the Lin family. Lin Yan, if you also want to experience the same fate as Liang Chao, then come at me, Zijie muttered to himself, a cold trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion, inside Lin Wan's study. All right, understood. Lin Wan smiled satisfactorily before slowly putting down his phone. How did it go? Lin Yang hurriedly asked. The person has arrived at the supervisory authority, and Zijie is doomed. As soon as Lin Wan said this, Lin Yan also showed a pleased expression. Ending Zijie was just one part of the plan. Using Zijie as bait to provoke the Lu family into making a mistake was their ultimate goal. Now that the hook was set, they were just waiting for the Lu family to take the bait before closing the net. I want to see how the Lu family will respond. Lin Yang looked smug. I'll go ask Lu Jinyao tomorrow if they want to rescue their rising star. You should also keep a low profile for now. Lin Wan withdrew his gaze, instructing Lin Yang. Why? Lin Yang was confused. If anyone should be anxious about Ziqian's situation, it should be the Lu family. Why did he need to keep a low profile? According to reliable information, a group of people is coming to Tianhai City recently, Lin Wan said solemnly. A group of people? What do you mean by a group of people? Lin Yan was more confused upon hearing this. It is said they are from the military. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan shook his head in disdain. Who do they think they are? What's so special about the military? Lin Yan shook his head and smiled. The Lin family had connections in the military, so this did not intimidate him. What if this group of people is from the northern border? Lin Wan reminded. What's the big deal about the northern border? Lin Yan shook his head in disdain, but the next moment, he suddenly froze and exclaimed, What? The northern border? In the Dragon Kingdom's northern border, there was only one unit, the one led by the northern border war god, Wang Ao. That unit, a formidable force not to be underestimated by anyone in the world, including their Lin family. While the Lin family had military connections, it was an undeniable fact that Wang Ao's unit held significant influence in the military. If this group of people indeed came from there, no one would dare to underestimate them. By the way, Dad, you mentioned earlier about the northern border war god, Wang Ao. Suddenly, Lin Yang remembered that Lin Wan had mentioned earlier that according to rumors, the northern border war god Wang Ao would return to Tianhai City soon. He wondered if there was any connection between these two events. That information may not be accurate. I only heard it through hearsay, Lin Wan replied. But this group of people that has come this time should be correct. Does this have anything to do with Wang Ao? What are they here for? How many of them came? Lin Yang fired off multiple questions at Lin Wan, who simply shook his head. I cannot provide you with precise answers to those questions. You should understand that the movements of certain people are highly confidential, let alone their objectives. Getting even a bit of this information was already quite challenging. Even if we are not completely certain, we cannot gamble on probabilities. Do you understand? After Lin Wan finished speaking, Lin Yang hurriedly nodded. While he could be arrogant and domineering, the biggest difference between him and Liang Chao was that he could distinguish between what was important and urgent. As Lin Wan said, even if they were not completely certain, they could not gamble on probabilities. If the other party truly came from the northern border, if their destination was Tianhai City, and if they inadvertently provoked them, their centuries-old Lin family business might be ruined. Therefore, they dared not gamble, nor could they. The only thing they could do was to act discreetly and humbly. After all, they had done everything that needed to be done, and there was no need for them to do anything more. What remained to be seen was how the Lu family would respond next. After a night passed, the next day, at the Tianhai City Supervision Bureau. This night, Zhao Yangjun and others, as well as Guo Fei and others, did not rest. They began with a 2-hour meeting, and after understanding the entire case, they started interrogating Zijie. However, when Lu Jinyao and others left yesterday, they repeatedly advised Zijie not to confess to killing Liang Chao. So, Zijie remained silent throughout and did not respond to any questions. After Guo Fei's interrogation continued into the late hours of the night, he started to lose patience and resorted to some methods. However, faced with Guo Fei's tactics, Zichia remained resilient and did not confess. Zichia was well aware that Guo Fei was not a kind person, likely acting on someone's orders, with the purpose of ensuring his ultimate conviction. Once Zichia admitted guilt, the case would be closed, he would immediately be sent to a higher level of enforcement, and the subsequent legal procedures for sentencing would be expedited. At that point, regardless of what Lu Jinyao's group did, they would not be able to alter the outcome. So, even without Lu Jinyao's orders, Zichia would not confess. Yet under Guo Fei's various tactics, Zichia now appeared somewhat haggard and disheveled, his composure showing signs of wear and tear. Zichia, whether you confess or not is irrelevant. The Liang Group has obtained surveillance footage of you entering Liang Cao's office, as well as numerous employee IDs that can be used to press charges against you. Do you think whether you confess matters? I've dealt with many stubborn prisoners, and in the end, I've had them all convicted. Guo Fei snorted, frowning and scolding Zichia. Before Zichia could speak, Guo Fei pointed to a slogan on the wall: leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. I hope you take the time to read these words carefully. But despite Guo Fei's words, Zichia completely ignored them, as if they were just passing through his ears, not even sparing a glance in his direction. Dang! Guo Fei clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, feeling frustration welling out inside him. Throughout the night, several members of the supervisory team, including Zhao Yongzhang, all spent the night interrogating Zichia here. As the night passed, Guo Fei and Zhao Yongzhang all bore dark circles under their eyes, appearing quite weary, while Zichia remained calm, as indifferent as a bystander. This genuinely irritated Guo Fei. Use coercive measures on him. Guo Fei order, his face darkening. Inspector Guo, please reconsider. Zhao Yongzhang quickly stepped forward with a frown to dissuade him. He had refrained from interfering before, but he could no longer bear to watch this unfold. Zhao Yongzhang, understand your position. From now on, this case is entirely under my control, and you have no right to interfere in the slightest. Guo Fei's tone was resolute, pointing a finger at Zhao Yongzhang. Zhao Yongzhang gritted his teeth and spoke. According to the law, torture for confession is not allowed. According to the law, but according to the law, one cannot commit murder. So how did he commit murder? Guo Fei grabbed Zhao Yongzhang by the collar, speaking coldly. Let me remind you once more. You don't need to teach me how to do my job. Learn the necessity of handling things differently. Now, obey orders. After a few moments of silent hesitation, Zhao Yongzhang eventually nodded. Humph. Guo Fei snorted and pushed Zhao Yongzhang aside, preparing to apply force on Zichia. Chief Inspector, Lu Jinyao is here. Just then, a staff member pushed the door open and announced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongzhang perked up. Inspector Guo, I forgot to introduce you yesterday. Lu Jinyao is the daughter of the Lu family, one of the three giants in Tianhai City. And there's also the venerable Zhou Wenyuan, an elder of the Zhou family in Tianhai, with an extensive network. I assume you've heard of him too. They have a good relationship with Zichia. If they see Zichia being coerced into confessions, it might cause trouble. Initially, Zhao Yongzhang's words seemed to be considerate of Guo Fei, but in reality, his aim was to make Guo Fei wary by using the identities of Lu Jinyao, Zhou Wenyuan, and others. Hearing this, Guo Fei raised an eyebrow and stared at Zhao Yongzhang for 2 seconds before preparing to lead his team out. Just at that moment, Lu Jinyao and others had already arrived at the door of the interrogation room. Who allowed you to come in? Guo Fei frowned and immediately reprimanded Lu Jinyao and a few others. Otherwise, would Inspector Guo also arrest us? Lu Jinyao glanced at Guo Fei. Today, only she and Zhou Yuking had come over. However, even without Zhou Wenyuan and Liu and present, she would not be intimidated by Guo Fei. What? Do you think I dare not? Let me tell you. No matter what your status is, if you dare to provoke the authority of the Dragon Kingdom law enforcers, I will capture you, Guo Fei said sternly, squinting his eyes slightly. Inspector Guo, calm down, calm down. Zhao Yongzhang saw that the two sides were about to clash, and hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. And when Zhao Yongzhang turned his back on Guo Fei, he kept signaling to Lu Jinyao. His meaning was clear. He did not want Lu Jinyao to confront Guo Fei head-on. After all, Guo Fei was sent by higher authorities. Regardless of the high status of the Liu family in Tianhai City, Guo Fei would not yield. Although others were willing to give face to the three giants of Tianhai City because they still needed to live in the city and many things could not be avoided, Guo Fei was only here for the case of Zitia. After finishing the case, he would leave. So, there was no benefit to confront Liu Jingyao directly. HMPH. Liu Jingyao snorted coldly and ignored Guo Fei, turning her gaze towards Zitia. With just one glance, the faces of Liu Jingyao and Zhou Yuqing became extremely gloomy at the same time. Even though Zitia remained calm and composed as always, they could tell that he must have been manipulated by them. Zhou Yuqing felt sorry for him, and was about to step forward but was stopped by Guo Fei and his men. Let me tell you, if my friend is harmed even a little, I will see you to the end. Liu Jingyao stared at Guo Fei, her voice cold and threatening. Don't accuse others of wrongdoing, Guo Fei retorted. The suspect had injuries before entering. Guo Fei shook his head slightly. He had seen these things many times and was not easily scared. Then let me tell you, Liu Jingyao continued. Zitia is our Liu family's contestant. All contestants undergo multiple examinations before competing. I can present Ziqian's medical report before entering the Inspectorate, and when he leaves, I will have him examined again. If there is any discrepancy between the pre- and post-examination reports, I will demand an explanation from you. If the city cannot control you, I will report to higher authorities, all the way to the capital. Liu Jingyao pointed at Guo Fei's nose, her angry tone laced with a deep threat. Hearing Liu Jinyao's words, Guo Fei pondered for a moment and then slightly restrained himself. If an ordinary person had said such things to him, he would not care, let alone take it to heart. However, as the daughter of the prestigious Liu family in Tianhai City, Liu Jinyao's financial and social background was not something an ordinary person could match. If she insisted on catching him in a deadlock, it would bring him a lot of trouble. After considering for a moment, Guo Fei coldly said, "No matter where you go for justice, it won't change the fact that he is a murderer. As long as the judgment is fair and just, we will accept it. But from now on, if there are any irregularities during your interrogation, I will investigate thoroughly." Liu Jingyao was also smart. Knowing that Zitia was in the hands of the other party, she couldn't afford to anger them. If she clung on to the matter of course of interrogation now, it would only make things worse for Zitia. So, by saying from now on, Liu Jingyao made it clear that when Guo Fei and his team took further actions, they had to think carefully. There's no need to be so obstinate here, Guo Fei continued. He is now a serious criminal, and you have no right to contact him freely. Now please leave immediately, or I will take coercive measures against you. As Guo Fei's words fell, the people he brought with him immediately surrounded Liu Jingyao and Zhou Yuqing. Comrades Liu and Zhou, please leave quickly. Zhao Yongjun stepped forward once again, continuously gesturing to Liu Jingyao while with his back facing Guo Fei. Liu Jingyao bit her lip and then turned to look at Zitia. Zitia had remained silent throughout, sitting calmly. In response to Liu Jingyao's gaze, Zitia simply nodded slightly, indicating for them to leave. Liu Jingyao took a deep breath, exhaled, and then turned to leave with Zhou Yuqing. If Zhao Yongjun had been handling this case, it would have been much more convenient for them to see Zitia. However, with the unexpected appearance of Guo Fei, it had become very difficult for them to meet Zitia now. Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to leave, as escalating the situation would only bring greater trouble to Zitia. No one can save you. I, Guo Fei, say this. If you are not sentenced to death, my name will be written backwards. Guo Fei pointed at Zitia, before finishing his coffee in one go and continuing with the interrogation. At that moment, Liu Jingyao and Zhou Yuqing had already arrived at the entrance of the Inspectorate. Jingyao sister, what should we do? Zhou Yuqing did not have the same level of intelligence as Liu Jingyao. If even Liu Jingyao was helpless, she felt even more at a loss. Someone is deliberately targeting Mr. Z. Liu Jingyao gritted her teeth slightly. Yesterday, she was only suspicious, but after seeing Ziqian's situation and Guo Fei's attitude today, she was now 100% certain. Could it be the Lynn family? Zhou Yuqing asked softly. Most likely it's them, Liu Jingyao muttered and then sighed. Let's go back first, I will find Grandpa to figure out a solution, Liu Jingyao said, and was about to leave with Zhou Yuqing. However, at that moment, a car approached quickly and stopped. The person who got out of the car was Chen Ruxu. Although Chen Ruxu was wearing a mask and big sunglasses today, one could still make out the injuries on her face. Yesterday, After her negotiation with Lian Yonghua failed, she was slapped by him in anger and her injuries had not fully healed even after a night. Seeing Liu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing, Chen Ruxu hesitated for a moment. Liu Jinya, who was about to get in the car, stopped at the sight of Chen Ruxu and then walked towards her. "Are you here alone? Where is your dog, Liu A?" Liu Jingya's tone was unfriendly. The Chen Ruxu, upon hearing these words, only bit her lip and did not respond. When Chen Ruxu returned to the company from the Lian group yesterday, she could not find Liu A and all her calls went unanswered. Chen Ruxu speculated that Liu A must have known that things were going south and escaped in fear. This further proved how many wrongs Liu A had done to her over the past year. However, Chen Ruxu did not report this matter to the Inspectorate. First of all, her mind is currently full of thoughts about solving the matter with Zitia. Secondly, she has had a 10-year relationship with Liu A and does not really want to push Liu A to her death. So from yesterday until now, she has deliberately avoided thinking about anything related to Liu A. At this moment, Liu Jinyao brought it up again, causing a surge of bitterness in Chen Ruxu's heart. "Why aren't you speaking? What are you doing here?" Liu Jinyao, seeing that Chen Ruxu did not respond, became even angrier. "I want to see Zitia and understand the situation." Chen Ruxu finally spoke up. "How can you say such things? Why was Mr. Z arrested here? Don't you know? Do you know what consequences he will face next? Do you know what kind of torture he suffered last night?" Liu Jingya stared at Chen Ruxu with intense eyes, loudly asking questions. Faced with Liu Jinyao's questions, Chen Ruxu could only remain silent, unable to find any words to counter. Zhou Yuqing wanted to intervene on the side, but was pushed away by Liu Jinyao. She was now filled with the image of Zichuan's appearance, which made her extremely heartbroken, and then filled with countless anger. "You have already separated from Mr. Z. Why can't you just let him go? You have your pursuits and choices. Mr. Z has his own life. Why do you keep disturbing him? Do you know that without this incident, he could have smoothly participated in the medical skills conference and achieved excellent results, truly soaring to the top? You ruined him. It's you who ruined him. Not only did you ruin his past 2 years, you also ruined the rest of his life. You are a disaster." Liu Jinyao became more agitated as she spoke, raising her voice. She no longer cared about her image and just wanted to vent all her anger. "I'm sorry. It was not my intention." Chen Ruxu's heart was also in great pain. Liu Jinyao bitingly asked, "Is saying sorry useful? Will the Inspectorate release him if Mr. Z says sorry?" "Jinyao's sister, don't say any more. Let's quickly figure out a solution." Zhou Yuqing felt pity for Chen Ruxu and tried to dissuade Liu Jinyao on the side. Hearing this, Chen Ruxu raised her head and said, "I beg you to help him. As long as you can save him, I am willing to do anything." "Hey." Liu Jinyao coldly shook her head in response to these words. In this cold smile, there was a hint of bitter helplessness. "Do you need to be hypocritical? If I can save him, do I need you to say more here? I'm telling you, I want to save him more than you do, but I can't, do you understand?" Liu Jinyao's words made Chen Ruxu's heart sink slowly. As one of the 3 giants of Tianhai City, if even the Liu family was helpless, what else could she do? "How can we save him? I know my limitations, but I also want to help." Chen Ruxu's attitude at this moment was very humble, so humble that even Liu Jinyao was somewhat surprised. However, Liu Jinyao still had no pity for Chen Ruxu, as Zitia had ended up in this situation because of her. "You want to help? Fine. Aren't you representing the Lynn family in the competition? Go ask the Lynn family for help." On another note, this time Mr. Z was deliberately targeted, most likely by the Lynn family. As a representative of the Lynn family, you were originally Mr. Zhao's enemy, and now you hypocritically want to save him. Don't you think you are insincere? Liu Jingyao's words made Chen Ruxu pause for a moment, and many thoughts raced through her mind. Could this incident really be related to the Lin family? Thinking back over this period of time, the Lin family had, indeed, made Ziqiat their target, especially Lin Yan, who dreamed of getting rid of Ziqiat. Therefore, what Liu Jinya said was indeed possible, and if that were the case, maybe she could plead with the Lin family to spare Ziqiat, which might give him a chance to survive. Chen Ruxu, take care of yourself. I just want to tell you, Mr. Z doesn't need your interference in anything. In the future, no matter what his condition is, don't disturb him again, I'm begging you. With these words, Liu Jinyao turned and left with Zhou Yuqing. Chen Ruxu stood in place, watching Liu Jinyao's car drive away, her expression changing rapidly. She couldn't be sure whether this incident was related to the Lin family, but what she could be sure of was that regardless of the Lin family's involvement, the Lin family would definitely play a role in this matter. If it was indeed the Lin family's doing, then as long as they showed some mercy, Zichia could have a chance at survival. If the Lin family did not intervene, then with their status as one of the top 3 giants in Tianhai, they could still have some influence. Whatever the outcome, it was better than being helpless now. Thinking to this point, Chen Ruxu glanced at the Inspectorate and took a deep breath before getting into her car. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she was willing to try, because she felt indebted to Zichia. Lin Xiao, where are you? I want to meet you. After getting into the car, Chen Ruxu called Lin Yang. He was the only person from the Lin family she could reach out to now. Half an hour later, inside a business club, Lin Yang sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently shaking a glass of red wine in his hand, looking relaxed and leisurely. Since Zichia was taken away, he had been in a very pleasant mood, feeling even happier as the Lu family became more anxious. Lin Xiao, Chen Ruxu is here. After a secretary brought Chen Ruxu in, he left the room. Ruxu is here, please sit. Lin Yang smiled lightly, inviting Chen Ruxu to sit down, acting as if the two were good friends. Lin Xiao, I won't sit. I have something to ask of you. Chen Ruxu paused and went straight to the point. She was well aware that every second Zichia spent at the Inspectorate increased the danger. If the case was classified, then it would be useless no matter who she turned to. Go ahead. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Chen Ruxu took a deep breath and said, I want to ask you to save Zichia. Save Zichia. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, but quickly masked by him. I did hear about Zichia and Liang Cao's situation, but it wasn't me who harmed him, so how can I save him? Hearing Lin Yang's words, Chen Ruxu quickly shook her head and explained, Lin Xiao, I didn't say it was you who harmed him. I just want to ask for your help. Chen Ruxu may not have a deep political acumen, but she wasn't foolish enough to accuse the Lin family in such a situation. She absolutely couldn't say that the Lin family caused harm to Zichia. At first, she could not be sure whether the Lin family was behind the matter. Furthermore, even if it was indeed the Lin family's doing, it was best not to bring it to light. If Lin Yang was provoked, or if Lin Yang no longer needed to conceal things, the situation would become even more difficult to handle. Chen Ruxu was not very smart, but she still had some wits about her. Lin Xiao, I beg for your help, Chen Ruxu pleaded as she looked at Lin Yang with eyes full of desperation. Lin Yang did not immediately respond. Instead, he slowly swirled the wine glass in his hand. With the power of my Lin family, saving one person is not difficult. This sentence from Lin Yang ignited a huge spark of hope in Chen Ruxu's eyes. However, Lin Yang's movement of swirling the wine glass slowly stopped, and his tone changed as he asked, But why should I save him? Upon hearing this, Chen Ruxu fell silent instantly. The Lin family and the Lu family have always been at odds, and Zichia is from the Lu family, so he is an enemy of the Lin family. Why do you think I should save an enemy? Lin Yang looked at Chen Ruxu and playfully asked, Based on just your words, Chen Ruxu. Chen Ruxu fell even more silent upon hearing this. Lin Yang was indicating that he could, indeed save Zichia, but he simply did not want to. And Chen Ruxu had no leverage to ask the Lin family for help. Or should I say, besides asking me, what else can you offer? Lin Yang asked with a smile as Chen Ruxu remained silent. Chen Ruxu bit her red lips, then took 2 steps forward and knelt on the ground with a thud. Lin Xiao, I really beg you. You must help. As long as you can save Zichia, I am willing to lead the Chen group to follow the Lin family to the death, even if it means the Chen group becomes a subsidiary of the Lin family. All the resources, formulas, and employees of the Chen group are at your disposal. Chen Ruxu knelt on the ground, pleading with Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang showed no interest in the words spoken by Chen Ruxu. In fact, seeing Chen Ruxu willing to kneel and beg for help for Zichia made Lin Yang even more displeased. From the moment Liang Chao brought Chen Ruxu before him, Lin Yang had taken a fancy to her, treating her like prey. But now, the prey he had set his eyes on was willingly kneeling for another man, and this truly annoyed Lin Yang. Do you think, with the Lin family's wealth, I would value the assets of your Chen family? And as for a subsidiary, in the vast city of Tianhai, There are far too many who wish to become a subsidiary of the Lin family. Lin Yang lifted the wine glass again, showing that Chen Ruxu's offers were not convincing him. Lin Xiao, as long as you are willing to help, any condition is acceptable. As long as you need it, as long as I can provide it, I will not refuse. Chen Ruxu maintained her kneeling posture, meeting Lin Yang's gaze. Anything? Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. Anything? Chen Ruxu's gaze was firm. Then what if? Lin Yang paused, his gaze carefully assessing Chen Ruxu, and then asked, what if I want you? When Lin Yang said this, there was a hint of desire in his eyes that only a man would show. As an adult, Chen Ruxu was not a naive young girl, so she understood the implication behind Lin Yang's words. That she never expected Lin Yang to make such a request. Considering his status, why would he desire a divorced woman like her? The atmosphere in the room fell into silence. Is it difficult? If that's the case, then Zichia will have no choice. Lin Yan's gaze became more playful. No, it's not difficult. Upon hearing Zichia's name, Chen Ruxu quickly looked up and replied, if Lin Xiao can save Zichia, I will follow your arrangements at any time. What if I said I want you now? Lin Yang shook his head with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Ruxu's body stiffened in place. She had intended to temporarily agree to Lin Yang's terms and wait until Zichia was released. But Lin Yang was not a fool. He saw through her intentions from the start. Of course, you can refuse. I, Lin Yang, never like to force anyone. If you disagree, you can leave now. Lin Yang's words were clear, but Chen Ruxu remained motionless on the ground. She wanted to leave. She had wanted to leave from the moment Lin Yang first mentioned this offer. But she couldn't. Lin Xiao, Zichia has not been released yet. Chen Ruxu was interrupted by Lin Yang waving his hand. Are you questioning the power of my Lin family? Or do you think I would go back on my word? Lin Yang shook his head slightly, a hint of scorn in his eyes. And Chen Ruxu had to admit that as the legitimate heir of the Tianhai Lin family, Lin Yang had no need to deceive her. The choice is yours. Lin Yang no longer elaborated, but he simply stared at Chen Ruxu with meaningful eyes, his intentions clear. Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. She even thought about grabbing the wine bottle on the table and smashing it on Lin Yang's head. But she knew that if she did so, she would ruin Zichia's only chance of survival. A few seconds later, Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slowly reached towards her clothes. At this moment, she felt incredibly stifled and humiliated, but for this one chance, she had to go through with it. As her clothes slid off, revealing her snow-white neck, sexy collarbones, and a large expanse of fair skin, Lin Yang's face broke into a smile, his gaze following Chen Ruxu's movements as if admiring a piece of art. In truth, Lin Yang did not prefer this method. He disliked obtaining his prey through coercion. He enjoyed the process of slowly conquering a person with his personal charm, and having them willingly climb into his bed afterwards, giving him a sense of achievement. So, this was how he always operated. Whether it was a noble goddess or a popular female celebrity, they would all eventually succumb to him. He preferred this method and consistently used it. But today, confronted with a stunning beauty like Chen Ruxu, he wanted to break the norm. Your movements are a bit slow. Lin Yang slowly set the wine glass down, got up, and walked towards Chen Ruxu. Chen Ruxu gritted her teeth slightly. She felt increasingly humiliated in her heart, but she had to endure this humiliation and continue to undress. Soon, her top was halfway off, revealing the clothes inside. Just then, Lin Yang's phone rang. Lin Yang glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Yes, I know. Don't worry, I can see the situation clearly. After speaking a few sentences on the phone, Lin Yang put it down and walked towards Chen Ruxu again. As Lin Yang approached, Chen Ruxu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to escape, but her body uncontrollably trembled slightly. However, Lin Yang gently blocked her actions and slowly pulled up her clothes. Chen Ruxu opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yang in surprise. Ruxu, what do you take me for? I admit that I like you a lot, but how could I use this method to get you? Lin Yang's following words left Chen Ruxu very puzzled. She found it hard to imagine where Lin Yang's dramatically different attitude came from. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Chen Ruxu asked softly, full of doubts. It's nothing. Hurry up and get up. Lin Yang kindly helped Chen Ruxu up. gently holding her wrist, displaying a lot of style. However, Chen Ruxu didn't notice the deep greed and reluctance in the depths of Lin Yang's eyes. Originally, he had been prepared to break a precedent today, but a phone call from Lin Yuan changed his mind. Lin Yuan had repeatedly instructed the need to keep a low profile during this period, and he reiterated that today, Lin Yang was not the kind of person to act recklessly out of desire. He would not risk causing trouble for himself and the Lin family because of momentary desires. Most importantly, he was confident that Chen Ruxu would eventually be his. She would come to his bed on her own initiative sooner or later, so there was no need to rush and take risks at this moment. Now, he was establishing his image in front of Chen Ruxu. Young Master Lin, I can do it. As long as you can save Ziqie, I'm willing. Chen Ruxu thought her attitude upset Lin Yang, so she quickly pleaded again in a soft voice. Ruxu, let me tell you again, Lin Yang is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' weaknesses. I like you, and I will slowly let you know. Understand? Lin Yang patted Chen Ruxu's shoulder and then turned back to sit on the sofa. Chen Ruxu felt more confused and asked softly, what about Ziqie? Since you have come to me, I will definitely help you, but it involves lives, so it may take some time. He won't be able to participate in the medical competition. Lin Yang shook his head. It's great, young Master Lin. Thank you. Chen Ruxu was excited to hear this, bowed deeply to Lin Yang, and expressed her gratitude. Her only wish was for Ziqie to walk out of the Inspectorate safely and keep his life. As for the medical competition, though important, as long as she could save his life, it would be a blessing. She didn't dare to ask for more. You don't have to be so polite. You are representing the Lin family in the competition, and I expect your contestant to perform excellently and bring honor to the Lin family. Rest assured, you just need to focus on competing well. The Lin family will help you with anything else. Lin Yang's words deeply moved Chen Ruxu. It had to be said that Lin Yang's skill in winning hearts was more than 100 times stronger than Liang Ca's. With a simple act and a few words, Chen Ruxu was wholeheartedly devoted to the Lin family. Young Master Lin, I will not let the Lin family down. Chen Ruxu nodded firmly, assuring Lin Yang. Okay. Go back now. I'll call my father and let you know if there are any updates. After Lin Yang finished speaking, Chen Ruxu thanked him repeatedly and then slowly left the room. Watching Chen Ruxu's graceful figure, Lin Yang felt a bit annoyed and rubbed his stomach, feeling frustrated that the duck had flown away. Nevertheless, he couldn't risk himself and the Lin family for just a woman's sake. A wise man does not stand under a leaning wall. Chen Ruxu, you are too lucky, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Lin Yang snorted coldly and sipped his red wine slowly. Young Master Lin, how did it go? The assistant walked in, looking a bit puzzled. He had expected Lin Yang to take at least an hour, but it ended much quicker than anticipated. Lin Yang shook his head slightly and briefly explained what had just happened to the assistant. Young Master Lin, does this mean you really agreed to help her save Ziqie? The assistant was surprised. I agreed. Lin Yang nodded. So you really want to save him? The assistant was even more surprised. Save him? I'd rather dream of killing him. Lin Yang said coldly. Agreeing is one thing, but actually doing it is another. It was at this moment that the assistant finally understood and praised Lin Yang. Young Master Lin, by doing this, you have nothing to lose and can make Chen Ruxu grateful to you. Even if later on Ziqie sentenced to death, you can easily come up with an excuse to smooth things over. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The assistant's flattery made Lin Yang feel comfortable. You have to be smart in life. Li Chao is just a waste who died because of his lack of brains. Lin Yang took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. Handle Ziqian's case quickly. Gather evidence as soon as possible, and make sure he gets sentenced to death. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed ruthlessly. He had initially planned to give Ziqie a harsh sentence, and now that Chen Ruxu had come to plead for him, it only cemented his determination to ensure Ziqian's demise. Chen Ruxu's willingness to go to such lengths for Ziqie indicated something. It showed that she still had feelings for her ex-husband, Ziqie, and Chen Ruxu was his prey. How could he allow his prey to develop feelings for another man? Since he couldn't control Chen Ruxu, he would have Ziqie sentenced to death to completely crush any hopes Chen Ruxu had. Bring those to foreign powerhouse fighters over. I need to vent some frustration. Lin Yang put down his phone and rubbed his stomach again. Yes. The assistant quickly left. Lin Yang lifted his wine glass, looked out the window with narrowed eyes, and said, "Zitia, I not only want you dead, but I also want you to die in agony." Lin Yang emptied the wine glass, with red stains on his teeth, making him look even more sinister. At that moment, Chen Ruxu left the club and drove back to the company. She was in a very good mood at the moment, confident that with Lin Yang's help, Ziqian's situation would certainly be resolved. Chen Ruxu let out a long breath. She was truly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing. As for Lin Yang's words, she had no doubt at all, because she felt that with Lin Yang's status and position, there was no need for him to deceive her. After all, even if Lin Yang firmly rejected Chen Ruxu, there was nothing she could do. With the Lin family backing him, he wasn't afraid to offend anyone. What surprised Chen Ruxu even more was when Lin Yang said he liked her. He even came close too. Although she didn't understand why Lin Yang suddenly changed his mind, ultimately, Lin Yang had not taken advantage of the situation. This incident actually made Chen Ruxu's perception of him improve significantly. After all, if Lin Yang insisted on using this as a condition to help save Ziqia, Chen Ruxu would have no choice. Now all she could do was wait and see if Lin Yang could rescue Ziqia. If Lin Yang could safely get Ziqia out of the Inspectorate, Chen Ruxu would definitely thank him sincerely. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ruxu hurried back to the company. At this point, she hadn't told Chen Liren and the others that her shares had been taken by Liang Chao. Now, Chen Ruxu still held a glimmer of hope. She hoped that Liang Chao was acting alone. And now that he was dead, all those share transfer contracts would be void. Of course, she also had to consider the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that Liang Chao had already handed over those shares contracts to Liang Yanhua. If that were the case, the Chen Group now essentially had over half of its shares owned by the Liang Group, putting her Chen family in a very passive position within the company. However, Chen Ruxu couldn't do anything at the moment. The only thing she could do was wait, be prepared for any situation. If those shares were in the hands of Liang Yanhua, he would definitely make a move soon. Without any shares in her hands now, Chen Ruxu was in a very passive position and could only wait for Liang Yanhua's move before figuring out a way to respond. Since Liang Yanhua had not done anything for the time being, Chen Ruxu had to act as if nothing had happened, or she might end up in an even more passive situation with the Chen Group. Now I can only place all my hopes on the medical skills conference. Chen Ruxu sighed lightly. She had already prepared for the worst in her heart. However, this did not mean that the Chen Group would be completely controlled by the Liang Group. The medical skills conference was the Chen Group's chance and their only chance. If the Chen Group could excel at the medical skills conference, they would undoubtedly have an opportunity for rapid development. At that time, as long as Chen Ruxu held the core information and resources of the Chen Group, even if the Chen Group disappeared, she could still use those resources to quickly develop a new Chen Group. With this in mind, Chen Ruxu's gaze became more determined. Regardless, she was determined to lead the Chen Group's participants to success at the Medical Skills Conference. Ruxu, thanks to listening to us back then and driving Ziqia away. Otherwise, now he's a murderer, and it will definitely have an impact on you. That's right, I really misjudged him before. I thought he could only be a bottom-tier person for the rest of his life. Now it seems he's even worse than that. At least someone at the bottom can live well, but he's become a murderer and will probably be sentenced to life imprisonment at least. Several members of the Chen family in the company immediately surrounded Chen Ruxu when she returned. They started discussing Ziqia, not noticing the injuries on Chen Ruxu's face. Chen Ruxu was already accustomed to this kind of treatment from her family. Although they were from the same family, Chen Ruxu had never felt any care or warmth from them. I can't control what you say about him, but he acted out because of saving me, so in my eyes, he will never be a murderer. Chen Ruxu slowly raised her head, her eyes and tone full of seriousness. Hearing this, several members of the Chen family frowned slightly. A few seconds later, a woman cocked her head and said, "He may have killed someone, so he is a murderer, right? Our whole Chen family, including you, Chen Ruxu, should stay away from him to avoid tarnishing the reputation of our Chen Group. If it is known that we are close to a murderer, who would dare to cooperate with our company?" After the woman finished speaking, The others chimed in agreement. Hearing their words, Chen Ruxu did not respond further but just smiled coldly with a hint of resignation in her heart. In the past, Chen Ruxu might have believed and agreed with them, but now, her thoughts had completely changed. Every time she was in danger, it was Ziqie who risked his own safety to save her. Ziqie never used sweet words to express care and love. His feelings were shown through his actions. Ziqie had saved her, and he was still bearing the consequences for her. In contrast, the Chen family members showed her no concern and would only make comments afterwards. She now knew who truly cared for her. In this situation, how could she change her mind just because of a few words from the Chen family? Are you done? If you are, please leave my office. I need to get back to work. Chen Ruxu waved her hand, not wanting to waste time talking to these people. For the Chen Ruxu now, she only wanted to focus on two things: saving Ziqie and achieving an outstanding performance at the Medical Skills Conference. She did not want to waste any more time and energy on anything else. Ruxu, do you think Ziqie is a good person just because he saved you? He didn't save you. He had a grudge with Lian Chao from the beginning. Moreover, because of his impulsive actions, he nearly got you caught as well. Is that considered saving you? After exchanging glances, the group began to persuade Chen Ruxu. Enough. Chen Ruxu suddenly raised her head and slammed the table. I am an adult. I can judge basic right and wrong. You don't need to worry about that. Now, please leave. Okay. Chen Ruxu pointed to the door, her voice cold. We are going to see your uncle and have a proper discussion about this. The group of people left angrily, muttering amongst themselves, preparing to report to Chen Liren. Whatever. Chen Ruxu shook her head. The reason why she stayed at the Chen Group and was willing to give up many things for the development of the Chen Group was because this was the old man Chen's hard work, and she really wanted to promote the Chen Group. But now, Chen Ruxu understood a truth. The Chen Group was not hers alone to decide, and her individual power was limited. So, if Chen Liren and the others insisted on leading the Chen Group into a pit, she couldn't control it, and she wouldn't intervene forcefully anymore. Just as Ziqie once said, many things are self-inflicted. After experiencing the events of the past few days, Chen Ruxu's mindset had indeed undergone a huge change, and she now saw many things more clearly. Chen Ruxu walked out of the office and headed towards the office area. Notify all the competing athletes who have advanced to come to the company for a meeting, Chen Ruxu instructed. Some employees were about to suggest something out of habit, but Chen Ruxu interrupted coldly. If any of the athletes responsible for their part are half an hour late, they can proceed with their resignation procedures. She then turned and left. With the recent resolution of Ziqian's situation by Lin Yang, Chen Ruxu is now focusing all her energy on the medical conference. The employees exchanged glances, noticing the significant change in Chen Ruxu, and proceeded to carry out their tasks diligently. Days passed, and it had been 3 days since Ziqian's arrest. This incident, which appeared to be only about him, was actually a battle of various forces behind the scenes in Tianhai City. The group of family companies, led by the Lin family, naturally wanted to eliminate Ziqie, but they operated very discreetly, making it hard to catch them red-handed. On the other hand, the group led by the Lu and Zhou families sought to save Ziqie by any means necessary. However, despite the passing of these few days, there was no progress in the matter, and Ziqie remained in custody. Fortunately, with Zhao Yongjun overseeing the detention facility and the recent threat made by Lu Jinyao to Guo Fei, the latter dared not use severe measures against Ziqie. Ziqie had not signed a confession letter, so the case could not be closed immediately, and Guo Fei could only continue interrogating him and collecting more evidence to prepare for the prosecution. While Lu Jinyao and others were anxious about Ziqian's situation, they had to divert some energy to organize the medical conference. Many patients in Tianhai City had registered for the conference, and the list had been sent to Beijing for review. If all went well, the final list could be returned as soon as tonight. The hosting organizers in various cities would then notify the selected patients, prepare them accordingly, and determine the assessment methods based on factors such as the number of patients and the severity of their conditions. Thus, while worrying about Ziqian's situation, Lu Jinyao had to allocate some energy to manage the medical conference. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the competing athletes received a notification that the next round of assessments would take place the day after tomorrow, prompting them to prepare. Upon hearing this news, Wu Jinya and the others became more anxious. With only 2 days left before the next round of assessments, and with Xiqian's situation unresolved, their hopes were gradually diminishing. I don't want Mr. Z to participate in the medical conference now. I would be extremely satisfied if he can come out safely, sighed Lu Jinyao, looking visibly exhausted from lack of food and sleep. Alas, seeing Lu Jinyao in such a state, Lu Jianlin sighed deeply. Dad, have you talked to the Yi family? Are they willing to help? They refused. Lu Jianlin shook his head in response. Why? Mr. Zhao's medical skills are so high. Aren't they impressed? Lu Jinyao frowned, finding it hard to understand. Lu Jianlin moved his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, just shook his head with a sigh. Why did they refuse to help? The situation was too complicated. Ziqia had publicly killed Liang Chao, and with so many witnesses, the matter was already set in stone. Moreover, Liang Chao was no ordinary person, as he belonged to the Liang group, and with the Lin family's support, very few dared to interfere. As for the Yi family, it wasn't a matter of not daring to help but rather not needing to jeopardize their family's reputation for the sake of Zitia. If Mr. Z wins the overall championship of the medical conference, the Yi family might consider helping him out. But now, Mr. Z has just entered the top 100. He doesn't have the qualifications yet to make the Yi family offend others for him, Lu Jianlin explained after a moment of contemplation. In simpler terms, Ziqian's performance only slightly impressed the Yi family, but he had not yet reached a significant level to warrant their full intervention. Perhaps the Yi family understands this, which is why they made a preemptive move. Otherwise, if Zitia truly becomes the champion of the medical conference, the Lin family wouldn't dare to target him in any way. Lu Jianlin lit a cigarette, contemplating the significance of the National Medical Cup Conference. If one could claim the championship in the nationwide medical competition, it would undoubtedly establish them as a pillar in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, a national treasure-like presence. At that point, who would dare to act against such a figure? Unfortunately, Zitia was currently only in the top 100, far from the pinnacle of the championship. In this scenario, the Yi family had no reason to interfere. I understand. Lu Jingya lowered her head helplessly. After a few seconds, Lu Jingya suddenly raised her head again. Dad, what if we choose to negotiate with the Lin family? Negotiate? Lu Jianlin was taken aback. Yes, negotiate. I am now certain that the Lin family is intentionally targeting Mr. Z behind the scenes. So, my idea is for us to take the initiative, show humility, and let them spare Mr. Z, even if we have to offer them some compensation. Hearing this, Lu Jianlin furrowed his brows tightly. Initiating negotiations meant admitting defeat and submission. For prestigious families like the Lu and Lin families, how could they easily bow down to each other? Furthermore, the act of submission between two powerful forces was entirely different in concept and nature compared to personal matters. In private affairs between individuals, even if one were to submit, it would only mean losing some face. But after years of rivalry, if the Lu family were to submit, it would mean acknowledging their inferiority to the Lin family. From then on, not only would the members of the Lu family be unable to hold their heads high in front of the Lin family, but even in their business dealings, they would be constrained, oppressed, and gradually marginalized by the Lin family. Therefore, bowing down in this context was not just a matter of losing face. It could potentially lead to the Lu family losing a significant portion of their power and influence. Was it worth paying such a huge price to save one person, Mr. Z? Even if Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao felt it was worth it, other members of the Lu family, especially those like Lu Gang, would never agree. Dad, why are you hesitating? Lu Jinyao urged. This matter is no trifling issue. In ancient times, when two countries were at war, the party that initiated negotiations had to cede territory, pay reparations, and even send a princess as compensation. Do you think the Lin family would not make exorbitant demands? With just one sentence, Wu Jianlin plunged Lu Jinya into silence. The Lin family had long treated the Lu family as a thorn in their side, and in recent times, they had escalated their overt hostility toward the Lu family. If the Lu family were to bow down first, the terms imposed by the Lin family would be unbearable. After a few seconds of silent contemplation, Lu Jinya raised her head again. Dad, I know the Lin family won't easily let go of such a good opportunity, but we won't know until we try everything. We haven't even started negotiations, so fearing the worst at this stage is not appropriate. I think we should at least give it a try, as there's nothing to lose in trying." After Lu Jinyao finished speaking, Lu Jianlin rubbed his chin in thought and understood her intention. If they were to bow down and negotiate, such an important matter will undoubtedly require a family council meeting for the Lu family to deliberate on. However, Lu Jinyao's suggestion was for Lu Jianlin to first sound out Lin Wan's stance, not to immediately bow down and offer compensation. In that case, it was not out of the question. "Shall I make a phone call?" Lu Jianlin decided that, for Mr. Zhao's sake, he should attempt it. After all, he was only representing himself at this point, not the entire Lu family. "Go ahead." Lu Jinyao nodded. Lu Jianlin took a couple of deep puffs of his cigarette. He realized that recently he had been swayed by Lu Jinyao. At his age, he should have been mature and prudent, prioritizing interests and the bigger picture. But under Lu Jinyao's influence, he often made decisions that did not align with his age. Nevertheless, he found some sense of youthfulness during this period. Even if it's embarrassing, it's my own embarrassment, not related to the Lu family. "Let's do it." Lu Jianlin extinguished his cigarette and dialed Lin Wan's number. "What's blowing?" Bringing Director Lu over. Lin Wan's tone, when he answered the call, was somewhat playful, as if he had figured out Lu Jianlin's purpose. "Let's meet." Lu Jianlin got straight to the point. Without hesitation, Lin Wan rejected. "I'm busy. If Director Lu has any business, just speak over the phone." Lu Jianlin furrowed his brow slightly. "The matter of Ziqia, it's related to you, isn't it? There's no need to rush to deny. We are both old foxes, no need to beat around the bush. Tell me, how can we spare him?" Lu Jianlin didn't want to beat around the bush with Lin Wan. Han stated his purpose directly. "What? Director Lu, are you going to bow down to me?" Lin Wan's smile became even more mocking. Pausing for a moment, Lu Jianlin switched on the speakerphone and continued, "Let's get to small talk between us. You give me a condition, and I'll consider it." "No need for conditions. Let me tell you, Ziqia must die." Lin Wan's tone turned icy, with a sharp edge. Hearing this, both Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao furrowed their brows. They did not expect Lin Wan to be so resolute. Based on their previous conjecture, the Lin family was targeting Ziqia to undermine the Lu family. So, since Lu Jianlin had reached out to him proactively, why was Lin Wan unwilling to spare Ziqia? After pausing for 2 seconds, Lu Jianlin's tone softened slightly as he said, "Your actions are merely to suppress the Lu family, right? Okay, I admit the Lin family indeed has means. If you release Ziqia now, what are your thoughts and conditions? We can discuss them." Lu Jianlin's words laid everything bare, showcasing his sincerity. However, the more earnest Lu Jianlin was, the more Lin Wan sneered. "There's no need to talk about this matter. I'm busy, so I'll hang up." "Wait." Lu Jianlin quickly stood up, furrowing his brows. "Lin Wan, this is my first time actively engaging with you. You better think carefully about what your refusal implies. Ziqia is just one participant from my Lu family. You have no reason to fixate on him." Regardless of whether Lu Jianlin was willing to acknowledge it, in that moment, his tone did carry a hint of pleading when speaking to Lin Wan. "Hehe." Lin Wan shook his head with a cold smile. At that moment, he totally exuded the demeanor of a victor in his conversation with Lu Jianlin. "Let me tell you, Ziqia must die. Since you're being honest, let me be honest too and tell you the reason. His performance at the medical skills conference made me feel a sense of crisis, even a sense of fear. I'm afraid he will reveal more of his traditional Chinese medical skills. I'm afraid he might actually win the championship of the Heavenly Doctor Trophy. Do you think I would let him live?" In Lin Wan's somber tone, there was a hint of grim amusement. He was indeed afraid that Ziqia might win. If that were to happen, Ziqian's reputation would skyrocket, shaking the entire Dragon Kingdom. At that point, even the combined might of the 3 titans of Tianhai might not be able to touch Ziqia. Therefore, he had to eliminate Ziqia early on. Lu Jianlin was silent. Lu Jinyao also fell into a deep silence. The Lin family and the Lu family had been at odds for many years. Lin Wan had never regarded the Lu family highly, let alone fear anyone from the Lu family. But today, he spoke of fearing Ziqia. This was truly surprising and enough to prove the enormous potential of Ziqia. Ziqia is a rising star in the traditional Chinese medicine circle, single-handedly bearing the brunt among the younger generation. Even in the future, he may single-handedly carry the banner of Chinese medicine in the Dragon Nation. But it's a pity that such an outstanding talent is not from my Lin family. Therefore, he must be eliminated. Lin Wan said with a cold smile, his usual style of doing things being to destroy what he couldn't obtain. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jianlin and Lu Jinyao became even more silent. At this stage of the conversation, they had already understood Lin Wan's intentions and knew that the chances of success were slim. However, Lu Jianlin still wanted to make one last attempt. There's no point in saying meaningless things. I still say, the conditions are up to you. Funds, industries, all these assets can be on the table. As long as I see Zichia safe and sound, all the assets under the Lu family's name, you can have it all. Lu Jianlin had already lowered his stance significantly, but after he said these words, they were met with an even louder cold laughter from Lin Wan. Lu Jianlin, do you take me for a fool? I do want the assets of your Lu family, but if Zichia truly wins, you can retrieve these things with interest at any time, right? Do you think I would gamble on this risk? Besides, I have many ways to dismantle your Lu family. Why would I take the risk on this matter? Lin Wan was indeed a cunning fox, having analyzed all the pros and cons. Lin Wan, you damn bastard, shameless and despicable. I tell you, if anything happens to Zichia, my Lu family will confront you until the end. Lu Jianlin slammed the table and shouted loudly into the phone. Well, I tell you, even the God of Heaven won't be able to save him. Lin Wan said, if Zichia can survive this time, my name will be written backward. Lin Wan dropped these words and hung up the phone with a loud click. Bastard! Lu Jianlin clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table, feeling extremely frustrated. The Lu and Lin families had been at odds for so many years, and Lu Jianlin had never bowed down before. Today, for the sake of Zichia, it was the first time he had lowered his stance towards Lin Wan, only to be met with ridicule and sarcasm. This made him incredibly angry. Lu Jinyao let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness. Seeking reconciliation with the Lin family and even offering compensation was their last resort. And now, even this method seemed to be futile. She couldn't think of any other way to ensure Zichian's safety. At that moment, Lu Jinyao felt deeply powerless. She hated herself for being useless, hated the Lu family for not being strong enough. Faced with this situation, all she could do was wait, with no solution in sight. Lu Jianlin had wanted to comfort Lu Jinyao for a moment, but considering Lin Wan's firm determination to deal with Zichia, he didn't know how to console her. With the charge of murder looming and the Lin family's full force targeting them, even Lu Jianlin couldn't think of a way out. This time, it's probably a dead end. Lu Jianlin sighed deeply, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly. I don't agree. Lu Jingya gritted her teeth and walked outside. Where are you going? Lu Jianlin frowned and called out, we have a meeting tonight. You don't need to hurry. The Lin family's people will definitely attend the meeting tonight, and I will talk to Lin Wan in person then. I know it won't be delayed. Lu Jinyao waved her hand and walked out of the room. On the other side, in Lin Wan's study, the room was filled with the scent of tea as Lin Wan leisurely hummed a tune while sipping tea. Ruxu, rest assured, I will handle it, and I will also talk to Liang Yanhua. But it will take some time, so don't worry for now. Lin Yan pretended to be on the phone, and after hanging up, he shook his head and smirked. Are you interested in her? Lin Wan saw through Lin Yan's thoughts at a glance. Just for fun. Mainly, their Chen group's formula is indeed good, but their research team is too incompetent. If we can get hold of it, we will definitely be able to develop better products. Lin Yan shook his head. The real prize he wanted wasn't Chen Ruxu herself, but the Chen group's top secret formula. After all, in just 2 years, the Chen group had grown from a small company to a giant corporation, all thanks to that formula. That's a good idea. Lin Wan nodded. Let's keep her stable for now. I understand. Lin Yang replied. Dad, the Chinese Medicine Association is organizing a meeting. Do you want to go? What kind of meeting is it? Lin Wan asked in surprise. I'm not sure about the specifics, but they have invited the top players and their corresponding participants. This should have received the approval of the Yi family. Lin Yang had just received the notification over an hour ago. I won't go. Lin Wan waved his hand, showing no interest in such a meeting. Okay. Lin Yang nodded. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, it was 8 o'clock at night. The sky had completely darkened, and the night seemed different from usual. darker and more oppressive. The night was pitch black, without a single star in sight, as if shrouded in a layer of dark clouds, making people feel extremely stifled. Only places with nightlife activities and public transport hubs like the Tianhai City Airport still had lights visible. At 8:20, Tianhai City Airport. With a loud whirring noise and the sound of air braking, a plane pierced through the black clouds and slowly landed. Once the plane came to a complete stop and the cabin door was opened, numerous passengers queued up to deplane. However, at that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many tourists subconsciously dispersed, making way on both sides of the path. Soon, a young man in a black windbreaker appeared at the cabin door. He was muscular, with sharp features, especially his deep, cold eyes that seemed to naturally exude a sense of chill, making it difficult for anyone to hold his gaze for more than a second. The young man stepped forward slowly, followed by a group of burly men in black windbreakers. Their steps were firm and powerful, converging like a black river, radiating a strong aura that made the surrounding crowd avoid them. People have their own energy fields. Everyone has it, just at different levels of strength. At this moment, the energy field emitted by this group of people is extremely powerful. It makes those around them feel a strong sense of oppression, causing them to instinctively choose to avoid them. There are many airport passengers at this point, and it looks more crowded, but as this group of people walk through, it feels as if they have entered a deserted place, with their pace not slowing down at all. Within a 3-meter radius, it feels as empty as a vacuum zone. Soon, the group walks out of the airport. Outside, there are several men in black windbreakers who, upon seeing this group of people, immediately greet them. Beside the curb, there are several black Hummers with their hazard lights on. How is the investigation going? The young man in front asked the people meeting them. Not very good. Currently, the person is in the supervisory office. A young man shook his head in response. The person that the commander wants to protect has been taken to the supervisory office. Interesting, very interesting. A coldness flashed in the eyes of the young man in front. They say that a strong dragon does not crush a local snake. I, Chen Jung, want to test the capabilities of these local snakes. Get in the car and tell me carefully. The young man in front took a step into the car, and the others followed suit. The 6 black Hummers started simultaneously, forming a line and rushing towards the direction of the Tianhai City Supervisory Office. The night gets darker and darker, unusually dark, oppressively dark. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai City Supervisory Office, in the interrogation room, Zichia was forced to sit upright on a specially made chair, looking very tired. During these days, although Guo Fei didn't use torture methods on Zichia, he used another method, endurance. He used a tactic of attrition, having people take turns interrogating Zichia day and night, not allowing Zichia to rest. If Zichia closed his eyes slightly, he would be forcibly awakened. He wanted to wear down Zichia's will with this method, forcing Zichia to confess his crimes after becoming unable to bear it. However, he underestimated Zichia's resilience. Several days and nights, without sleep, Zichia still remained calm and composed, looking fatigued but showing no signs of fatigue. In the end, Guo Fei had completely given up. He no longer hoped for Zichia to confess voluntarily, but instead gathered evidence from multiple sources to convict Zichia. After all, as long as there is enough evidence, criminals will receive the appropriate punishment regardless of their confession. At this moment, Guo Fei had already obtained sufficient evidence. Beside him, Zhao Yongzhen smoked one cigarette after another. During these days, his authority had been completely stripped, rendering him unable to do anything. By tonight, Guo Fei had collected all the evidence. Zichia was convicted. It was a done deal. Zichia, still not talking. Guo Fei flipped through the documents in front of him, smiling coldly at Zichia. Zichia just glanced at Guo Fei and then averted his gaze, not bothering to say a word. It's okay if you don't talk. These are all testimonies. Guo Fei pointed to the thick stack of documents in front of him, saying coldly, I'm here to tell you that tomorrow you will be transferred to a higher law enforcement department for severe and strict judgment. At this point, Guo Fei's cold smile deepened. Once Zichia is successfully convicted, his mission will be considered accomplished. Even after hearing Guo Fei's words, Zichia remained unfazed, showing no change in his expression, unbothered by the threat. I really can't figure it out. Where do you get the confidence? What are you, acting so calm in front of me? Guo Fei, already hot temper, was enraged by Ziqian's expression. He had tolerated for several days, but now he seemed to be at his limit. Let me guess, you're still hoping that the Liu family will come to rescue you, right? Hey, I heard that tonight, the top 100 contestants of the Medical Arts Conference will gather to meet. Including representatives from each contestant, they should be heading to the venue by now. Do you think the Liu family will have time to save you? Guo Fei glanced at his watch, then looked at Ziqia with a smile. He didn't want to say so much to Ziqia originally, but Ziqian's attitude irritated him, so he wanted to crush any hope in Ziqian's heart and make him realize the inevitable situation he was in. Whether the Liu family will save me, I'm not sure, but I can assure you, with the Lynn family, you won't be able to finish me off. Ziqia finally spoke, his voice sounding hoarse. I won't be able to finish you off. Guo Fei squinted, but the laws of this dragon kingdom surely will finish you off. In this world, there's something even more fair than the law, called karma. You, Guo Fei, working for the law enforcement office, willingly being a dog for the Lin family. Aren't you afraid of karma? When Ziqia said this, his eyes gleamed with a cold murderous intent. He respected the law, respected all the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, but it was undeniable that people like Guo Fei, who had fallen to such an extent, did not deserve respect. Shut up! Guo Fei stood up with a bang, his anger causing several veins to bulge on his temple. Seeing Guo Fei in such a rage, Ziqia showed a hint of disdain in his eyes, even a bit of pity. Virtue does not match position. Disaster is imminent. Your good days, Guo Fei, will soon come to an end. This sentence from Ziqia completely infuriated Guo Fei. Bring in the torture instruments. I want to see how long you can keep being tough. Guo Fei roared in anger, ordering his subordinates to take action. Dang. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open. The thunderous sound made everyone turn their heads in astonishment. Guo Fei and Zhao Yongzhang, along with dozens of supervisory office staff inside the room, were all shocked and disbelieved. They had never imagined that someone would dare to show such arrogance in the supervisory office, daring to rudely kick open the door of the room. They had seen people brought to them, but they had never seen someone send themselves in this dramatic fashion. Who are you? Guo Fei barked, but his voice lowered for the latter part of the sentence. 5 young men in black windbreakers strode into the room, except for the resolute-looking leader. The other men quickly dispersed to different positions. While their stance appeared casual, anyone with a bit of experience could see that their positions were coordinated, and in case of any mishap, they could control all the people inside the room in the shortest time possible. Not simple. Zhao Yongzhang was shocked. He had spent 5 years in the military, and the energy field emanating from these men at this moment gave him a deep sense of familiarity. Zhao Yongzhang squinted slightly. He speculated that this group of people was most likely military personnel. From the powerful lore emanating from them, he could tell that they were definitely elite soldiers who had been to the battlefield and experienced the brutality of war. However, Zhao Yongzhang was temporarily unsure of the purpose of these people coming to this place. Who are you? Guo Fei furrowed his brows and asked again. Zhao Yongzhang had served in the military before, so he could sense the aura of these people. On the other hand, Guo Fei had never been in the military and rarely interacted with military personnel, so he naturally couldn't sense their strength. After the initial surprise, Guo Fei had regained his composure. Those who dared to intrude into the Inspectorate must have some identity and confidence. However, Guo Fei, who had long been in high circles, could easily discern high-ranking individuals in such circles. Some qualities cannot be faked and must be cultivated over time in high positions. Clearly, Guo Fei did not sense the aura of someone familiar from this group of people, so he did not pay much attention to them. However, as he didn't take notice of these people, they also didn't pay any attention to him. The young man at the front glanced at Ziqian and then signaled to one of his subordinates. The young man immediately stepped forward and walked towards Ziqian. The keys. Without waiting for Guo Fei to speak, the young man demanded the handcuff key. Throughout the process, the newcomers completely ignored Guo Fei and the others as if they were air. Guo Fei and the others were stunned. Only now did they realize that these people came to rescue Ziqian, and judging by their attitude, were they here to take someone by force? Thoughts raced through Zhao Yongzhang's mind. Could Ziqian also have a military background? Stop. Who are you? How dare you raid the Inspectorate like this? Guo Fei took a step forward, pointing at the young man who led the group. I am Chen Jung, the one who conquers. The young man's gaze shifted to meet Guo Fei's. Guo Fei frowned slightly upon hearing the name, feeling a bit familiar with it, but his anger quickly replaced any other thoughts. I don't care who you conquer. This is your first warning. Leave the interrogation room immediately. Otherwise, I will arrest all of you together. Guo Fei pointed sternly at Chen Jung. Does that mean I can't take anyone with me? Chen Jung squinted slightly. Guo Fei coldly replied. Even the King of Heaven himself can't take everyone with him. Who do you think you are? All right, let me talk to you in a different capacity. As soon as Chen Jung finished speaking, a unique sound suddenly came from behind. Click, clack. Within the span of 2 seconds, Guo Fei felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Those were the sounds of loading bullets. Sure enough, as Guo Fei turned to look, he saw that the 3 young men now held firearms with dark muzzles. 2 of the weapons were aimed directly at Guo Fei. You. Guo Fei was about to speak, when over a dozen people in the corridor outside also pulled out firearms and aimed them inside the room. Everyone in the room took a sharp breath. The control of firearms in Long Kingdom was extremely strict, and only Zhao Yongjun and another deputy chief inspectorate were qualified to carry firearms. Yet, everyone on the other side brandished a weapon. Who exactly were these people? After a moment of astonishment, Guo Fei suddenly shouted, how dare you carry firearms here? You are all guilty of a capital crime. And you, Ziqiat, is this your trump card? Do you still have a sense of justice? Let me tell you, this is an additional crime, and you are undoubtedly doomed to die. Guo Fei turned around and pointed at Ziqiat, chastising him fiercely. Unbeknownst to him, the gazes of Zhao Yongjun and the others had all turned to Chen Jung behind him. At this moment, Chen Jung had not made any moves yet. He simply extended his arm and slowly removed his coat. As his coat fell to the ground, the hearts of Zhao Yongjun and the others tightened. Their eyes widened, and the entire interrogation room fell silent. Guo Fei also sensed that something was amiss and turned around slowly. As Chen Jung removed his coat, revealing his inner clothing, Guo Fei's mind went blank. Although he had never served in the military, he still recognized the unique clothing worn by military personnel. Guo Fei's eyes widened slightly, feeling a glare from above, so he slowly shifted his gaze to Chen Jung's shoulder. The light from the chandelier in the interrogation room reflected a golden light on Chen Jung's shoulder, dazzling and striking. 1, 2, Guo Fei subconsciously counted in his mind. In the next moment, Guo Fei's mind exploded. He knew very well what the golden light on Chen Jung's shoulder meant, what the amount of gold signified. Colonel, Guo Fei's face turned pale, his heart pounding as if it were about to jump out of his throat. Similarly, Zhao Yongjun took a sharp breath. Having been a military member himself, he understood even better than Guo Fei what the insignia on Chen Jung's shoulder symbolized. Although Long Kingdom implemented a strict military-civilian separation, Chen Jung had no authority over local inspectorates, but anyone bearing such an insignia had to be a significant figure. They might not obey Chen Jung's orders, but they had to treat every word he said with caution. Who are you? Guo Fei lifted his head slowly, struggling to ask the question. Chen Jung from the Northern Territory. Chen Jung took out an identification card and handed it to Guo Fei. Chen Jung ... from the Northern Territory. This revelation left Zhao Yongjun dumbfounded. Even among those with similar ranks, there was a huge difference between individuals from different regions. Guo Fei suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this name. Trembling slightly, he took the identification card and flipped it open. As he examined the card and ran his finger over the embossed seal, he knew that while many forged documents circulated throughout Long Kingdom, none dared to forge such credentials. It dawned on Guo Fei why the name Chen Jung seemed familiar to him. Chen Jung from the Northern Territory was the top lieutenant under the war god Wang Ao, known as the Fierce General. Ruthless in battle and feared by enemies, he was nicknamed Chen Madman. Though Guo Fei rarely interacted with military personnel, the legendary achievements of those from the Northern Territory were known far and wide across the kingdom. The name Chen Madman was particularly famous. In that moment, Guo Fei's mind raced, his heart pounding as a wave of sweat broke out over his body. The identity I have qualifies me to talk to you. Chen Jung produced a Desert Eagle pistol at some point, pressing it against Guo Fei's forehead. The combination of identity and force exerted a double pressure. The interrogation room fell silent, everyone's heart pounding, even afraid to breathe. Jia Yongjun and others could only be bystanders, too scared to even breathe. Guo Fei, the person involved, was even more terrified. The dark barrel of the gun pressed against his skin. The chilling touch made Guo Fei even more terrified. Not long ago, Guo Fei arrogantly declared that not even the God of Heaven could save him. But now, upon learning Chen Jung's identity, he lost all his arrogance. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, his entire back soaked with sweat. It wasn't that Guo Fei was timid, but if it were another soldier, he would not fear at all, as he knew that soldiers could not intervene in their affairs. Pointing a gun at them would violate military regulations. However, everyone in the country knew that the subordinates of Wan Ao, the war god of the north, were like ferocious beasts, unreasonable in their actions and speech. Moreover, Guo Fei was facing Chen Jung, known as the Madman of the North. Who was Chen the Madman? He was a frequent visitor to the army's punishment department, brave and skilled in battle, but not disciplined. The military regulations stated that prisoners of war should be treated well, but he would kill them on the spot. He repeatedly violated the rules, but his outstanding military achievements as Wan Ao's #1 fierce general were indispensable to the north. So, Guo Fei didn't dare to doubt whether Chen Jung had the guts to kill him. He was truly scared. Even if he didn't want to admit it, his pale face and trembling body proved how terrified he was at that moment. Chen. Mr. Chen, let's talk. Put down the gun first. Now can we talk calmly? Actually, I prefer your previous unruly self. If that's the case, then I have a reason to kill you. Chen Jung's words sent a chill down Guo Fei's spine. I'm taking this man with me. If there are any issues, you can report to the Supreme Military Court. Chen Jung waved his hand, and his men took the key to unlock Ziqian's handcuffs. Mr. Chen, this isn't appropriate. I respect every soldier in our country, but we also have our own laws. Ziqia is confirmed to have killed someone, and by taking him away like this, I can't clear my responsibility. Guo Fei bravely went forward to try to block them. Chen Jung frowned at his words, making Guo Fei step back immediately. At that moment, a young man behind Chen Jung tugged at his sleeve and gave him a look. Chen Jung then coldly snorted, remembering the instructions from above, and nodded slightly. So you want me to provide you a reason to take him away, am I right? Chen Jung asked, and Guo Fei nodded repeatedly. After all, it was their responsibility to handle this case. If they let Ziqia go without a sound, they would face severe consequences. Then I'll give you a reason. Ziqia killed Liang Chao, and Liang Chao deserved it, Chen Jung said firmly, causing Guo Fei and the others to frown once again. Ahem. At this moment, the young man behind Chen Jung stepped forward and said, Ziqia is a soldier under my command, and he is a special mission executor. As for Liang Chao, he was involved in a border case, and Ziqia naturally had the authority to eliminate him. The details of this matter will be reported to the Supreme Military Court, and there's no need for you to worrying about other things. The young man looked at Guo Fei, delivering his explanation calmly. I see. Liang Chao indeed deserved to die. Guo Fei nodded in agreement. In this situation, he didn't need to verify whether what the other party said was true or false. Even if it was false, it had to be true, or else the matter couldn't be resolved. Now that Chen Jung had given Guo Fei a reason to take Ziqia away, Guo Fei could absolve himself of responsibility. Let's go. Chen Jung waved his hand, and his men led Ziqia out of the Inspectorate. Soon, they arrived at a car. Mr. Z, you've been through a lot. Inside the car, Chen Jung maintained a polite attitude towards Ziqia. Who are you? Ziqia was curious about Chen Jung and his companions' identities. I'm from the north, Chen Jung said, watching for Ziqian's reaction carefully. The north? Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly. He had no idea about having any friends in the north, at least not in his memory. Chen Jung noticed Ziqian's expression changes, and he decided to hold back the words he had prepared. Before he arrived, it was instructed that mentioning the north to Ziqia would trigger his understanding of their identities. If Ziqia didn't know, then it would be unwise to say anything unnecessary. Seeing Ziqian's expression, Chen Jung was sure that Ziqia didn't know about the north's existence at the moment. Mr. Z, we are also acting on someone's orders. As for other matters, we don't know either. Chen Jung explained softly after waiting a few seconds. I want to know who sent you. Ziqia paused, more interested in this. Mr. Z, As soldiers, we obey orders as our duty. So, if we're not allowed to speak, then we can't. Chen Jung shook his head, remaining firm in his stance. Ziqian nodded lightly, not the type to push further. Plus, judging by Chen Jung's attitude, even if he asked more questions, he wouldn't get much. Mr. Z, where do you need to go now? I'll have someone drive you. Chen Jung respectfully inquired. Checking the time, Ziqie replied. To Taihua Hotel. Zhao Yongjun had told Ziqie in the afternoon about the meeting of the top 100 contestants that night. This meeting would determine the final roster for the subsequent assessments, so he needed to hurry over now. As for other matters, he would have to figure out later. Chen Jung immediately nodded, giving a few instructions to the driver, and then he stepped out of the car. The car started, rushing towards the meeting location with Ziqie on board. Chen Jung watched the car leave before turning his attention back to the remaining people and leading them back to the Inspectorate. Since they were here, they wouldn't be just dealing with one matter. Even if they couldn't clear all the obstacles for Ziqie, they would at least completely resolve the current trouble. Inside the interrogation room at this moment, Guo Fei and Zhao Yongjun, along with over a dozen others, were all silent like mute. No one spoke. No one had expected things to turn out this way, and everyone's feelings were extremely complicated. Among them, Zhao Yongjun's emotions were the most complex. This wasn't his first time dealing with Ziqie in the Inspectorate office. The first time he brought Ziqie to the Inspectorate, he was as assertive as Guo Fei. But in the end, with just one phone call, Ziqie made Zhao Yongjun bow his head. This time, Ziqie had re-entered the Inspectorate. Zhao Yongjun was well aware that the situation this time was too serious, and even if Ziqie found the big shot from last time, it wouldn't be able to save him. But he never expected Ziqie to have a military background now, and not just any military background, but from the fierce troops from the Northern Territory. This group of people not only took Ziqie away at will, but also framed the already deceased Liang Chao, labeling him as a border bandit, leaving his death unclear. How terrifying of a background must it be to invite the Northern Territory's madman Chen to Tianhai City? Last time they met, Ziqie only had connections in the political circles, but this time, he managed to bring in a terrifying big shot from the military. Such rapid growth in influence truly made Zhao Yongjun amazed. He couldn't help but wonder, what was Ziqian's true identity? And what kind of background did he possess? Who is he? Exactly. Finally, Guo Fei spoke first, breaking the silence in the room. Are you worthy to inquire about his identity? Before Zhao Yongjun could speak, Chen Jung walked in from outside. Seeing Chen Jung and the others who had left and returned, Guo Fei and the rest's hearts tightened. Mr. Chen. Guo Fei had just started to speak when Chen Jung walked up and slapped him across the face. Smack! The slap resounded on Guo Fei's face, making him take a few steps back. Chen Jung's face was cold as he advanced, raising his hands and delivering 7 or 8 consecutive slaps. Who do you think you are, to use force on him? Do you know that with all you've done, I could tear your skin off? Do you believe that I could snap you now, turn myself into the general military office, dare to make a bet with me? Chen Jung continued to slap, making Guo Fei lower his arms and crouch down in pain. Inside the room, Zhao Yongjun and the others whitened their eyes, watching this scene in shock. Moments ago, they were wondering why the highly reputed madman Chen was in such a good mood today. Now, they realized that Chen Jung merely didn't want to act against Ziqie in his presence. But now that Ziqie was gone, Chen Jung no longer needed to hide his true self. The current him was indeed the true madman Chen. Sit down. Chen Jung slapped Guo Fei again, until he sat on the ground. Mr. Chen, you. One of Guo Fei's colleagues stepped forward to intercede, but before he could finish, Chen Jung turned abruptly and without looking, slapped him across the face. Do you have the right to speak? Chen Jung coldly asked the staff member. The staff member wanted to speak, but Chen Jung hit him with another slap. Did I ask you to speak? After the slap, the room fell silent with everyone refraining from making a sound. In their hearts, a phrase slowly emerged. Bullying soldiers. Yes. Chen Jung's behavior at the moment was seen by them as no different from a bully. As staff members of the Inspectorate, their duty was to discipline such behaviors. But Chen Jung and his group of people were not ordinary bullies. They were bullies with backgrounds and connections that made Guo Fei and the rest dare not act recklessly. Moreover, Guo Fei's use of force on Ziqie was a fact, and all of them could be considered accomplices. They dared not expose this, so despite Chen Jung's arrogance and tyranny, they had to silently endure. "Who else here dares to challenge me?" Chen Jung sneered and looked at each one in turn. Inside the room, including Zhao Yongzhan, everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet Chen Jung's eyes. The thought of reporting Chen Jung to the General Military Office didn't even cross their minds. Why? Because he was Madman Chen. Just this reason alone was enough to make them fearful. Cowards feared the bold feared those who didn't fear for their lives, and even those fearless individuals feared the mad ones. Ask Guo Fei and his team, how many of them had the courage to challenge the Madman Chen from the Northern Territory head-on? They didn't dare. So, regardless of what Chen Jung did today, no matter how resentful they felt, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. End it. Chen Jung waved his hand and left with his people. After a brief pause, Zhao Yongzhan quickly followed with his assistant. "Mr. Chen." "Wait." Zhao Yongzhan caught up at the door and stopped Chen Jung. "What? Still uneasy after not being beaten?" Chen Jung glanced at Zhao Yongzhan. "Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Chen. I am a friend of Mr. Z." Zhao Yongzhan's words slightly softened Chen Jung's gaze. This time, the person Z killed, Liang Chao, was the young master of the Liang Group. "I thought the Liang Group wouldn't let this go easily." So, Zhao Yongzhan was trying to give Chen Jung a heads up that just taking Zichia away wasn't the end of it. If the Liang Group found out Zichia had been released, they wouldn't let it go easily. So if Chen Jung and his group truly wanted to protect Zichia, they had to handle the follow-up matters as well. "I see." Chen Jung nodded and then walked towards the car. "What's the plan, Brother Jung?" the young man driving asked. "Weeds must be pulled out by the roots." With these simple 5 words, Chen Jung had decided the fate of the Liang Group. Tonight, the Liang family of Tianhai no longer exists. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Vroom. The convoy started up again, with headlights shining brightly ahead as they drove forward. In this endless darkness, the glaring headlights were like a sharp sword emitting a cold light, cutting through the boundless darkness. Zhao Yongzhan watched the convoy depart with his assistant. Only after they couldn't see the taillights anymore did they slowly withdraw their gaze. "Director John, what should we do?" The assistant's voice trembled with uncertainty. He speculated that Chen Jung and the others were likely going to take action against the Liang Group. As law enforcers, they had a responsibility and obligation to handle the matter. However, he did not know what Zhao Yongzhan was thinking. "Us. We are law enforcers who act based on the law," Zhao Yongzhan replied. "But in this world, there are some forces beyond the law. So, what can we do?" Zhao Yongzhan's retort left the assistant momentarily silent. Some things were better left ignored, as there was no use trying to stop them. Zhao Yongzhan slowly raised his head, looking up at the abnormally dark sky. "It seems like a storm is brewing over Tianhai City," Zhao Yongzhan said before closing his mouth slowly. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say aloud. What kind of fate awaited those who opposed ZTA in Tianhai City was something he didn't dare to imagine. Zhao Yongzhan withdrew his gaze, re-entered the Inspectorate, and headed straight for the interrogation room. "Get the medical kit to treat Director Gu's wound," Zhao Yongzhan instructed, immediately prompting to staff members to fetch the medical kit. They left. "How do we explain this?" Guo Fei furrowed his brow. Zhao Yongzhan chose to ignore Guo Fei and said to his subordinates, you, come and revise the testimony." "How do we revise it?" Both individuals were puzzled. Liang Chao intended to assault Ziqian's wife. When Ziqia found out, he gathered company security personnel to attack Ziqia. Ziqia, in order to protect his wife and facing a life-threatening situation, had no choice but to defend himself and push Liang Chao down. Zhao Yongzhan recounted. And Liang Chao, who had a pre-existing heart condition, suffered a heart attack leading to his death. With these words, everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. With this revised testimony, Ziqia would be completely innocent, and Liang Chao's death could be seen as his own doing. "Zhao Yongzhan, you are distorting right and wrong," Guo Fei frowned. "Today, I am indeed distorting it. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhao Yongzhan's retort left Guo Fei red-faced. Since Guo Fei arrived at the Inspectorate, this was the first time Zhao Yongzhan dared to be so firm in his presence. After a few moments of silence, Guo Fei gritted his teeth and said, "We may not interfere, but the Liang Group, as victims' relatives, will not let this go. Do you think the Liang Group will see the sun tomorrow?" Zhao Yongzhan slowly turned his head, looking at Guo Fei playfully. Upon hearing this, Guo Fei was first startled and then fell into complete silence, unable to utter another word. As for other matters, the General Military Department will negotiate with our leadership. Zhao Yongjun declared the end of the matter with the revised testimony. I understand, and I will cooperate fully. Guo Fei nodded his head. His attitude now was completely different from when he first arrived at the Inspectorate. On the other side, at Taihua Hotel, a conference was being held on the top floor tonight. The conference was organized by the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association and invited the top 100 contestants who had advanced through the first 3 rounds of evaluation, along with their corresponding contestants. Since this medical conference was specifically designed to assess traditional Chinese medicine, various Chinese medicine associations naturally treated it as a major event. The top 100 contestants who had passed the 3 rounds were considered the elite of the Chinese medicine circle in Tianhai City. Before the assessment began the day after tomorrow, they naturally had to gather to discuss important matters. Despite the initial lack of interest from many, as soon as they learned that the conference was related to the Yi family, everyone immediately perked up. It was said that the contestants present tonight would be finally confirmed, and their data would be handed over to the Yi family. The Yi family would then use the next day to allocate the assessment topics properly. As a result, all contestants and their corresponding contestants were present. The 3 giants of Tianhai, the Lu family, the Lin family, and the Wang family, each sent representatives. In addition to them, companies like the Chen Group and the Liang Group also arrived at the venue to attend the meeting. However, as all matters related to the medical conference of the Liang Group were previously handled by Liang Chao, who had now passed away, Liang Yinghua had to come personally. It must be said that Liang Yinghua was indeed ruthless enough.